My elder sister is a superstar. Chapter 224 to Chapter 284. At home, more than 10 kilometers away, Qin Baobao was nestled on the sofa watching TV. The air conditioner was on in the living room. She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts that reached her thighs. Her two slender legs were resting on the glass coffee table. There was a plate of grapes on her stomach. While watching TV and eating grapes, she was enjoying the beautiful afternoon. She was still comfortable at home. If she had to choose between her dreams and being a salted fish, Qin Baobao felt that she would choose to be a salted fish. No wonder so many female stars marry into rich families. Because if they marry a rich husband, they can be a salted fish with peace of mind. Today, there was only her and Qin Zhe at home. Wang Zijin had to go to work and she didn't have any jobs this week. Because she had to attend the wedding of Star Arts CEO the day after tomorrow, all her jobs were postponed. Not long ago, her brother was called away by a phone call. He took the company's registration information and hurried out. Her brother, this salted fish, also wants to turn over a new leaf. She wants to be a rich wife. No, the rich sister's hope is one step closer. Ding dong. The phone rang and there was a message notification. Qin Baobao retracted her gaze from the TV and picked up the phone to take a look. She suddenly had an expression of a dead child. It's that White Lotus again. After that meeting, she and Bai Lianhua added each other as friends and then the nightmare came. Bai Lianhua created a chat group and pulled her into it. Every 3 to 5 days, he would spit out a sentence: dead trash, little bitch, dead calf, street kid, primary school student. It was a collection of slang words from all over the country. She really didn't know where this guy got such a rich vocabulary. Qin Baobao was good at playing games, but she was not Suyu's opponent when it came to scolding people. Her sister's scolding words were only two: little red guy and black heart maggot. As she scolded and scolded, not only did it lose its lethality, it also became a nickname. Even Wang Zijin would occasionally say, little red guy. Suyu was different. Before she met Qin Zhe, she was a lone wolf who fought with a group of keyboard warriors. He had been diligently training his mouth and accumulating his vocabulary. He was a big shot who could fight with Qin Zhe for half an hour without losing out. Qin Baobao was particularly annoyed by her, but her sister was also a strong-willed person. How could she admit defeat when others were scolding her? The two of them held their phones and scolded each other. With a swipe of his finger, he opened the software. With one picture and 2 sentences, Qin Baobao exploded on the spot. Did the little red guy go to see you? Suyu thought for a long time before confirming that the little red guy should be talking about Qin Zhe. So what if I am? I will be the president of this company in the future. He had a complacent expression on his face. CEO, your sister. This is my company. I don't agree. Qin Baobao frowned. Don't you have your own company? Wow, you black-hearted maggot. You even want to snatch this from me. A black-hearted maggot? Suyu's forehead was filled with black lines. You are a maggot, your whole family is a maggot. Qin Baobao, you are not a maggot. You are a white lotus. Your whole family is a white lotus. Then you are a green lotus. White lotus. Better than a lotus. The motive "don't bark and don't be scared" lasted for several minutes. Qin Baobao suddenly had a flash of inspiration and laughed 3 times. Okay, the president is the president. I am a shareholder of the company. You will work for me obediently in the future. Ridiculous, can't my IQ consider such a small thing? So you sneered and sent a picture of you are a retard. You have 3% of the shares, I have 6% of the shares. It is double. Who will work for whom? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Hee, just ask your younger brother. I won't ask, I won't ask. Qin Baobao gnashed her teeth angrily. Suyu, oh. He sent a picture of I will give you a look to understand by yourself. Qin Baobao didn't speak for a while. After a while, cross-dressing boss invited Qingqing Zijin to join the group chat. Qin Baobao, Zijin, help me scold her. Wang Zijin, what's the situation? Questioning emoji, Qin Baobao, just scold her. Wang Zijin, I don't know how to scold people. Qin Baobao, oh, don't pretend. Wang Zijin. Qin Bao Bao, this White Lotus cheated Qin Zhe of the company's shares and came to me to show off. I can tolerate it, but can you? Wang Zijin thought, why can't I tolerate it? The company belongs to you and your brother. Qin Bao Bao poured black water. She also hooked up with Qin Zhe, flirting with each other and secretly sending flirtatious looks. She has ulterior motives. This can't be tolerated. Wang Zijin, why are you still talking to this kind of woman? Just blacklist her and warn Qin Zhe. If you contact her again, break her legs. Suyu, what's wrong with me? Who are you? Blue Lotus number 2? Dead trash. Wang Zijin sent a picture of Boss Disdains to talk to Weak Chicken. Don't bother with this coquettish bitch. Just send the address. I have a camera ready. I heard that tearing clothes in the street is very popular recently. And I am Little Bird. Don't blabber. Share the map if you dare. Wow, this woman is so strong? I'm scared. So you quickly found an ally. I am Little Bird invited Red Bean Thinking of the South to join the group chat. Suyu, Red Bean Thinking of the South, Sister Man, these two women bullied me. Nan Man Pei? Suyu, they threatened me and wanted to tear my clothes in the street. Nan Man Pei, I'll send bodyguards to protect you. Who are these two? Suyu, Qin Bao Bao, Jane Do-A, Wang Zijin, Qin Bao Bao, don't talk to me about this. Let's get down to business. What's the matter with the shares? Why did you take the shares? Give them back to me. Be careful or I'll sue you for illegal fraud. Suyu, I took the shares with my own ability. Why should I give them back? Nan Man Pei, and I am Little Bird, so you don't want to help me. Are you thinking about Qin Zhe? Suyu, which side are you on? Angry crying emoji, Qin Bao Bao, can you be more shameless? Where did you get the ability? In bed? Suyu, as a qualified troll, had always been thick-skinned, so what? Come and bite me. Wang Zijin, I won't bite you. I'll slap you to death. Suyu automatically ignored her. You're so obsessed with your brother. I'm going to piss you off. Qin Bao Bao, so what if I'm obsessed with my brother? I'm obsessed with my brother. It's none of your business. Get lost. Wang Zijin, wow, you finally admitted it. Nan Man Pei, scary. Suyu, pervert. Qin Bao Bao, Nan Man Pei, okay, stop arguing. You should contact Qin Zhe first. It's meaningless to quarrel here. It's a waste of time. Qin Bao Bao, haha, you're pretending to be mature. Suyu, no, I must spit at her. Pei Nanman did not say anything. She continued to let them spit at each other across the screen. They were in a heated argument. After a while, Red Beans Thinking of the South invited Qin Zhe to join the chat group. Qin Zhe, hey, everyone is here. Sister Pei, hello. Nan Man Pei, don't talk. Watch the show quietly. For a moment, the group was silent. Suyu, what are you doing? Why did you invite him? Qin Bao Bao, wow, this woman is so evil. Wang Zijin, I can't afford to offend her. Qing Zijin left the group chat. Crossdresser left the group chat. I'm Little Bird left the group chat. Qin Zhe, excuse me? What's the situation? Why did they all leave? Nan Man Pei, it's okay, a group of kids. Things that were easy to get were not cherished. Qin Zhe knew how expensive a financial license was, even if it was privately owned. Although it might be a piece of cake for Nan Man Pei, he still had to remember this favor. Qin Bao Bao had cried and shouted that she wanted to be a star, but after taking a flight to and from an unfamiliar city, she felt too tired. Now she just wanted to throw herself into her brother's arms and cry, "Brother, please take care of me," sob sob sob. She had been promoted too quickly. If she had worked hard for 8 to 10 years, she would have cherished her current fame and fortune. His sister had said a long time ago that she wanted to make some achievements in the future and open a studio to be her own boss. She had this ability, but with all Mouthy King's attributes, it was delayed again and again. Qin Zhe had also said that he wanted to open a company to support his sister, but now he was still struggling to set up an investment company. In Wang Zijin's words, there's nothing wrong with the salted fish siblings. After settling Suyu, the masochist, Qinze received a call from his father, asking him to go to school to discuss the recent trend of the stock market. He understood, the old man was asking him for advice, but it was not convenient to say it out loud. Why are you wearing sunglasses? Do you think you're a big star? The old man sat in the office and first mocked his son. There are many young girls who miss your son. Qinze said in his heart. Oh, I wear sunglasses every day when I go out with my sister, I'm used to it. If he had something to say, he could say it to his sister, but he could not say it to his father. Otherwise, the spicy old radish would suddenly take out a huge magic weapon. Not only was his son scared, but his daughter was also scared to the point of trembling. The feather duster was very powerful. They chatted from 3 to 6 in the afternoon, and the sky was already dark. The old man was satisfied and urged his son to go home to feed his daughter. Your sister is hungry, hurry up and go back. When he agreed to let his son and daughter live together, it was to let his son help feed his daughter. He wanted to feed her well and make her white and plump. Qinze walked to the door, turned around and said, Dad, Mom called my sister yesterday and said that you made a lot of money. She was very happy. Qinze imitated his mother's tone and said, Your dad is amazing. In just half a month, he has doubled our savings. Bao Bao, you have to learn from Mom. You have to have a good eye for men. At that time, Qin Bao Bao subconsciously looked at her younger brother. Qinze complained, Dad, you stole it from me, right? Unable to maintain his father's dignity, the old man flew into a rage out of humiliation. Sure enough, he took out a huge magic weapon, scaring Qinze into turning around and running away. After buying groceries at the commercial and residential area, Qinze prepared to feed his sister daily. At this time, Sister Ziwei should be back. Sure enough, they were back. 2 sisters were sitting on the sofa in the living room, one on the left and one on the right. Their arms were crossed in front of their chests, and their expressions and postures were in sync. Qinze carried the groceries to the kitchen and said, Sister Ziwei, you didn't watch TV? I'll go cook first. There's no hurry to cook. I don't feel like eating. His sisters said in unison. You don't want to eat? Qinze was stunned. Then I'll cook for you. Qin Bao Bao's face was cold. Come here first. I have something to say to you. Qinze put the groceries on the table and walked over blankly. He was about to sit on the sofa when his sister kicked him in the butt. Wang Zijin calmly pulled out a plastic stool from under the glass coffee table. Your seat is here. When did they have a small stool at home? His sister's style was so strange. Qinze sat on the small stool obediently. Tell me, what are you doing? He pretended to be innocent. Wang Zijin sneered. You don't know your sister's depth? There must be something. How could I know? My sister's depth? Qinze was shocked. Wang Zijin, who are Suyu and Sister Man? Qin Bao Bao, who allowed you to give the shares to Suyu? The 2 women said in unison again. Wang Zijin said, I'll ask first. We'll talk about the shares later. Qin Bao Bao chose to compromise. She could never be tough in front of her brother. If Wang Zijin didn't join in the fight, the scene would definitely become like this. A's, spare your sister, pa pa pa, sister is wrong. Woo, pa pa pa, you only know how to bully me. Pa pa pa, her but was going to be beaten again. She could take this opportunity to establish her sister's great image, instead of being the object of sex. She had to set rules for the little pervert. I'm asking you. Who are Suyu and Sister Man? Wang Zijin pointed to the small stool. Sit down. Qinze put his hands on his knees and sat on the small stool obediently. One is my former boss, now my partner. The other is my friend. Boss and friend are friends? How can there be such a coincidence? Wang Zijin didn't believe it. This is fate. Qinze sighed. Huh? Wang Zijin raised her eyebrows. Anyway, it's just a pure friendship. By the way, you were in the same group today. Do you know each other? Wang Zijin squinted at Qin Bao Bao and snorted. In order to protect her only brother from being seduced by a coquettish bitch, someone had to fight a few rounds every day. It took a lot of effort. Damn, it was really Su Teddy who was doing things. Xianxia knew very well about Suyu's ability to play cheap tricks. It's really just a pure friendship. Xianxia swore. How pure? As pure as me and Sister Bao Bao. Xianxia didn't forget to flatter his sister. Wang Zijin thought sadly, it's over. Okay, you're done asking. It's my turn. Qin Baobao pushed her best friend, holding back the anger in her heart. Sit down. Xianxia sat on the small stool obediently again. Why did you give the shares to Suyu? Her sister puffed up her cheeks. Because she's a talent. Bah, the trash who is abused by me every day is a talent? She's a sea turtle who studied abroad. She has a doctorate in management and a master's degree in finance. Qin Baobao, Wang Zijin, it was rare that people were poor and short-sighted when it came to education. But you can't give the shares to her. It's 6%. If you earn 100 million, she'll get 6 million for free. Qin Baobao said angrily. In fact, she promised to invest 6 million. I think the shares are too little. Xianxia spread his hands. Wow, you black-hearted person, you dare to talk back. Qin Baobao couldn't argue with her brother, so she kicked her brother. Her feet kept kicking her brother. As soon as her sister started, she instantly pulled the mode back to the original. Xianxia slapped her sister with the great tablet-smashing hand and waved his hands. Wang Zijin thought sadly, silly girl, the image that had just been erected collapsed just like that. She was doomed to be eaten by her brother in this life. Little brat, you dare to hit me. Qin Baobao was beaten a few times, and she was about to cry out of anger. Her legs hooked around her brother's waist, and her fingers poked his nostrils. But Xianxia dodged. Seeing that she was about to be beaten by her brother again, Qin Baobao suddenly had an idea. She hugged her brother's neck and tried her best to press his head to her chest. Xianxia, who was full of momentum, suddenly softened and let go. A few minutes later, he began to struggle and make a whimpering sound. It's no use begging for mercy, I won't let you go. Qin Baobao pressed even harder. He's going to suffocate to death, let go. Wang Zijin went forward to pull her best friend away, and looked at her chest with envy and jealousy. Xianxia was half lying on the sofa, gasping for breath. So scary, I almost died in my sister's arms. I feel like my body has been hollowed out. Who told you to talk back? Qin Baobao glared. I don't dare. Xianxia waved his hand. I'll lower my head to the big boss in the future. Wang Zijin thought sadly again, pure friendship, it's over. 2 days later, on November 30th, Star Arts CEO's wedding was held at a 5-star hotel, Xingzhou. Huang Yizong booked the entire floor of the hotel for the wedding. In addition to businessmen and celebrities, there were also celebrities from the entertainment industry and big bosses of capital. Qin Baobao stepped into the hotel with her internet celebrity brother. As soon as they entered the hotel, there were reporters who wanted to join in the fun. Without saying anything, they took out their cameras and took pictures of the two. Today's headlines were enough to write, shocking. Star Arts CEO's wedding was full of celebrities, and he was invited. No, the headline wasn't shocking enough. Let's change it to shocking, he appeared at the CEO's wedding, what does he want? Xianxia looked at the guy's chest, and pulled his sister away. Let's go, this guy is from UC. Isn't UC a browser? His sister was confused. There's no time to explain. Not only is he from UC, but he's also from the Department of Shock. Let's go upstairs first. Don't walk so fast. It's good to get some exposure. That's why we're here. Qin Baobao reluctantly walked forward with her brother. Don't be ridiculous. You can follow other reporters, but you should stay away from UC's reporters. Their editor is very scary. Xianxia said. What's wrong? Netizens are clamoring to have sex with UC's editor every day, but they're still alive. Xianxia pulled his sister. Let's go, you stupid woman. Stupid bitch, Qin Baobao cast a sidelong glance at her brother. Do you want to try my new skill again? Xianxia couldn't help but glance at his sister's chest and pretended to tremble. "No, I don't dare." Qin Baobao proudly stuck out her chest. After the deadly scissor kick, she unlocked a new skill, but she always felt that it was a loss. They went upstairs. There were 2 security guards at the entrance of the passage. They were dressed in suits and leather shoes, and they blocked all the reporters outside. The reporters who didn't give up raised their cameras and took pictures of the siblings. Qin Baobao took out a thick red envelope and handed it to the family members at the entrance. His sister felt that this was a loss, and she didn't know when she could return the favor. She was very upset. The wedding hadn't officially started yet, but the hall was already full of people. Several relatives welcomed the siblings in. Qin Baobao was really too dazzling, and she immediately attracted everyone's attention. Today, she wore a light blue dress, which was conservative and didn't show her shoulders or back. She wore a diamond necklace around her neck, and her earrings shone. It was a new dress that she bought a few days ago. His sister originally had her eyes on a gorgeous white dress, the kind that radiated brilliance. Xianxia was amazed and also advised his sister not to court death. If she walked into the wedding hall in that dress, the MC would probably mistake her for someone else. He would shout, "Our bride has entered the hall, everyone, welcome." Then Qin Baobao's acting career would be over. The first wave of people to come up were singers, whose legs were particularly nimble. "Miss Qin, you're here." "Hello, Miss Qin." "Io, Miss Qin is here too." As soon as Qin Baobao raised his smiling face, he saw that the singers indifferently turned away from him and gave their bright smiles to their younger brothers. She could only maintain a stiff smile as she stood beside her younger brother, who was the center of attention. Rich businessmen and celebrities followed closely behind. Qin Baobao's smile immediately became lively. She knew some of the rich businessmen. They had done commercial performances and filmed commercials before. He didn't know some of them, but based on his reputation, they would definitely come and chat with him. Who knows, he might be able to get a deal after a few words. "Miss Qin, I've heard a lot about you." "Miss Qin, have you been trading stocks recently?" "Miss Qin, you said in Taiwan that you can earn 100 million renminbi a month. Is that true?" "I also have some experience in the stock market. Do you have time to exchange ideas?" "Miss Qin," the rich businessmen collectively ignored Qin Baobao. A deep sense of malice surrounded Qin Baobao. The siblings walked around the wedding venue. Qin Baobao realized that other than Su Yunhan and a few artists who were on good terms with Star Art, no one took the initiative to greet her. Most of the celebrities went to Xianxia, while the rich businessmen all went to Xianxia. Some expressed that they wanted to exchange ideas with Xianxia. Some expressed that as long as Xianxia promoted their company's shares on Weibo or other public platforms, they would be grateful and offer generous rewards. The 2 shining halos of the fastest singer and stock god shone on her younger brother's head, blinding Baobao's eyes. Not long after, the groom came out. He was like the moon surrounded by stars. The focus instantly turned. The groom walked around the wedding venue and passed by all the guests. He accepted everyone's congratulations. When he met a close friend, he stopped and chatted for a while. However, he didn't see the bride. The wedding hadn't started yet, so the bride and groom were toasting at the back. "Why don't I see the bride?" Xianxia looked left and right. "Before the wedding, the bride can't come out. It seems that there is such a custom," Qin Baobao said in an uncertain tone. "Seems? Yeah, I've never been married. How would I know?" the sister said. Finally, Huang Yitsong came to Xianxia and his brother's table. Amidst a wave of congratulations, Huang Yitsong patted Xianxia's shoulder. "Yo, young man, I was afraid that you wouldn't come." The CEO favored Xianxia very much. People with ability and talent would be respected wherever they went. However, Huang Yitsong appreciated Xianxia because it was the first time someone could talk to him about the history of Shanghai's great sword reform. It made people feel that 1,000 cups were not enough when drinking with a bosom friend. In his eyes, Qin Baobao was just an employee with potential. He just had to give her a reserved smile. Today, Qin Baobao was particularly beautiful. However, he was the groom. Everyone could appreciate Qin Bao's appearance and figure, but he had to hold on. Pairs of eyes were staring at him. The bride didn't come out? Xianxia asked. The bride is in the room. I have to send a red packet to invite her out later. Maybe there will be some trouble. It's troublesome. Huang Yizong pulled a chair and sat down. I have photos here. Let me show you. He opened the photo album on his phone and showed Xianxia the wedding photos he took with the bride. The bride was very beautiful. After the beauty treatment, she looked like a fairy. However, her face was particularly tender. She was between a high school student and a college student. She seemed to be younger than him. New? How old is the bride? Xianxia asked in shock. This year, she is in her 3rd year of university. I wanted to wait for her to graduate and get married, but the elders of both parties thought that it was better to get married as soon as possible. Huang Yizong whispered, she entered the grave of marriage early. But there was no other way. The bride's family and my family are old friends. Her temper and personality are good. I married her according to my parents. Huang Yizong's face was calm as if he had seen countless women and seen through the world. I also want to have this kind of family friend. Xianxia also whispered, brother, you like Lolas? Due to the nature of CEO Huang, he did not hesitate to speak. Isn't Lolicon very popular these days? At my age, there is no market for sistercon. Huang Yizong glanced at Qin Baobao and joked, you have a lot of potential. Xianxia was alert. Did the CEO know something? Was it too late to kill him now? Huang Yizong noticed that Xianxia's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Did I say something wrong? Oh right, add me as a friend. I will send you something. Huang Yizong said. The two of them scanned the QR code and added each other as friends. Huang Yizong sent Xianxia a long list of benefits. Xianxia stared at it and his eyes widened. It was the address of a clubhouse in all the major areas of Buhu City, as well as the contact information of the manager. At the end of the list, there was also Huang Yizong's personal comment. Xianxia thought sadly that in CEO Huang's heart, he was probably an old driver. The clubhouses are a bit high-end and expensive. But with your financial ability, it is not a problem. Go, they are all good places. Huang Yizong lowered his voice. I don't have the chance and probably don't have the energy. There are also some well-known clubhouses that I haven't been to. It is a pity that there is a crackdown recently. That is all I can help you with. F*CK, you forcibly enlightened me and taught me all the skills. I am the all-mouthy king. In fact, I am still a little novice. I am familiar with the 108 positions but not the body. Xianxia held the phone excitedly, like a third-rate swordsman holding the solitary 9 swords secret book. Qinbao pricked up her ears to eavesdrop on the boss and her brother whispering. Unfortunately, she didn't hear anything. She thought to herself, they have only met once. Why are they acting like it is hard to find a confidant? At this time, the group of relatives and friends stood in the distance and waved at Huang Yizong, calling him over. The voice of a famous host came. Let's welcome our bride first. The wedding had a professional team of MCs, but the host was given to a famous host in the entertainment industry. A group of people rushed out of the venue and walked along the long corridor to the suite at the end. The bride was inside. The filming crew followed the crowd. Qinbao stood up excitedly. Let's go, and see the fun. Outside the suite, Huang Yizong stood still. The best man was responsible for knocking on the door. Open the door, open the door. The bride is here. He knocked for a long time, but no one answered. Open the door, we're giving out red packets, the best man shouted. Still, no one answered. Xianxia imagined a scene, open the door, if you can, how magical. How many red packets are there? Finally, a clear voice came from the room. Open the door first, then we'll give out the red packets, the best men shouted. The door opened, but there was an anti-theft chain, so only a crack could be seen. Give us the red packets, then open the door. A few white and tender hands reached out. The best man with the basket began to give out the red packets. Can you open the door now? No, you still have red packets in the basket. Don't open the door until you give them all, the girls in the room said. Hey, these little girls. Huang Yizong said impatiently, give them all. After the red packets in the basket were given out, the girls laughed and said, wait a moment. The girl with the thick red packets in her pocket opened the door with a smile, but the other girls were nowhere to be seen. Where are they? Inside. You guys continue, I'll leave first, the girl said with a smile. The suite had a bedroom and a living room, with a total area of 40 to 50 square meters. The grooms entered the living room, and there was another door inside. What the F***ck, everyone was stunned. Then, there was another round of shouting, open the door, open the door. Give us the red packets, or we won't open the door. The girls' voices were heard again. Here, here, here. Huang Yizong waved his hand. The best man with the basket was dumbfounded. There are no more red packets. I don't care, we won't open the door if there are no red packets. The girls' voices were heard. Huang Yizong was very rich. Just as he was about to ask the best men to prepare new red packets, his relative tugged at his sleeve and said in a disappointed tone, that's not how you open the door. You can't always compromise, or else their demands will only get higher. Huang Yizong thought that it made sense, so he did not compromise. He insisted that the best man knock on the door and shouted, open the door, open the door. The surrounding guests laughed. Some raised their phones to take pictures, while others cheered for the best man. Both parties were in a deadlock for a while. In the room, the bride, who was wearing a wedding dress, sat on the bed and said, okay, Xianxia, open the door. Xianxia blocked the door and said in a disappointed tone, Aya, you can't open the door so quickly. You don't know how to cherish what you get. The girls all agreed. The bride said helplessly, but it's so noisy. Xianxia thought for a while. Then let's take a step back and let them sing. If they sing well, let the grooms sing. If they don't sing well, we won't open the door. After the girls finished their discussion, they shouted through the door, it's okay if you don't give out red packets, then sing 3 songs. The first one is Love You Forever. The second one is My Lover. We'll talk about the third one later. Huang Yizong thought to himself, singing is not a problem. When I hugged the girls and sang about life, you weren't even born yet. The camera focused on Huang Yizong. A real man opened his mouth and shouted without any shushing. Finished. What's the third song? Hurry up, don't waste time. Open the door, it was the groomsmen's voices. The girls in the room gave the next order. The third song is an original. It's about love. Don't just sing it blindly. It has to be original. It has to move our bride to tears. F***k, Huang Yizong and the groomsmen had 10,000 curses running through their minds. How could it be original? Weren't they making things difficult for them? This is too much. Nonsense, Huang Yizong's relative said unhappily. This group of girls didn't know how to act tough at all. There are so many celebrities and musicians outside. There must be original songs. If you don't sing, we won't open the door, the girls shouted. F***k, the singers and musicians were also in a state of confusion. How could there be so many original works? If there were original works, who would use them in this place? The groomsman carrying the basket said unhappily, the requirements for original songs are too high. Who's so good to come up with a song in such a short time? Is it a fast shooter? Ha ha ha. The guests laughed loudly. Xianxia also laughed along. Fast shooter? Huang Yizong suddenly reacted. He turned his head and looked behind him. Finally, he found Xianxia's figure. The laughter stopped abruptly. The guests who reacted quickly understood. Fast shooter, Xianxia's smile froze on his face. Everyone turned to look at him. The camera locked onto him as if to say, look, the fast shooter is here, MMP. When Xianxia's fastest shooter in the music industry achieved the achievement of everyone's attention, he was complacent and half sad and half proud in the face of netizens' teasing. But when he mentioned the fastest shooter, everyone immediately looked at him. This reaction was unacceptable to Xianxia. It was more than unacceptable, it was heartbreaking. His sister felt the guest's strange gazes and silently took a step back with the principle of I'll go first if there's something good and the little brother will do if there's something bad. Heartbreaking again. Take back your gazes, I'm still a child. Ha ha ha, little brother, I knew it was the right choice to invite you. Huang Yizong's laughter attracted everyone's attention. He said, I'm very confident in your reputation as the fastest shooter. The glory that has been tested is not fake at all. The guests once again cast a look of deep sympathy and a look of incomprehension. Xianxia easily saw through their eyes. Hey, fastest shooter, I have high hopes for you. The quality of the fastest shooter is top-notch. I can witness the fastest shooter's divinity show again. Fastest shooter 666. As a famous fastest shooter, I'm under pressure every day that doesn't match my age. Ding. Divinity show, October 15th, please immediately take out your original work and help the groom knock on the bride's door. The system also joined in. Please act pretentious appropriately. Xianxia calmly said, in this situation, I can't have any psychological desire, I'm not that perverted. Whether you're perverted or not, you'll know when you go home and ask your sister. System, you've changed, you're no longer the good system I know that silently gives out tasks. Do I still have hope to take off this title in this life? Waiting online, urgent, Xianxia held his pierced heart and walked towards President Huang, who was waving fiercely and smiling like a fool. Huang Yizong hugged Xianxia's neck. Little brother, it's up to you, give your sister an extra drumstick later. Xianxia glanced at him. Extra drumstick your sister, she's not an actress. This is your wedding, I can't act pretentious. He whispered. If a man doesn't act cool, how can he seduce a real one? Huang Yizong whispered, I'm already in the grave, I don't care about these things. You can act all you want. What a flirtatious conversation, if it were a narrow-minded groom, he would never let Xianxia steal his limelight at the wedding. However, the president was a professional driver who had rolled in countless sheets, turned countless corners, and rocked countless beds. His heart was as still as water. Outside the crowd, a guy wearing glasses was holding a small video camera and filming excitedly. On his chest was a sign, you see. Can he really do it? He wrote a song in such a short time? Who knows? There are only wrong names, but there are no wrong nicknames. The fast gunner will definitely become one soon. I'm relieved to hear that. It feels very safe. It's done, Xianxia pondered. What should he sing? There were a bunch of songs in the system store that made people dizzy. Xianxia, who had a phobia of choice, was very annoyed. Should he use one of his sister's songs to fool them? No, it was too lacking in the style of showing one's divinity in front of people. What if he sang Happy Breakup? Xianxia's brain twitched. He wondered if he would be beaten to death on the spot. Xianxia closed his eyes. He's thinking. I've already counted down. Record the speed of the fast gunner. He opened his eyes. It's unbelievable. Is there a result in such a short time? The guests whispered. Xianxia cleared his throat. Without accompaniment or music, he sang, he will be your groom. From now on, he will be your partner for life. Everything about him will be closely related to you. Fortune and misfortune must be shared. She will be your bride. She was entrusted to you by others. You must treat her with double care. Pain and joy must be shared. It must be a special fate for them to be able to become family. At first, he didn't think it was very good, but the quality was good. Until the line, it must be a special fate that made us become a family along the way. This sentence seemed to have the finishing touch, and instantly raised the quality of the whole song. After carefully thinking about the lyrics, it was actually so appropriate. It was simply made for a wedding. This was the strength of the #1 fast gunner in the music industry. Everyone was shocked. It's surprisingly good. I must hug this thigh, a certain singer whispered. Is this Xianxia's strength? It's so fast that it makes people despair. I've lost, a famous music producer said. Oh my god, it's really too fast. I didn't even react and he was already done. A female guest was shocked. I've counted. 20 seconds. 20 seconds for a song. It's too fast. A male guest said. He didn't understand. Clap clap clap. Applause rang out. Everyone applauded enthusiastically. As expected of the fast gunner. He deserved his reputation. I'm kneeling down to this big shot. Xianxia listened to the applause. The people around him looked at him as if he was a big shot. Thinking about it, he felt quite good. At this time, he glanced at the reporter with the UC tag on his chest. With a strange smile, he put away his camera and turned to leave in satisfaction. The ball is in the sack. How did this person sneak in? Security, security, a suspicious person sneaked in. Hurry up and catch him, it's over. Tomorrow's news will definitely be shocking. At the wedding, he actually did such a thing on behalf of the groom, or, the #1 fast gunner in the music industry flaunts his skills in public. Men fall silent and women cry. I'll never be able to take off this title in this lifetime, Xianxia thought sadly. He really wanted to look up at the sky. Open the door, open the door. The best man knocked on the door. Inside the room, Xianxia and the other bridesmaids were dumbfounded. Is it really an original? I'll search the lyrics on the internet first. No need to search. Didn't you hear? The singer outside is Xianxia. Xianxia? Brother Qin Bao Bao, the #1 fast gunner in the music industry. Haven't you heard of him? Oh my god. That's too fast. Xianxia was outside the door. The corner of his mouth twitched. Go away. Let me break down the door of this group of little bitches. The bridesmaids were willing to admit defeat and opened the door. The moment the door was opened, the girls glanced at Xianxia with hidden bitterness. Qin Bao Bao took a video of the scene just now with her phone and posted it on Weibo. Brother 666. The fans heard the news and replied in surprise, wow, brother has a new song? Bao Bao is the happiest sister. She never has to worry about a good song. It's so good to have a brother like this. Bao Bao is so happy. Of course, there were also some annoying flirtatious bitches who replied. Awesome, my husband. Brother, mwax. Brother is mine. Nonsense. Brother is mine. You bunch of crazy bees and butterflies, get lost. Qin Bao Bao is my sister. Hee hee hee. She logged out of Weibo and posted the video in the chat group. Wang Zijin was the first to reply. Ace is so awesome. Awesome. Suyu, crazy brother, haha. Nan Man Pei, do you want to say that brother is the best? Qin Bao Bao's mouth curled up. White Lotus, shut up. Just watch quietly. I'm in a good mood today. I don't want to educate you. Suyu sent a funny face. Who's educating who? As soon as she finished, she was flooded with Wang Zijin's funny face. Wang Zijin typed, let's fight. Suyu disdainfully said, stupid. Nan Man Pei, don't quarrel. If you quarrel again, I'll leave the group. Qin Bao Bao, then you can leave. After the scolding that day, Suyu created another group and pulled Qin Bao Bao into the group to spar. Qin Bao Bao was defeated and pulled Wang Zijin to help. Suyu pulled Nan Man Pei into the group. Another cycle. Red Beans thinking of the South invited Xianxia to join the group. Qin Bao Bao, you're doing this again. Suyu, that's enough. We won't quarrel. Wang Zijin, RBQ RBQ. Nan Man Pei laughed. It's best if you don't quarrel. I'm just joking with you guys. Qin Bao Bao, Wang Zijin, Suyu, Xianxia leaned his head over. What are you looking at? You don't look right. Qin Bao Bao turned around and didn't give her brother a chance to peep. She quickly typed the words black-hearted maggot and exited the chat software. Little brother, let's go back to our seats. The wedding is about to start. The sister took her brother's arm. Little brother is not for you to call me that. Xianxia said unhappily. Qin Bao Bao tilted her head and thought for a while. Brother fast shooter, let's go. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, he would have pressed her to the ground and injected her with needles. The groom took the bride's hand and walked into the wedding venue. The wedding of the couple officially kicked off. What happened after that didn't have much to do with Xianxia. He was particularly low-key, drinking and eating meat as he watched the guests go on stage to perform. Qin Baobao also went on stage to sing a song. With her sister's appearance, she ignited the audience. With her gentle voice and good looks, she brought a wonderful show to the guests. It's good to be low-key. It's better to be able to dilute your own existence. If at this time any guy who doesn't open his eyes dares to come forward and greet him, hey, fast shooter. Xianxia intends to let him know what is called blood splashing in 5 steps. After the wedding, the sister and brother went out together. The two argued about who would drive because they both drank. Although they were not drunk and were not drunk driving, if they were caught by the police, they could not escape the charge of drunk driving. The sister is a big star. She must attend the wedding. Little red man, why did you drink? You didn't pay attention. Qin Baobao's face was slightly red. You drive. It's funny. Do you have more social engagements or do I have more social engagements? I'm the most eye-catching person besides the groom. Xianxia was dead set on the back seat. You drive. Could it be that my new ultimate move is useless? Say, S-E-B-U, F-A-G, tremble, die, little red man, look at this. The sister pounced on her brother like a tiger and displayed the unique skill of holding her brother in her arms. Xianxia felt that the little soul in his body was trembling. The familiar touch, the familiar embrace, but the fragrance was a little pungent. The amount of perfume that the sister used for the wedding was several times more than usual. In close contact, Xianxia's nose was a little uncomfortable and itchy. He shivered in his sister's arms. Achoo, he sneezed fiercely. A pool of snot stained the sister's chest, leaving a large wet mark on the gorgeous dress. Xianxia pushed away the stiff sister, leaned over, took out 2 tissues, and slowly wiped his nose. This weight is not a loss, he said. The sister cried out. I lost so much. While crying, the sister took the tissue handed by her brother, wiped the white turbid liquid from her chest, pursed her mouth like a little girl who was wronged, and then pretended to be stupid. As long as Xianxia looked at her, she pretended to wipe her tears and sniffle. Sister is playing tricks again, Xianxia sighed, forget it, go home and ask for facial cleanser or scissor leg benefits as compensation. Although he didn't know the depth of his sister, her temperament had already been thoroughly understood. She would say that she hated him while opening her arms to kill him. While saying no, she would open her legs, scissor leg to kill him. He opened the door, got into the driver's seat, and drove the little red horse into the rolling traffic. On the way, he received a call from Suyu. I found the office address, it's in the Zhongjin building on Pudong Commercial Road. Take some time to come and have a look. If you're satisfied, I'll immediately ask someone to decorate and buy office supplies. Suyu just came out of the Zhongjin building and drove to the Huihong building a few kilometers away. Do as you see fit. Xianxia wore a Bluetooth headset and irresponsibly acted as a shopkeeper. Humph, you only know how to shirk responsibility. Suyu snorted, with a bit of a girl's reproach. By the way, when will you transfer your 6 million to me? Xianxia said. This is more troublesome, let's talk about it later. Time is money, don't dawdle, I can earn hundreds of thousands a day with 6 million. Xianxia said angrily. You're even so concerned about a woman's private money. Suyu said faintly. Why do I feel that the women around me are infected with the disease of my brother's money is my money? Don't talk nonsense, Xianxia scolded. Xianxia, transfer the money. Suyu was immediately convinced, I'll call you tomorrow. Why is it that none of the beautiful women I know is normal? Suyu, who is in the late stage of cancer and Hua Tua can't reverse the situation, Wang Zijin, who pretends to be a lady, and the sister, Qin Baobao, who likes to pretend to be stupid and sweet in front of her brother. Life is so bad, so boring. Anything else? I'll call you later and give you a surprise. Suyu said mysteriously. Qin Baobao's little ears perked up. Okay, I'll wait for your call. The call ended. A call from Bai Lianhua? Xianxia was stunned for a few seconds before he realized that his sister was talking about Suyu. Yes. Qin Baobao pursed her lips and turned her head to look at the passing scenery outside the window. Although I've only met her twice, but. I can't help but feel that she's crazy. She was also too embarrassed to tell her brother that she often argued with her online. Your evaluation is not bad. I'll give you a bonus. Add, what? The elder sister suddenly sounded very shocked. Add, Xianxia saw his sister's face from the rearview mirror. It was such a complicated face. Her eyes were wide open, her mouth was slightly open, and there was anger and a trace of shyness between her eyebrows. It fully expressed the poet's concern for the country and the people. She wanted her brother's leg to be broken but was unable to do so. Is my sister thinking the wrong way? What do I think she looks like? Xianxia changed the subject. To prevent his sister from exploding, a pet husky? Qin Baobao insisted. No. Chihuahua. No, why are you guessing that she's a dog? Qin Baobao rolled her eyes, because you yell about dogs every day. Damn. When did his sister's mouth become so sharp? Where did she learn it? It's Teddy. Xianxia said, think about it, Teddy is not angry at anyone. Suyu is like this. She will spit at whoever she doesn't like in the game without any scruples. Only I, your brother, can suppress her. Xianxia's expression was proud, but he didn't see his sister's black face. I think she's a husky. His sister deliberately argued. Husky, that's you, but he didn't dare to say this. If his sister gave him a hug on the spot, he would be screwed. Qin Baobao picked up the mobile phone and opened the chat software. I am a bird, I was wrong, I will never call you a white lotus again. A few minutes later, Suyu sent a proud expression, even so, I will spit at you often. Nan Man Pei, let's be friends. Wang Zijin, you think too much. Baby Qin replied with an ahahaha emoji, because you are Teddy Su, ha ha ha. Wang Zijin, funny expression. Suyu, damn, you bitch. Red Bean thinking of the South withdrew a message. Qin Baobao actively brushed Xianxia's negative impression in front of Suyu. This is not what I said, it's what my brother said, la la la. Suyu, Nan Man Pei, don't betray your brother. Wang Zijin didn't speak, quietly took a screenshot of this message, and decided to use it to threaten Qin Baobao another day. Back home, Wang Zijin lay on the long sofa, forming a graceful body curve, wearing headphones and watching dramas. Today is the weekend, the end of the month. Wang Zijin was very resentful. The last time they went to Taiwan, they didn't take her. This time, they didn't take her to the wedding. Although she couldn't be forced to attend the wedding, after all, there was no invitation, she always felt excluded from the world of the two siblings. Although Xianxia was very gentle and attentive to her in private, as long as his sister was present, the little red guy immediately entered the sage mode. It's a pity that it's a marriage. The relationship between the groom and the bride's family is very good, and there are quite a lot of business dealings. Sister Ziwei, you told me before that you were arranged for a blind marriage. I didn't believe it, it's not a single case. Xianxia sat next to her. Nagging, but I saw the bride, it's not a loss. It's a big loss. Her sister said from the room. She had changed into loose casual clothes, and her legs were long and straight. What are you doing? Wang Zijin saw her throw the newly bought dress into the bathroom, abandoning it like a pair of worn-out shoes. It's defiled, it's not pure anymore. Qin Baobao said angrily. It's so strange. Wang Zijin ignored her and turned to Xianxia and said, love at first sight is basically a matter of appearance. What they like is the face. If they are lucky enough to win each other's heart, if their personalities don't match, they will eventually be separated. So I hate this kind of marriage the most. It's okay, the groom is an experienced driver, and his means are extraordinary. All friction can be ended with 2 fingers. Xianxia said. Wang Zijin thought carefully, but she didn't figure out anything from Xianxia's words, but she felt that something was wrong. Is it because I haven't gone far on the road of being an experienced driver and can't understand the profound meaning? Xianxia put the phone on the coffee table and went into the room to get the laptop. In just a short while, the phone was gone. Hey, stop fooling around, give me back my phone. Xianxia pushed her sister on the sofa. Why me? Why can't it be Wang Zijin? Qin Baobao refused to accept it. Sister Ziwei is not as childish as you. Xianxia said helplessly. Then search me, see if there's a phone. Qin Baobao stood on the sofa and opened her arms. If you dare to touch me, I'll tell Dad that you touched my chest. Xianxia rolled her eyes and answered. Then have you touched it? Wang Zijin gave her a sideways glance. Xianxia, Qin Baobao rolled her eyes and smiled. Young man, did you lose a gold Baobao or a silver Baobao? Neither, Grandpa, I lost Qin Baobao. Young man, you're such an honest child. Her sister jumped over happily. The Baobao is yours. In the blink of an eye, a leg stretched out from the side and tapped Qin Baobao's waist. Her sister was hit, and she collapsed on the sofa. What are you doing? Qin Baobao stared at her best friend angrily. Wang Zijin's face was full of guilt and sincerity. Ouch, my leg cramped. Qin Baobao, she understood that Wang Zijin was hiding a dagger in a smile and didn't reveal her true colors. Julie Investment Company, Limited. Li Linfeng came out of the CEO's office. He had just handed in his resignation letter. After being transferred to the investment bank, he was thrown into the cold palace. For more than a month, he did not manage to close a single contract. He was not familiar with the investment bank business. In recent years, the industry was not doing well, and the income was plummeting. Li Linfeng had some complaints about the new CEO. Su Hao's management skills were alright, but his business skills were much worse. The company had recently invested more than 1 billion yuan and made millions in profits. It was a disgrace to the investment bank. When he passed by the office, Yang Jian said helplessly, Boss, are you really leaving? Boss, don't go. You might come back to lead us again. The new manager is so serious. We're used to you being funny. We're not used to such a serious leader. Boss, don't be a coward. You might get promoted. Li Linfeng sighed in his heart. Promotion? Not going to happen. Let's meet again if fate allows. He waved to everyone and returned to his office to pack his things. A moment later, the door of the office knocked twice. Chen Guang pushed the door open and entered. I heard that you resigned? What else can I do? Get a guaranteed salary? Chen Guang chuckled, I resigned too. Li Linfeng stopped packing and looked at Chen Guang with a puzzled gaze. Why? You didn't get promoted, so why did you quit? I was stuck on the approval of funds every few days. Damn it, there's a bunch of procedures to go through. Every time I asked for help, the imperial envoys would kick me around. This is the drawback of the system. I can't stand it. Just because of this? That's too willful. Li Linfeng could not understand. Your kid just started primary school. How expensive is a private primary school? How are you going to feed your kid if you quit just like that? My wife ran out of milk a long time ago. Chen Guang said mysteriously, what do you plan to do next? Li Linfeng was silent. Chen Guang said sneakily, the heavenly king covers the earth tiger. Li Linfeng hesitated for a moment, beat Qin Bao to death. The secret code matched. After a moment of silence, the two of them looked at each other with tears in their eyes. CEO Su called you too? I'm sure you did too. It's better to follow CEO Su. She's very good at management. I just don't know if she's reliable. After all, CEO Su is working alone and doesn't have any financial support. CEO Su said she'll introduce an old friend to us later. Hee, I don't even need to guess to know it's Xianxia. I think so too. I have another question. Does CEO Su have a grudge against Qin Bao? Not far from the Huihong building, in a small private room in a tea house. Suyu was dressed in a professional suit. Her long black hair was coiled up, and she looked simple and capable. Her exquisite face was cold and beautiful like a goddess. Without revealing her masochistic nature, she looked like a goddess. The waiter led Li Linfeng and Chen Guang in. Suyu nodded to the two of them. Have a seat. The two of them sat opposite her. Coincidentally, the tea was ready, and Suyu brewed it for them. Her technique was very experienced, and the tea leaves were also top grade. The taste wouldn't be bad. She had learned this set of nimble movements from Pei Nanman. According to Big Sister Pei, in her father's generation, the family was involved in many shady businesses. Therefore, her father had always wanted a son to take over the business. Unfortunately, his large magic tool was not up to expectations and only gave birth to 2 daughters. He wanted the elder daughter to inherit the business and the younger daughter to learn to be a virtuous lady. It was a pity that old man Pei was later captured and punished by humanity. The eldest daughter only wanted to help her husband and teach her children, so the youngest daughter, Pei Nanman, had to take over the family business. When Nanman Pei was young, she was proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Her life had taken a 360-degree turn, and she had forgotten everything except for the tea ceremony that she was interested in. Li Linfeng tasted it and gave a thumbs up. Delicious, delicious. Chen Guang echoed, it's only slightly worse than the ones made by the waiter. Li Linfeng poked this guy's waist. Don't be too straightforward. We're all old friends, and you know my ability. We started from the profits and reached the end at about the same time. However, this represents a new beginning. Qin Zhe and I have set up a new investment company, and we're currently building the framework. The company will be profitable in 3 days. Suyu wasn't stingy with her smile. Everyone knows that when a tree moves, it dies. Li Linfeng asked, Boss Su, have we found the investor? Suyu smiled. Qin Zhe is our investor. Li Linfeng was dumbfounded. Chen Guang was enlightened. Earn 100 million? This year, the most popular phrase on the internet was, set a small goal and earn 100 million first. He said that he had already achieved this small goal. Under the influence of Qin Zhe, Suyu also spoke generously. Is it reliable? Chen Guang was doubtful. Just call and ask. Suyu dialed Qin Zhe's phone and turned on the speakerphone. Sorry, the number you have dialed is unavailable. A calm voice came from the speaker. His phone was turned off, Suyu's mouth twitched. Maybe it's out of battery. I called him just now. Suyu made his voice sound calm. Let's drink tea first. Li Linfeng and Chen Guang exchanged glances. Is it really reliable? Really reliable, right? Young man, did you drop Wang Zijin or your adorable and invincible super beautiful sister? Qin Baobao said as she shook her but shamelessly. I protest. Why is your prefix so long? And I'm naked. Wang Zijin looked up from the phone screen. Qin Baobao leaned over and patted her best friend's head. Watch your web drama. Don't disturb me playing with my brother. Stop fooling around. I really have something to do. Give me back my phone. Qin Zhe said, even if you're not tired, I'm tired. I'll give it to you if your answer is correct. Grandpa, it's neither. I dropped a black heart maggot. Wrong answer. Qin Baobao looked down from above and chopped her brother's head with a knife. It's my adorable and invincible super beautiful sister. Qin Zhe said helplessly. Qin Baobao was satisfied. She turned around and squatted down, fumbling for the phone hidden under the sofa cushion. As soon as the phone was found, it was snatched by her brother. Her brother, who had been holding back for a long time, raised his foot and kicked her round butt. She turned around and fled back to the room. Qin Baobao rubbed her butt and heard a ding-dong sound from the phone. It was a message notification. Crossdresser, where is your brother? Let him answer my call. At this time, Suyu was embarrassed to death. Beg me. Beg me and I'll tell you. F***ck, it's a company matter. I don't have time to bicker with you. I want to bicker, 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 bicker. Bicker your sister. If you don't have a handle, you'll only be bicker for the rest of your life. Nan Man Pei, and I'm a bird, watch your words. Wang Zijin, and I'm a bird, watch your words. It seemed that everyone in the group didn't have a handle. Wang Zijin, by the way, A's phone was just hidden by Bao Bao. Suyu, Qin Baobao, you wicked ghost. Believe it or not, I'm going to bicker with you right now. Li Linfeng and Chen Guang suddenly found that the President Su in front of them was very scary. There was something called killing intent overflowing. Qin Baobao, come if you have the guts. I have a handle at home. Let's see who's going to bicker. Wang Zijin sent a funny emoji. Crossdresser, what if she takes out a weapon bigger than Qin Zhe? Suyu, Qin Bao Bao, Nan Man Pei, RBQ, RBQ. Suyu, wow, sister man, you become so dirty too? Nan Man Pei? In the private room, Suyu typed out the words he understood and suddenly saw Wang Zijin speak. Wang Zijin, why is the word can't be provoked dirty? Can't be provoked, Suyu silently deleted. Meet as Ji. Li Linfeng and Chen Guang looked at each other. The former smiled bitterly and said, President Su, the phone still can't get through? Let's wait and drink some tea. Suyu cursed in his heart. Qin Bao Bao, this little b asterisk tch, the next time they meet, he must f asterisk ck her. Chen Guang burped and waved his hand. I'm full, I've never been so full in my life. Li Linfeng poked his waist. Bro, I told you not to be so straightforward. As they were talking, the phone finally came. Suyu felt wronged and unconsciously bit his lips. Big. Xianxia, your sister is too much. If you can't get through to my phone, then call her. Call her and scold her to death. What did you learn all these years in vain? Xianxia said, useless thing. Well, I'll definitely do it next time. Suyu said happily. If you have something to say it quickly. I'm busy. I'm going to cook later. It's like this. Chen Guang and Li Linfeng have left and plan to work with us. The treatment is the same as when we were in the company. I have to say hello to you. Suyu said, you can say a few words to them. She looked at Li Linfeng and Chen Guang, only to see two broken faces. Well, it's like this, say hello to them, say a few words. God, there must be something wrong with our hearing. How can the style of the iceberg beautiful president and Xianxia collapse like this? Director, is your production budget not enough? Suyu turned on the hands-free mode and changed her face in a second. She said lightly, say a few words? Xianxia's laughter came. Hey, old Chen, old Lin, Su Teddy. A strange voice mixed in. Suyu's face darkened. The other side didn't speak for a long time, and there was a slight dispute. After a while, Xianxia's voice came again. Welcome. When the office is finished, let's have a meal, Su Teddy. The strange voice came again. Chen Guang and Li Linfeng were stunned and looked at Suyu carefully. Xianxia, do you have any goals? Let's make another 100 million this month? The two asked excitedly. No, I have a plan to do securities lending again, Xianxia said. How much? Suyu couldn't help but ask. He didn't have time to deal with Qin Bao Bao, that little bitch. 100 million funds, half of it will be invested in futures, and the other half in the stock market. I'm going to leverage 10 times. Xianxia threw out a heavy bomb. Now the regulatory department is deleveraging. You can't do it like this. Li Linfeng frowned. We can provide private financing, and many banks are taking the initiative to provide financing. We don't have to find securities companies, Xianxia said. Then what are you going to do? Do you have a detailed project plan? Chen Guang trembled with excitement. Su Teddy. The crisp voice mixed in again. Let's talk about it another day. I'll hang up first. Xianxia hurriedly hung up the phone. Li Linfeng and Chen Guang looked at each other silently and turned to look at Suyu with a firm expression. Mr. Su, we will remember the code. Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger, kill Qin Bao Bao. Suyu's heart was tired. The next day, Xianxia met with Li Linfeng and Chen Guang in the office rented by Suyu on the 15th floor of the Zhongjing building. Suyu was indeed a professional. He was very efficient, and the professional team had already started the construction. Refresh the walls, set up desks, connect the internet, change the front desk. I originally liked the 12th floor, but there is still half a month before the contract expires. Plus the process, it will take at least a month to move in. This office has been empty for several months, so you can come in after signing the contract. So you took them around the construction team and walked to the innermost office. The office area was about 30 square meters, with a huge 2-meter-long desk placed in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Behind it was the Bund River view. Passenger ships and merchant ships slowly passed by, and the stern dragged the slowly spreading waterway. On both sides of the Huangpu River, high-rise buildings were connected to high-rise buildings, full of modern prosperity. Looking to the left, they could see the Oriental Pearl Tower. "This is your office, and mine is next door." Suyu smiled. The rent for such a place was definitely not cheap, but Xianxia was too lazy to ask. "Suyu would take care of these things. Next door should be my secretary's office." "By the way, do I have a secretary?" Xianxia asked. "I will be your secretary for the time being." Suyu smiled. "That's okay." Li Linfeng and Chen Guang couldn't bear to look anymore. The style had completely collapsed. Suyu led them to see their respective offices and then left. It was not suitable to talk about things here. The beautiful president was indeed President Qin's secretary. She booked a place for everyone in the Hunan restaurant. They ate in the private room and talked about the future and planning of the company. Every time they ate Hunan food, Xianxia would always think of Nan Manpei, who was obviously a northerner, but was crazy about Hunan food. The key point was that the food she cooked was terrible. "Every time I went out to eat with Nan Man, she would choose to eat Hunan food, which made me subconsciously book a table in this restaurant." Suyu said, "She not only likes Hunan food, but also is obsessed with cooking it. It's terrible. Except for the spiciness, her dishes have no characteristics." Xianxia complained. Suyu pecked his head. "President Qin, when are you going to carry out your 10 billion plan?" Li Linfeng asked half-jokingly. Chen Guang pricked up his ears. Suyu stared at him with her beautiful eyes. "No need for levers, let's do it normally," Xianxia said. The three of them were dumbfounded. What happened to the small goal? What happened to reaching the pinnacle of life? "Your car is going to overturn. Open the door. We want to get out." With both private and bank funding, it won't be difficult to raise 100 million to 1 billion. Chen Guang said as he was addicted to the excitement of futures. He felt that nothing could make his blood boil more than victory on the verge of a full house. His old friends advised him that sooner or later he would be finished. But he was very capable. After walking on a tightrope for so many years, he still didn't go to the rooftop. It's not because of the lack of funds. The company has just been established, and we don't have enough manpower. Let's postpone the issue of leverage," Xianxia said. Xianxia had been influenced by his grandfather since he was young. He had heard him talk about the history of the stock market. In 1992, when the stock market rose for the second time, it created many millionaires. Being a millionaire in 1992, TSK, was even more shocking than being a billionaire today. In the eyes of ordinary people, he was a big shot that they could only dream of. Many people didn't even have the concept of being a millionaire. This was the charm of the stock market. In a single night, a salted fish could become a big shot. It was the same now. Some people had gotten a windfall in this bull market. After tasting the taste of being rich, it was hard for them to work in peace. "If I can get rich by trading stocks, why should I work? For example, I have such a beautiful sister, why should I find a girlfriend?" It seemed that something strange had sneaked in. Xianxia relied on the salted fish system to cheat him, and with his own hard work, he finally earned 100 million. But in reality, he was still a salted fish in front of the big shots. If he could earn money, of course he had to earn it. Although he was a salted fish had ambitions too. For example, he wanted to be the saltiest fish. The main reason was that 1 billion was too difficult to handle. 40 million and 6 to 8 accounts had already taken him a lot of effort. 1 billion. Just thinking about it made him scared. Even with Li Linfeng, the flute boy, sitting beside him, the two of them obviously couldn't handle it. They still lacked talents. The key was that the domestic stock market was still King evil. Maybe one day it would fall off a cliff, and it would definitely be over. At that time, not only his mother would cry, but his sister would also cry. To be safe, he had to develop in a low-key way first. He couldn't go wild. If he went wild, he would become a flop. Suyu said, "That's good. If you walk too fast, it's easy to fall. Take it slow." Worthy of being the #1 flute girl under this poor Taoist. Xianxia gave her a thumbs up. After dinner, the two left. On the way to the parking space, Suyu suddenly said, "Would you like to sit at my place?" Qinzhe shook his head. "No, I don't even have a pair of slippers." Suyu summoned up her courage. "I can buy it." "Then let's go. There's something I haven't finished." Qinzhe agreed. Suyu raised a smile, revealing shallow dimples. She had two small dimples, but this woman usually didn't like to smile. At most, she would smile lightly. The lovely dimples have been covered in dust until now. Qinzhe came to Suyu's house for the second time. No man could set foot in it except his father. The warm elm floor covered the whole house, the brown-yellow walls, and there were no fans and exquisite decorations that girls liked. It was simple, concise, clean, but less warm. Before entering the community, Suyu took a detour to the supermarket and bought a stack of men's cotton slippers. Qinzhe thought, why buy so many? One pair is enough. I don't come here often. He thought that maybe it was the habit of the beautiful secretary to spend money, so he didn't say this sentence. There was a faint fragrance in the house, which was very unique. He didn't know if it was perfume or a woman's natural body fragrance. Regarding a woman's body fragrance, the veteran Qinzhe had done some research on it. Body fragrance was a real thing, and it was related to diet. The human body's skin secreted 3 substances, including sweat, which contained more than 200 chemical substances. Therefore, the smell produced was not only related to diet but also to genes. However, he has never seen a woman with natural body fragrance. His sister didn't have it, and Wang Zijin didn't have it. As for Suyu, he didn't know her depth and it was hard to judge. Suyu originally wanted to talk to him about the company's development route, but seeing that his mind had been on the stock, she ran to the kitchen and personally ground coffee powder and made him a cup of coffee. It's delicious, more mellow than the ones sold in the store. Qinzhe praised. The coffee shops outside add too many things, which have long destroyed the real fragrance of coffee. Suyu has a lot of research on coffee. After all, she has been abroad for many years. In fact, tea is better in terms of nutritional value, Suyu said. But coffee and tea, drinking too much is not good for the stomach. It's good to drink black tea. Black tea is good for the stomach. Qinzhe exposed to short-sightedness in a sentence. Compared with green tea, black tea reduces the tea polyphenol in the process of fermentation, but it still hurts the stomach, but it's not so obvious. Suyu gave him a blank look. Well, I'll continue to look at the stock. Suyu was a little bored. She ran back to the room to play the computer, turned it on, and logged into the game. Then there was a sonorous and powerful music in the room, as well as a familiar electronic female voice. The enemy will arrive at the battlefield in 30 seconds, crush them, hey, be gentle. Qinzhe shouted in the living room. Suyu obediently said oh and lowered the volume. Time flew, one was playing games in the room, fighting in the game world, and scolding with his teammates, while the other was concentrating on studying his stock. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the stock market closed. He drank the coffee in one gulp, got up and stretched, and made a set of stretching movements. Suyu was playing solo, because she always played and didn't play in a team. She was spurned by her teammates and called a fool. She typed and spat back and forth with her clumsy hand speed. Being defeated by the enemy, she had been pushed to the high ground and was struggling to support herself. She was going to lose again, Suyu suddenly heard a sigh behind her. She turned her head and found Qinzhe standing behind her. She didn't know how long he had been watching. You are the main output of the team. How can you not play in a team? What do I usually teach you? Qinzhe guided her. But I like to play. Suyu said with conviction. Rowing a boat doesn't use oars, it all depends on the waves. I'm good at it. Qinzhe rolled his eyes. Great God, you help me play. Suyu finished and paused. She said something wrong and shouldn't call him Great God. In reality, she and Qinzhe rarely mentioned the game, because it would be very awkward. Everyone knew what she was like in the game. If you lose, you lose. We should talk about business. But if I lose this game, I'll lose. Suyu had a pitiful expression. Qinzhe couldn't stand her kitten-like eyes. He thought for a moment, I'll try. Suyu got up happily and ran to the living room to move a small stool. She picked up the cold coffee and made a small stool. She stared nervously and seriously at the great god fighting in the game. She looked very cute. Xianxia only lasted for 5 minutes and lost. After all, it was a team game. No matter how powerful one person was, he couldn't turn the tide. The king abused the bronze, but it was only in the early stage. In the later stage, everyone was equipped, and the advantage would be reduced. Suyu looked disappointed. Again. Xianxia, who had obsessive-compulsive disorder, counted the seconds and played the game with a very magical psychological law. If you lose, you must win it back. If you win, you want to continue to experience the pleasure of crushing the enemy. The second game began. Suyu's face was tight. You must win. Half an hour later, he lost again. Xianxia realized what was called the bronze pit. His operation improved, but it was limited. The most powerful thing was the overall situation. The premise was to rely on good operation to bring a huge economic advantage to his teammates. Then the nature of the bronze dogs was exposed. Hey, the opponent is so weak. I want to use the 6 god equipment. It's so cool to abuse the noobs. If you don't use the 6 god equipment, you won't push the tower. It's okay. We still have the advantage. F***ck, when did they become so powerful? We're done for. Game over. Poor Xianxia has been wildly signaling and calling his teammates, but no one paid attention to him. The principle of the bronze dogs is unshakable. Lost again. Suyu frowned, her delicate little face was angry and anxious. So shameful, Xianxia gritted his teeth, again. So both of them forgot the original intention of coming here and were trapped in the abyss of the solo game. Don't team up with them. You should steal the dragon at this time. They're pushing the high ground. Stop playing the dragon and go back to the high ground. You go to catch the opposing ADC. He's alone in the bottom lane. He's ambushed. Xianxia glanced at her. Please shut up. Am I a god or are you a god? Suyu pursed her lips. She was not convinced but did not dare to talk back. After losing 3 games in a row, she began to block off Xianxia's shining halo and tried to give him a few pointers. Then, she gradually became bolder and pointed at the world, asking Xianxia to play according to her ideas. But after being rebuked by Xianxia, she immediately withered. Or was she actually enjoying it? She lost the 4th game again. Xianxia scratched his head irritably and wanted to smash the keyboard and roar. You're not a god. You're a fake. Suyu was surprised and wanted to cry. But they don't listen to me. How can I play 5 by myself? Xianxia argued. You can't even play 5 by yourself. You're a fake. Suyu whined. You lose a point every day. You're not even as good as me. The boat of friendship capsized. Then I'll take you next time. You listen to my wisdom and you'll definitely win. Xianxia comforted her in shame. Suyu turned her head and showed him her delicate white left ear, indicating that she did not want to talk to him. She rarely threw a tantrum in front of men. Even in front of her father, Su Tong, she rarely acted like a little girl. Let's talk about business. Xianxia said. He turned his head to look out of the window and found that it was already dark. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Forget it. Let's eat first. Is there a supermarket nearby to buy vegetables? Suyu nodded. Yes, do you want to cook? Yes. At 7:30 in the evening, Suyu held a cup and curled up on the sofa, listening to the sound of cooking in the kitchen and the tempting fragrance wafting out. How many years had it been? Ever since her parents divorced, she had never experienced such a feeling. She was starving as she waited for her mother to finish cooking, drooling in anticipation. His stepmother knew how to cook, but how could a rich woman cook? All the housework was taken care of by the nanny. Suyu herself can't cook. She goes to work and goes home at 2 o'clock. In the evening, she either goes to a restaurant or orders takeout. Sitting alone in an empty house, eating a lonely dinner. Her eyes gradually became dazed and blurred. This feeling was really heartwarming. Dinner was ready. There were 3 dishes and 1 soup. Can we eat now? Suyu looked forward to it. Let's eat. Xianxia sat down at the table. Go get the rice yourself. Oh. Suyu ran into the kitchen and scooped half a bowl of rice for herself. It looks delicious. It's alright. Although it smells good, it actually tastes similar to Sister Pei's. Xianxia joked. Then let's order takeout. Suyu recalled the fear of being dominated by Nan Man Pei's cooking. Xianxia laughed. Suyu also laughed. It could be seen that everyone was a victim. She picked up a piece of stir-fried meat and took a careful bite. The rich meat fragrance and the faint taste of celery stimulated the taste buds and filled the mouth. It was so delicious. In the words of a gourmet anime, ah. The brain was trembling, wrong, the line was wrong. Let's say it again, this rich taste is incredible. I'm really floating. Yam eat. Suyu had a big appetite. She ate very ladylike, but her chopsticks were flying and she was very protective of her food. For example, she liked celery stir-fried meat. She quietly pulled it in front of her. Xianxia ate a few more pieces, and she cast a small resentful look. Qin Bao Bao, this guy, does he eat your nutritious meals every day? Suyu puffed up her cheeks and said in a vague voice, I'm so jealous. Nutritious meals? Come to my house when you have time. I'll cook more for you. Xianxia said. Suyu tilted her head, thought about it seriously, and shook her head. Forget it, we'll fight. Can't we shake hands and be good friends? We can't live under the same sky. Suyu said, Xianxia, I want to fight with your sister. Who will you help? Xianxia couldn't help but fill in the blanks. How to fight? Pinch the chest or the head? I'll help you. Xianxia gave an answer that surprised Suyu. Liar, you're just making me happy. Although she said so, Suyu still smiled. How about your sports? Very bad. Have you learned fighting or taekwondo? No. Then I'll definitely help you. Otherwise, you'll be pressed to the ground by Qin Bao Bao with one hand. How shameful. Suyu, she smiled too early. She should leave the smile and the touching until the end. I'm about the same height as her, Suyu reached out and pointed to her head. I'm not afraid of her. Xianxia didn't know how to complain. My sister is a crossdresser. She has 2 ultimate skills, the facial cleanser that can suffocate people and the scissors that can kill people. Even if I'm your great god, I'll nail properly. After dinner, Xianxia said bluntly, I'll cook and you wash the dishes. She patted her moderate-scale chest and said yes, Suyu is a woman who can be controlled with one hand. Xianxia stood aside and watched her wash the dishes. Suyu proudly said, I washed dishes for my mother when I was a child. After that, she squeezed a small half-bottle of detergent into the basin. Xianxia, why are the beauties around me all imbeciles? Xianxia couldn't help but want to complain again. Suyu, do you need a bag of detergent or a bottle of detergent when you wash clothes? Suyu turned her head and looked at him with bright watery eyes. She didn't understand why he asked. I don't wash clothes. I send them to the dry cleaner. I'm speechless. Speaking of which, it seems that I haven't seen such a thing as a washing machine in her house. In addition, such a woman who excludes housework but is equipped with pots and pans in the kitchen should be because of her attachment to home. Eating and living are the most important signs of a home. A home without pots and pans can probably only be regarded as a place to live. What a pitiful girl. Hey, I don't know if she's a girl or a woman. After all, I don't know her depth for the time being. So you washed the dishes and chopsticks. Unlike Qin Baobao's laziness and Wang Zijin's effort to force herself to do housework, she seems to like doing housework very much. Because Xianxia said in a commanding tone, I'll cook and you wash the dishes, do you understand? She happily agreed. Ding, host, the system is going to upgrade, and it will draw a large wave of energy, please hold on. Suddenly the sound of the system came in his mind. Upgrade? You can upgrade? Xianxia was stunned, hey, say it clearly, don't hang up. The system ignored him. The next moment, Xianxia felt black in front of his eyes, and a sense of weakness came like a tide, and then pain. He fell to the ground softly, and his limbs twitched. Suyu looked at this scene with a dumbfounded expression. Her great god, without saying a word, lay on the ground, twitching and rolling his eyes. How could this be? What acute disease broke out? She knelt beside Qinze, pushed him hard, and yelled, "How are you doing?" But Qinze gave her a supercilious look and continued to twitch. This supercilious look, "It's over." Suyu took out her mobile phone from her trouser pocket and dialed the 120 emergency hotline. "Hey, come to the ambulance quickly. It's urgent, hurry up." The customer service comforted her not to panic, asked for the address, and then asked about the patient's situation. Epilepsy attack. Suyu glanced at Qinze with tears in her eyes. Maybe it's polio? After hanging up the phone, she mentioned the crossdresser in the group. "Qin Baobao, is your brother sick?" "He fell ill at my house." Qin Baobao sent a suspicious expression. "Don't make fun of my brother, I will be angry." Of course, Suyu didn't have the leisure to joke. She took a photo and sent it. "Is it epilepsy or polio?" In the photo, Qinze rolled his eyes, his neck was crooked, and the corners of his mouth were crooked. If the 4 letters MDZZ were added, it would definitely become a popular taunt picture. Qin Baobao didn't reply, but the phone call came. Suyu connected and heard Qin Baobao's trembling voice from the other end. Address, give me your address." "Don't panic, I've already called 120. The ambulance will come soon. I'll give you the hospital address later." Suyu comforted, she heard the anxiety and fear in Qin Baobao's voice. "My name is Qinze, not Wang Dachui. I'm not here to be funny. My name is not Bai Xiaofei either. There are no unimaginable disasters around me. I don't have to find a girlfriend named Xiaowei. I'm just a salted fish with a beautiful sister. I have a lousy system that just screwed me over." I groped in the darkness. Suddenly, there was a small opening in front of me. It was as if there was light. At first, it was very narrow. Then, I walked dozens of steps and suddenly opened up. Then, I woke up slowly and experienced the feeling of birth. Qinze regained consciousness. His whole body was sore. It was as if his body was hollowed out. His head was dizzy. This feeling was more than 7 times. It was almost like he was going to turn into ashes. Oh my God, it hurt so much. His body was hollowed out. Fortunately, he was in good spirits. Qinze closed his eyes and communicated with the system. "System, come out." "Host, what's the matter?" The system replied instantly. It seemed like the upgrade was completed. "What's going on? Why didn't I know that you upgraded? Don't give me a sudden upgrade. Don't ask me if I can take it. The experience bar is full." The system automatically upgraded. "Where's your experience bar?" It was the first time Qin Zhe heard that the system could be upgraded. The only thing he could control was the system interface. He didn't see any experience bar. Why should I show you my experience bar? Thinking about it from another perspective, the system upgrade was not bad. It was a great blessing. Did it mean that he could get more good things and explore the unknown potential of the system? For example, he could open a gourmet restaurant or lower the world's cultural level and human IQ slightly. This way, he could use his limited IQ to defeat his infinite enemies. Cooking egg fried rice could easily explode the taste buds of his customers. Cooking tea eggs could make countless people cry and shout, "Daddy, please give me a tea egg." Every morning, he deliberately didn't get up and closed the store from time to time. Immediately, countless loyal fans would kneel in front of the store and shout, "Boss, don't be like this. If you don't cook, we will die in front of you." Or he would copy a song and shock the media. Copying a poem and shock the poetry world. Copying a masterpiece that did not match the era and shock the literature world. Then, he would shock the whole country, the whole Asia, and the whole world. If there are aliens in the world, I, Long Out Yen, would shock them too. What? Aliens want to slap my face, that would be for the best. Liangchen liked to make a move on those who thought they were outstanding. There were 100 ways to make the aliens unable to stay on Earth, but they were helpless. Qinze was overjoyed. Long Out Yen's life was definitely going to be like a god. just thinking about it made him eat chicken. If that was the case, then the unspoken wish in his heart could be easily resolved. System, are there any changes after you leveled up? Xianxia asked impatiently. I've been waiting for you to say that. Speaking of this topic, the system was overjoyed. My ability has improved by leaps and bounds. For example, the level 1 me still needs to equip you with a knife and a dog, and then go out to pick up equipment. As for me at level 2, 1/499, and I became a tycoon in 3 seconds. System, I was wrong. I won't call you a lowlife anymore. I repent. It was as if the devout believers had seen the holy light break through the dark clouds and descend upon the world. It was as if an ascetic monk who was wholeheartedly devoted to Buddha was traveling in the mortal world and saw Buddha smiling as he picked up a flower. He was inexplicably touched. Then, what ability is it? What can I get? Xianxia asked. You don't even know this? Have you forgotten my full name? Low-life system? Universe calculation system, such an important full name, can you please repeat it 3 times in your heart? Not knowing why, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. It's over, the system explained, seeking the truth is the most noble goal in the world. The original intention of my creation was to help higher beings calculate the mysteries of the universe, just like how you humans like to use computers to calculate all kinds of problems. Of course, don't compare me to a low-life computer. I floated in the boundless universe, recording and calculating all kinds of data in the universe. If necessary, I would occasionally go on business trips and travel through time and space. Later on, I entered a time and space and was bullied by a group of cheat-like systems like you. Most of my database was stolen, and then I escaped to your place. Even the ball is a sack. Xianxia said, so, what ability did you improve? My calculation ability has improved. The system happily said. Calculation ability has improved. Calculation ability has improved. Calculation ability has improved. Xianxia heard his heart crack, shatter. So, you only evolved from the first generation of electronic tube computers to the second generation of transistor computers. Xianxia's heart hurt. I was wrong, I was really wrong. I thought that even a salted fish would be able to turn over a new leaf one day. But I never thought that a salted fish turning over a new leaf would still be a salted fish. The low-life system was still the same low-life system. Host, what's wrong? Your emotions are fluctuating so violently, you have to calm down. The system comforted him, don't worry about those flirtatious systems, they're all business types, only caring about showing off in front of people. But I'm noble, I was born to explore the truth of the universe. To make a very vivid analogy, it's like the difference between you human scientists and big stars in the entertainment industry. Don't say anything else, just leave the group. Actually, there's a little extra benefit. The system said, now that I've leveled up, the energy required each time will also increase, so I've unlocked a second set of elementary school broadcast gymnastics for the host. Gymnastics? Isn't that Daoist Duanjin? The name isn't important. The system tempted, you'll be able to cultivate more energy every day, isn't it very exciting? Thousands of paths, thousands of spells, I only have one question, can you tear apart an aircraft carrier with your bare hands? No. Can you kick a nuclear bomb? No. Can you use a golden gun? This should be possible. The system said, your energy will become extraordinarily vigorous, you might even surpass the outstanding dog type, Teddy. Don't say anything else, just leave the group. I repeat, my name is Xianxia, not Teddy Qin. After putting the low-life system into the cold palace, Xianxia tried to move his body, and immediately felt a soreness, just like the junior high school boys' 1000m race, his legs were so sore that he lost feeling after running. Opening his eyes, he saw a pure white ceiling, simple white woven lamps, and no smell of disinfectant in the air, but Xianxia could confirm that this was a hospital. Because there was a call button on the wall beside the bed and a hook for hanging water, hinting that this was a ward. Xianxia turned his head to the left, Nan Man Pei and Suyu were sitting there, the two beauties complimenting each other. Nan Man Pei and Suyu glanced at him, then calmly looked away. Xianxia turned his head to look at the adjacent bed on the right, his sister was lying on the bed, and Wang Zijin was sitting beside the bed. The two sisters glanced at him at the same time, then calmly looked away. Xianxia felt that something was wrong. As the protagonist, I've survived a disaster, shouldn't you? And the other female leads rushed to me, crying, darling, you're finally awake, if anything happened to you, we don't want to live anymore. Then, he burst into tears. Then, he smiled to himself, little fool, I'll be fine, we agreed to be each other's angel. There was an awkward atmosphere in the room, as if daggers were drawn. I'll just pretend to sleep. Hey, why aren't you quarreling? Nan Manpei chuckled, quarrel for a while before he wakes up. Suyu, Qin Bao Bao, Wang Zijin whispered, Miss Su, really, Bao Bao, you're so distressed for your brother that you cried all the way here. Can't you be considerate? Why do you have to fight with her? One of the compulsory skills of palace intrigue, needle and cotton. Nan Manpei raised an eyebrow. Qin Bao Bao said, that's right, a black maggot in her heart. Suyu sneered, how can I dare to fight with her? Xianxia just had a meal at my house, and she couldn't wait to tear me apart. Her brother complex is terrible. Qin Bao Bao said, a meal in the hospital, I'm afraid you drugged him. Nan Manpei frowned and said, the doctor said it's okay. At first, they really panicked for a while, afraid that something bad would happen to Xianxia, but when the ambulance carried him to the hospital, he stopped convulsing and fell asleep quietly, like a quiet handsome man. The doctor gave him a CT scan and a variety of tests. His indicators were normal, but he was a little weak. The confused doctor saw the four beauties coming together and suddenly understood something. He comforted the women, it's okay, it's just that his body is too weak. Remember to take in and take out, and eat more. Wang Zijin said with a smile, what business matters do you have to talk about all day, and it's in your house, even dinner is ready. One of the compulsory skills of palace intrigue, hidden knife in words. Suyu said angrily, it's a company secret, not to disclose, we played a few games. Nan Manpei was surprised, just playing games? Wang Zijin said, this is very in line with Xianxia's style. Qin Bao Bao breathed a sigh of relief, then I'm relieved. Xianxia, mother asterisk cur. Oh, you're awake? Suyu said deliberately. Xianxia opened his eyes and pretended that he had just woken up. Sister Pei, why are you here? I didn't expect Sister Pei to be so concerned about me. Nan Manpei nodded, I saw in the group that something happened to you, so I came to see. Xianxia, in the group? Qin Bao Bao coughed. What happened to your face? Xianxia looked at his sister and was shocked. His sister's face was blue and purple, and there was a thin layer of scab on her cheeks. She fell. Wang Zijin lifted the quilt and showed Xianxia Qin Bao's left foot. It was swollen and bruised. When she heard that you were twitching, she was so scared that her soul flew away. She ran out of the house in slippers, but she sprained her foot and landed on her face. Wang Zijin said. His sister must have been an angel with broken wings in her previous life. Xianxia was very touched. Nan Manpei sighed sincerely, you siblings have a good relationship, unlike my pair, who are born at odds. Qin Bao Bao said guiltily, what's so good about it, a black-hearted maggot. If something happens to him, I can't explain it to mom and dad. Qin Bao Bao was most afraid of people saying, you two are so close that you don't look like siblings. Xianxia endured the soreness of being turned into ashes. He lifted the quilt and got out of bed. He sat beside baby Qin's bed, his heart aching to death. Be careful. It's okay if you sprained your foot, but how can your face land on the ground? Were you an angel with broken wings in your previous life? He held his sister's foot. It hurts, doesn't it? Qin Bao Bao looked like a weak woman. It hurts. Go home and rest. The swelling will go down in a week, but you can't do strenuous exercise this month. Xianxia carefully hid his sister's foot back under the quilt. Okay. Qin Bao Bao pecked his head. So you looked at Nan Manpei and communicated with his eyes. I said she has a brother complex. Nan Manpei returned a look, I learned something. That's good. Take care of yourself. Nan Manpei got up and nodded with a smile. Suyu and I will leave first. Suyu glanced at Qin Bao Bao, who pretended to be pitiful in front of her brother, and said with a smile, Xianxia, come to my house another day and talk about the development of the company. Qin Bao Bao gritted his teeth. Nowadays, there was no smell of disinfectant in the hospital, but there was a faint smell of something. Nan Manpei's high heels stepped on the bright tiles, and the two took the elevator downstairs. The hospital was always crowded. The man in the car was amazed and secretly looked at the two high-quality beauties. Out of the hospital gate, when walking to the parking lot, Nan Manpei said, "Wang Zijin is not a good person." Suyu nodded with the same feeling. "I feel that she is very scheming," hiding a knife in a smile. Nan Manpei didn't know Wang Zijin. If Li Donglai or Pei Ziki were in the ward, they would definitely recognize Wang Zijin, who they had met several times. When Wang Zijin's father was in Shanghai, Li Donglai's father took his children to the mayor's house as guests. Because of her sister, Nan Manpei's relationship with her brother-in-law's family was not good. Nan Manpei said with a smile, "Do you like Xianxia?" Suyu was stunned, and her eyes flashed in a trance. "I don't like him, right?" Then did she like him or not? Were children who lacked love so confused in the face of love? Nan Manpei thought sadly. It's best if you don't like him. Wang Zijin is a woman with many tricks. I feel that you can't win her. Nan Manpei sounded the alarm for her best friend. My enemy is Qin Baobao. Suyu said. She didn't care which cat or dog Wang Zijin was. She wasn't familiar with her. Qin Baobao. Nan Manpei said, how should I put it? If it's a competition for men, you still can't win. Although she is fiercer than me, I am not so bad. Suyu was not convinced. I am very beautiful. It's not that. Nan Manpei recalled the conversation between Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao. This woman is too good at competing for attention. Suyu, huh? Nan Manpei glanced at her best friend who was at a loss and thought, silly girl. Qin Baobao gritted her teeth and limped to the hospital. She did not make a sound or cry out in pain. As soon as her brother woke up, she changed her face and became a weak and helpless little woman with tears in the corners of her eyes. But you put on a disdainful sneer. Didn't you find that Qin Zhe woke up and didn't look at you? He even looked at me several times. She is a very smart girl. All her skills are in IQ. You'd better not like Qin Zhe. Otherwise, you will be eaten by those two women. After Qin Zhe woke up, he rested in the ward for a long time. He found the doctor and said that he was fine and did not need to be hospitalized. The middle-aged doctor said earnestly, stay here for a few days. Take care of your body here. Qin Zhe felt that the doctor wanted to cheat him of his medical expenses and firmly disagreed. The doctor had no choice but to warn him that young people should know that something is expensive when they are young. When they are old, forget it. Go to Chinese medicine and prescribe some tonic medicine. In this regard, Chinese medicine still has to be relied on. The doctor signed. Qin Zhe walked away with a confused look on his face. Qin Baobao was supported by her best friend and brother as they skipped out of the hospital. Sister originally wanted Qin Zhe to carry her away in a princess carrier or something, so she said, domineering CEO, let's go home. The salted fish brother didn't get her hint and said, okay, I'll help you. Sister Ziwei will help me. Hence, the romantic princess carry turned into a skipping. Qin Baobao put on a mask and scolded him. Her old Qin family only raised a salted fish. They couldn't raise a domineering CEO. QAQ. According to the schedule, Qin Baobao had to fly to Beijing and Xiamen this week. But because she sprained her ankle, she had to postpone the work. Compared to the painful ankle, sister seemed to care more about her beautiful face. Qin Zhe comforted her, saying that it was just a layer of oily skin. It won't leave a scar and won't affect sister's beauty. Qin Baobao said happily, that's good. Wang Zijin took out her phone and took a picture of Qin Baobao's brutalized face. She laughed and said, I'm going to send it to my high school classmates. I finally got my revenge. Had he taken his revenge? Qin Zhe was confused. Wang Zijin said, she took a picture of me at the bridge in ancient town last time. She sent it to her classmates. Qin Zhe remembered. Wang Zijin looked so much like brother comical face in the picture, she still remembered that, wow, sister Ziwei is so scary, but slap, she suffered the revenge of her best friend, but there was nothing she could do. Facial cleanser couldn't be used on Wang Zijin. Her scissor leg was also crippled. Qin Baobao cried until she fainted on the bed. Although Qin Zhe exchanged for proficiency in Chinese medicine, it was impossible for Chinese medicine to heal sister's foot instantly. In terms of efficacy, Chinese medicine was not as good as Western medicine. When he read novels, Chinese medicine in them was very powerful. Acupuncture could prolong life, pills could cure diseases, and a massage could make disabled people lively and regain confidence. When he exchanged for proficiency in Chinese medicine, he knew that the advantage of Chinese medicine was only one word: stability. The cycle was gradual and slow. Western medicine was fast. It could cut off the bad parts. Even 15 centimeters could be cut off. Sister's face was as good as new on the third day. It was white and tender, shiny and smooth. The swelling on her feet was mostly gone, but it still hurt when she walked. That afternoon, Qin Zhe came back from his Baoza investment company. The company's decoration was officially completed yesterday. At present, there were only 4 people. Suyu had begun to set up the personnel department. After the personnel department was set up on the recruitment platform, the next was the finance department. After these basic frameworks were set up, the investment department, the marketing department and so on would be set up. The original intention of setting up the profit-making company was for Su Tong's daughter to play with. Old Su was afraid that his daughter would mess it up, so he put the profit-making company under the Feng Group, and the loss would be borne by the head office. The original intention was good, but he didn't expect his daughter to run it so well. Old Su, who was partial, let his son come over to take a share of the profits, but his daughter didn't want to do it. So Suyu didn't have any profit-making shares. This time Suyu learned her lesson. She had 6% of Baoza Investment Company's shares. Even if she flipped the table, she wouldn't lose. However, she never thought about flipping the table with the Almighty. The Almighty was good at everything, but the only bad thing was that he had a black-hearted sister. Qin Baobao was her old enemy. It was impossible for them to reconcile. It was impossible for them to reconcile in this life. No, it had never been good. Taking out the key to open the door, Qin Zhe saw 2 pairs of men's leather shoes and a pair of women's high-heeled shoes in the hallway. He was stunned. Qin Baobao was sitting on the sofa in the living room, eating an apple. Li Yanhong's voice came from her room. Is it installed? How long will it take? It will be done soon, at most half an hour. Someone responded. Qin Zhe sat next to his sister and looked around the room. He only saw 2 guys fiddling with the computer and installing the equipment. Li Yanhong, who was dressed like an office lady, was pointing at them. They were all wearing the spare disposable slippers at home. I'm going to do a live broadcast today. Qin Baobao ate half of the apple. She couldn't eat any more and passed it to her brother. Live broadcast? Qin Zhe ate the apple left by his sister. He didn't understand. Have you heard of Swordfish Live Broadcast? The platform officials invited me to do a live broadcast on their platform. I can't do other work, but I can do a live broadcast. I can chat with the fans and sing songs. Qin Baobao complained, I wanted to rest at home for a few days, but the company didn't agree and insisted that I do a live broadcast. I said my feet hurt and I couldn't walk. Hey, they arranged for me to stay at home. A group of black-hearted maggots. F***ck. You want to take my sister's blood for your first live broadcast? In recent years, online live broadcast platforms have been rising rapidly. They are very popular and earn millions of dollars a month. They are more profitable than robbing banks. There are also frequent appearances of celebrities doing live broadcasts on the news. Of course, celebrities rarely do live broadcasts. Those who do live broadcasts of playing games or chatting with fans are actually paid by the platforms. Just like Qin Baobao. Oh yes, where's Sister Ziwei? I asked her to watch a movie. She will come back after my live broadcast. Why didn't I think of that? F***ck. Qin Zhe suddenly shouted. Li Yanhong, who was in the room, turned to look at him. What's wrong? Sister, weren't we in an economic crisis in the past? If you become a live streamer online, we won't be short of money. Why didn't he think of that? With his sister's looks and figure, they won't need to worry about money if she becomes a live streamer. She pouted, acted cute, and did a hot dance. The screen was filled with planes and rockets, and Grandpa Mao came crashing down. Hindsight is 2020. Qin Baobao rolled her eyes and said, "It's my first live broadcast, so I'm a little nervous. I heard that female live streamers are very popular. Show your cleavage, act cute, or shake your butt a few times and you'll get waves of rewards. It's my first live broadcast. If no one rewards me, won't it be very awkward?" MDZZ. Xianxia didn't believe it. No matter how popular female live streamers are, can they be more popular than celebrities? You're already an A-lister. How can those flirtatious B*****s compare to you? However, they will indeed take away a lot of traffic. Female live streamers' killer move: show your cleavage and shake your butt to ask for rewards. Qin Baobao's popularity is definitely higher than theirs, but it might not be enough to crush them. I feel very tired after 2 hours of live broadcasting. A's, can you help me take over later? Don't mess around. You're being paid to do things properly. I'm not a celebrity. Qin Baobao pouted. At this moment, the room was finally ready. The technicians of the 2 live broadcast platforms walked out. "Miss Qin, the equipment has been installed. Do you want to come over and give it a try?" Qin Baobao limped into the room. Under the guidance of the staff, she familiarized herself with the equipment, the high-definition camera, and the high-end microphone. Swordfish streaming, it was one of the top 3 streaming platforms in the country. It was said that the top male and female streamers were worth hundreds of millions. It was terrifying. When the streaming platform first started, the female streamers were still quite moral. At most, they would wear low-cut clothes, chat with others, and sing songs. But when they found out that this industry was so profitable, all kinds of beauties began to squeeze into the industry. Nowadays, pretty girls with a bit of good looks are all female streamers. The quality of the beauties in the clubhouse has dropped. It's so annoying. Being a streamer is a quick way to make money. It's not a dream to make $1 million a month if you act coquettishly and act cute. Xianxia said, "It's easy to become a rich and beautiful girl. Who would want to be stabbed?" You're wrong. You can make money if you're happy and I'm happy. But it's not as profitable as being a streamer. You can sit in front of the computer and cheat a wave of rockets. Then, you can say, if you get a certain number of rockets, you can invite me out for a meal. Then, you can go back to your old business and earn another sum of money. At that time, in the restaurant's private room, the experienced driver Huang Yitsong and the fake driver Qin Zhe had such a conversation. After the streaming platform became popular, the pressure of competition increased. It was the same in any industry. The fans were not satisfied with singing and chatting. What should they do? Streaming man vs. Wild, streaming Journey to the West, streaming man vs. Woman, streaming Essential Bomb, streaming smallmouth swallowing eel. After living for more than 20 years, he was worse than an eel. He could not live like this. The advantage of celebrities was their huge fan base. The disadvantage was that they did not have as many tricks as local streamers. Female streamers could openly show their cleavage and shake their buttocks. Female celebrities could do it, they could only chat under the blanket and sing at most. Therefore, celebrities rarely participated in live broadcasts. They would stop and earn a sum of money. It was absolutely impossible for them to stay for a long time. After a long time, the fans would get tired of it. The users of Swordfish streaming were very excited. The front page of the streaming platform promoted Qin Baobao's first streaming show on Swordfish streaming platform. Every user could see it immediately. Qin Baobao's first streaming show starts at 9 p.m. Looking forward to it. I heard from my roommate. I specially registered a Swordfish account to support my goddess. Qin Baobao's first streaming show. I'm so excited. Hey, does Qin Baobao know how to dance? With her figure, it would be a waste if she didn't dance. Don't joke around. She's a celebrity. Do you think she's an ordinary female streamer? Dance for us in shorts and a halter top. Newspaper seller little boy, my 15 centimeters broadsword is already thirsting for it. The male and female streamers of Swordfish were also talking about the hot topics of Qin Baobao's live show. In the group chat, the female streamer Xiaoyu, everyone, I won't be streaming tonight. Let's go watch Qin Baobao. The male streamers immediately replied, let's go together. I like Qin Baobao the most. I like to get close to a woman. In the past, it was always others who gave me rockets. Today, I'm going to give Qin Baobao 100 rockets. There were many male anchors who liked Qin Baobao, but there weren't many female anchors who liked her. It was just like how most of the fans of the Little Fresh Meats were fangirls, but the men didn't buy it and tried their best to criticize the Little Fresh Meats. The female anchors sighed. A lot of traffic is going to be taken away tonight. There's nothing we can do about it. The platform is the boss. What can we do? Also, Qin Baobao's singing is quite good. I'm going to watch it. Let's watch Qin Baobao first. When she's done, we'll stream again and cultivate immortality tonight. I want to become an immortal. My magic power is boundless. I'm not going. I don't have any feelings for Qin Baobao. A female streamer, Xiaoyu, are you a fan of Qin Baobao? Xiaoyu, no, I like Qin Baobao's songs, but I'm not her fan. Then why are you making a fuss? Xiaoyu, Qin Baobao is my sister. My husband is Xianxia. Immediately, a female streamer retorted, get lost. Xianxia is my husband. I'll beat you guys to death. Then, the topic went off track. Several female streamers were arguing about whose husband Xianxia was. At home, there was still half an hour before the first broadcast. Wang Zijin sent a message to Xianxia. Is the stream over? Xianxia? Wang Zijin, Baobao said that her stream will be over soon. She asked me to watch a movie. I went straight to the theater after work. I'm coming back now. Xianxia, are you sure that's what she said? Wang Zijin, yes. Xianxia, the stream starts at 9 and ends at 11. There was a long silence. Wang Zijin, maybe it's because I can't lift a knife, so she's a little arrogant. A's, don't care if you hear anything tonight. Xianxia, she's my sister after all. Don't break her. He put away his phone and turned to look at his sister, who was eating snacks to relieve her stress. My baby, just behave if you're crippled. Why do you have to trick your best friend? You're not Teddy Sue. Qin Baobao noticed the sincerity in her brother's smile. She chewed on her snacks, her cheeks bulging like a rabbit chewing on a carrot. Her big, sparkling eyes were blinking. It was shamefully hard, sigh, it was shamefully cute. Do you want some? His sister handed him a candy bar. Oh, it's the aroma of malt. Xianxia took a bite. TSK, this candy is so sweet that my teeth are about to fall off. The stream hadn't started yet, but Qin Baobao's stream was filled with hundreds of thousands of fans who were looking forward to it. The bullet screen was filled with comments. It was so dazzling that it was impossible to see clearly. Occasionally, there were different colored captions. Yellow captions, why am I yellow? Green captions, I'm green, I'm green. Red captions, the yellow ones are idiots. The green ones are my grandsons. It's settled. The little boy selling newspapers, F***CK. Time ticked by. It was 9 o'clock sharp, Qin Baobao's first stream started. Qin Baobao's beautiful face appeared on countless computer and phone screens. Her hair was tied up in a bun, revealing her fair forehead. In the video, she looked at the camera and waved. Hello, everyone. Can you see me? The bullet screen was filled with comments. Yes, yes. The goddess is so beautiful. She's licking the screen. Those who dare to show their foreheads are real beauties. The goddess is so tall. I'm yellow again. I'll kill whoever dares to make a cuckold out of me this time. Qin Baobao looked at the bullet screen and smiled demurely. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to meet all of you at Swordfish Stream. This is my first time doing a stream. I don't know what to do, so I'll chat with all of you. After a pause, she continued, you can communicate with me on the bullet screen. Well, whoever sends a rocket can ask a question. Immediately, someone sent a rocket. It was very rich. Everyone, quiet down the bullet screen. Let's start with I'm the biggest in the world. Qin Baobao immediately picked a tycoon. Although she claimed that she had never done a stream before and didn't know what to do, Qin Baobao had done some planning before the stream. All she had to do was follow the script. I'm the biggest in the world sent a bullet screen. Baobao, what's your bust size? Qin Baobao rolled her eyes. I'm not answering private questions. Haha, the goddess looks so cute when she rolls her eyes. I want to know too. I think it's at least a D cup 666, big boss. I'm the biggest in the world said, then I definitely can't ask about your measurements. Let's change the question. What about your height and weight? Qin Baobao thought for a while and said, 172 centimeters tall, 54 kilograms weight. I'm the biggest in the world sent a series of red hearts. Next, I'm a single dog will be you. I'm a single dog said, Baobao, are you still a single dog? Qin Baobao laughed. I'm single, but I'm not a dog. The bullet screen was filled with ha 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 and the goddess is still single. How lucky. The third was it's my lack of money. He said, looking at the wall behind you and the decorations, you should be at home right? Is Xianxia at home too? Without waiting for Qin Baobao to answer, the bullet screen suddenly heated up. I noticed it a long time ago. Looking at the door behind her, she's obviously at home. Wow, the goddess is streaming at home? Wait a minute, where's my husband? Where's my husband? Qin Baobao nodded. I'm at home. I sprained my ankle a few days ago, so I can only stream at home. After saying that, she wanted to hear her fans' consolation, but they ignored her as if they didn't hear her. A group of flirtatious bitches shouted, Where's my husband? Where's my husband? At the headquarters of Swordfish Platform. The ordinary employees had already knocked off, but the IT department was working overtime to maintain the backend and collect data. The coders had panda eyes and emitted a sense of weakness. When the operations director came to check on them, they still had to give their leader a mocking smile. The operations director asked, What's the data of Qin Baobao's stream? The number of people has already reached 300,000. Kodere said. The highest number of A-list celebrities we invited last time was 8 million? The correct number is 3,836,203 people. Koderby said. The operations director muttered, Keep an eye on it. The number of people will increase later. Remember to maintain it and don't let the room crash. Work overtime tonight. I'll allow you to come to work an hour later tomorrow. The coders smiled. Okay, leader. Thank you, leader. The operations director sighed. Looking at the momentum, it's a bit difficult to break the record. Qin Baobao's fame is too short. Her fan base isn't as high as the A-list celebrities. Kodere said again, Leader, should we help to increase the data? The operations director, it depends. If the number of people doesn't reach 2 million in half an hour, increase it to 2 million. After an hour, increase it to 3 million. Okay, leader. 9:30 p.m. Half an hour had passed since the start of the live broadcast. Qin Baobao glanced at her room. Oh, there were 2 million viewers. Her popularity was indeed heaven-defying. There were too many big shots spamming rockets with all sorts of strange questions. Someone asked Qin Baobao how many boyfriends had she had? This question was not easy to answer. She could not possibly say that she had lived for 25 years and had never had a boyfriend before. No one would believe the truth these days and would even look down on her for being pretentious. Someone asked her what her criteria for choosing a partner was. It was also not easy to answer. She could not possibly say that her criteria for choosing a partner was very simple, just 4 words, childhood sweethearts. That would be the end of it. Others would not find anything wrong with it, but her parents would misunderstand. Childhood sweethearts? My daughter did not have a childhood sweetheart. She grew up with her younger brother. There were also people asking when she would release a new album or hold a concert. Qin Baobao said that it would depend on the company's arrangements. Last one, going to Germany, do you have any questions? Going to Germany said, Baobao, I just want to ask, has Qinzai's small goal really been achieved? Qin Baobao thought for a while and said reservedly, I'm not too sure if it has been achieved or not, but he has made a lot of money in the stock market. Although she liked to brag about her younger brother, she could not say in front of millions of people that her younger brother had made 100 million. The screen was filled with 666. Bow down to the big shots. Amazing. If I had bought some black donkey technology back then, I would be rich now. My younger brother is the best. Then, another wave of rockets was spammed. We have chatted for so long and there are so many people in the room. Let me sing a few songs for everyone. Qin Baobao asked, what do you want to listen to? Fairy tale, exaggerated, time boils the rain. The bullet screen was filled with the names of her songs. Okay, let's sing fairy tale first. On the other side, at Swordfish Streaming Company, the programmers were drooling over their goddess while maintaining the streaming room. The operations director came in. The number of viewers in the room is 3 million. How many have you spammed? In the streaming circle, it was very normal to fake the number of viewers. Millions of people watching a game, millions of people watching a video of an internet celebrity spamming a video. It seems that the people of the People's Republic of China are just people who don't do proper things. 233 Everyone saw through it but didn't say anything. They all had a tacit understanding. 600,000 yuan. Programmer reluctantly looked away from the computer screen and gave the director a smile. The actual number of people is 1.7 million. That's not bad. It's at the level of the first tier. We can't expect her to break the record. After all, a singer is not as popular as a movie star. The operations director muttered, I'll come back in an hour to take a look. Well, I've already sung a few songs. I'll take a break first. You can ask questions later, Qin Baobao said. Other than chatting and singing, the proposal did not ask her to do anything else. It was impossible for celebrities to show their cleavage, act cute, and shake their butts. There were actually very few things that she could do. It was Qin Baobao's first time doing live streaming. She didn't have much experience and didn't like doing live streaming. Although she often acted cute in front of her younger brother, she definitely couldn't pout and act cute in front of a group of onlookers. He just needed to muddle through for 2 hours. Can we change the way we play? We want to watch you dance. I'll send 100 rockets. I'll send 200 rockets too. I just want Baobao to dance. Dance +1. Dance +10086. The rocket plane was still spamming non-stop, but the enthusiasm of the fans had mostly died down. An hour had already passed. The initial novelty had cooled down. After chatting for an hour, anyone would be tired. Some fans had already left the room to watch the flirtatious female streamers do a belly dance. They would watch them pout and act cute. They would come back later to watch Qin Baobao. The female streamers were overjoyed and chatted in the group. Hey, my room is much more popular. Mine too. It hasn't even been 2 hours. I just came out of Qin Baobao's room. I'm a little tired. I'll go to the other rooms and go back later. I'm not going back. I want to do a live stream of playing games. I'm not chatting anymore. A fan wants me to do a hot dance. She said that as long as I dance, she'll send me 20 rockets. I'm going to change. Bye. I'm going to do a stand-up comedy for the fans. Everyone, remember not to chat or sing. Many fans came from Qin Baobao's room. They're tired of chatting. Douyu Streaming Company. The operations director came to inspect again. The programmers left the streaming room without any change in expression. They were all thinking the same thing, damn it. Didn't they say they'd come back in an hour? What's going on? I saw that the number of people in the room dropped by a lot. We'll refresh it later. Hurry up. Too many people have left the room. It'll cause a crowd phenomenon. Got it, leader. Although many people had left Qin Baobao's room, it was still the most popular streaming room. It crushed all the female and male streamers. However, with her status as an A-list celebrity, her results were not ideal. Was I wrong? Would it have been better to invite other A-list celebrities? The operations director pondered. Not really. Qin Baobao's beauty is one of the top A-list celebrities. He had been watching Qin Baobao's stream as a bystander. Suddenly, he understood. She's too restrained. Even if she doesn't ask for a dance, she can still act cute. If she's too restrained, the fans will get tired very quickly. Li Yanhong sat in the living room with a laptop in front of her. She expressed her opinion. She keeps smiling. It feels very formal. She's not relaxed enough. She's not joking with the fans either. Qinze sat beside her. He was holding his phone and video chatting with Sister Ziwei. I think we should let Bao Bao shout on the mic. Li Yanhong played a classic Shout on the Mic. She asked Qinze, what do you think? She's like an idiot. Qinze mumbled. She's making me feel awkward. I think it's quite good. Li Yanhong had a different opinion. Qinze sat on the sofa to prevent her from peeping at his sister Zijin. Aren't you going to help your sister? Li Yanhong asked. I'll go and sit down later. Qinze said impatiently. I'm chatting. Let's talk when it's over. 10 minutes later, he and Wang Zijin finally ended the video chat. Qinze planned to go into the room and chat with the fans who were crying and shouting that they wanted to have children with him. He had agreed with his sister before the stream. Anyway, as long as Qin Baobao didn't appear online, it wouldn't be a breach of contract. He gently pushed the door open. He didn't enter. Instead, he stood at the door. Can I come in? Qin Baobao turned her head to look at him. As soon as she turned, the people in the stream saw Qinze at the door. Ah, the little brother is here. They really live together. Or catch a little brother. Hubby, hubby. Hubby is so handsome. The fans' reactions were quite big. Qinze pulled a chair over and sat next to his sister. He waved at the camera. Hello, everyone. The bullet screen was flooded. Hello, little brother. Hello, hubby. The rocket airplanes didn't stop. What did you talk about with everyone before? Qinze asked his sister. Just a casual chat. Qin Baobao said, tell us some gossip. Qinze nodded and faced the camera. I'll tell you some gossip. Qin Baobao wet her bed when she was 3 years old. She didn't dare to sleep alone until she was 10. Qin Baobao hit her little brother. Ha ha ha, scandals about the goddess, the more the better. Wet her bed when she was 3 years old. There's nothing wrong with that. My child also wet his bed when he was 3 years old. Seeing that the atmosphere was good, Qinze said, everyone has chatted for so long. I believe you don't want to nag me anymore. How about this, I'll sing a song for everyone. After a pause, he stared at the camera. Original. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples, the comment section was in an uproar. Original? Is that true? Did my ears deceive me? As expected of a fast shooter. Is there a new song? Wow, I always thought that the biggest reward of this livestream was chatting with the goddess. I was wrong. If your original song is a masterpiece, I'll send you 100 rockets, 100 rockets for a masterpiece, 500 for a masterpiece. Wow, tycoon, I'll send you 5 rockets. I kneel to the tycoons. Poor people can only send you 10 rockets. Only celebrities would receive such treatment. Other female streamers would be happy if they could receive dozens of rockets in a day. Qinze went to his room to get his guitar and drank some water to moisten his throat. When he returned, he found that the number of viewers had increased by more than 100,000 and was still increasing. The news quickly spread online. Go and watch Qin Baobao's livestream. Qinze is going to sing an original song. Do you? I just came out. What's going on? Come quickly. You'll miss it if you're late. Is this for real? This fast shooter is going to release a new song? Interesting. Let's go and take a look. Douyu Company. The operations director rushed to the IT department excitedly. Don't increase the number of viewers for now. Let's see how much it will increase. Codercy said angrily, Leader, he's stealing the show. This is Qin Baobao's livestream. What is he doing here? The coders expressed that they did not know what an original song was. They only wanted to watch the goddess lick the screen. The goddess's beauty was the only comfort in the long night. The operations director slapped his scalp. Shut up. You talk too much. After giving his instructions, he returned to his office and sat in front of the computer with great interest. On the screen, Xianxia was holding his guitar and plucking the strings. The moon splashes on the galaxy, the road is long. The wind and smoke is gone, the shadow is waning. Who told me to be so skilled? Who told me to be in a dilemma? In the end, I'm heartbroken. Calling Buddha, there's no turning back. Kneeling to a master, life and death are irrelevant. Good and evil exist in the world. The fate of the real and the fake world is not clear. Hard to break. What do I need this metal rod for? The operations director was dumbfounded. What do I need this metal rod for? What use do I have for this iron rod? So what if I have this change? I'm still uneasy, I'm still dispirited. Golden hoop above my head, I can't say what I want to say. The world is evil and dangerous, it's hard to escape. This rod will turn you into ashes. As Xianxia's voice turned from high pitch to low pitch, the sound of the guitar slowly dissipated, but the sound lingered in the room. He leaned the guitar against the table leg and smiled. Is it nice? Qin Baobao pecked his head like a fangirl. It's nice. Xianxia glanced at her. I want to be a hooligan in broad daylight, but you don't understand. So cool. Howling at his sister, what use do I have for this iron rod, felt a little creepy and a little beastly. Bullet comments flew across the screen, most of them were meaningless comments. 666, it's really original, fast shooter deserves his reputation, I'm shocked, I'm shocked. Then, waves of rockets and airplanes appeared. But there were also more thoughtful comments. This song has a lot of momentum. The style should be a mix of pop music and classical opera. It's not that amazing at first, but it's quite charming. The lyrics are also quite interesting. You have to listen carefully to understand the charm. It feels like it's more than enough to be the theme song of Journey to the West. But the lyrics are a little weird. What use do I have for this iron rod? It feels weird, is it my imagination? Xianxia looked at the continuous stream of gifts and whispered, there are quite a lot of rich people in this Douyu streaming. Qin Baobao whispered in his ear, don't talk nonsense, this is swordfish streaming. We took their money to advertise for them. Don't you feel embarrassed if you said the wrong advertising message? Xianxia was stunned. Maybe I remembered wrongly, or maybe some black-hearted guy took Douyu's advertising fee. The fans in the streaming room were not satisfied, so they typed and asked for another song. The song just now was not bad, the iron rod was the highlight, he he he. Bow down to the big boss, 666. I feel like this song is going to be popular, no, this line is going to be popular. He got it so quickly, Xianxia looked at his sister with a guilty conscience. His sister's expression was normal. She sat next to her brother and wished she could lean on him. And, his sister was still rather naive in this aspect. After all, the first blood was still there, and she didn't understand the stain. Give me another song. This song is still a little different from the ones you've written before. Although it's a bit difficult, it shouldn't be a problem if it's a fast shooter. Give me another original. I'll go all out and send 1,000 rockets. Qin Baobao felt a little sad. She felt that she was about to become her brother's foil. There were no more Baobao is so beautiful or goddess, I love you in the bullet screen. Instead, it was a sea of 666 and I love you, hubby. Is this really my first show? Xianxia didn't pay attention to his sister's resentful eyes. He realized that doing live broadcasts was quite fun. He could show off in front of millions of people. This was different from singing on the stage of Popstar and the Golden Melody Awards. The brilliantly lit stage would create a certain amount of psychological pressure, and there would be groups of eyes staring at you. Live broadcasts were not so serious and tense. The atmosphere was very cheerful and interactive. They would hit 666 and worship the big boss like salted fish. They would call him hubby, hubby, I love you, like a mouse loves rice. He was a child who lacked love since he was young. He longed to be a clever child like his sister who was praised by relatives and friends. He wanted to show off, but he didn't have the confidence. His legs would go weak when he stood on the podium. Unlike his sister, she didn't need to show off. Her life was awesome in capital letters. When she was young, everyone praised her for being beautiful. When she went to school, everyone praised her for being smart. When she was admitted to Fudan, everyone praised her for being beautiful and smart. Now that she was a big star, it was even more amazing. It was a double act. Forget about singing. Qin Baobao has sung quite a lot, and I've also sung. I'm afraid everyone will get tired of listening to it, Qin said. If I sing another original song, I'll never be able to take off the title of a fast shooter. Moreover, I prepared to sing this song in advance, so I registered the copyright. What if I can't register it in time after singing it and someone else beats me to it? The fans were extremely disappointed. Other than singing and chatting, I feel that there's nothing much to say. I don't know crosstalk, I don't know how to tell jokes, and I don't think you'll like to watch me play games. Qin changed the topic. However, I have some experience in the stock market. The stock market is in full swing. I believe that everyone in the live broadcast room has some experience in the stock market. I'll talk about some of my views and predictions on the stock market. The air suddenly became quiet. After a long time, a bullet screen carefully floated over. Did I hear wrongly? You want to push the stock market? A second bullet screen trembled as it floated over. Big boss, can you repeat that? I suspect that there's something wrong with my ears. A third bullet screen, big boss, you have to keep your word. A liar's dick is only 5 centimeters long. Little boy selling newspaper, F***ck, how did you know my secret? Then, the comments section exploded. In an instant, dense bullet screens floated over. Oh my god, Qin is going to push the stock market. Everyone, come and watch. Big boss, wait a moment. I'll find a pen and write it down in a small notebook. Likewise, I'll go and call my dad. He lost tens of thousands in the stock market a while ago. These days, he's been acting like he has nothing to live for. I want to give him hope in life again. After watching this live broadcast, I'll set a small goal for myself, to earn 100 million first. F***ck, I didn't expect there to be such a benefit. I won't even watch Qin Baobao's striptease. I'll only watch Qin. The male and female streamers who worked hard to earn money discovered a very strange phenomenon. In just a few minutes, the number of people in the live broadcast room dropped sharply, from hundreds of thousands to hundreds of thousands, and then to tens of thousands. Excluding the multiplier, there were at most a few thousand people. What was going on? Where did everyone go? It was only a little over 10 o'clock. Why did they go to bed so early? Did they not cultivate immortality? But soon they understood, because the comments section was noisy. Qin is going to push the stock market. Hurry up and watch. You'll be rich tomorrow. At the same time, in the streamer group, Qin Zhe's fangirl Xiaoyu sent a message a few minutes ago. Qin Zhe is going to push the stock market in the live broadcast room. Does anyone trade stocks? Hurry up. The male and female streamers in the group were excited. Hurry up, the performance has already started. Don't miss it. I'm playing games on the live broadcast. Let's talk about it after this round. Idiot, how many gifts can you get by playing games? Besides, there aren't many people in the room. They've all gone to Qin to extract essence. Hey, it's to extract essence. You typed wrong. Oh, anyway, hurry up and watch. He's the god of stocks. Listen to him teach us how to trade stocks. Maybe you'll make a fortune tomorrow. Makes sense. Then I'll stop streaming. The news of Qin Zhe's Swordfish live broadcast quickly spread on the internet. Weibo, forums, Tiba. In the age of the internet, news spread too fast. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room skyrocketed. 2 million. 3 million. 5 million. 6 million. At the same time, in the live broadcast room. How about this? Before we start, let's send a wave of gifts, Qin Zhe said. Immediately, there were fans who sent rockets, planes, big and small gifts. 100 flowers bloomed. Why don't we forget about it? I'll sing a few songs for everyone, Xianxia said with a smile. In the comments section. Bro, you can't do this. I've already taken off my pants and you're saying you're going to sing? Don't mess around. Do you believe that I'll kill you with a 40-meter sword? I'm going to vomit blood. It must be because we didn't send enough gifts. Brothers, keep it up. Another wave of gifts came in. Seeing that it was about time, Xianxia stopped fooling around. He coughed and said, "Alright, I'm just saying. Don't thank me if you make a profit. Don't scold me if you lose." Many people know that the stock market will be good around September. Actually, the stock market started to rise in April. Over time, in September, the index reached the standard of a bull market. That's when everyone knew that the bull market was here. Under such good circumstances, countless people jumped into the stock market to earn some pocket money or to become rich overnight. But the stock market is a game. Some people make money, and some people lose money. Even if a certain stock is popular, there will be fluctuations. Some people buy at a high price, and when the stock closes, the stock will fall. Even if the stock is still popular that day, you will still lose money. How to avoid risk? It's still the same old saying, don't chase up and don't sell down. I won't talk about this. It's meaningless. The craziest period of this bull market will be in October. You can earn whatever you buy then. After the crash in early November, many bubble stocks were removed from the stock market. Then, the stock market needs to be more careful and consider the standard of the shareholders. I won't talk about specific stocks here. Let's talk about sectors. In the coming December, I predict that there will be 3 sectors that will be popular: gold metal, national defense, and infrastructure stocks. The fans asked him, are there any powerful stocks like Black Donkey Technology? Yeah, if there's another Black Donkey Technology, I'll buy it with all my money. Don't go bankrupt. Let's team up. Your thinking is dangerous. I calmly chose 20x leverage. Xianxia smiled. Let's send a wave of gifts first. The obedient fans sent hundreds of rockets. Qin Baobao leaned against her brother and smiled. Unfortunately, there isn't. Xianxia smiled and said, Black Donkey Technology is a stock that can only be found by chance. It's very difficult to catch a second one. There is a reason why I said that these sectors will rise. Everyone, listen to me. Although the fans felt that they were being played, no one stirred up trouble. They were focused on learning from the big boss. Was there really no stock similar to Black Donkey Technology? No, there was. Xianxia knew of one, but he wouldn't say it. He wouldn't recommend any stocks in this live broadcast. Because that would be playing with fire. With millions of people in the live broadcast room, if he casually mentioned a stock, that stock would probably hit its limit the next day. Then, it would hit its limit again and again until it was reaped by the banker. This is a disruption of the market. The party and the government will get rid of him. But when it comes to the general trend of the stock market, it doesn't matter. He could say whatever he wanted. Swordfish Streaming Company. The director of operations was sitting in front of the computer. His eyes were bright as he watched the live broadcast attentively. Xianxia's voice was playing from the sound system. He was a veteran shareholder who had entered the stock market in 2001. He had been in the stock market for 16 years and had been cheated badly. This year's bull market had given him a taste of sweetness. Finally, the bitterness was over and the sweetness was coming. Before November, he had earned hundreds of thousands in the stock market. But after the crash in early November, he lost half of his profits. Then, he realized that the stock market was still hot, but it wasn't as profitable as before. Choosing stocks became very important. At this time, listening to Xianxia's deep and simple analysis of each major section and each major industry, he felt as if he had been enlightened. He used a very pretentious poem to describe it: the immortal patted my head, tied my hair and received immortality. He took the time to glance at the number of viewers in the live broadcast room. He was so shocked that he almost slid off his chair and under the table. Population, 2826258. Oh my God, The director of operations looked at Xianxia's face reluctantly. He gritted his teeth and said goodbye with great determination. He hurried to the IT department. Turn off the multiplier. Don't increase the number of viewers, the director of operations yelled. More than 28 million people, if he bragged too much, he would become a laughingstock. Although increasing the number of viewers was an unspoken rule in the live broadcast industry, he couldn't be too exaggerated. Reaching 4 to 5 million was already the limit. Just like that A-list celebrity at the beginning of the year, the statistics said that there were 5 million viewers online, but the actual number was only 5 to 600,000. It was already very shocking. Now, the popular streamers who claimed to have 1 million fans only had about 100,000. If you increased the number of viewers by 28 million, you would be laughed at by people who knew the industry. The programmers were so busy that they were in a terrible fix, minding their own business as they typed on the keyboard and maintained the room. Sir, the room is about to collapse. We are expanding the database and increasing the number of viewers in the room. The director of operations waved his hand. Don't worry about that. Return the number of viewers to normal and turn off the multiplier. 10 minutes later, the maintenance ended and the multiplier was turned off. Actual data. Number of viewers online, 1.8 million. Sir, a new record has been set. The highest record on the live broadcast platform has been set. Sir, you must give us a day off tomorrow. My wife hasn't eaten sausages in a long time. Please give us a day off. The programmers were overjoyed. The director of operations was also overjoyed. They had broken the record. No, they had created the highest record. The real highest record, the kind that didn't depend on the data. It was real data. This time, inviting Qin Baobao for her first show was the right thing to do. Inviting a celebrity to the live broadcast platform was to attract popularity and advertise. What could be more practical than this? There would definitely be news tomorrow. Master Qin publicly teaches stock trading secrets on Swordfish live broadcast, shocking. Millions of people watching a man. The truth is this. In comparison, it didn't matter whether the record was broken or not. There were too many people in this society. Spending a little money to get on the list. How shameless. Sigh, did I forget something? He slapped his forehead and hurriedly ran back to the office to get the book. In the live broadcast room, after saying so much, those who are interested can try to invest. I'll give you some advice. These sectors are not popular for now. Don't worry about them rising, but hold the shares for at least half a month. Otherwise, you will regret it. In the comments section, I've learned a lot. I'll buy the shares of these 3 sectors tomorrow. I'm prepared to hold them for a month. Xianxia, if I make money, I'll erect a longevity monument at home and pray to you every day. Is it true? I feel like I'm being tricked. I don't dare to invest. Boss, if these sectors don't rise well, you will be embarrassed. At this moment, a tycoon sent 50 rockets. Xianxia, let me ask you a question. How long do you think the stock market will be popular for? This question was a little difficult. Or rather, there was no definite answer. Xianxia said, since the birth of our country's stock market, there have been many bull markets. The duration was different. The long ones were over a year, the short ones were a few months. It's hard to say how far the bull market will go this time. That person did not give up and asked again, what do you think? Xianxia said, it depends on the situation in January. If there is a collapse, the bull market will collapse. If it passes the year peacefully, then there will be at least half a year of bull market next year. In the comments I've recorded it. When the time comes, I'll witness the prophecy. I've recorded it too. Let's see the results in January. My notebook is full. I feel like 100 million is not far from me. Hey, I can't wait for the market to open tomorrow. I'm not going to sleep tonight. I'll buy a few high-quality shares tomorrow. Heavy warehouse. I'll invest all my pocket money this year and earn next year's pocket money. Waha. It's obvious that you don't have a girlfriend. Let's not talk about it anymore. I'm going to buy shares. I'll try to earn enough for next year's rent this month. The comments were very lively. Xianxia had finished speaking, but their enthusiasm had not subsided. They were discussing excitedly and asking Xianxia to continue for a while. Xianxia looked at the time. 22:50. There's still 10 minutes until the end of the live broadcast. I'll first say thank you to everyone and leave the last bit of time to Qin Baobao. Xianxia turned to look at his sister beside him. His sister grumbled, "You still remember me, you heartless little pervert. You've left me hanging for so long." His sister inadvertently revealed her feminine side. This scene was seen by the audience in the live broadcast. Ah, so cute. The image of a goddess has suddenly come alive. Tisk tsk, is Qin Baobao acting coquettishly? She must be acting coquettishly. Lick the screen, lick the screen. Oh my heart is melting. I really want to hug and protect her. What use do I have for this iron rod? I feel that the comments just now are true. I seem to understand the meaning of this song. Xianxia panicked and turned to leave. Not long after, Qin Baobao also came out. She was babbling and stretching, looking very tired. Her computer was not turned off, but she logged out of the live broadcast platform. Li Yanhong excitedly rushed over. Bao, this first broadcast was very successful. Swordfish just called and said that they broke the record. They are very satisfied with this live broadcast. There will definitely be news tomorrow. I plan to let the company use this opportunity to hype up. Believe me, your popularity will increase by a lot. I'm not the one who will increase my popularity. I'm afraid it will be someone else. Qin Baobao yawned and sent her away. By the way, the sections you recommended in the live broadcast, you weren't just talking nonsense, right? Qin Baobao was a little worried about her brother. It would be very embarrassing if her bragging was exposed. Xianxia said, I'm really optimistic about these sections, and I've already bought a lot of them. After this live broadcast, those sections should have a few stocks that reach the upper limit. For me, it's a great thing. Taking a step back, with the current trend of the stock market, it can't be that bad. As long as it's red, it means that my words are not wrong. It's really going up. Qin Baobao was stunned and suddenly laughed happily. His sister hugged his waist and pressed her face against his chest. She said softly, Aze, do you know what I like most about you? Because I'm handsome? No, his sister said. I like how you're so serious and shameless. Xianxia thought, maybe I should beat this demoness to death with an iron rod. Xianxia sent a message to Wang Zijin while his sister was bathing. The live broadcast is over. Come back quickly. At around 11:30, Wang Zijin finally came back. At this time, his sister was bathing in the bathroom and the sound of water splashing could be heard. Thank you for your hard work. Xianxia went up to her like a little puppy and took her bag to confirm that she didn't bring back a knife. Wang Zijin smiled and said, it's not hard. It's just sitting in the movie theater for 4 hours. It's not hard at all. Oh right, don't care if you hear anything later. Xianxia was speechless. What can I do to save you, my Baobao sister? Dong dong dong. The knocking on the door woke Xianxia up. When he opened his eyes, his mind was in a mess. He didn't know what year it was. He took out his phone and saw that it was 9 o'clock in the morning. The alarm clock for morning exercise didn't wake him up. Wang Zijin was still angry with him for what happened last night, so she didn't knock on the door to wake him up for a morning run. The second set of elementary school radio calisthenics gifted by the system arrived in the wee hours of the morning. Xianxia couldn't wait to try it out, so he practiced several times in his room. When he woke up this morning, he felt the weakness of his body being hollowed out. Was I tricked by the black-hearted system? Shouldn't I wake up the next day looking radiant and full of energy? With this effect, how can I be a teddy bear in the future? Bah, I don't want to be a teddy bear. Host, it's the same reason that the legs and feet of the human body will be sore the next day after strenuous exercise. You'll get used to it slowly. The system jumped out to explain. Although what you said makes sense, I still feel that something is wrong. Xianxia sat up and shouted, Stop knocking, who is it? It's a cute sister, a cute sister. Qin Baobao's soft voice sounded from outside the door. Xianxia got dressed and opened the door. His sister was wearing a sweater, jeans, and jogging shoes. She was charming and beautiful. Are you going out? Xianxia looked at her and glanced at her long and straight legs. I want to go out and play. His sister gave him a cat-like look. Xianxia knew what she was thinking. He brushed past her and said, I have to go to the company later, so I can't accompany you. Also, is your leg better? It still hurts when I walk, but it won't affect me when I go shopping. His sister followed him to the bathroom. Behave. If you go out and play now, you won't be able to run fast if someone recognizes you. Xianxia washed his face and brushed his teeth. Can't you see that I don't look well? Speaking of what happened last night, it was another malicious trick. Of course, his elder sister had dug her own grave by trapping Wang Zijin. However, she was the eldest daughter of the Qin family after all. He couldn't bear to see her being bullied. Therefore, Xianxia secretly eavesdropped on them last night. In the room, there was the sound of Wang Zijin and her sister piking. Xianxia imagined that they were rolling in the sheets on the bed. The elder sister, who couldn't use the deadly scissor kick, could only hold on for a few minutes before she was subdued by Wang Zijin. Then, he heard his sister's soft gasps and pleas for mercy. Xianxia imagined Wang Zijin scratching her sister's armpit. Something felt wrong. Where was her laughter? The elder sister panted for a long time, but the vicious and merciless Wang Zijin still did not let her go. She began to cry for help. Wang Zijin wants to kill me. Come and save me. Wang Zijin, go ahead and scream. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you. I've already bribed your henchman. Don't pinch my chest, it hurts. The elder sister screamed. Don't do this, I can't take it. Spare me. The elder sister panted. At this critical moment, as the only male of the Qin family, he should stand up and uphold justice. He should rush in and shout, let go of that sister and let me do it. Or, let go of that sister and come at me. Xianxia stood outside the door. He wanted to break in a few times, but he was hesitant. Should I go in, or go in, or go in? Waiting online, it's urgent. At this time, he needed the system to show him the way. Forget it, he couldn't expect a low-level system to be reliable. After all, it was kicked out of the group. The system appeared and played in his mind on a loop. Sob, Xianxia said, System, give me a mission. The fight inside seems to be very exciting. I want to go in. The system, go in? Which one are you referring to? Xianxia? The system, goodbye, host. In the room, the elder sister let out a high-pitched scream. Then, the whole world became dull. No, then the elder sister shouted again in the room, Hey, if you don't take off my pants, we're still good friends. I'm not wearing anything underneath. Xianxia, as the only male of the Qin family, how could he ignore his elder sister being bullied? Xianxia broke in and shouted, Sister, don't be afraid, I'm here. The scene in front of him shocked Xianxia. Before he came in, the scene in his mind was like this. The two sisters were fighting fiercely on the bed. The elder sister's hair was messy as she lay on the bed, with Sister Ziwei on top of her. The bedding was messy and slipped to the ground. The elder sister was crying and resisting, but it was useless. Then, everyone's clothes were disheveled, and in the struggle, they were exposed. However, reality and imagination were two completely different things. The elder sister was sitting on the east side of the bed, while Wang Zijin was sitting on the west side of the bed. The elder sister was pretending to scream and saying embarrassing lines while slapping the bed with her small hands, making pa-pa-pa sounds. Sister Ziwei was watching her TV series without any distractions. The scene collapsed. Xianxia's mentality collapsed. I told you, he'd definitely come in to help me. Qin Baobao looked at her best friend proudly. He's my brother after all, so his heart is still on my sister's side. Ace was just dealing with you. Xianxia thought, I feel like I've been tricked. I just came in to take a look. Xianxia forced a smile. Sister Ziwei, what's going on? Oh, nothing. Wang Zijin said lightly, I made a bet with your sister. Your sister tricked me and was in the wrong first. A's would be considerate and stand on my side. However, your sister said that you'd definitely stand on her side and come to help. Looks like I lost. A's is indeed a good kid who dotes on his sister. After saying that, she threw a pillow over. Xianxia thought, I'm the last one to know the truth. I'm going to cry. I just wanted to come in to take off her clothes. Stop doing bad things. Qin Baobao blushed and said angrily. Xianxia was stunned. What do you mean? I didn't do anything bad. Sister Ziwei didn't wake me up this morning. She must be angry. Xianxia complained. You only know how to trick me. I'll even reward you. Qin Baobao was not convinced. Forget it. Kissing every day, it's not new anymore. Then it's your turn this time. Xianxia was shocked. He looked at his sister and thought, you're asking for trouble again. If it's me, I'll kiss you until you're panting. He imagined the scene of a thief getting chicken dinner. Stop fooling around. We'll talk about it after the meeting, Xianxia said. His sister nodded obediently. After Qin Baobao became an A-list celebrity, she had less and less free time. This time, she was injured and at home. Xianxia did not go to the company and took time to accompany his sister. In the underground parking lot of the community, Xianxia got into the driver's seat and started the car skillfully. He turned his head and asked his sister in the passenger's seat, shall we go shopping on Nanjing Road? No shopping. Qin Baobao held her phone and said while typing, we're going to look at houses. Look at houses? Yes, there's an overpass outside the community. It's impossible to finish it in 1 or 2 years. It's causing traffic jams and mixed in with good and bad people. Zijin and I don't dare to walk at night. So you're planning to buy a house and move away from here? Yes. Xianxia could not get used to such a rich sister for a while. On second thought, it was true. His sister was an A-list celebrity. A-list celebrities had a very high income. Their annual income was hundreds of millions. A model worker's income was even more than $1 billion. Qin Baobao debuted 4 months ago. She had been an A-list celebrity for 2 months. According to her own disclosure, she had earned 7 to 8 million. This was still considered a small amount. Xianxia's phone vibrated. There was a message on the chat app. He opened it and saw that Nan Man Pei had invited him to join a group chat. There were 5 people in this group, the black-bellied sister, the cheating sister, Teddy Sue, and the domineering big sister Pei. Why did you join the group again? Xianxia looked at the sister beside him. He had joined a similar group last time, but for some reason, the sisters had tacitly left at the same time. Later, he found out that the purpose of the group was to argue. Qin Baobao was stunned at first, but she immediately reacted. She questioned Nan Man Pei in the group, no party, no new China, why did you invite him again? Red Bean thinks of the South Nan Man Pei, build a harmonious society, support the authority of the Central Committee, there's something. A few days ago, Suyu asked me to invest. After thinking about it for a few days, I think it's good. I want to invest. You and Xianxia are both shareholders. It just so happens that everyone is in the same group. It saves me from calling one by one. Qin Baobao, no party, no new China, you can discuss it with Xianxia. I don't care about the investment company, and I won't. Suyu, you can't go wrong if you follow the pace of the party, oh, you don't even argue. It's rare. Qin Baobao, no party, no new China, why should I argue? Anyway, you make money and I'll share it. I'm a bastard. Wang Zijin, socialist core values, I also want to invest, but I don't have money. Qin Baobao, no party, no new China, you don't have money. Xianxia said weakly, everyone, what are you doing? Suyu, you can't go wrong if you follow the pace of the party, what do you mean? Xianxia, what's the prefix? The 4 women replied together, we love our country. Patriotism, you guys, sorry, I don't get it at all. Xianxia's mouth twitched and he looked at his sister, is this your doing? His sister rolled her eyes, it's not me, it's Teddy. Oh, it's her, what's this? I don't know, It's said that all the major chat groups have been adding such prefixes recently, so it's safe. Qin Baobao said. So it's safe, you're the most dangerous hidden danger, sister, since the stock market. Qin Zhe, who was concerned about national affairs, suddenly understood. Oh, it must be because of the meeting. Sister Pei, how much are you going to invest? Qin Zhe silently added the prefix to himself, we are the successors of communism. Invest less, just 100 million. Nan Manpei replied, still with the same prefix. Qin Zhe's head was full of curses, and he didn't know what to say. She calmly spat out 100 million, still with the same prefix. No, definitely the former, but the latter, he would never dare to complain. To be honest, I can't eat it. Qin Zhe sent a cute tearful emoji, now the company has 100 million, and there are only 2 people in the stock market. If we add another 100 million, we will have indigestion. There was no reply for a long time. Nan Manpei said, well, I have a professional stock market team under me, and they only know how to trade stocks. They can't help with the other businesses of the investment company. How about we merge them with you? Qin Zhe's eyes lit up, how's the standard, 50% profit in 3 months, it's not bad. Nan Manpei said, can't compare with you. Qin Zhe had 48 million in capital, and a net profit of 100 million a month, more than 200% of the profit. If such a strong record was spread out, it was estimated that it would be shocked again and again. Now, the outside world knew about his little goal, but there weren't many people who knew that he had really achieved it. They could be counted on both hands. Sister Pei is so good, Sister Pei is so sweet. Qin Zhe sent a touched emoji. Suyu, virtue, supercilious. Qin Baobao, rolling eyes. Wang Zijin, rolling eyes. Nan Manpei said, my treatment is quite good. If I go to your place, there's no reason for me to lower it, right? Qin Zhe ignored the complaints of the 3 women and typed excitedly, you talk to Suyu about this, I don't care about the company. Suyu, you're in charge. Suyu sent an aggrieved expression, you see, I shouldn't have agreed to work with him at the beginning. He didn't care about anything in the company and left it all to me. Qin Baobao, then leave the group and sell your shares. Suyu, shut up, it's none of your business. Seeing that the 2 of them were about to tear into each other again, Qin Zhe had no choice but to step in to ease the situation. He hurriedly said, stop messing around, or else I'll leave the group. Then you can leave. Please leave. Am I thinking too highly of myself? The air conditioner in the car was blowing hot air. They were dawdling for a long time, and the sister was a little hot. She grabbed the hem of the white loose sweater, straightened her waist, and took it off. She was wearing a V-neck pure cotton shirt inside, the kind that was tight, so the sister's great chest was exposed in front of her brother. Qin Zhe quietly glanced at it. In other words, the facial cleanser in the winter was very unreal. When will summer come? He was looking forward to it. Old driver, let's go. The sister urged. I'll take you to kindergarten. Qin Zhe started the car. Half an hour later, the car stopped outside the Royal View Mansion community. It was backed by the Huangpu River, right by the World Financial Center, and a few kilometers away was the famous Thomson First Class. Houses were luxuries, and the houses in Shanghai were the luxuries of luxuries. Nowadays, houses had long been separated from the essence of living. I thought you would choose a villa. Qin Zhe looked up at the towering residential buildings. Apart from the villa, Royal View Mansion and Thomson First Class belonged to the top community. As a local, Qin Zhe's reputation was like thunder to his ears. He had heard a lot about him. After the car was parked, Qin Zhe opened the door and got out. Qin Baobao put on her outerwear, tidied her messy hair, put on her sunglasses and mask, and jogged over to her brother, holding his arm. The 2 walked side by side through the first gate of the community, then turned into the reception hall. Without a guide, they could not enter the second gate, which led to the real community. Hello, I'm looking for Manager Su. Qin Baobao said to the receptionist. The young girl in the business suit sized up Qin Baobao suspiciously. She was a little curious about her mask and glasses, but she quickly understood that she was probably a small-time celebrity. She had worked in Royal View Mansion for many years and had seen many rich people and celebrities. Then, her gaze fell on the man beside her. She was stunned for a moment, then suddenly screamed. Tall and slender figure, handsome face, eyes as bright as the stars, and a temperament without any distinguishing features, she couldn't be wrong. This was Xianxia. She was Xianxia's fangirl. Every few days, she would run to Xianxia's Weibo and shout, "I want to have your babies." Xianxia, who had no temperament to speak of, made a shushing gesture to her. The girl immediately covered her mouth, her face flushed with excitement. Wait a moment. I'll go get Manager Sue." Before she left, she looked at Xianxia reluctantly. After her figure disappeared, Qin Baobao looked at her brother, aggrieved. "I'm not a celebrity, you are. Little fool, I'm the man behind you," Xianxia said. The sister felt that his words were weird, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. "Don't say weird things to sister." She pinched her brother's waist. Soon, an NPC named Manager Sue appeared. He was a lean middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes, and his hair was waxed. "Miss Qin, Mr. Qin." He shook hands with the siblings and made an inviting gesture. "Come with me. I've been waiting for you." Xianxia immediately understood that the sister didn't buy the house on a whim. She must have planned it for a long time. The NPC Manager Sue led them into the real estate and talked to Qin Baobao. "There are 3 houses that meet your requirements. The cheapest is on the 10th floor, and the most expensive is on the top floor. They've never been moved in before. Which one do you want to see first?" Qin Baobao said directly, "The one on the top floor." Xianxia was stunned. "No one is moving in? Then wouldn't we have to?" He swallowed the word renovate. This kind of high-end luxury house wouldn't be sold as an empty shell like an ordinary building. The renovations were ready-made and were of the highest quality. Manager Sue led them to the top floor of a building, entered the password, and pushed open the door of Shanghai's top luxury house. Even though Xianxia and his sister had stayed in a 5-star hotel before, they were still stunned by the luxurious suite in front of them. A 5-star hotel couldn't compare to this, unless it was a presidential suite. However, he had never stayed in a presidential suite before, so there was no way to compare. Nevertheless, the reputation of the presidential suite was like thunder in the underworld. It was the first choice for the opening of a female novel. The naive and sweet female protagonist accidentally entered the presidential suite and was taken by the domineering CEO inside. Everything started from the presidential suite. The European-style renovation style made every corner of the house exquisite. The crystal chandelier in the living room made up of 18 light bulbs gave Xianxia the impression that it was awesome even though he didn't understand it. The NPC Manager Sue showed them around the suite. The living room was bigger than Xianxia and his sister's nest, and the bathroom was bigger than their living room. The most impressive thing was the 10-square-meter bronze bathtub. Damn, it was big enough for Xianxia to paddle and swim in. The balcony was also amazing, but it wasn't the kind that could only be used to dry clothes. It was more than enough to set up 10 tables of mahjong. It had a sea view. This house was sold when it was opened. The buyer used it as an investment, so it hasn't been moved in yet. However, we regularly arrange for cleaning and maintenance, Manager Sue said. The total area is 580 square meters, and the price per square meter is 170,000. The mathematician Xianxia calculated the total price, 98,600,000. Oh my God. His sister smiled. "Ace, do you like it?" Xianxia nodded. "It's not bad." Qin Baobao smiled. "It's good that you like it. I'll bring you here to sign some other day." "Okay." "Everything is in a sack." Xianxia stared. "Why do I have to sign? Aren't you the one buying the house?" "I already have a house. I want to buy a second one, and the down payment is 70%. The house will be under your name, and the down payment is only 50%. The house they lived in was given to Qin Baobao by her parents the year she graduated. A house worth more than 90 million, with a down payment of 70%. With their current financial situation, they couldn't afford it even if they sold everything they had. Wait a minute. Even if it's 50% down payment, it'll still cost more than 40 million. Do you have the money? Xianxia reacted. The first house only required 30% down payment, but the government made some adjustments this year, and the down payment was increased to 50%. I only have 7 million. Qin Baobao threw him a starry look. Ace will pay for the rest. Damn, I was wondering why you suddenly dragged me here to look at the house. We'll live in this house from now on. His sister threw him another starry look. If it weren't for the annoying NPC, Xianxia might have enjoyed his sister's kiss as encouragement. Anyway, you have money now. His sister continued, you can't lose money by buying a house, right? Xianxia nodded. But we still want to look at the other 2 houses, Qin Baobao said. No problem. Manager Su hesitated. I want an autograph, if it's convenient. Qin Baobao didn't expect him to be a fan. She smiled like a goddess and said, sure. No, you misunderstood. Manager Su waved his hand and looked at Xianxia. I want Mr. Qin's autograph. My daughter likes you very much. I want her autograph to please her when I get home. Xianxia smiled. Of course, no problem. Qin Baobao. Buying a house is not buying clothes. If you like it, you can pack it up and take it away. Today, they just came to look at the house. After seeing the other 2 houses, his sister's phobia came back. She didn't know which one to buy. Manager Su said, Miss Jean, go back and think about it. In fact, 2 of the 3 houses are owned by the same owner. Don't worry. Xianxia asked in surprise, are they all speculating in real estate? Manager Su nodded. I heard that the owner is a big businessman in Wind City. When Royal View opened, people in Wind City bought more than 10 houses. So rich, the siblings planned to come back later because Xianxia told his sister that the company didn't have much money now. Even if Nan Man Pei wanted to invest 100 million, the total assets were only 200 million. It was impossible to buy a house with 40 million. When his sister went downstairs, she touched his head. Brother, you have to work hard to make money. Anyway, the stock market is like picking up money. Last time I saw the news, a guy bought the stock 4 or 5 years ago. Now it's skyrocketing and he has one more house. When it's rising, people are happy. But when it's falling, how many people jump off the building? Xianxia sighed. The bull market is really like picking up money. If you can withdraw as soon as possible, you can definitely make money. But how many people can do that? If you withdraw, you will find that the next day it's reaching the upper limit, and the third day it's reaching the upper limit, it will feel like your money has been robbed. Amateur individual investors may withdraw, but veteran investors and professional stock speculation teams will certainly not stop, because they rely on stock speculation to make a living. When this bull market is over, many people will lose blood. After saying goodbye to Manager Su, they were about to go home when they suddenly heard a surprised voice. Qin Baobao. Meet an acquaintance? The siblings looked back blankly and saw a handsome young man in a casual suit. Beside him was a female companion holding his arm. When Qin Baobao turned back, the young man pushed his female companion away and ran over excitedly. Let's go. Qin Baobao cursed. F***ck. She pulled her brother and turned to leave. What's wrong? Xianxia was surprised by his sister's reaction. He guessed that the guy was one of his sister's admirers. There was nothing strange about it. Ever since he was young, his sister's admirers were as numerous as the carps crossing the river. Even the 300 Spartans did not have as many admirers as her. In kindergarten, there was a guy who wanted to kiss her, but she pushed him off the slide and he fell to the ground with his head bleeding. His sister had always been cold and arrogant in front of her pursuers. Why are you panicking now? This is a piece of F***king dogskin plaster. Let's go, Qin Baobao cursed. Baobao, don't go. That guy left his female companion behind and strode over, blocking their path. Why did you leave as soon as you saw me? Am I that annoying? He looked hurt. Young Master Feng, we are not close. You are not allowed to call me Baobao. Qin Baobao said. I gave you 999 roses. We are old acquaintances. Young Master Feng only had eyes for Qin Baobao. His gaze was deep and affectionate. Are you free tonight? I will treat you to dinner. Sorry, I am not free tonight. I have to accompany my brother. Qin Baobao said angrily. She wanted to say I have to accompany my boyfriend. But considering her and Qin Zai's popularity, it was not good to continue pretending to be a couple. Everyone knew that they were brother and sister. Ah, brother-in-law is here too. Young Master Feng seemed to have just noticed Qin Zai, so his smile had a hint of flattery. I also want to treat brother-in-law to dinner. Qin Zai was speechless for a long time. F*CK, who are you, bro? You keep calling me brother-in-law. Do you believe that I will beat you up on the spot? Young Master Feng, right? Hello. Qin Zai looked at the lonely and beautiful woman. Is that your girlfriend, or sister-in-law? No. Young Master Feng denied immediately. He looked at Qin Baobao and said seriously, just a normal friend. Qin Baobao rolled her eyes. I don't care what your relationship is. Even if it is not a proper relationship, it has nothing to do with me. Qin Baobao was really annoyed by him. This guy in front of her was called Feng Tianming. He was the bad friend of Star Arts CEO, Huang Yitsong. They met at a cocktail party. Since then, young Master Feng started to pursue her crazily. Everyone would send a bouquet of roses to Qin Baobao's office, regardless of whether she was there or not. It was said that in order to pursue her, he even bribed the front desk of Star Art. As long as Qin Baobao did not have any work and happened to be in the company, young Master Feng would be like a shark that smelled blood. He would aggressively rush over and shamelessly treat her to dinner. Because he was CEO Huang's friend, Star Art's door was always open to him. He was more annoying than a dog skin plaster. The goddess was so cold, but young Master Feng was not discouraged or discouraged. He was already prepared to fight a protracted battle. In fact, the more Qin Baobao rejected him, the more it stimulated his fighting spirit and the dignity of an experienced driver. Young Master Feng enjoyed it. As a rich second generation with good looks, young Master Feng did not lack women around him. However, he and the experienced driver Huang Yitsong had gone to countless clubs and shaken countless beds. Until now, he had never met a woman that he was willing to grind an iron rod into a needle. Even if she started to act like an ice beauty, with young Master Feng opening the way, after a few rounds, she quickly revealed her true colors. She kept saying, "Hubby, I love you, hubby, I miss you." Only Qin Baobao was different. She was not an ice beauty, but she was even harder to pursue than an ice beauty. The first time they met at the cocktail party, young Master Feng only felt that this woman was very stunning. He had seen countless women in the flower field. He had met someone with a figure like Qin Baobao. Someone with this appearance was rare, but he had met someone before. Anyway, young Master Feng had never met someone with this appearance and figure. Young Master Feng asked his pap friend Huang Yitsong in private, "Qin Baobao is too hot. Did you get her?" Huang Yitsong's reply was, "This woman is different from those female celebrities. She is not willing to sell her body for a promotion." When young Master Feng heard this, he immediately had a good impression of Qin Baobao. He sent someone to investigate Qin Baobao's past. Other than the company's private rumors about her and President Huang having an affair, there were no other rumors. In other words, this was a very clean and high-quality woman. Young Master Feng had been pursuing Qin Baobao for about a month. Whether it was money or flowers, it seemed that this woman could not be moved. She was harder to conquer than he imagined. One day, I will be your son, young Master Feng secretly swore countless times in his heart. Baobao, please give me a chance. I am sincere. Don't ask me how deep I love you, how much I love you. The sun represents my heart. Young Master Feng did not care about the expression of his female companion and Qin Zai beside him. He said these mushy lines. Goodbye. Qin Baobao rolled her eyes. Don't. I know you find me annoying, but I only want to have a meal. After the meal, I will not pester you. Young Master Feng said. Things like principles had to be nibbled away bit by bit. If he made this mistake, the success rate of the next meal would be greatly increased. Such a humble style of speech was really not suitable for him, young Master Feng. At first, he wanted to be a domineering president. Didn't all women like this? He drove a luxury car worth millions, wore a well-ironed suit, walked in front of the female lead indifferently and said coldly, "Woman, come with me, woman, you are playing with fire." The female lead said no, but in their hearts, they were overjoyed. However, Qin Baobao was not like this. He still remembered the first time he leaned on his Maybach and said domineeringly to Qin Baobao, who was coming home from work, "Qin Baobao, have a meal with me. Don't reject me." Young Master Feng gave his own lines full marks in his heart. Qin Baobao was not like most of the female leads, who would blush out of humiliation into anger and then put on a very angry and dismissive attitude. She said coquettishly, "No way, who are you?" Qin Baobao looked at him at that time and said 2 words, "Idiot." From then on, young Master Feng knew that the domineering president style did not work on her. "Wow, host, your psychological desire has been detected." Qin Zhe, who was watching from the side, suddenly heard the system's voice. "It is quite unpleasant." Qin Zhe frowned. "What mission are you going to give me?" He was very unhappy with this guy who kept pestering his sister. But if he wanted to talk about his psychological desire, could it be the impulse to beat him up? If the system gave him such a mission, he would be in a difficult position. It's not to beat him up. The host's psychological desire is to help his sister get rid of this annoying guy. The system said, "Wait a moment, calculating the most reasonable and effective mission." Why do I feel that after the upgrade, the system has become even worse? A few seconds later, the system's mission appeared. Ding, please act like a qualified sister complex in front of Feng Tianming. Make him see you as a thorn in his side and change his target to help his sister get rid of this sticky candy. If you succeed, you will be rewarded 200 points. If you fail, you will be deducted the same amount. Act like a sister complex, me? System, come out, I promise I will beat you to death. I think it's better if you let me beat him up, Qin Zhe cursed in his heart. How do I act? I don't know how to. System, funny face, you don't need to act. Just act as yourself. Qin Zhe, system, I'm in your head, so I can capture your brain waves. So I know what you're thinking. Qin Zhe, then why did you say act? You're so low. System, so I can save you some face. Qin Zhe, anyway, I won't admit that I'm a syscon. If the system was a real thing, Qin Zhe would consider destroying it. Luckily, the system wasn't a real thing. No one knew except for the system. This mission seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult. How does one qualify as a syscon? A mild one? A perverted one? How could he quietly expose his sister complex in a limited time? He had to let this young Master Feng know about it. He turned to his sister and said, "Woman, you're playing with fire." Then he would force a kiss on her lips. No, that would be too evil. Although the effect was good, he would probably be slapped by his sister, which would be difficult to clean up. The best way was to let Feng Tianming know that he was a syscon, but at the same time, a normal syscon. Well, there were many people with all kinds of syscon nowadays. He could manipulate his syscon. Sister, why is this person like this? He's so shameless. Qin Zhe showed a face of disgust, but he didn't forget to glare at young Master Feng. Young Master Feng, I don't have any feelings for you. Please don't look for me in the future. Qin Baobao couldn't remember how many times she had repeated this sentence. She held her brother's hand and said, "A's, let's go." Qin Zhe obviously couldn't let his sister go. I haven't even started my performance, why should I leave? So he said loudly, "Who do you think you are? Do you think you're good enough for my sister? I'm warning you, don't bother my sister anymore. Do you believe that I'll beat you up?" The first step of a sister complex was to show extreme aggression and contempt to any man who wanted to be her brother-in-law. Luckily, there was no trash can nearby. Otherwise, Qin Zhe would have let this young Master Feng know what it meant to tear a trash can apart with his bare hands. Qin Baobao was stunned. Wow, Ace is so domineering. I like it. Young Master Feng was also stunned. This person was fine just a moment ago, with a gentle expression. Suddenly, he turned from a little white rabbit into a furious lion. Young Sir Feng wasn't a pushover either. Grand Emperor Shroud Heaven had never been weaker than anyone, so how could he possibly be afraid of a mere threat? Smiling coldly, he said, "Who do I think I am? I'm your brother-in-law." After saying that, young Master Feng saw extreme anger and jealousy in that guy's eyes. That ferocious look was as if he wanted to eat him alive. Jealousy, was it an illusion? I dare you to say that again. Xianxia approached young Master Feng, using his height of 183 meters to exert pressure on him. Hey, A's, calm down. Qin Baobao was dumbfounded. What was wrong with her brother today? She felt that something was wrong. Xianxia turned his head and showed a gentle and harmless smile in front of his sister. Okay, I'll listen to my sister. I like my sister the most. The second step of a sister complex was to act like an obedient and sensible child in front of his sister, but be fierce in front of others. Qin Baobao shivered. She looked at Xianxia with a different gaze. Young Master Feng narrowed his eyes. He felt that he had guessed something. The smile on his face became colder. Your sister will have a boyfriend sooner or later. Are you going to hide it? Even if I don't pursue her, someone else will. I won't allow it. Xianxia's face flashed with panic as if he had said something wrong. He paused in panic and his face turned red. The third step of a sister complex was to show extreme possessiveness towards his sister. Young Master Feng cursed in his heart. So this guy was a sister complex. A damn sister complex. The host has good acting skills. The system gave Xianxia a thumbs up. While young Master Feng and Xianxia were staring at each other, Qin Baobao suddenly asked agitatedly, "What won't I allow?" Xianxia was speechless. Young Master Feng was speechless. Damn, I forgot that a certain guy was also psychologically shady. Xianxia managed to keep himself together. He said seriously, "I won't allow this kind of oily and powdery-faced rich second generation to get close to my sister." Qin Baobao smiled dotingly. Don't worry. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He was glad that he was quick-witted. If he had said, "I won't allow this kind of brother-in-law to exist," someone's brother complex would have been exposed. Young Master Feng saw this scene and thought, because his sister dotes on him and his sister is so beautiful, her brother has become a sister complex. He felt that he had found the truth. I have to think of a way to deal with him. Otherwise, this guy will make things difficult for me to pursue Qin Baobao. But in the female novels, there was no mention of the female lead having a brother complex. Even if there was a brother, he was just an innocent and naive person. He was just waiting to cause trouble and the male lead would jump out to save him. How troublesome. How should I deal with this kind of person who has a sister complex? Young Master Feng instantly changed his goal from pursuing Qin Baobao to correcting Xianxia's wrong view of love. He said, "Qin Baobao, I'll ask you out another day. I have something to do today, so I'll take my leave first." Qin Baobao was confused. This guy isn't going to be a dogskin plaster anymore? Why is he so straightforward today? Young Master Feng said goodbye and walked towards his female companion. His female companion immediately smiled sweetly and wanted to hold his arm. But young Master Feng rejected her. Although he was experienced, he couldn't let Qin Baobao see him. This woman's character was just an ordinary friend. As for his female companion's feelings, he didn't care. Anyway, she was a woman who was after money. He believed that she wouldn't feel jealous. Wait a minute. Qin Baobao suddenly called him. Young Master Feng was stunned. Since she was so happy, did the plot turn around? Like in TV dramas and novels, when the male lead is disappointed, the female lead suddenly changes her mind and agrees with him. Qin Baobao smiled and said, "Young Master Feng, do you live here?" Young Master Feng said, "No, my friend lives here. I came here to play." Young Master Feng, take your time. We'll leave first. Qin Baobao smiled. Then I'm relieved. Both parties parted ways at the entrance of the district and got into their respective cars. In the car, young Master Feng lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. He asked his exquisitely dressed female companion beside him, "By the way, in those novels you read, how do the male leads deal with the older sister-obsessed man?" Female companion? Let's change the question. Young Master Feng pondered and said, "How do you think a young man with dangerous thoughts should be saved, or rather, corrected his wrong complex?" Female companion? She didn't understand what he was saying at all. Useless thing, other than shaking your butt, what else can you do? Young Master Feng said angrily, go home and eat chicken. His female companion looked wronged and confused. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward is 200 points. The system's voice sounded. What happened to you just now? Qin Baobao stared at her brother with amorous eyes. You felt weird. I was just cooperating with a certain guy with no integrity to put on a show. Qin Zhe sighed. After saying that, his sister gave him a karate chop on his head. It hurt like hell. Who are you saying has no integrity? His sister was angry. No, I'm not talking about you. Qin Zhe hurriedly explained. Feng Tianming? No, he's just a nobody. Who cares about him? Another karate chop. Then it's me. I'm so tired, I don't feel like talking. Qin Zhe started the car. His sister glared at him angrily for a while. Then, she sat up straight and looked straight ahead. Suddenly, she glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. She wanted to say something but hesitated a few times. Finally, she said softly, Aze, do you hate that Feng Tianming? He's just a nobody. Not really. I just don't like him. Then why don't you like him? Is it because he's chasing after you? Yes. Qin Baobao felt sweet in her heart. She smiled charmingly and quickly hid it. Then, she asked, why are you unhappy that he's chasing after you? Because. You're unhappy, so I'm unhappy too. Qin Zhe coaxed his sister. Anything or anyone that makes you unhappy should be destroyed by me. Although she enjoyed her brother's flattery, Qin Baobao was still a little disappointed. She was waiting for another answer. This guy wasn't like this just now. Aze, are you angry with your sister? She dragged you here without your consent for such a big thing. She even made you pay for the down payment. Isn't it bad to be such a willful sister? Qin Baobao said as she carefully observed his expression. Don't you know whether you're bad or not? No, the house is under my name. It's mine. I still have to thank you for helping me pay for it. Qin Zhe was beaming with joy. Qin Baobao felt like vomiting blood. In the future, if any girl catches your eye, I'll bring her here. It's much more effective than confessing with flowers and fireworks. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Excited my ass. Don't even think about it. Her hand chopped Qin Zhe's head like raindrops. The elder sister's movements of brandishing her hand blade were big and wide, surging with waves. Qin Zhe quickly parried and smiled devilishly. Little fool, I'm just joking with you. If his sister wanted to buy a house, not to mention 40 million, Qin Zhe would be willing to pay 400 million if he had the money. After college, for 3 years, he ate, used, spent, and sometimes played with his sister. If his sister wanted the moon in the sky, Qin Zhe would find a way to get it. She put aside the idea of buying a house until Qin Zhe had enough money. Qin Baobao didn't want to partner with her brother. She wanted to work hard to earn money and put the house under her name. She didn't want the little red guy to bring a coquettish bitch back to make her feel uncomfortable. At noon the next day, Baoza Investment Company welcomed its first batch of employees. Nan Manpei's stock trading team moved into Baoza. Compared with Su Tong, who started from scratch, Nan Manpei was a real capitalist. For a successful capitalist, professional knowledge and technical level were all illusory. The only thing that mattered was the overall situation and a keen sense of the market. As for the super capitalists, they could even eliminate the market's sense of smell. They could spend money to hire think tanks and let those guys give them advice. What was indispensable was the overall situation. This was what Nan Manpei appreciated most about Qin Zhe. It used to be, but now it was a little different. This guy had changed his career to a technocrat. There were not many people in this team, 7 people. The 2 guys in the lead were the middle-aged man with a big belly called Jiang Jinghua and the tall man with a mole on the corner of his mouth called Wang Wuqing. At noon, they were invited to have lunch in a restaurant. Nan Manpei's 100 million investment was all in 9 securities accounts. After Qin Zhe saw the delivery list and the shares, he grabbed his mobile phone and called Suyu. Inform everyone that there will be a meeting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There were only 2 meeting rooms in Bao's office. The largest one could accommodate 20 people, but now half of it was occupied. The company has just started. If you have any questions, you can directly look for President Su. If it's not business related, I generally don't care. Xianxia glanced at the crowd. If you don't have any opinions on my decision just now, then everyone is dismissed. The content of this meeting was very simple. Arrange everyone's positions. Li Linfeng would be the manager of the investment department, Wang Wuqing would be the manager of the second department, and Jiang Jinghua would be the manager of the third department. Then, each department would be given 50 million yuan, and each manager would be assigned 2 subordinates. This was Su Yu's idea. The previous team would be destroyed, which would be beneficial to the unity and harmony of the company. This decision was meaningless for the new investment group. They would maintain the consensus of boss's words are right, we will listen to the boss. The second thing was that Xianxia would overturn all the investments of the investment group and ask them to withdraw all the funds. Then, he threw out his own plan and said a boss will take you to play tone, in the future, I will send you the investment plan on a regular basis, and you will improve it. The investment group was meaningless, and they would maintain the consensus of boss's decision is right. Sister Pei is really good at teaching. I really want to ask her about her teaching methods. That. President Qin, President Su, and everyone. Qin Guang raised his hand and said weakly, thank you for your trust, President Qin, for being willing to give me 10 million yuan to operate. Seeing everyone looking at him, Qin Guang's face was filled with grief and indignation. But you can't forget that I'm the only one in the futures department. I hope the organization will not give up on me and quickly recruit people. Xianxia looked at Su Yu, and Su Yu shrugged his shoulders. Xianxia said, yes, old Chen, you have been in this industry for so many years, you should know some friends, right? You can poach people yourself, and the company will open the door to welcome talented people. Qin Guang thought sadly, I will probably be in the HR department for a while. The meeting ended. Xianxia stepped into his office and Su Yu threw him a document. This is the company's income these days. It's not bad. How much do you plan to leave in the company's account? Su Yu pulled out a chair and sat down. You've spent all your 6 million? Xianxia was stunned. No. There's no rush. Let's invest in the stock market first. By the way, get me a glass of water. Can't you pour it yourself? Su Yu glared at him. Just do it when I tell you to. Don't talk so much nonsense. Have some awareness as a secretary. Xianxia knocked on the table discontentedly. Oh. Su Yu came back with 2 glasses of water. I also want to tell you about employee benefits. Don't look at these details as they are not important. They are very useful to unite people's hearts. It's up to you. Xianxia held his phone and chatted with Sister Ziwei. Hey. Su Yu glanced at him with dissatisfaction. Wang Zijin is your girlfriend? It's none of your business. Su Yu looked resentful and hummed. She's your sister's best friend. Gee, it's good to have a beautiful sister. It saves a lot of effort to find a girlfriend. Xianxia and Wang Zijin talking about random things. Wang Zijin had a habit of chatting. After 3 sentences, there would be a comical scene. Don't chat first, let's talk about business. Su Yu knocked on the table. Now there are 9 people in the investment department, including you. One person is in charge of 3 accounts. The funds that can be manipulated should be more than 200 million. We can issue projects to attract investment. I think so too. Do you have any experience in this area? Xianxia asked. No, when it comes to collecting profits, the funds are given by my father. It saves trouble. Let me think about it. Xianxia chatted while dealing with Su Yu. Boss Qin, you talk first. I'll leave. Su Yu curled her lips. Oh. After she left, Xianxia pulled out the document and looked at it. Employee benefits, 500 red envelopes for birthdays, gifts for holidays, marriage. It's very detailed. By the way, Teddy's birthday seems to be in the middle of the month. As the boss, I have to prepare a gift. On the other side, Li Linfeng, Qin Guang, Wang Wuqing, and Jiang Jinghua were sitting in the small conference room, chatting and smoking. Old Wang used to work in a securities company? Li Linfeng exhaled smoke. The company was small, but it had its advantages. There was no messy faction fighting. Boss Su had the final say in the whole company. And Boss Qin was just a bystander. The funds were evenly distributed, and there was nothing to fight for. Several of his own middle-level managers could also avoid a lot of intrigue. Not as lucky as you. I entered the stock market in 1992 and went through ups and downs. When I made money, I bought a car and a house. When I lost money, I sold the car and the house. Later, I thought that I couldn't be an individual investor anymore, so I began to mix in a private equity company. Personal risk was reduced, and so was the income. Wang Wuqing sighed as he talked about the past. He touched his matchmaker's mole. Later, I figured out that working for the big boss was the right way. The stock market was too deep, and I made a lot of money from watching the bull market. But as long as you don't withdraw, sooner or later, you will be stabbed. Old Wang is a professional, and I'm a newbie. Jiang Jinghua had a cigarette in his mouth. Before I entered the industry, I was working for the poor. My monthly salary was just enough to feed my family. A few years ago, I was brought into the stock market by a friend, and I've been there ever since. He said sadly, my salary didn't reach 8,000. I'm useless. I'm a burden to the country. Oh, this was a sad story. Li Linfeng and the others didn't know how to comfort him. Jiang Jinghua sighed. Now that I'm working for Boss Qin, are we going to take off? Of course, absolutely. The #1 stock god in the industry. The founder of the small goal of making 100 million. Everyone gave an affirmative answer. Xianxia returned home at 4 in the afternoon. Qin Baobao was at home, enjoying her last day of vacation. There was a plastic plate in front of her chest, and on the plate was a bunch of purple grapes. She was as steady as Mount Tai. Sister was eating grapes while watching a movie. She spat out grape seeds from her rosy little mouth. Xianxia took off his leather shoes and suit, and picked a grape from his sister's chest. Sweet. Sister's grapes are sweet. I want to watch a movie with Sister Ziwei tonight. Not allowed. Oh. Xianxia picked grapes from his sister's chest again. Then I'll buy some meat Ganoderma. Meat Ganoderma? Good stuff. It can cool down. Xianxia reached out to his sister's chest, but was slapped away by his sister. I'm not giving you grapes. Xianxia forced himself to eat his sister's grapes. She kicked him a few times angrily. Go buy me a bunch. You've eaten so much. Aren't grapes meant to be eaten? Xianxia held his sister's white and tender foot. You're behaving atrociously now that your leg has recovered. Are you going to have a concert at the end of the month? Yes, the company is helping to prepare. It's the project Huang Yizong set up before his honeymoon. I still have a lot of work to do. I have to finish it before the concert, Qin Baobao said. After they bought the house, they would let Wang Zijin live here alone. As for her black-hearted brother, well, they could barely accommodate him. After all, he still had to do the housework. Sister, I have a favor to ask of you. Xianxia suddenly showed a flattering smile and warmly massaged his sister's shoulders. Well, I'll let you live with me. Qin Baobao narrowed her eyes, enjoying her brother's service. Qin Baobao was planning to leave Wang Zijin, who was both a wolf in the house and a third wheel, here after they bought the house. But she was afraid that after they bought the house, her black-hearted brother would say, Sister, you can live there. I'll stay here. With her brother's personality, he would definitely do this. She would let him pay for it and transfer the house to his name. Then, he would definitely come over. No, my company wants to get investors. You have a lot of celebrity friends and they're all rich. Help me ask if anyone is willing to invest. Oh, then I'll help you ask. You're eating my grapes again. Qin Baobao slapped her brother's hand. The grapes immediately fell from her neck and rolled all the way to her deep cleavage. Because the living room was air-conditioned, she was wearing a loose, unlined shirt. It was not tight. Qin Baobao subconsciously reached out to grab it, but the grapes rolled even deeper. It was cold and gave her a layer of goosebumps on her neck. It's so cold. Sister shouted and dug. Xianxia glanced at her chest. It was empty? He had a mental breakdown. Qin Baobao did not take out the grapes that had sneaked into her body from her collar. They slid out from the hem of her shirt. Sister threw the grapes into the trash can and said, I hate you. You can't blame me. Xianxia stared at the happy grapes in envy. It's your fault. Qin Baobao punched him with her small fist and protected the grapes in front of her chest. I'll help you ask. Su Yunhan should have a chance. If she was a sister with backbone and a temper, she would not have bothered with him at this time. She would have given him a cold shoulder and forced him to admit his mistake. But Qin Baobao never had a backbone in front of her brother. She was a paper tiger. She immediately contacted her celebrity friends for him. Sister Su, my brother opened a private equity company. Are you interested in investing? Compared to open and transparent public offerings, private equity was less regulated and had more freedom and flexibility. However, there were also bottom lines and disadvantages. For example, they could not sell in public and could only solicit investments themselves, just like Xianxia was doing now, looking for celebrities and tycoons to buy the company's funds. Of course, they could also solicit investments from their circle of friends and social media. They believed that the majority of netizens would be very willing to invest in the stock god, but netizens were not qualified investors. There were rules that stated that only rich people who could take a bigger risk could buy a private equity fund. There was also a bottom line. The number of investors could not exceed 200, and the funds could not be transferred to personal accounts. Otherwise, it would be illegal fundraising. If it reached a certain scale, they would be shot. Su Yunhan quickly replied, how do you want to invest? After receiving the reply, Qin Baobao turned to look at her brother. She did not understand either. Xianxia thought for a while and did not want to explain too professionally and academically. He said, just say that you are helping her to invest in stocks and collect management fees. If she agrees, we can discuss the details at the company. Also, at least 3 million yuan. Qin Baobao passed on her brother's words. If you know any friends who want to invest in stocks, you can help me advertise. My brother said that private equity cannot be publicized or advertised. Su Yunhan replied with an okay hand gesture, then took a screenshot and sent it to a celebrity group. Celebrities had their own circles. Su Yunhan had been in the entertainment industry for so many years, so she did not need too many celebrity friends. Su Yunhan, Qin Baobao's brother, has opened a private equity company and is looking for investments. Interested friends can contact him. Yes, I want to invest some money. Do you have friends who know the industry? Are they reliable? Li Rongxing replied, wow, Xianxia has opened a company. Huang Yuding, amazing, his stock trading skills are really high. Last time, he said on the live broadcast that infrastructure stocks would be popular. In the past few days, several infrastructure stocks have reached the upper limit. Xianxia, Xianxia, my favorite little fresh meat. Zhang Jinyun, you like his songs, right? Do you want to ask him for a song? Xianxia, yes, but it's very difficult to get his songs. My management company has been trying to contact him for a long time. I'm not asking for much, just songs like Invisible Wings. Xian Jiaji was a second-tier singer in the mainland. She was beautiful and her voice was clear and melodious. People on the internet often said that if she sang Invisible Wings, it would definitely be better than Qin Baobao. Huang Yuding complained, you're not asking for much. I've met Xianxia a few times, but my agency hasn't managed to get me a song. Then, many singers spoke up one after another, complaining that Xianxia was so heartless that it was difficult for him to book songs. Yun Han, you have a good relationship with Qin Baobao. Help me book a song. Qian tried frantically Su Yunhan. If I can get a song, I'll return it to you. I'll keep it for myself. Hey, don't go off topic. Where's the investment we agreed on? Su Yunhan felt stifled. Huang Yuding, Old Jiao is an old stock investor. Let's ask for his opinion first. A few minutes later, Old Jiao appeared. Huang Yuding, I hired a professional team to help me invest in the stock market. It was quite profitable in the past, but this month's profits have been poor. This is the rational period of the bull market, and there won't be a situation where whatever you buy will rise. So please be careful with your investments. Xianxia's ability in the stock market has always been rumored, but we've never seen it for ourselves, right? The most famous one is Black Donkey technology. There's nothing else. Of course, my opinion is only for reference. Only then did everyone remember that Xianxia's title as the god of stocks was exaggerated by the netizens. They only knew that Xianxia was good in the stock market and was very famous. But as for how good he was, no one had any idea. Li Rongxing, old Zhao is right. My mom lost more than 100,000 renminbi this month. Her heart hurts a lot. Xianxia, you can lose so much money in the bull market? Old Zhao, you can also lose money in the bull market. There are so many stocks, and not all of them rise. There are also changes in the price within the same day. That's why it's taboo to buy high and sell low. Zhang Jinyun, old Zhao, please guide me. I made some money last month, but I lost all of it this month. Huang Yuding, I also bought some stocks. I didn't make any losses, but I didn't make much money. Let's just leave it there. Now that the trend is rising, choose a good stock, and you will definitely make money in a few months. Su Yunhan, the celebrities in the group started to discuss their stock market achievements. Some of them made money, some of them lost money, and some of them did not invest in the stock market. Alright, they went off topic again. Suddenly, a netizen popped up. No, Xianxia is very good in the stock market. I remember that Yunhan made a lot of money playing with him, right? Zhang Jinyun, how much? Netizen, at least a few 100,000, right? Su Yunhan. Old Zhao, a few 100,000 is not bad. She earned some pocket money. Huang Yuding, not bad, not bad. She's better than me and better than me. Xianxia, Io, not bad. Su Yunhan sent a string of ellipses. Li Rongxing, ah? Not even a few 100,000? Su Yunhan sent another string of ellipses. The active celebrities in the group were all talking at once. Not a few 100,000, but at least a few 100,000. After all, it's Xianxia. That's not necessarily true. It depends on how much Yunhan invested. How can it be a few 100,000? You guys are so funny. You're just following Xianxia to invest in the stock market. It's not like you're asking Xianxia to invest in the stock market. I have a friend who is in private equity and occasionally recommends me to invest in a few stocks. After half a month, he only made a few tens of thousands. But I didn't invest much. Su Yunhan looked at the discussion and wondered if she should tell them the truth. Would it hurt them? Would it seem that she was too pretentious? But since she had promised to help Qin Baobao get investors, she should tell them the truth. This group of idlers was happy to earn a few 100,000. Su Yunhan replied, 5 million. Someone immediately replied, 5 million? You're really willing to invest. So, you only earned a few 100,000 with so much money? Su Yunhan, no, I invested in the stock market with Xianxia at the beginning of October and earned 5 million in 2 months. 5 million? 2 months. The celebrities were silent. 5 million in 2 months. In the eyes of the A-list and B-list celebrities, this was not a lot. They could earn a few 100,000 or even a few million just by shooting an advertisement or doing a commercial performance. But Su Yunhan's 5 million was earned by following a big shot. She earned 5 million without using her brain or effort. Su Yunhan sent a tired emoji. It's quite tiring to invest in the stock market by myself. I have to go online every day to see how much the stock market rose today and how much it will rise tomorrow. It's so tiring. Old Zhao, Zhang Jinyun, Huang Yuding. Xianxia, don't say anything else. Qin Baobao's phone number, give it to me. Li Rongxing, Qin Baobao's phone number, give it to me. Huang Yuding, Qin Baobao's phone number, give it to me. Old Zhao, Qin Baobao's phone number. I want it too. Melon Eater 1, give it to me. Melon Eater 2, give it to me. Melon Eater 3, give it to me. Old Zhao, don't you have a friend who specializes in the stock market to help you? Old Zhao, I was wrong to be pretentious just now. I apologize. While eating, Qin Baobao's phone was bombarded with calls. Whether he knew them or not, the celebrities called him personally. He had only eaten a few mouthfuls when he received more than 10 calls. I, Li Rongxing, will give you money. I, Huang Yuding, will give you money. I, Zhang Jinyun, will give you money. I, Melon Eater, will give you money. Qin Baobao patiently explained to everyone, don't look for me. I'm just helping with the publicity. If you are interested, you can contact this number. She's my follower. If you have any requests or problems, just look for her directly. Don't be too polite. Then Suyu's number was given out. Soon after, Suyu exploded in the group. Qin, come out, I promise to beat you to death. A series of boiling with anger emojis. I'm helping you to get investment. You're welcome. Qin Baobao replied. You bastard, can't you let Qinze handle it? It's funny. Qinze is my brother. As a sister, I love my brother. Why, bite me. It's after work now. Why are you throwing it to me? I'm answering the phone when I go to the bathroom. You black-hearted maggot. The two people scolded in the group, and all kinds of dirty and not dirty words flew all over the screen. Wang Zijin bit her chopsticks and watched her best friend and Suyu scold each other with relish. Then she glanced at Qinze, who was eating at the same table. He was looking at the screen with a strange face and was shocked by the rich practical experience of his sister and the secretary. There seemed to be a sound of image collapse. Wang Zijin thought that the two idiots forgot that Qinze was also in the group. Hey, I won't remind them. I might as well scold them more fiercely and shrewdly. At this time, I should jump out to be a peacemaker and brush up a wave of good feelings. But when Wang Zijin saw the lurking Nan Manpei, she suddenly realized that she couldn't jump out and had to be silent. Otherwise, when the two women reacted, they would criticize her. The next day, 6:30 in the morning. Qinze got up on time. After achieving his small goal of making 100 million, he didn't have to stay up all night. Only with a normal biological clock can he have a healthy body. People who stay up all night to cultivate will reach the sky earlier than ordinary people. Recalling that time, he was mentally and physically exhausted. The last time he was bitten by Liang Zhui was during the college entrance examination. At that time, the old man roared in his ear every day, the college entrance examination is coming soon, but you are sloppy all day. There is no hope for Fudan University, but you have to go to the University of Finance. The local cutoff was so low, then he sent his daughter to stay up all night to tutor his son, but his daughter pretended to be serious in front of her father, but in front of her brother, she was not serious at all. In addition to tutoring, she used her feet to tease her brother. Think about other people's systems, all kinds of awesome, the protagonist makes money lying down. Look at him, for a mere 100 million, he was tired half to death, forced to play with leverage, and almost overturned the car. The system is low, the host suffers. The handsome man suffers. Qinze lifted the quilt and stretched his limbs on the bed, wearing only a pair of boxers. He looked down at his tent and sighed again. Every day at 6:30, his cock was hard. What do I need this iron rod for? Qinze's voice came from the room, and Wang Zijin, who was brushing her teeth in the bathroom, rolled her eyes fiercely. After finishing the morning exercise at 8 o'clock, she took a shower, had breakfast, and then Qin Baobao drove her best friend and brother to work. He arrived at the company at 9:30, half an hour late. Anyway, he was the boss, and he was capricious. Only Suyu would occasionally complain about him. Of course, the others dared not complain about the CEO. Having said that, the company should recruit a receptionist. The receptionist didn't need to be too professional, but she must be beautiful. The word vase was tailor-made for the receptionist. Passing by the conference room, he found Suyu receiving clients, a man and a woman, dressed very professionally. The woman heard the footsteps and looked sideways. When she saw Qinze, she was overjoyed. Miss Qin. Qinze recognized her face. She was Su Yunhan's manager. He used to know that her surname was Bai, but after hearing Su Yunhan call her sister Bai, he found out that her name was Bai Jia. Bai Jia worked in the entertainment industry, so he called Qinze Miss Qin instead of President Qin. Many celebrities subconsciously treated Xianxia as someone from the entertainment industry. Hello, hello. Xianxia shook her hand. Sister Sue didn't come? Run the announcement. The two big shots had a thunderous reputation. Yes, I'm here today to deal with some matters on your side. I'll be flying back in the afternoon. Bai Jie smiled and said, Yun Han plans to invest 7 million. For a B-list singer, 7 million was not a small sum. I'm Huang Yuding's agent. Miss Jean, you can call me Ah Bin. The middle-aged man stood up and shook her hand. Xianxia hurriedly shook hands and invited the two big shots to take a seat. Ah Bin said, Miss Jean, Tingzi is going to invest 10 million. Bai Jie said, wow, how generous. Ah Bin said, we still believe in Miss Jean's level, but we have a presumptuous request. Xianxia said, let's hear it. Ah Bin said, we want to ask Miss Jean for a song. Can we ask for the highest price? Xianxia thought for a moment and said, no problem. Tell me your request later, and I'll write it down for you. Ah Bin was overjoyed. Thank you, Miss Jean. Xianxia planned to find a song that was not suitable for his sister to sing. Next, Suyu and the two managers discussed the details of the investment. They left at 10:30, and Xianxia personally sent the two big shots out of the company. Ah Bin and Bai Jie left Baoza Investment. Bai Jie said sourly, we got a song for you. If we had known earlier, we would have invested 10 million. Ah Bin smiled proudly and took out his mobile phone to send a message to Huang Yuding, Tingzi, the agreement has been signed, and I saw Xianxia. Huang Yuding quickly replied, did you make an appointment? Yes. Huang Yuding sent a series of applauding emojis. In fact, our current manpower is still not enough. It's difficult to control more than 1 billion yuan per person. Xianxia returned to the conference room and lit a cigarette. I'm already recruiting people. There will be a group of interviewers coming today. I'll let several managers take charge. So you waved to disperse the smoke and frowned, take advantage of the bull market to make a profit. Otherwise, with our little property, we will make the company bigger. I don't know how long it will take. But the bull market will not last too long. Xianxia squinted. At present, the market is still in a benign state and will not collapse. I will keep an eye on it. Suyu said, she was a professional in this regard. Xianxia was more pessimistic, not necessarily. The domestic stock market is not like foreign countries. It may collapse one day. My father said that when you invest in stocks, you must be ready to run away with money at any time. 3 batches of investors were welcomed in the morning, all of whom were agents of stars. Suyu was in charge of the negotiations. Xianxia sat aside as a spectator. In fact, he just needed to sit there. The stars invested for him. He was a symbol. When they saw him, the agents would feel at ease. Unfortunately, the names of several agents were very mediocre. They were not as amazing as Ah Bin and Bai Jie. Xianxia was looking forward to whether he would meet Ho Longdao or Ziyun. At noon, he asked Suyu, the vice president and secretary, to help him order takeout. The two ate in Xianxia's office. Suyu ate very elegantly, lowering her head and taking small bites. From Xianxia's point of view, her eyelashes were particularly thick and strange. Can you not order Hunan cuisine? Xianxia lifted her long bangs and tucked them behind her ears, lest they fall into the food. Then I'll order Hunan cuisine tomorrow. Suyu's face was slightly red. There's one more thing. Xianxia pulled out a piece of tissue and wiped his mouth. He was about to smoke a cigarette. No, a cigarette after the meal. Can you not quarrel with my sister? You don't play games anymore. How can there be so much hatred? Suyu curled her lips. I don't like her. She doesn't like me. That's it. Don't quarrel unless you let her apologize to me. Are you kidding? If I say this, you will be fine, but my sister will probably explode. Don't think about kissing in this life. He thought, in fact, Suyu still wanted to quarrel with Qin Baobao. Suyu was the best at this kind of operation to make her presence known. She grabbed Qin Baobao and refused to let go. One of the reasons was the shame of being beaten up, and the other was the outbreak of the masochist attribute. The masochist who lacked love wanted to make her presence known all the time. Just like the lyrics of the song, the quieter you are in the crowd, the more you will be ignored. I'm going to stir up an accident. I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. Xianxia's cell phone on the table rang. Suyu poked her head over and saw the caller ID. Sister. Sister. Xianxia picked up the phone. Suyu was bullied at school. Bao Bao's tone was a little anxious. What happened? Xianxia was stunned. She was bullied by a few female classmates. Mom just called me to tell me. It's not the first or second time. There are a few girls at school who always bully her. This time, the situation is more serious. Her head was broken, and she was just bandaged at the hospital. Aunt went to their school to reason with the teacher, but it seems that the girl who hit her has something to do with it. I can't tell you the details over the phone. I'll come and pick you up. Let's go to the school to take a look. After a pause, her sister sighed. Aunt has it hard too. There's no man at home to support her. Xianxia hung up the phone and frowned. Suyu was his cousin, his uncle's daughter. In this kind of situation, a man should come forward, but his uncle was a little unreliable. His aunt must have called the sibling's mother, and his mother called Qin Bao Bao, and then Qin Bao Bao called him to solve it together. What's wrong? Suyu asked. Some family matters, Tai. Suyu, I have something to do later. I won't go back to the company today. School violence, these words appeared in his mind. Qin Bao Bao drove to Zhongjin building. She glanced around and saw her brother standing at the entrance of the building. He seemed to have been waiting for her for a long time. She put on her sunglasses, lowered the window, and waved at her brother. Xianxia noticed it. He had seen the little red horse the moment it appeared. You're driving so fast? You haven't even arrived in half an hour. Get in the car. Don't just stand there. Qin Bao Bao urged. I'm waiting for someone. Xianxia said, I've informed Sister Ziwei. Aya, what are you talking to her about? Qin Bao Bao said angrily. Her cousin was bullied. It was a family matter. Even though Wang Zijin was her best friend, she still felt awkward. Of course, she had to call her. Sister Ziwei was much better than her when it came to pranking people. My sister is scheming and doesn't talk much. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Wang Zijin arrived. She was riding a little yellow car. Her waist was straight, her long hair fluttered in the wind, and her oval face was dignified and beautiful. Xianxia waved at her, just like how his sister waved at him just now. Wang Zijin's little yellow car stopped beside the car. She leaned on her left leg and smoothed her hair with her right hand. What's the matter? What happened? Her workplace was not far from Zhongjin building. It was a 20-minute ride. Wang Zijin liked little yellow cars. As long as it was not too far away, she would ride it. It was a pity that the little yellow car did not have a back seat. Otherwise, Xianxia would ride it and take Sister Ziwei for a ride. Get in the car first. I'll take you there. After her brother and her best friend got into the car, Qin Bao Bao started the car and sped into the traffic. Hey, slow down. Don't speed. You'll flip the car. Xianxia was shocked. Don't you know that the investigation is very strict now? Who cares? Qin Bao Bao ignored him. Their destination was Jianan High School. On the way, Qin Bao Bao told her what she had heard from her mother. Suyu was their cousin, the daughter of their uncle. She was 16 years old and had just started her first year in high school. A few months ago, Qin Ma had happily called the siblings and said, Yaya has been admitted to Jianan High School. School violence happened in such a key high school, and it was among the girls. Actually, it wasn't strange. School violence mostly occurred in middle school, especially in middle school, followed by high school. Once they reached university, they matured mentally and their awareness of the law increased. Violent incidents were rare. The cause of the incident was jealousy between two girls. Suyu was very beautiful. If it wasn't for the fact that she had a devilish cousin, she would probably be the most outstanding girl in Xianxia's generation. The girl who took the lead is called Wenwen. Because her boyfriend secretly wrote a love letter to Yaya, she couldn't take it anymore. Today, she brought people to block Yaya in the dormitory and beat her up. Her head was injured. Auntie received a call from the hospital asking her to pay the medical fees. Only then did she know that her daughter was bullied in school. Qin Baobao said angrily, "In fact, this isn't the first time this has happened." Once, Auntie saw bruises on Yaya's body and asked her what happened. She refused to say anything. After beating someone up, she still has to pay the medical fees herself. How can she do this? The school didn't do anything? Qin frowned. The dean is a relative of the female high school student, Wen. He took sides and said that since it was a fight, both of them were responsible for it. They had to pay part of the medical fees themselves. If they were to be punished, both of them would be punished. Auntie went to the school to make a scene. It was useless to call the police. The police would let the school deal with it. The police wouldn't intervene unless it caused great physical or psychological trauma to the students. For example, in recent years, there were frequent incidents of tearing clothes and taking nude photos. Only then would the police intervene. Netizens criticized that children nowadays were becoming more and more violent. In fact, they were like this in the past. It was just that the internet wasn't developed at that time and everyone didn't know about it. Moreover, children nowadays had more ideas, such as tearing clothes and taking nude photos. In the past, children didn't have so many tricks up their sleeves. They only knew how to fight. Uncle doesn't come home all year round. Cousin is still young. Yaya couldn't find anyone to stand up for her when she was bullied in school. Qin Baobao sighed, "Fortunately, I have A's. A's is the best." Wang Zijin was at a loss. What does this have to do with Qin? Qin sighed, "Don't talk about it. It's an unbearable past." However, Qin Baobao started the conversation. She was quite excited and said, "When I was in junior high school, there were quite a lot of hooligans. Probably because they were influenced by the movie Young and Dangerous, they didn't want to study and just fooled around all day. They weren't ashamed of it. Instead, they were proud of it. There were always hooligans who pestered me. They didn't dare to touch me, but they liked to let their underlings call me sister-in-law. They learned from the Young and Dangerous and spread the words Qin Baobao is my woman and Qin Baobao is under my protection in school." "And then?" Wang Zijin looked at Qin. "And then A's was promoted. We went to school together, ate together, and went home together. Little hands holding little hands." Qin Baobao's smile widened. "And then I was beaten up." Qin covered his face. "They thought that I, a freshman, had snatched their sister-in-law. In the underworld, if the big brother's woman was snatched, the underlings would risk their lives to get back at him." "Then why don't you explain?" Wang Zijin said, amused. "Why should I explain?" Qin sneered, "Let them pester my sister again? What's there to be afraid of a bunch of traitors? The more cowardly you are, the more ruthless they will bully you. I wasn't afraid of them at all. I stood in front of the mirror and said to myself, Qin, no one can bully you in the future. Then I took a utility knife and made a cut in my palm. From then on, I was possessed by a big boss and could easily beat up 10 people. No matter how many people came, I would fight them to the death." "What a fantasy." Wang Zijin was dumbfounded. Qin Baobao laughed so hard that she almost couldn't hold the steering wheel properly. "Don't listen to his nonsense. I stole 200 yuan from my family and gathered a group of people from the first grade. There were about 50 of them, and each of them was given 3 to 4 yuan. Then A's made an appointment with a third-grade hooligan and had a fight on the school lawn after school. He and that third-grade hooligan fought one-on-one. Hundreds of people surrounded them." "What happened after that?" Wang Zijin asked. "After that, the teacher came and chased all of us away. A's was even punished with detention. That guy had committed a lot of evil deeds and had a lot of punishments. He was expelled from school." Qin Baobao smiled and said, "After that, everyone knew that I was the woman of the first-grade big boss. No one dared to harass me anymore." As she spoke, Qin Baobao said softly, "But he transferred schools in high school because his grades were too bad. If he didn't have so many things to do and studied hard, A's would definitely be able to stay in Fudan University affiliated high school." Xianxia remembered that after the middle school exams, his grades were not good enough and he did not get into high school. After the results were out, his sister cried a little. They arrived at Jianan High School. The little red horse stopped at the school gate. "Don't go in, it's not convenient. I'll deal with it." Xianxia reminded his sister and opened the door to get off. There might be a conflict later. At the very least, there would be a quarrel. Qin Baobao was now a public figure and it was not suitable for her to be involved in these things. Later on, the media would make headlines like, "Shocking, Qin Baobao is so arrogant that she stands up for her relative," or "Dear Baobao speaks nonsense in high school, demands for students to be punished severely." If the yellow mud fell on the crotch, it would be impossible to wash it clean. "Then I'll go and join in the fun." Wang Zijin got off the car. At the school gate, the guard stopped them from entering. The old man on duty questioned, "Who are you looking for?" "The school does not accept outsiders." Xianxia glanced at the tag on the old man's chest. "Oh, surname Qin. Same family. We're Suyu's family. She was bullied in school and we came to take a look," Xianxia said. The guard, Uncle Qin, was not surprised. He took out the foreign student registration form and said, "Register." After Xianxia and Suyu boarded the plane, he gave them a small tag hanging on their chests. Xianxia followed Uncle Qin's instructions. After a few turns, he found the school administration building. In the dean's office on the 6th floor, he saw his aunt, Li Ru. She was not from Shanghai. She was from Suzhou and had the delicate features of a Jiangnan woman. His cousin, Suyu, was also there. She sat beside her mother. Her head was wrapped in a white veil. The young girl's delicate and pretty oval face was somewhat pale. She looked downcast and depressed. The mother and daughter did not look alike. His cousin inherited her looks from her father, Xianxia's uncle. Speaking of his unreliable uncle, he was a famous handsome man when he was young. Xianxia had seen his uncle's photo when he was young. In the photo, his uncle had a sculpture-like handsome face. He wore jeans and a flowery shirt that were very popular in the 70s. He had long, thin curly hair like a rock and roll youth. He also had a pair of flirtatious eyes that could kill grandmothers and grandmothers. It was obvious that the saying that nephews looked like their uncles was false. When his aunt saw Xianxia come in, her eyes lit up. She looked around and asked, "Aze, where's Baobao?" "I asked her to stay outside." Xianxia looked at his cousin, Suyu. "Are you okay?" His cousin looked at him with her clear eyes. After a while, she looked away and shook her head. For some reason, Xianxia disliked his uncle. As a girl, she was sensitive and delicate. Therefore, Suyu was not close to her cousins. "Where's the dean?" His aunt gritted her teeth. "He left half an hour ago and left us here. He can make trouble if he wants, even if it's dark." Children were the flesh and blood of their parents. When the husband was not at home, the mother had to stand up for her daughter. After the aunt knew that her daughter was often bullied in school, her heart was almost broken. She put down her work and rushed to the hospital. Fortunately, it was not a serious injury and did not require stitches. However, because it was not a serious injury, she was often left alone. After her daughter treated the wound on her head, the aunt rushed to school with her daughter angrily. She was prepared to be furious with the other party's parents. Who knew that they did not come at all? Or rather, they were too lazy to come and deal with it. Because the dean was a relative. With connections, who would care about you? Auntie went to look for the school's leaders, but they gave her a perfunctory answer, especially the dean of academic affairs. He said bluntly that this was a fight, and both parties were responsible. Of course, Sun Wenwen was more responsible, and the school would warn her. Then, of course, there was no then. They did not even mention compensation. Punishment, you say? The school had its own rules. She had to go through the process. There would be punishment in a few days. In short, drag it out first. As time went by, the matter would fade away. You want to make a scene? Sure, you can try. After all, Jianan is a key high school. If you dare to make a scene, we will find a reason to expel your daughter. You don't know how many people want to enter our school. This concerns your daughter's future. Think about it carefully. You want compensation? You have to negotiate with the parents. The school will at most be responsible for mediating. Call the police would not care. You did not lose an arm or a leg. They did not tear your clothes to take nude photos. Besides, there was a law protecting minors. The police could not do anything. The aunt was not satisfied. She stayed in the office. The dean was also angry. He said, "You can stay as long as you want. The school does not need you to tell us how to deal with it." The dean of academic affairs left without another word. After hearing the aunt's words, Xianxia understood. Official skill, great delaying skill, it was one of the two great skills on par with the great teleportation skill. The latter was commonly known as kicking the ball. When he was stabbed by someone with a small knife, that black-hearted guy wanted to use the great delaying technique in a futile attempt to drag the Qin family to death. Xianxia and Wang Zijin looked at each other and said, "Let's go to the principal." Wang Zijin nodded. The four of them arrived at the principal's office. Xianxia knocked on the door, and a voice came from inside. "Come in." It was an office that was not luxurious, but the furnishings were very exquisite. The pot-bellied principal, who had a strong bureaucratic temperament, was sitting behind his desk. Behind him hung a book, "Teach and Educate." "You are?" The principal looked at them in surprise. "We're Suyu's family members. She was bullied by her classmates in school." Xianxia pointed at Suyu's head and said in a deep voice, "The academic affairs master has gone too far by abandoning her parents. We need an explanation from the school." The principal pushed up his glasses, crossed his fingers, and placed them on the desk. He said in an official tone, "That's true. The academic affairs master is also busy and has gone to deal with some matters. The school will definitely deal with this matter. Don't worry." His aunt said angrily, "Then why don't you deal with it? Where are Sun Wenwen's parents and Sun Wenwen? I've been in school for so long, but I haven't seen them. I want to ask her why she keeps bullying my daughter." The principal said, "We've already called Sun Wenwen's parents, but they're busy and don't have time to come over for the time being." Alright, it was greater teleportation and great delaying again. "We're all busy." "Who isn't?" "This doesn't seem to be a reason," Xianxia said in a deep voice. "Anyway, we'll deal with this matter. You can go home and wait for the news. The punishment won't be out immediately. Parents should understand the school." The principal also said in a deep voice. "If you don't give me an explanation today, I won't leave." His aunt sat on the sofa, her eyes red. "Last week, my daughter was bruised all over. I knew it wasn't a good thing. Now, it's worse. She beat her up like this. If you really did something, my daughter wouldn't have been bullied again and again. Call that Sun Wenwen over. I want to ask her what you did to offend her. Why did she bully her like this? Look at you. You're so agitated. How do you want the school to deal with this? Oh, call Sun Wenwen over. You might have a conflict again. Go back. The school will deal with it." The principal's delaying technique had already reached the level of perfection. Xianxia knew that even if he made a scene, it wouldn't end well. You, come out with me." Xianxia waved at the door. The little girl hesitated for a moment. She bit her lips and followed Xianxia out. At this time, it was the break between classes. The students were outside playing in the corridor. The laughter of young boys and girls could be heard everywhere. JK was young and lively. JK's body was light and soft. JK's charm, homonym, was not inferior to lowly, homonym. Unfortunately, Xianxia's hobby was a little special. He didn't have any feelings for girls younger than him. If you don't have a D, you should at least have a C. If you don't have a C, can you still be considered a woman? Women should have a big chest. Why did you come out? Suyu said in a muffled voice. Everyone around her was looking at her. It made her feel very embarrassed. Xianxia looked at his cousin, who he had a very ordinary relationship with, and said, "Why did Sun Wenwen bully you?" Suyu didn't say anything. Xianxia stopped and patted her head. He said softly, your dad isn't here. Aunt has to take care of you and your brother alone. She has to go to work and take care of grandma at home. It's been hard on her. Suyu's eyes reddened. Since cousin is here, he has to stand up for you, right? When I was young, uncle was actually very good to me. Suyu bit her lip. Sun Wenwen's boyfriend kept pestering me and wrote me love letters. She brought people to bully me. In the morning, they made me kneel. When I refused, they beat me. Understood. Qinzhe narrowed his eyes. He took out his phone and made a call. A few minutes later, a beautiful girl came out of the school building. She had a ponytail, almond-shaped eyes, rosy cheeks, and a figure like a willow bud. The girl walked over with light steps. Without saying anything, she rolled her eyes and said crisply, why did you come to our school? So you knew this girl. She was Peiziki from the second year class 4. The reason why she knew her was because besides being the school goddess, Peiziki was also one of the big sisters in the second year. She was surrounded by a group of rich second-generation officials and officials. She could do whatever she wanted in the school. So you couldn't understand the ups and downs of their world. In comparison, Sun Wenwen was a tyrant in the first year of high school, but in front of them, she was just a cat or a dog. Suyu was the goddess of the first year of high school, but compared to Peiziki, she was an ugly duckling and the other was a white swan. How did cousin know Peiziki? I miss you. Qinzhe laughed. Peiziki sent a kick flying towards Qinzhe. Qinzhe dodged and said, there's something I need your help with. Li Donglai studied at Fudan University affiliated high school, while Peiziki studied at Jianan High School. The siblings were born to be opposite. There were many key high schools in Shanghai, but there weren't many either. It was a coincidence that his cousin was in the same school as her. What's the matter? Peiziki asked. My cousin. Qinzhe pointed at Suyu. I know. She's very famous in the first year of high school. Peiziki glanced at Suyu proudly, like a white swan looking at an ugly duckling. There's a girl who always bullies her. Her name is Sun Wenwen. She seems to be a relative of your school's dean. The school favors her, and the police can't be relied on. Can you help her vent her anger? Qinzhe told him about his cousin. He couldn't use his power to oppress others. If he wanted to show off in this society, he had to rely on himself. He wasn't a big shot yet. He had only gotten this system 4 months ago, and it was still a low-level system. But don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have connections with the school. Qinzhe had at least 10 ways to get rid of her. Anyway, as long as she didn't lose an arm or a leg, she would be fine. Anyway, as long as they didn't take nude photos and abuse her. In that case, I'll do the same to you guys. This was called giving her a taste of her own medicine. You should look for Chen Qingyuan for this kind of thing. She's the big sister. She has a lot of underlings under her command. Peiziki said angrily. She's also in this school? Qinzhe was stunned, and then his expression became strange. Chen Qingyuan still couldn't forget about him. She bombarded him with text messages every few days. Recently, she became bolder and would call him occasionally. Qinzhe said, you're still young. Don't think too much. Study hard. He almost told her, I'm not interested in JK. I'm a shameful lover of depression. You're a good girl, but we're not suitable. But Chen Qingyuan didn't understand. Even if she did, she pretended not to understand. She was stubborn. Young girls were full of longing for love. At the same time, they were more stubborn than adults. They weren't so materialistic and rational. If I like you, I like you. If you treat me like a good person, I'll die in front of you. Maybe she even hoped that Qinzhe would cruelly reject her, so that they could have an unforgettable love. It was so annoying. Don't talk nonsense. Help or not, just say it. Qinzhe urged. If I don't help, will you look for Chen Qingyuan? Peiziki probed. No. Qinzhe rolled his eyes. Then wait a moment. I'll call a few people. Peiziki turned and went back to the school building. Grade 1, Class 6. Sun Wenwen sat in her seat, surrounded by a few sisters, or rather, henchmen. She looked somewhat delicate and pretty. She wore light makeup and didn't dye her hair, but she took care of it carefully. Coupled with the branded clothes, she instantly exuded an aura that was different from ordinary girls. In the eyes of the boys, she was particularly dazzling. Girls before university were more simple and clean. Occasionally, one or two girls who wore short skirts and makeup would become popular in the eyes of the boys and flirtatious sluts in the eyes of the girls. 1-1, so you hasn't returned to the classroom yet. I heard that her mother is here. Will we be punished? What if her mother causes trouble in school? What are you afraid of? 1-1 is the dean's relative. Don't worry. The girls were all talking at once, discussing animatedly. Sun 1-1 leaned against the chair and crossed her legs. She was calm. What are you afraid of? She won't dare to do anything. This time, I'll break her head. Next time, I'll make her kneel. She glanced at the henchman beside her. It's just a small matter and you're all so scared. If her mother comes, then so be it. That bitch, let's go to the school gate today after school to block her. Don't think that she'll be fine just because she calls for her mother. Her mother won't stay in school. The girls were relieved and echoed, I've been unhappy with her for a long time. So what if she's pretty? How dare she steal our 1-1's boyfriend? She should be taught a lesson in front of the boys. Let's see how she can seduce men in the future. At this time, a group of people rushed in from outside the classroom. There were boys and girls, all of them from other classes. They seemed to be second-year students. The students in the classroom all turned their heads to look at the group of uninvited guests who were coming in menacingly. Which one is Sun 1-1? The beautiful girl in the lead knocked on the table arrogantly. In school, the two most glorious things were, first, at the spring festival party, in front of all the teachers and students, showing off an 8th grade piano performance. Second, with a group of henchmen, breaking into a classroom, and in the stunned eyes of the students, saying arrogantly, come out, I promise to beat you to death. TSK, TSK, TSK. In the past, Xianxia had always wanted to use this method to show off in school. In the 9-year compulsory education, 3 years of high school, and 4 years of university life, Xianxia's most glorious moment was probably in the second half of the first year of junior high school, when he led the henchman bought by his sister to fight with someone on the school lawn. But at that time, the feeling was not good at all, because the henchmen were fake, and they had agreed to a one-on-one fight. Xianxia and that guy used all kinds of martial arts to decide who was the most beautiful girl on campus. Dozens of people watched, and it felt like humans watching monkeys fight. The onlookers feasted their eyes, and the two monkeys fought to the death. It was not exciting at all, and he felt that he was too low. Looking at Pei Ziqi's dazzling entrance and becoming the focal point of the students, he felt that if he was younger by 5 or 6 years, he might have been thinking about this girl for a few years. After he graduated from high school, he would have gone his separate ways. Years later, he would still remember the days when he was young. She was like a proud and domineering little swan who had left a deep mark in his heart. The students in the classroom looked sideways at the sophomore who arrogantly broke into their territory. Sun 1-1 understood. When she saw Pei Ziqi, she also saw Suyu in front of the crowd. Suyu stood quietly, and her head was still wrapped with a white veil. Sun 1-1 grabbed her hair and slammed her into the corner of the table. She was here to take revenge. She was here to get back at her. I am. Sun 1-1 stood up. Although she was a little scared, she still stubbornly looked at Pei Ziqi. If she had encountered such a situation in private, she would have admitted defeat. However, in front of so many people and so many classmates, if she admitted defeat, she would never be able to raise her head again in the future. Using a very popular saying, I don't care about my face. Sun 1-1 was slightly taller than Pei Ziqi. She thought that there would definitely be a glare later, and she would have the upper hand. However, Pei Ziqi didn't play by the rules. She didn't stare at him for a few minutes or curse him like a shrew. She walked over and gave him a tight slap. Pa! A loud and clear sound was heard. Everyone in the classroom heard it. Some were angry, some were surprised, and some were excited. Sun 1-1 was mad. She was the little princess of the family. Her parents were rich and had connections. She could walk sideways in junior high school. In the past few months after entering high school, she was still able to walk sideways. Although they had heard of Peiziki's name, the newborn calf was not afraid of the tiger, and the new student was never afraid of the old student. Peiziki's followers were all professionals. When they saw her move, they rushed over and surrounded Sun Wenwen. Sun Wenwen immediately gave up the idea of fighting back. She felt that as long as she made a move, she would be surrounded by a group of people and die miserably. As for her henchmen, they were huddled at the side, trembling. "What right do you have to hit me?" Sun Wenwen glared at Peiziki. Peiziki raised her hand and slapped her again. "Why did I hit you? Don't you have any idea in your heart?" "I don't accept it," Sun Wenwen shouted with red eyes. "Pa." Peiziki slapped her again. "I don't care if you accept it or not." Sun Wenwen's white and tender cheeks were red. Outside the window, Qinzai's eyes were full of appreciation. He didn't expect that a woman's catfight could be so hot. It was completely different from what he thought in his heart. "Do you know why I hit you?" "I don't know." "Pa." "Do you know now?" "I don't know." "Pa." "What about now?" I know, Pa." Sun Wenwen covered her face and cried. She choked and said, "I already said that I know, but you still hit me." Peiziki sneered and said, "I'm happy." She turned her head and waved at Suyu, who was outside the crowd. The crowd parted to make a path. Suyu hesitated for a moment and chose to face it. "Slap her," Peiziki said. Sun Wenwen glared at Suyu fiercely. This would be a perfect counterattack, a beautiful turnaround, if only Suyu could slap him in the face. But when it came to it, she hesitated. She was just a very ordinary girl with an ordinary family background. She was even a little poor, so it didn't matter. The only thing she could be proud of was her cousins from her aunt's family. But her cousins didn't like her family. Her cousin was beautiful and proud. Her cousin looked gentle, but in fact, he deliberately kept a distance from her family. Suyu turned her head and glanced at the corridor outside the window. She saw her cousin who she liked when she was young but hated when he grew up. She saw the gentle smile on his face. She saw him give her a thumbs up. "Pa." Suyu slapped her hard. All of a sudden, she seemed to have opened a new world and unlocked a new position. She felt better than ever. All her resentment and anger were vented out. She raised her hand again and slapped Sun Wenwen hard on the face again. Sun Wenwen was completely dumbfounded. "Does it feel good to bully others?" Peiziki asked her junior. "Yes." Suyu nodded hard. "We'll continue to bully her another day." Peiziki looked at the crying Sun Wenwen and said word by word, "Suyu, I'll protect you, understand?" Sun Wenwen didn't say anything and just cried. Perhaps she was using silence to fight back and save her last dignity. Peiziki slapped her. "Understand?" Understood. A good show, or a farce, was over. Peiziki led her people out of the battlefield. Sun Wenwen, who was mentally and physically exhausted, lay on the table and cried. It would probably leave a shadow in the girl's heart, but not too deep. "After all, I didn't take off your clothes or make you kneel. You even made my cousin kneel before me." Qinzai didn't pity people who bullied their classmates for fun, even if she was a girl. If he could, he would rather go in and slap her himself. But if he hit her, it would be different. The school could openly call the police, and the police would arrest him in a small dark room. He stood guard in the corridor, watching the show and preventing students from sneaking out to call the teacher. Most of the students were watching such a good show in the class. But 3 students, 2 boys and 1 girl, went out. The girl was blocked by him and glared back at him fiercely. The man was unconvinced and wanted to resist, but Qinzai sent him flying with a kick. Then one of the boys said in a choked voice, "I just want to go to the toilet. Class is about to start." "Accidental injury." "Cousin," Suyu called out in a soft voice. "Well done. If you have any problems in the future, look for me." Qinzai patted her head. He thought to himself, girls are better. Girls are willing to let you pat their heads, unlike his family's maggot. If you pat her head, she will definitely pat you back. Otherwise, she will explode. Xianxia asked for it. His sister was very willing to play the role of a girl in front of him, but he had to say the story of patting a dog's head with a smile. Suyu nodded, and the tears that she had been holding back for a long time fell down. She pressed her head against Xianxia's chest and cried. Peiziki dispersed the group of lackeys and stood aside, watching quietly. She curled her lips in disdain. Qinggu? An excited and joyful voice sounded. Damn, she's here. Xianxia's mouth twitched. On the other side, in the principal's office. Auntie didn't intend to leave until she got justice for her daughter. She didn't study much, but she was still a junior high school graduate. When their children encountered such things, the parents couldn't be soft. Otherwise, the school wouldn't pay attention and the child would continue to be bullied. In the long run, it would cause irreparable psychological damage. Serious cases might lead to depression and even suicide. Especially with her daughter's stubborn personality. Wang Zijin stayed by her side, comforting her from time to time and wrangling with the principal. The principal was experienced in dealing with two girls. He was very stable and didn't show any anxiety or impatience. Usually, when parents came to the school, no matter what, since they sat down to talk, tea should be served. This was basic etiquette, but the principal wanted to ignore them. Such small details, if one was a veteran in the system, they would understand. Eviction order. Auntie, don't worry. Ace will handle it well. Wang Zijin patted the back of her aunt's hand. They've been out for so long. I wonder what they've been up to. Auntie nodded her head. To be comforted by a stranger and addressed as Auntie made her feel weird. If it was Bao Bao, it would be more reasonable. Speaking of which, she didn't know what relationship this girl had with A's girlfriend? Impossible. Impossible. If Ace had found such a beautiful wife, his big sister would have called him long ago. How could that little rascal have such a beautiful girlfriend? She should be Bao Bao's friend. What do you think we should do? The school doesn't care. I heard that Sun Wenwen is a relative of the academic affairs master. No wonder the school is biased. Auntie said deliberately. Look at what you're saying. The principal sipped his tea. Why would the school be biased? The school will deal with it fairly. You guys are too anxious to leave. Wang Zijin consoled, this is a society that values relationships. There aren't many people who would side with reason. Auntie said angrily, this matter isn't over. Your uncle and I can't bear to hit her. We can't take this lying down. Auntie didn't mind her slip of the tongue. She reluctantly treated her as her nephew's girlfriend. Wang Zijin glanced at the principal who was sitting majestically and unmoved like a mountain. She said indifferently, the school is biased. Let's report it to the higher-ups. There will always be people who won't be biased. The principal looked coldly at the two women echoing each other. He had a gentle smile on his face, but he was disdainful in his heart. Biased? Shielding, she sounded so wronged as though she had been wronged. Report it to the higher-ups? Why don't you go to the higher-ups? Isn't it just an ordinary fight between students? Furthermore, the school wasn't biased. They just used the great delaying technique. What was a divine technique? It was a foolproof technique that worked 100% of the time. Therefore, the principal wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he found it laughable. A woman with long hair and short knowledge. She wanted to use these lame tricks to scare him? Auntie, I know a few friends in Shanghai's education department. I'll help you call for help. Wang Zijin took out her phone from the pocket of her tight jeans. Only then did the principal notice that this girl had slender and tight legs wrapped in tight jeans. She was much more pleasing to the eye than the senior English teacher. Of course, the principal would never do anything indescribable with the English teacher. Ever since the article, "The English Teacher and the Principal Fought, Those Who Survive a Disaster Are Destined for Good Fortune" was exposed, the existence of the English teacher had been listed as uncommunicable by the principals. Why bother with the English teacher? The Chinese teacher could also teach. The pretty girl dialed a number. Hello, Uncle Zhou. It's me, Zijin. A hearty laugh came from the other end of the phone. Zijin, why do you have time to call me? You joined the National Development and Reform Commission at the beginning of the year, right? Are you adapting to the work? No, I quit. Wang Zijin smiled and said, I'm in Shanghai. When did you come to Shanghai? Which department are you in? I didn't even hear from your father, Uncle Zhou said in surprise. No, I'm just out to relax. The principal listened to the conversation between Wang Zijin and Mr. Zhou and did not care at all. He thought that this girl was addicted to acting. What was this? A fox pretending to be a tiger? A bluff. Did she think that this could give him pressure? Come, please start your performance. By the way, Uncle Zhou, has the Education Bureau been rectifying recently? Focus on those school leaders who violate the rules and regulations, such as accepting red packets, privately holding training classes, and exchanging lessons with female teachers. There's such a thing, right? Hey, isn't the meeting about to start? Respond to the call of the central government. Coincidentally, I encountered something here. Wang Zijin was all smiles. I have a friend's cousin who often suffers from school violence and has a huge trauma in her heart. But the student who hit her is a relative of the school affairs director. The police didn't care about this matter, and the school made all kinds of excuses. The parents can't even find a place to reason with. Which school? Jianan High School. Wang Zijin sighed and said, that child just came out of the hospital. Sigh, she's quite pitiful. I just saw her. Because of long-term school violence, she's autistic and doesn't like to talk to people. She's a good girl, but she hasn't even entered society, and she's about to be ruined. Auntie was stunned. The principal was stunned. What was going on? Just came out of the hospital, long-term school violence, autistic, psychological trauma, ruined life. It sounded normal, but why did it suddenly feel like the nature of the matter was on a higher level? Uncle Zhou's voice suddenly sank. Did you take a video? It didn't go online, right? In this day and age, everything was afraid of being exposed. Once exposed, public opinion would be overwhelming. The nature of the matter was completely different. Wang Zijin sighed. I'm not sure about that, but I heard that they even asked her to kneel down. It just happened today. If it goes online, it won't be so fast. We need to take precautions, Uncle Zhou. Also, Uncle Zhou, it's not just the school affairs director. The principal is also involved. I'll ask someone. Then I won't disturb you any further. Wang Zijin hung up the phone and said without looking at the dark-faced principal, Auntie, let's go. I'm not sending you off, the principal said with a hint of mockery. The principal was very calm. There were people in the Education Bureau who knew him? Hee, if your position isn't high enough, you really can't control me. Jianan High School is a key high school after all. Unless you have connections with Shanghai's Education Bureau, I'm like a breeze blowing over a mountain. Soon after the two women left, the telephone in the principal's office rang. Auntie walked down the long corridor and turned back to look at the principal's office. Shall we wait in the dean's office again? There's no need for that, Auntie. Let's go find A's. He should be done with his business, Wang Zijin said. By the way, where did A's and Yaya go? Auntie was worried. She had asked her nephew and niece to come over to boost her morale and cause trouble. In the end, not only did her niece not come, but her nephew also kidnapped her daughter. In the end, there was only a strange girl accompanying her. Your name is Tissue, right? Are you A's girlfriend? I hate the southern accent. Wang Zijin shook her head. I'm Bao's friend. We happened to come together. Auntie nodded and thought to herself, I was right. Ace couldn't possibly have such a beautiful girlfriend. Auntie knew that Qin Bao was now a big celebrity. This phoenix of the Qin family had already flown up to the sky. Qin Bao had been outstanding since she was young. She was good-looking and smart. Auntie wouldn't be surprised if she stood shoulder to shoulder with the sun one day. Auntie didn't do live streams or stocks, so she didn't know that Ugly Duckling's nephew had turned over a new leaf. Her impression of him was still the little rascal who followed her sister around. Auntie, why didn't Uncle come over for such a big thing? Wang Zijin asked. Auntie's expression was a little unnatural. She sighed and said, that bastard went out for a whole year and didn't come back. He used to know how to make a few calls, but now he doesn't even have a phone. Auntie's heart felt tired at the mention of that bastard. Why is that? Wang Zijin asked curiously. She was very interested in learning more about the Qin siblings' family matters. He wants to make a lot of money and make a name for himself. Before he left, he told his old mother that life is full of ups and downs. I won't be poor for the rest of my life. It's my misfortune to have a husband like him. Auntie sighed. Wow, I didn't expect Auntie to be so generous. He's much more ambitious than A's. That's a good thing. Shouldn't men go out and make a name for themselves? Wang Zijin didn't understand Auntie's resentment. You'll understand when you get married and reach my age. Auntie patted Wang Zijin's shoulder. Wang Zijin understood immediately. Greater than over equal to slash, don't worry, Auntie. Uncle will definitely make a lot of money and go home. Auntie snapped, I'm not counting on him anymore. If he's reliable, he wouldn't have squandered all the family's money. He's a classic example of someone with high standards but little ability. He keeps saying that he won't go home until he's rich. Who knows where he's hiding now? He'll come back when he's had enough. Wang Zijin's heart skipped a beat. She remembered that Qin Baobao once complained. Her original words were, when my father married my mother, our family was poor, and Grandpa didn't like us. Later, when our family became rich, we had to clean up their mess. We really owe them. Ace could have had 2 houses. As she spoke, Baobao was full of resentment toward her mother. Did something happen back then? Was it related to the siblings' uncle? When I married him, his family was rich and handsome. When my father saw him, he said, "Io, this young man is good." Then, he married me off. Auntie sighed. He's been unreliable his whole life. But he's right. Every dog has its day. He used to be rich, but now, he's a pauper. Wang Zijin thought, "Io, your father is too careless in marrying off his daughter." On second thought, she felt a little sad. My father should have married off his daughter as well, but this isn't the era where parents' orders and matchmakers' words are needed anymore. Auntie, let's walk slower, Wang Zijin said. Auntie was stunned and slowed down. What's wrong? Wang Zijin smiled. If we walk too fast, how are we going to step on people? Qin go. The soft voice, there was no need to guess. It was Chen Qingyuan. Qinzhe turned around and smiled gently like a big brother. Chen Qingyuan, what a coincidence. Chen Qingyuan swayed her waist as she walked over. Her eyes automatically ignored her best friend and the surrounding scenery. She said happily, Ziki texted me. Qinzhe, why didn't you look for me when you came to my school? Why should I look for you, girl? We don't know each other well. Qinzhe turned his head and glared at Pei Ziki. The latter looked at him with a gloating expression. She raised her chin and smiled provocatively at him. Chen Qingyuan stared at Suyu, who was wiping her tears in her cousin's arms. She was jealous. Who is this? Qin Ge, your little girlfriend? Suyu felt a murderous gaze locked onto her. She's my cousin. Qinzhe pressed on Suyu's thin shoulders and pushed her away. Just then, the bell rang. Hey, you guys go to class, Qinzhe said happily. Pei Ziki joked, it'll be a few minutes sooner or later. It doesn't matter. Let's watch the show first. Suyu shook her head. I'll go to the administration building with my cousin later. My mom is still at school. Chen Qingyuan stared at him. Class is not important. Qin Ge, I'll walk with you? You guys are so lucky. When I was in school, the class bell was like a death knell. The teacher even liked to drag the class. I would take up a little of your extracurricular time, then take away 10 minutes of your class, leaving only 3 minutes for the students to go to the toilet. Sometimes, they wouldn't even have time to pee before the bell rang. They would rush back to the classroom. Those who were late had to stand at the back of the classroom for the whole class. It was inhumane. Pei Ziki, you go back first. You, wait for me here. Qinzhe glanced at Chen Qingyuan. I'll walk with her. Xianxia walked down the stairs and Chen Qingyuan followed behind him. The sun was warm and shining on them. Chen Qingyuan narrowed her eyes and stared at Xianxia's tall and straight back. In everyone's teenage years, there would always be a few people who would leave a deep mark on your life. It could be a sunshine boy in the basketball court, or a pretty and quiet schoolbelle with a ponytail. Of course, it could also be a coquettish bitch with heavy makeup. In Chen Qingyuan's teenage years, Xianxia was the one who left a deep mark on her heart. Before she met Xianxia, she, who came from a wealthy family, was arrogant and indulgent. She wore short skirts and smoky makeup. She wanted to write "I'm not a good girl" on her face to take revenge on her parents. She gathered a group of henchmen in school and deliberately caused trouble. She beat up all kinds of disobedient people and then let her parents clean up her mess. She had seen many handsome guys. Some were good students who studied obediently, some were good athletes who were good at playing basketball, and some were campus evildoers who were full of vulgarities. None of them could move her heart. Chen Qingyuan liked a man who could control her and make her willingly loyal to him. First of all, he must be handsome. Second, he must have the ability to show off but not be arrogant. When he was low-key, he would be very low-key. When he was arrogant, he would shout "I, Long Out Yin," specialize in dealing with all kinds of disobedient people and then suppress everyone. Well, he was probably a combination of a domineering CEO and a ruffian boyfriend. Then, Xianxia appeared. At the most helpless and frightened moment, he was like a ray of light that shot into Chen Qingyuan's heart. She still remembered the scene when he appeared. He had both hands in his pockets, a cigarette in his mouth, and said calmly with a "Everyone here is trash look, I want to fight 10 people." In a burst of pa-pa-pa sounds, he overturned the whole room with his own strength. Because of the disharmonious family relationship, she learned to be a delinquent girl. Then, because of Xianxia's words, she played the role of a good girl again and turned over a new leaf. At first, her parents were very surprised and wanted to see the charm of the man who made their daughter turn over a new leaf. But their daughter hesitated a few times when she asked him to come home for dinner. After asking her friends, they found out that it was their silly daughter's unrequited love. Then, they dismissed the idea of meeting the amazing man. Her friends all said that she was crazy and that she was a love-struck fool. But Chen Qingyuan didn't care. If you like someone, you should work hard to become the kind of person he likes. But Chen Qingyuan never thought that the kind of person Qingge liked was the kind of person she couldn't be at the moment. "Qingge, Li Donglai said that you have a depression complex. Is it true?" Chen Qingyuan said with grievance. Xianxia's heart was heavy. Why does everyone know that I have a depression complex? Homophone, when did Li Donglai see through me? This kind of shameful private matter is not like I am handsome where everyone knows at a glance. I have disguised myself very well. I have not kissed my sister for a long time. Why do you say that, miss? Xianxia sighed. Chen Qingyuan pursed her lips. Li Dong said that he doesn't like you. Maybe it's just that he doesn't like this type of girl. But he doesn't like my sister and doesn't like you either. This means that master's taste isn't with you girls. Chen Qingyuan continued, he also said that Qin Baobao is his sister. A person who has lived on Mount Everest for a long time suddenly came to the grassland. Will he be able to adapt? I think I should get rid of this disciple. I feel that he is telling the truth. Speaking of which, when did I start to have a depression complex? I did not notice it at all. Since you already know, I have nothing to explain. Xianxia reached out and wanted to pat her shoulder. But after thinking about it, he decided not to. You are really not my type, he said. Although Chen Qingyuan had already noticed Xianxia's hint, she was still a little depressed. She lowered her head slightly and was sad for a few seconds. She pulled herself together and proudly puffed out her chest. One day, I will also grow up to be the kind of woman you like. Will you accept me then? The girl was too full. No matter how hard she tried, she would not be able to stand out. No. Xianxia shook his head. Chen Qingyuan was about to cry and said, why? Could it be that you have become a mommy complex by then? Did this young lady watch too many Japanese educational films? Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. At that time, I have become a lowly complex. Think about it, I'm still young, so I'm a sucker. By the time you've grown into a sucker, I'll already be an uncle. Uncles should like lowly. Otherwise, why would they be called weird uncles? According to a psychological analysis, it's because you've eaten too much of something and want to change your taste. The little girl was petrified. After a moment of silence, she sniffled and said with a sobbing tone, I know you're lying to me, Chingo. You just don't want to reject me and make me sad. You're a very considerate person. It's clearly the first time we've met. You could have ignored me, but you still stood up for me. You didn't have to tell me that, but you still did. I know it's all for my own good. Do you like me because I'm considerate? Fine, I'll change. Other than being handsome, I can't change anything else. I know that a little girl like me is very laughable in your eyes. You like big sisters because they are good at work and because they will shake the bed with you. I've looked it up on the internet. But I'll be an adult next year. F*CK, Chen Qingyuan, wake up. Don't read too much nonsense. You're still young. Please take back what you just said. Don't read it without limits, Chen Qingyuan shook her head vigorously. I know that I'm insignificant in your eyes. A little girl like me who doesn't know anything is not attractive in your eyes. She paused and shed a tear. But Qingge, do you know? In my eyes, you're a scenery. A scenery that I can only see but can't reach. I can only look at you from afar. I'm attracted and obsessed by the beautiful scenery, but I can only watch forever. In your world, there's only big sister you. There's no place for little girls like me. At this point, the conversation had turned into a monologue and a confession by Chen Qingyuan. She must have been holding these words in her heart for a long time. It was not easy to say it in a text message, and she did not dare to say it over the phone. It was not easy to catch Qinze, so how could she not say it out loud? Qinze listened silently and did not interrupt. He just treated it as accompanying the little girl in her sadness. I've already said what I need to say. I've already sent out the good guy card. You're so stubborn. What can I do? Time can make grapes purple and wood black. Naturally, it can also heal the wounds in a girl's inexperienced love. Then let's leave it to time. So many great emperors have been destroyed by time. Can't I cut off your hair? I'm done. Chen Qingyuan sniffled and stared at him with moist eyes. Qingge, can you not get married before I grow up to be big sister you? Qinze, Chen Qingyuan blushed and said softly, it's okay to get married. We can get a divorce. Qinze, the thoughts of you girls are even weirder than mine. On the other side, Wang Zijin and her aunt had just stepped out of the administrative building when they heard a shout behind them. Balls are in the sack. The principal stood at the top of the stairs, panting. He showed his two big nostrils and raised his hand to ask them to stay. Wang Zijin turned around with a smile. Oh, principal, don't send us off. The principal ran down the stairs, his stomach shaking. Don't go, don't go. Don't send us off. We're about to leave. Don't go, don't go. Let's continue talking. The principal wiped his sweat and said with a frown, our school was not proactive enough in handling this matter. We will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Don't worry, don't worry. Let's get Sun Wenwen's parents to come over and apologize and compensate. Her aunt was dumbfounded. She did not understand the principal's sudden 360-degree change in attitude. Wang Zijin sneered. Who wants you to compensate? Who wants you to apologize? Why did you do it earlier? Her aunt tugged at her sleeve. The principal was not angry at all. Instead, he said humbly, it's the school that did not do its job well. I'll reflect, I'll reflect. Female comrade, I promise that similar incidents will not happen again. The school will resolutely deal with school violence. Wang Zijin said coldly, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you old comrade, you need to improve your thinking. The principal was silent for a moment and smiled bitterly. Female comrade, you're right. I'll reflect, I'll reflect. The meeting was about to start. During this period, the slightest incident would be magnified infinitely. The principal could only admit defeat. He still wanted to climb up the ranks. At this moment, Wang Zijin saw Qinze return with her cousin. She immediately smiled brightly and left the principal aside to welcome them. Why didn't you stay upstairs? Xianxia glanced at the principal and whispered, I've settled the matter. No one will bully my cousin in the future. Wang Zijin smiled. A's is the best. Let's go home. The principal came up to them. Well, about this matter, can you? Wang Zijin pulled a long face. What's the matter? Nothing. The principal was stunned. What did she mean? Did she mean that this matter was over? Wang Zijin smiled. The principal has already agreed to settle this matter. Auntie, you may have to stay here for a while to wait for the girl's parents. A's, let's go first. I still have work to do. Xianxia looked at her thoughtfully. Auntie, wait a little longer. We'll go back first. Call me if there's anything. Xianxia and Wang Zijin left in the direction of the school gate. Wang Zijin waved fiercely, not caring whether her cousin could see it or not. As soon as they left, on the principal's side, the dean who went to fish in troubled waters was summoned back by a phone call. It was a chubby middle-aged man with a big belly. He had a big round face and looked quite dignified. The dean glanced at the clingy mother and daughter and said in an unhappy tone, Principal, I'm assigning work. Why did you call me back? The principal slammed the table and said loudly, the matter here hasn't been resolved. What work are you assigning? What work are you assigning? Headmaster, what could possibly happen here? The academic affairs dean was confused. The principal pointed at him and said righteously, how do you intend to deal with your relative, Sun Wenwen? She bullied a classmate and violated the school rules. I think she should be kept in school for observation. The dean was stunned and said loudly, Principal, how can you say that she bullied a classmate? This is a fight. Both parties are responsible. You can't just say whatever you want. The principal said in a disappointed tone, the higher-ups have called. Old Lu, you'll be punished. The principal's meaning was clear. He was telling him that the other party had connections. The school affairs director was dumbfounded. Did you call someone to ask for help? Xianxia and Wang Zijin walked side by side. They returned the badge to Uncle Qin and took the time to ask. Yeah, I knew I couldn't hide it from you, Wang Zijin said with a smile, I didn't bully you. I said it's official. Xianxia thought to himself, I called you here to bully you. You don't have to explain. That dean will definitely be responsible. The principal can't run away either. There will be trouble. But I didn't tell him any of this. Wang Zijin stopped abruptly. Oh no, she exposed her bad intentions with just a few words. The principal isn't a good person either. Officials protect each other. Xianxia didn't notice her strange behavior and said to Uncle Qin, Uncle Qin, it's boring to be a guard in a high school. Go to a university. That's a better place. Uncle Qin laughed and said, I just called my connections a few days ago. Maybe I'll really be a guard in a university. Xianxia gave him a thumbs up and left the school. His sister's little red horse was parked on the side of the road in front of the university. She was playing with her phone with her head down. Xianxia knocked on the window a few times before she heard him. She lowered the window and asked, Is it settled? It's nothing. Xianxia went to the other side and sat in the passenger seat. He picked up his sister's short dark red windbreaker. Qin Baobao was wearing a dark green V-neck knitted sweater. Her breasts were perky and her waist was slim. Her legs were long and smooth in pencil pants. Then I'll encourage you, Qin Baobao smiled like a flower. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly saw Wang Zijin looking at her. She paused and said, Zijin, there's no water in the car. Can you help me get some from the trunk? Okay. Wang Zijin had to get out of the car. Sister, I'll reward you with a kiss. With the annoying light bulb gone, Qin Baobao was no longer afraid. She leaned over and kissed Xianxia hard on the left side of his face. Give me a kiss on the right side. Xianxia's OCD was acting up. He turned his right face. His sister gave him a kiss on the right side of his face. Then give me a kiss here? Xianxia pointed to his mouth. The trunk was tilted up, so Wang Zijin couldn't see the situation in the car. No, get lost. Qin Baobao pushed his face away. When Xianxia said no, his sister liked to play rogue. When Xianxia said yes, his sister pretended to be shy. Women were so pretentious. Xianxia grabbed a palm-sized Rem figurine and threw it in front of his sister's chest. The Rem was bounced away by the amazing elasticity. "I threw Rem at you." His sister was furious. She lowered her head, picked it up, and threw it back. "If Rem doesn't speak, I'll throw a hammer at you." The Rem smashed on Xianxia's head and bounced away. The siblings went to snatch the Remington. The sister wasn't as agile as the brother, so she didn't succeed. Xianxia said, "The other party caught the Rem and had a good time. Then he threw a knife at you." He smashed the Rem on his sister's chest again. Wang Zijin came back with 3 bottles of water. She heard the sound of pa-pa-pa in the car. The siblings had already started fighting. They were fighting in the small space. Biting ears, poking nostrils, spanking, and all kinds of martial arts. It was very tragic. "What are you doing?" Wang Zijin said helplessly. "I wasn't paying attention and you guys started fighting again." The brother and sister pair immediately gave up. Xianxia rubbed his face. "No, I was just bitten by mosquitoes." Qin Baobao snorted. "My butt was rubbed by pigs." She rubbed her butt. October 7th, the 19th of the lunar calendar. Lidong, Qin Baobao entered the dance studio at 10 in the morning. It wasn't a large dance studio that could accommodate dozens of people, but a studio reserved for B-list celebrities and above. She needed to make an appointment because there were no noisy girls here, nor were there any employees who used the excuse of passing by to admire the girl's graceful figure. The only person who could appreciate Qin Baobao's hot and graceful figure was Li Yanhong, who was sitting in a lounge chair in the corner. At first, she accompanied her because of her duties as her manager. Later, she gradually realized that admiring Qin Baobao's dance was a huge benefit. Even though she was already a middle-aged woman with fat on her belly, it didn't stop her from using her eyes to find beauty. Practicing dancing made Qin Baobao's figure more and more well-proportioned and stylish. When she wore a tight-fitting dance costume, her long legs were lethal. There was also her small waist that could be held with one hand, but had a strong explosive force. Then there were her round parts that couldn't be written now, twisting and turning flirtatiously. In the end, Qin Baobao was troubled by the fact that her chest size was too big, and it was a complete burden when dancing. Nowadays, there was no need for her to practice dancing. She wasn't a singer, and singing and dancing weren't popular now. She persisted in practicing dancing just to exercise her figure. Qin Baobao learned a variety of dances, such as ballet, jazz, and more casual modern dance. Occasionally, she would add a few moves herself, the kind that was especially seductive and enchanting. Li Yanhong asked her if she wanted to develop into a singer, and she said no. Then, she asked why she added these seductive poses. Qin Baobao blushed and didn't say anything. Recently, she was obsessed with classical dance and practiced the famous Silk Road flower rain. Unfortunately, she couldn't dance with an ethereal and graceful air. Instead, she looked seductive. In the afternoon, she practiced in the recording studio. A person's memory was unreliable. Even if it was an original work, it would be forgotten if she didn't practice for a long time. At the end of the month, her concert would be held at Shanghai's Xinyu Stadium. Qin Baobao had been practicing hard these days, which made Li Yanhong admire her. Usually, Qin Baobao was like a lazy cat. When she was tired from work, she would frown and be unhappy. Every time a commercial performance ended, she would secretly hide in a corner and call someone. She would say coquettishly, "I'm so tired. I'm working so hard to earn money to build this society." Calling herself sister, she should be calling Xianxia, but it didn't seem like it. Her coquettish tone didn't seem like the right way for an elder sister to communicate with a younger brother. Li Yanhong thought that she should have a boyfriend. It was not strange for lovers to address each other as brother or sister. Li Yanhong pretended not to hear it. The contract forbade female stars from dating, but how could they really forbid them from dating? It was too inhumane. As long as it wasn't exposed, it would be fine. The management company had strict requirements for female celebrities. They were not allowed to date, but they were allowed to have rumored boyfriends because they wanted to create hype. However, they were not allowed to announce that they had a boyfriend on public platforms or occasions. Li Yanhong's biggest dissatisfaction with Qin Baobao was that she didn't work as a model. She would accept any job she had and rest if she didn't have any. She never took the initiative to fight for jobs. She didn't know what Qin Baobao's younger brother was like in the past. He ate his sister's flowers and had no qualms about being a salted fish. Qin Baobao hung out with her younger brother all day long. How could she be expected to work hard? However, her older sister's salted fish style was a little different from her younger brother's. When it was time to work hard, she would still work hard. For example, during the college entrance examination, she stayed up late to do practice questions a month before the examination. For example, when she participated in the program Singer, she practiced until her throat was hoarse. And this concert. Qin Baobao practiced until 7 in the afternoon. It was dark outside. She curled up on the leather sofa in the office and excitedly sent messages to her younger brother. I want to eat egg yolk dumplings, shrimp dumplings, and beef dumplings. Wipe sweat, you want me to make dumplings into a Manchu Han imperial feast? If Ace knows how to make it, I'm very willing to eat it. Take your balls and get lost. Sister Ziwei is already home. Why aren't you coming back? I'm in good shape today. I practiced a little late. I want to drink throat-soothing tea tonight. No problem. I'll add a few drops of nutrient solution for you. Funny, what nutrient solution? Confused, it's just throat-soothing tea that I made with great care. Ace is the best. Mwah. Qin Baobao put away her phone and planned to go home. The office door was pushed open. An unexpected visitor came. Sister Su, are you still in the company today? Qin Baobao looked at the visitor and put on an impeccably sweet smile. Aren't you still in the company too? Sulu smiled. Sulu was dressed exceptionally sexily today. Her makeup was exquisite. The two women didn't have any friendship at all. They even had conflicts. When Qin Baobao had just risen, Sulu had once suppressed her. In the workplace, there were many examples of old people suppressing newcomers. There were countless cases of celebrities fighting for resources. But later, CEO Huang announced that Qin Baobao was under his protection. It was difficult for Sulu to suppress Qin Baobao with her connections and qualifications. Sulu gave up for a while. I'm here on behalf of CEO Kong. Sulu sat down elegantly on the other side of the sofa. There's a dinner party tonight. CEO Kong is treating a few big clients to dinner. Bao, if you're free, you can go and accompany them. I'll go too. In the entertainment industry, it was common for big shots to have female celebrities accompany them for dinner. Of course, this wasn't free. It was one of the important sources of income for many female celebrities. Qin Baobao sat up straight and narrowed her eyes. She had been in the entertainment industry for 4 months. Other than the normal jobs, she hadn't encountered any messy rules. First of all, she was just singing and running jobs. The scope of her business was relatively narrow and she didn't touch the film industry. Second of all, she had Huang Yizong to protect her, so she pushed away all the messy things. After getting married, CEO Huang went on a honeymoon. It was said that he was having fun in Australia. Before he left, he even joked that he would eat all the carps there and play boxing with a muscle kangaroo. With his body hollowed out by alcohol and women, he would probably be KO'd by the kangaroo. She didn't expect that after a week, some people couldn't sit still and showed their ferocious fangs. I never accept these messy jobs, Qin Baobao said lightly. CEO Kong is in charge of your concert at the end of the month. Isn't this a good opportunity to interact with him? Sulu's smile hid a knife and implied a threat. Qin Baobao stared sharply at Sulu. The latter looked back at her with a smile and didn't seem to be afraid. Forget about the interaction. You can go by yourself. Qin Baobao looked away and packed her things expressionlessly. Sulu seemed to have expected Qin Baobao's reaction. She said happily, "Don't be impulsive. I've been through it before. If you stick to those unnecessary bottom lines, you won't be able to survive in the entertainment industry." Qin Baobao laughed and said sarcastically, "You're good, okay? I'm not as good as you. Whether it's eating with the big boss or CEO Kong, it's better to go home and eat dumplings with my brother. She carried her Louis Vuitton bag on her left shoulder and walked straight to the door. When she opened the door, she turned around and said, "By the way, I don't know if I should say something." Sulu looked at her with a cold smile. She seemed to have forgotten her words. Qin Baobao thought for a while and said, "My brother said that if you're ugly, you can go to Korea. If you're black, you can't get back your looks. Take care of yourself." Bam! She closed the door and left. Sulu was hit where it hurt and her face turned gloomy. At this moment, the door opened again. Qin Baobao poked her head out and said, "Are you leaving or not? This seems to be my office." Star Art Vice President's office. Kong Shan stood by the huge floor-to-ceiling window with a glass of whiskey in his palm. The golden liquid was soaked with high-quality ice cubes. Under the light, the ice cubes reflected a diamond-like light. Kong Shan felt the ice cubes in his palm melt. In a few minutes, the glass would turn into a water-cut whiskey that he was satisfied with. He was waiting for news. Waiting for the news that Sulu brought back. The night view outside the window was beautiful. The neon lights intertwined into a dreamy light that extended to the camera lens. But in the end, he was tired of it. He would get tired of anything, and women were the same. For example, Sulu. What was the saying? Behind every goddess, there was a something man. Kong Shan admired Qin Baobao very much. He admired her appearance and figure. He felt that it was simply impossible for such a fine woman like Qin Baobao to survive in the entertainment industry without a single speck of dust. Why did Huang Yizong keep protecting Qin Baobao? In Kong Shan's eyes, it must be for the same reason. It was just that he didn't have time to eat her. That's not right. You can't eat alone. It's fine if you want to eat alone, but you're still protecting your food. You're heartless. The office door opened and Sulu came in. There were only a few people in the company who could come in without knocking. Sulu was one of them. She didn't agree. Sulu said, "Forget it. If the client didn't specifically ask Qin Baobao to accompany him, I wouldn't even bother to look for her." Kong Shan smiled nonchalantly. He was a little disappointed, but it was expected. This invitation was the client's request. It was also his test for Qin Baobao. "I'll make a call and ask for a female artist," Kong Shan said. She still needed to grind down her pride. If it weren't for Sulu's words, Qin Baobao would be in a better mood today. There were often chicken soup articles on the internet that said don't let your good mood be ruined by people you don't care about. But things weren't that simple. You don't care about shit, but what if you stepped on it? Could you still maintain a good mood? People who said such things were all bullshit. Since her school days, Qin Baobao had felt the deep malice from various peers and salty uncles. One more Kong Shan didn't matter. She was currently doing well in star art and had Huang Yizong's protection. At first, she thought that the president was also one of the deep malice people. Later, she found out that someone from the Shanghai SARFT had helped her. Qin Baobao's clever brain easily guessed that her best friend was behind it. She didn't expose it. Between ordinary friends, it wasn't good to involve too many favors. And between her and Wang Zijin, there was no need to be too calculative about favors. "My brother is about to be seduced by you, and I still want to talk about favors with you." Back then, Wang Zijin called and said that she had a falling out with her family and wanted to come out to relax. She came all the way to her. Qin Baobao patted her chest and agreed. Now, her intestines were green with regret. Prevent fire, theft, and best friends. The person who said this was 2F** King Cultured. She wanted to give her a big red packet. "Sister is back, A's, come out and receive." The word Jia was stuck in her throat. Qin Baobao saw an unexpected guest. The guest had a delicate face that didn't lose to her, a cold temperament, beautiful long black hair, and a mature and coquettish office lady suit. "Why did this White Lotus come to my house?" "Yo, you came to my house." Qin Baobao put on a fake smile. Although Suyu was a rare girl who could compete with her in terms of looks, Qin Baobao still despised her. She despised all women without AD. "Today is the winter solstice, and Qin Zhe invited me over to eat dumplings." Suyu gave his old enemy a zombie face. Shanghai does not have the custom of celebrating the winter solstice, but Qin Ma does. Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao would eat a bowl of hot dumplings on the winter solstice since they were young. When Qin Baobao was young, she only ate the stuffing and not the skin. However, if she wasted food, she would be beaten by her grandfather. Therefore, she gave all the skin to her younger brother. Another example would be eating watermelon. Don't hold the petal and eat it. You should eat half of it, but you only like to eat the middle part without seeds. Qinzhe always complained that his parents loved his sister too much, causing her to develop all kinds of bad habits. In fact, many of these bad habits were raised by him. It was also because of him that his sister, who was already an adult, would always whine to him. So you didn't want to come, but the great god invited her. She couldn't refuse, so she came. The original dialogue: today is the winter solstice. I'll get off work early to prepare the dumpling fillings. Dumplings for the winter solstice? Yeah, you don't even know that? No one makes dumplings for me. At that moment of bitterness and sadness, Qinzhe's heart softened. Do you want to go to my house for a meal? Forget it. I'll go home today and try to break through to the Silver Realm. What Silver Realm? It's better to eat dumplings. Well then, let's go and eat. You see, in order to invite me to eat dumplings, the great god even swore. The line, "Your father is not your biological father," came from the living room. It was Wang Zijin watching a certain ethical drama. The sound of clattering came from the kitchen. It was Qinzhe chopping the dumpling fillings. Qin Baobao looked around. Hey, where are my slippers? Where did my slippers go? Suyu was surprised. She lowered her head and looked at her pink slippers. Is it this pair? She stretched out her feet. No wonder when she came in just now, she felt something was wrong. Guests should wear disposable slippers. Why are you wearing my slippers? Qin Baobao's face was angry. She felt that this was a provocation from Bai Lianhua. Wang Zijin gave it to me to wear. Suyu said innocently. They looked together at Wang Zijin, who was curled up at the other end of the sofa, watching a TV series with great interest. Perhaps feeling a murderous gaze, Wang Zijin shivered and pretended to be at a loss. It seems that there are no disposable slippers at home. Obviously there are. Qin Baobao opened the shoe cabinet. Oh, maybe I remembered it wrong. Wang Zijin sat up from the sofa. I'll go to the kitchen to help Ace chop the dumpling fillings. She slipped away. This little bitch is so scheming. Qin Baobao and Suyu had this thought at the same time. As soon as Wang Zijin left, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Qin Baobao sat on the single sofa expressionlessly, holding the remote control. Suyu was bored and playing with her mobile phone. Normally, the two of them would definitely fight, and at the worst, they would fly all over the sky. But both of them are clever girls. After perceiving Wang Zijin's deep malice, they restrained the primitive force in their bodies. Wang Zijin, this black-hearted maggot, must kill her at night. Qin Baobao thought. Wang Zijin's mind is too deep. Later, I have to find a way to get back at her. Suyu thought. Why don't you help? After a long silence, Suyu asked. Help with what? Qin Baobao was stunned. Suyu pointed to the kitchen. The meaning was very clear. Wang Zijin went to the kitchen to help. You, as the sister, have the nerve to stay here and watch TV? Besides, why is the brother cooking and the sister enjoying? The style doesn't seem right. Also, why does Wang Zijin live with them? Rent together? The relationship between a man and two women seems to be very complicated. She's more of a hindrance. At most, she'll join in the fun. Qin Baobao rolled her eyes. In the kitchen, Wang Zijin leaned back against the refrigerator and played with her mobile phone. Qinzhe chopped the dumpling fillings. For large plates, namely beef fillings, shrimp and pork fillings, egg yolk fillings, and leek fillings. Leek, also known as Xianxia, is a good thing. This thing is prepared by Qinzhe for himself. The sisters certainly don't like to eat leek and think it's too tasty. The sea stabilizing needle is still inserted in the eye of the sea, temporarily useless. But this does not prevent Qinzhe from accumulating the foundation for it. One day, the stick will come out like a dragon and sweep away all the demons in the world. what demons and ghosts, what beauty's painted skin. What mountains of knives and seas of fire, what traps and tricks. Can't stop the stick that ate the leek. White dragon horse, the neck bell is anxious. Bumpy Tang, Xuanzong, and the three brothers. It's not easy to go to the west. Easy to not be a female demon. Xianxia hummed a brisk song and struggled to chop the dumpling fillings. Wang Zijin looked up at him and said, "What are you humming, is it a new song?" The sound of chopping fillings was too noisy to hear. "No, it's a children's song." Xianxia said, "Why did you come in, aren't you afraid that they will fight in the living room?" "Then why did you invite Suyu home for dinner?" Wang Zijin said angrily. Xianxia was speechless. He couldn't say that it was because of pity. It was not convenient for him to talk about Suyu's family affairs. "Don't worry, they won't fight." Wang Zijin had a well-thought-out plan. "Because you gave Qin Baobao slippers to Suyu?" Xianxia smiled. Wang Zijin, "Oh, hey, my little trick was seen through by him? What should I do? Will he think that I'm very scheming and insidious? In this way, they will be wary of me and won't fight. I'm doing it for your own good," Wang Zijin said. Xianxia squinted and gave her a funny expression. Wang Zijin clenched her small fist and hit him. If his sister hadn't revealed Wang Zijin's two-faced nature, he would have believed it. The little sister of the Wang family looked dignified and generous, not a woman who would play tricks. On the way back, Xianxia was still worried about how to stabilize the small waist and the crossdresser. Su Teddy liked to make trouble and hated Qin Baobao to the bone. His sister was a jealous jar, or perverted possessive, hostile to all women who approached him. Battle of Fame, "Hubby, is this the coquettish bitch you provoked outside?" The triangle was the most stable, this saying was too correct. At 8:30, the dumplings were ready. Xianxia put the dumplings with different fillings on their respective plates, and a large pot of pork bone broth boiled in the pressure cooker. Wang Zijin poured a stack of vinegar and let Xianxia break a few pieces of garlic. The three of them soaked the dumplings in the soup and drank the soup while eating the dumplings. "Do you want some soy sauce?" Xianxia asked. "No, girls shouldn't eat soy sauce. It will cause melanin precipitation, and the skin is easy to darken." Wang Zijin refused. Xianxia thought, was it just afraid of dark-skinned skin? Was there anything else? "Eating soy sauce won't cause melanin precipitation, your statement is unscientific." The straight-A student Suyu retorted seriously. "You talk too much." Wang Zijin glanced at her. "Then why can't you eat soy sauce with wounds?" Qin Baobao also retorted. Suyu felt the hostility from the two women and was not afraid at all. She opened her mouth. "Your statement is the same as her point of view just now. There is no scientific basis. Melanin precipitation is related to endocrine, and has nothing to do with soy sauce." Xianxia coughed, "Eat dumplings, eat dumplings." But his words didn't play any role and were automatically ignored. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin attacked Suyu. The scene was very embarrassing. In the end, there was no reason to argue. In the eyes of women, what the right answer is not important. "I can't eat anymore." Qin Baobao peeled the skin in the bowl into Xianxia's bowl. Xianxia ate it quickly, and Qin Baobao sipped the soup. Wang Zijin was a little helpless. Getting along with the siblings, she felt isolated from time to time. The reason was that they had a high tacit understanding of life habits and had long been integrated. This is a habit that has been precipitated over time. She can only envy. Suyu is also very envious. A warm and loving way of life is not what she desires most. She felt that she had been fed a stomach full of dog food. "Xianxia, I can't eat anymore," Suyu said. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt two sharp gazes that seemed to have materialized. These two women are terrible. After eating the dumplings, Suyu sat at home for a moment and got up to leave. Xianxia sent Suyu out, thinking about the recent chaos around, and it was 10 o'clock in the evening. He sent her to the underground parking lot. Suyu took out the key and remotely unlocked the door. She, who was always cold, finally smiled. "Thank you, I had a good time eating this meal." "I can't see where you are happy." "That's good, come back later," Xianxia said politely. Well, I will come next time. Suyu nodded vigorously. Xianxia, he watched Suyu's Ferrari drive to the garage exit. He always felt pity for Suyu. When he first saw her, he thought she was the legendary iceberg beauty. Xianxia often saw the setting of iceberg beauties in novels, but in fact, they are almost extinct in reality. A beautiful girl has a good EQ. Three women and iceberg women are characters in novels and cartoons. Since knowing that the small waist is Suyu, the fantasy of my beautiful president and my iceberg beautiful president collapsed. Later, he learned about Suyu's bitter childhood, bitter adolescence, and bitter youth. Adolescence, youth, refers to people at this stage, not only to men or women. This is a poor girl who hovers on the edge of schizophrenia and autism. Having a home is equivalent to having no home. Having parents is equivalent to having no parents. What kind of feeling is this? Xianxia can't understand. At present, his family is very complete, a strict father, a gentle mother, and a sister who is very dependent on him. Suyu's birthday is on November 20th, and Xianxia plans to buy a cake for her to celebrate. Just to show his appreciation. The next day, at 7 o'clock in the morning, the sky was lead gray, and a winter rain has been falling since the early hours of last night. The cold wind rolled the drizzle, and the chill came. Because of the weather, Xianxia and Wang Zijin did not meet in the small park. It is good to keep exercising, and there is no need to be stubborn. Running outside for an hour in the wind and rain? Those guys who insist on exercising in the wind and rain are either chunibu or pretentious. He did several sets of push-ups and sit-ups in the room, the former to exercise the ability to rise and fall, the latter to exercise the waist strength. Then he practiced the second set of primary school radio gymnastics. At 8:30, she went out and bought breakfast for her sisters. Qin Baobao was dragged out of the bed by him. The happiest thing in winter was to be entangled with the quilt until the end of time. Qin Baobao babbled and refused to get up no matter what, calling him a black-hearted maggot. His eyes were still closed, but his mouth was already cursing. He was very angry when he woke up. It was reasonable for her sister to throw a tantrum. She didn't have to clock into work, so why should she wake up early? Wang Zijin took advantage of the fact that Xianxia was grabbing Qin Bao to spank her a few times. Wang Zijin woke up this morning because her neck was almost broken by Qin Baobao's long legs last night. Of course, she had to take revenge. Qin Bao rubbed her eyes and pouted. "You're so annoying." The little girl acted like a spoiled child. Cute. Damn it. Sleepy in spring, weak in summer, weak in autumn, the best sleep in winter. Qin Baobao stretched, revealing her snow-white belly and little belly button. It's a pity that there's a little pervert at home. Sad, and pitiful. He finally woke up. During breakfast, Xianxia scrolled through the news on his phone and found a very interesting piece of news. A cultivator undergoing tribulation at the Oriental Pearl Tower. Hundreds of people watching. Oh my God, there was such a thing? System, didn't you say that cultivation is not allowed in this world? What's going on? System, cultivation is still possible. There are so many people cultivating every day. But cultivation doesn't increase one's strength. It will only bring you one step closer to heaven. Then how do you explain this? Maybe, it's a certain hacking system? Because of a disagreement, it activated national cultivation, or it could also be national evolution. System, why is your voice trembling? System. Host, let's wait and see. You've been showing your divinity recently. What use do I have for your system? This is so troublesome. What should I do if I offend a big boss, Deshang stage urban cultivator, urban super soldier king, Master Chen who loves to show off? Or hack to the heavens? A lowly system host like me will definitely be defeated. I can't even defeat the shock demon. My system is so trashy, I'm full, I'll send you guys to work. Qin Baobao poured half a bowl of soy milk into her brother's bowl. Let's go. A real man gulped it down. Let's not think about it for now. Star Art Entertainment. Qin Baobao came to her office. Li Yanhong sat on the sofa, drinking coffee and writing a proposal. She had her own office, but she usually stayed at Qin Baobao's place as a part-time assistant. Qin Baobao's assistants were sent away by her. She only brought them along when she went out for work. There were often female celebrities online who needed two assistants to help them put on their boots. It felt like an ancient aristocrat. They had maids to serve them when they bathed and undressed. Qin Baobao was not used to that kind of lifestyle. Going to dance practice? Yes. At this time, someone came in without knocking. Qin Baobao, this is your schedule. There are some changes, take a look. The marketing staff put the new schedule on the glass coffee table. Li Yanhong opened it and looked. The schedule was no different from before. The advertisements and performances were all signed and would not change. The only change was that the concert plan was cancelled. It was changed to a small role in a movie that Star Art Entertainment invested in. Where's the concert? The concert at the end of the month? Li Yanhong angrily asked. It's been adjusted. Sulu is going to have a concert at the end of the month. The promotion work has already started today. The staff said. What concert? I didn't hear about it before. Li Yanhong said angrily. Go. Ask the marketing department leader yourself. I'm just a small role. The staff waved his hand and left. Li Yanhong said, what's going on? The concert was cancelled for no reason? What are these people doing? Qin Baobao pursed her lips, someone wants to beat me up. Believe it or not, after this month's schedule is over, I'll be rotting at home and have no work to do next month. She was furious. What happened? Li Yanhong looked at her. Qin Baobao told her what happened yesterday. Li Yanhong, she didn't know what to say. From the standpoint of a manager, she had to persuade Qin Baobao not to be stubborn and not to go against the leader. Although celebrities were glamorous, they were still employees of the management company. From past experience, no celebrity could be alive and kicking after going against the company. But from the perspective of a friend, she agreed with Qin Baobao. If she took a step back, with her appearance, there would be more and more messy things in the future. I'll go ask the marketing department. Li Yanhong said. Qin Baobao didn't stop her. There wouldn't be any results even if she went. It would just be useless. 10 minutes later, Li Yanhong came back, her face full of unwillingness and frustration. The concert is still going on. Everything is going according to plan, but the singer isn't you, it's Sulu, Li Yanhong said dejectedly. Sulu has snatched all your things and those songs. She placed a song list in front of Qin Baobao. 1/3 of the songs for Sulu's concert were Qin Baobao's songs: Blue and White Porcelain, Farewell Song, The Most Familiar Stranger, Legend, Time Boils the Rain, and Fairy Tale. This is too much. They didn't leave you any face. What will the company think of you? Are you deliberately letting others know that the company is trying to beat you up? I'll call President Huang. Qin Baobao dialed Huang Yitsong's cell phone. It was better to talk to Huang Yitsong than to argue with the company's leader. Baobao, what's the matter? Huang Yitsong's voice was a bit tired and weak. President Huang, you're a newlywed. You have to take care of your body. Qin Baobao was stunned. In just a few days, the president's voice was so weak. She thought, there's no need to be so crazy. Anyway, they're married. There's still a long way to go. The old driver smiled and didn't care. He said in a weak voice, my body is a bit weak. I'm still lying in the hospital. What's wrong? There are kangaroos everywhere in Australia. Just now, I was playing with a kangaroo and was punched by it. That fellow did not let me off and strangled me tightly, pressing me down on its crotch. It nearly broke my waist. Damn it, I nearly lost my life. Huang Yitsong laughed. Those damned aboriginals. Not only did they not help me, they even laughed at me from the side. Fortunately, my wife was reliable. Without saying anything, she rushed up and punched the kangaroo in the face and saved me. Then how are you now? Qin Baobao asked with concern. If you keep looking for trouble, I'm afraid you won't be able to come back. I'm fine, I'm fine. My nose isn't broken, but my neck is twisted. I feel like my body has been emptied. Huang Yitsong said, you still haven't said what happened. It's about the concert. Qin Baobao was angry at the mention of this. She said angrily. Kang Shan cancelled my concert and gave it to Su Lu. He wants me to be an extra in some film crew. That son of a bitch is restless. Huang Yitsong sighed. How should I say this? He and I were both appointed by the board of directors. I have more power than him, but I don't have the power to directly order him. If I was in the company, this matter would be settled for you. But I'm overseas and the emperor is far away. He can completely ignore me. Qin Baobao was silent. She remembered that Huang Yitsong and Kang Shan's father were both shareholders of Star Art. How about this, when I come back, I'll arrange another concert for you. Huang Yitsong said. Thank you, CEO Huang. Qin Baobao couldn't say anything else. Li Yanhong was listening on the side. When Qin Baobao hung up, she sighed. That's the only way. Qin Baobao said in a low voice, this tells me something. What is it? There are no tricks to being the CEO. The biggest shareholder is the king. She muttered, I'll invest some money in him another day. I want to catch up with Teddy Sue in terms of shares. Li Yanhong, 19th floor, marketing department. Su Lu came to the marketing manager's office and did not see the argument she expected. Qin Baobao didn't come to make a scene? The marketing manager got up and poured a glass of water for this popular vice president. He pointed to the door and said, she came to make a scene, but she knew it was useless. She went back. I wish she wasn't so tactful. Su Lu sounded disappointed. The marketing manager was a wily old fox. He smiled and did not express his opinion. Is it okay if I sing her song? Su Lu asked. It's okay. Have you forgotten? Her songs are all licensed to the company. You just need to pay Xianxia a sum of money after the event. The marketing manager crossed his arms and gave an affirmative answer. Su Lu nodded in satisfaction. Start the promotion work as soon as possible. The concert will be brought forward to 13th of November. I still have a brand endorsement contract in the middle of the month. The marketing manager smiled and said no problem. 1 week was enough for promotion and setting up the venue. It was not a national concert tour. It was not that troublesome. Soon, the company knew that Qin Baobao's concert was cancelled and Su Lu was going to perform. The gossip of 2 A-list celebrities was the most attractive. Everyone was talking about it. Some said that Qin Baobao was too arrogant recently and offended the company's higher-ups. Some said that Qin Baobao wanted to jump ship, but the company found out and decided to freeze Qin Bao. In short, there were all kinds of rumors. Therefore, wherever Qin Baobao went, there were pairs of meaningful eyes looking at her. Don't you have anything to do? Gossiping. I give you so much free time, and you talk about this? If you have time, you should improve your self-cultivation. Qin Baobao, who had just come out of the office, heard Li Yanhong shouting in the next room. That was the office for her manager and assistant. Li Yanhong was teaching Qin Baobao's 2 assistants a lesson, while the female assistants straightened their necks and didn't speak. Sister Li, what's wrong? Qin Baobao knocked on the door. Let's talk in your office. Li Yanhong turned her head and reprimanded, if I hear you again, you can quit your job. She left with Qin Baobao. The 2 female assistants curled their lips and rolled their eyes. They said in disdain, you're about to be frozen, yet you're still so arrogant. In the office, Qin Baobao asked, what's going on? Those 2 little B*****s were talking about you behind your back. They said that you were too arrogant and were going to be blacklisted by the company. He said something like, it's just that you're developing too quickly. You're probably starting to be arrogant, so you should keep a low profile. Otherwise, we'll be finished. I'm so angry. You're not bad to them, but they're talking about you behind your back. Li Yanhong gritted her teeth. Those who were talking about Qin Baobao and the company were jealous because she was indeed climbing too fast. She finished the journey that others took a few years and a few months. Who wouldn't be jealous? Dismiss them. Qin Baobao was very decisive. Let them go back to where they came from. Li Yanhong nodded and went out to deal with it. Time passed, and soon, it was the day before the concert. With the company's strong promotion, the news of Su Lu's concert caused a heated discussion on the internet. Concert tickets were sold on major websites, and entertainment news was constantly promoting the news. Sulu's fans were excitedly chatting on Tieba and forums. This is Sulu's first concert, right? After the lip-syncing incident was exposed. After so many years, Sulu's concert is finally here. I've already bought the tickets. The concert will start tomorrow. I've already bought the high-speed train tickets. Haha, I'm in Shanghai, at the Xianxia Stadium. It's not far from my house. I want to go, but it's too far. I envy those who live close. Don't worry. If this concert is successful, there will definitely be a national tour next year. Let's wait for next year. I heard that the concert was originally going to be performed by Qin Baobao. Then it was changed to our Sulu. I heard that too, but it's just gossip. It's not very credible. I heard that Qin Baobao was too arrogant and offended the company's executives. Therefore, she might be frozen and the concert was changed to Sulu. I'm not sure if it's true. Let's see if she's active in the future. Haha, Sulu got lucky. The concert would start tomorrow, and Sulu practiced even harder. Her manager and assistant accompanied the sound engineer. When Sulu came out, they hurriedly served her throat-soothing tea. Lulu, your singing is getting better and better. Tomorrow's concert will be no problem, her manager said. Yes, yes. Especially Qin Baobao's songs. I feel that she sang better than her, Assistant A said. After this concert, there might be people online saying that you sang better than the original singer, Assistant B said. Sulu smiled happily. I'll take a 10-minute break and practice again. I haven't stood on a concert stage for many years. I can't make any mistakes. Her manager immediately said, yes, yes, yes. If you sing well in this concert, you'll most likely rise in the music industry. In Qin Baobao's office, Li Yanhong had already received the notice to substitute for the concert. A movie contract had to be signed by Qin Baobao. The movie was about the old Shanghai of the Republic of China. The foreign powers separated the old Shanghai and established concessions. At that time, the Republic of China and the Japanese had just signed the Songhu Armistice Agreement. The old Shanghai was in chaos. The male lead was a small fry. He relied on his courage to fight, rape, and fight easily, to climb from a small fry to the position of a gang leader. In the end, he married the daughter of a rich businessman who was entangled in love and hate. Of course, this had nothing to do with Baobao. Qin Baobao played the third female lead. She was a prostitute who was abandoned by the male lead. She took things too hard and threw herself into the Huangpu River. She had 15 minutes of scenes. It's okay that you don't have much time. Otherwise, you don't have any acting foundation. If you have too many scenes, you'll be criticized by the audience, Li Yanhong said. The shooting location is at Songjiang Chendun Film Base. The crew asked us to go this week. Actually, it's also an opportunity. Maybe you can develop in the film industry. Li Yanhong nagged for a long time and was still unwilling to give up. Your path as a singer hasn't reached the peak yet. Those A-list singers, which one of them hasn't held a concert? Baobao, you're just going to let it go? Qin Baobao rolled her eyes. She thought that you're finally done nagging. I thought you were going to nag until you got off work. Let it go? How is that possible? Qin Baobao sneered. Am I so easy to bully? By the way, Sulu has been practicing her singing quite diligently recently. Humph. Li Yanhong said with a look of displeasure. It's almost time, Qin Baobao muttered and said, Sisterly, you go out for a while. Li Yanhong was at a loss and left as she was told. Qin Baobao opened the drawer of the glass coffee table. She stored snacks to satisfy her cravings. She picked up a lollipop and licked it happily for a moment. Then, she slowly dialed her phone. The call went through. Qin Zhe said, Sister? A's. Qin Baobao's face changed in a second. She wiped her tears and said in a pitiful tone, Sister is being bullied again. It's too much, sob sob sob. Her sister lay on the sofa and slapped the sofa with her two long legs. For a while, there was no sound from the other side. Sister is being bullied again, Qin Baobao repeated angrily. Oh, I heard that. Qin Zhe was puzzled. What a strong sense of déjà vu. Did I wear it? Half an hour later, Xianxia arrived at Xingyi Entertainment and went straight to his sister's office. The moment he opened the door, he suspected that he had worn it. His sister was sitting on the sofa, munching on a chocolate bar. This scene was so familiar. It seemed to be the same last time. She called and said, "Sister is being bullied, sob sob sob." Then, she summoned him. When was that? Was her song stolen? Or was it her guest singer? He couldn't remember. Anyway, she was always making things difficult for her brother. If she wasn't making things difficult for him, then she was on her way to make things difficult for him. What's wrong now? Xianxia sat beside her calmly. Qin Baobao leaned over and said while eating snacks, "Su Lu, that little B***TCH, is playing tricks on me again. I'm going to kill her this time." His sister told him what had happened recently. "It's been almost a week, and you're only telling me now." Xianxia looked at his sister and was shocked. This didn't make sense. With his sister's personality, she should have said it long ago and asked for comfort. The time isn't right. Qin Baobao smiled like a sly little fox. "I can't give the enemy a chance to prepare. This time, I'm going to kill that B***TCH. Please start your performance. By the way, let me remind you that I can't help you with this matter." Xianxia said. "Young man, you must have confidence in yourself." The young lady patted him on the shoulder. "Su Lu's original works can be counted with one hand. In this concert song list, 1/3 of it is your song. Because your songs are of the worst quality, the company made this choice to save costs. When I saw the song list that day, I knew it was a done deal. Her concert starts tomorrow night. Now, it's time for you to perform." "You're saying that I have to terminate my contract with Xingyi? Does that mean I have to pay for it?" Xianxia understood. "Don't." Qin Baobao had a strategic look on her face. "Don't forget, the contract you signed was an authorization contract. It's different from the contract you signed with the internet copyright. The latter requires compensation, but the former doesn't. You're only authorizing Xingyi to help you with the operation. There's a difference between the two. Party A's responsibility, since the signing of the agreement, Party A is not allowed to transfer the business operation rights to other companies within a year." Xianxia didn't understand. The contract was made by his sister and he was only responsible for signing it. But he knew the difference between an authorization contract and a copyright contract. Xingyi was only helping him with a few songs, producing CDs, karaoke services, other variety shows using his songs, etc. The profits were split, but the copyright was still in Xianxia's hands. The latter directly sold the internet copyright. If he broke the contract, he would have to pay for it. Then I can't use those songs to make money in the future. Xianxia frowned. The commercial value derived from the songs is limited, but there's no problem with using the copyright. Just like how you can still sell the internet copyright. You can also sing in concerts, but you have to make a CD and sell it to karaoke. These channels are not allowed. There are detailed rules. My sister is a scheming woman. My sister is a scheming woman. My sister is a scheming woman. Xianxia repeated it 3 times in his heart. He got up and strode out of the office. Understood. I'll perform for you now. A few minutes later, Xianxia knocked on the door of the marketing manager's office. The marketing manager was in contact with the venue and reminded them about the concert. He had to go to the stadium personally later to check on the situation. When he heard the office door open, he thought it was an employee reporting to him, but it turned out to be the famous fast shooter. "Io, why is Miss Jean here?" The marketing manager quickly got up to serve him and ran to the water dispenser to pour a glass of water. Xianxia took the water and took a sip. "I have something to talk to you guys about." He had seen this marketing manager before. When he came to the company to help his sister make a single, the two of them had met once. With Xianxia's status in the entertainment industry and his reputation as a fast shooter, he would be warmly welcomed wherever he went. Especially those outdated and unrated singers who couldn't wait to hug the legs of the big shots and refused to let go. "Go ahead." The marketing manager sat back in his seat. I heard that my sister was going to hold a concert, but for no reason, it was suspended by the company and replaced by Sulu. Xianxia held a disposable paper cup and smiled gently. He always used such a smile to hide his salted fish nature. Over time, he gave people a very gentle and peaceful feeling. The person beside him said, "Your sister is so beautiful." Xianxia smiled. "Your sister is so smart." Xianxia smiled. "Your sister is so outstanding." Xianxia smiled. "You're so useless. You're completely different from your sister." Xianxia still had to smile and say F***ck. As time passed, he developed a different kind of shrewdness. The marketing manager understood in his heart. So it was because of this matter. It was obvious that Vice President Kong wanted to beat Qin Baobao. Anyone with a bit of foresight would know that the reason was still unknown. The marketing manager was a wily old fox. This kind of thing was commonplace. After working in star art for more than 10 years, he had seen a few artists who were once very popular get banned, frozen, or fade out of the entertainment industry. In just 2 or 3 years, they were completely forgotten by the fans. Qin Baobao had good potential and was rising quickly. But in terms of earning money, which of those celebrities who were banned couldn't earn money? Some celebrities were arrogant and offended the leaders. Some were disobedient and couldn't be ordered around. Some wanted to jump ship and were discovered. There were all kinds of them. If you don't want to be banned, then you have to pay the penalty. Hence, the company released him. Generally, those who could afford to pay the penalty were either very experienced big shots or companies that were willing to pay for them. Such celebrities were in the minority. Obviously, Qin Baobao was not. She was famous, but her connections in the entertainment industry were too shallow. She had only been in the industry for 4 months. With such little connections, she would not be able to survive after leaving the company. Therefore, Qin Baobao had no choice but to swallow this loss. "I'm not in charge of that. This is the company's arrangement." As soon as he heard this, the marketing manager's attitude changed. It was an instinctive rejection. Why did he come to the company to denounce them? "You, Xianxia, may have fame and status, but I, Xingyi, am not a nobody. Just because my sister was wronged a little, you ran over to find trouble with us? You have to give me an explanation, don't you think so?" After Xianxia finished speaking, the office door was knocked again. It was an employee reporting to him. He hesitated when he saw Xianxia in the office. "It's about the concert, right?" "Wait a moment," the marketing manager said, then turned to Xianxia and said, "Miss Qin, our company has its own arrangements. If Qin Baobao has any opinions, I suggest you let her talk to the management. You've come to the wrong place." The employee listened with a face full of gossip. It was about Qin Baobao. Recently, the whole company was talking about it. "I still have things to do here. Sulu's concert starts tomorrow. Today, there are still some things at the stadium that have not been settled." The marketing manager did not want to talk too much and directly asked him to leave. "I didn't come to the wrong place. Your department is in charge of the concert, right?" "Yes." Xianxia nodded, "Then I'll have to trouble you to cancel all the songs that I wrote in Sulu's concert." The marketing manager was stunned. Xianxia looked at him and crossed his legs. He had an arrogant look on his face. "From today onwards, I'm canceling all licensing agreements with Star Art. Star Art can no longer use or operate any of my works." The marketing manager's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you say?" "In a moment, I'll send the cancellation agreement to Vice President Kang's office. Don't try to drag it out. If Sulu sings my songs in tomorrow's concert, then Star Art can wait to be sued. I'll make you pay compensation and a public apology." The marketing manager thought for a moment and waved to the employee, "You can leave first. I'll talk to him." The staff member turned around and left. The moment he stepped out of the door, his face was filled with the excitement of a paparazzi who had caught some exclusive gossip. He ran back to the office and said excitedly, "Exclusive news, exclusive news. Xianxia wants to cancel the licensing agreement with Star Art. He won't let Sulu sing his songs at the concert." "What? That exciting? Are you serious? Don't play with us." "That's impossible. Qin Baobao really dares to do that? The news quickly spread throughout the company. From the marketing department to the planning department, then to the company's internal communication group, the crowd was excited. The conflict intensified. Qin Baobao wanted to fight to the death with the company. The situation escalated. Just thinking about it made one want to eat chicken. Miss Qin, don't joke around. The concert will start tomorrow and the publicity is out. It's impossible to ask Su Lu to step down and replace her with Qin Baobao. The marketing manager was patient. He had to calm him down first. This is a decision made after careful consideration. It's not impulsive at all. Xianxia put on a gentle smile, making the marketing manager want to hit him. Xianxia, you're too impulsive. If you do this, how will your sister face the company in the future? How will others look at her? Oh, the company has other plans and she's stirring up trouble? She only thinks about herself and doesn't think about the company. Does she still want her reputation? Will the company give her any resources in the future? The marketing manager said angrily. I don't see the company paying much attention to her. Since singer, her songs were all written by me. Why? Because the lyricist was snatched away by Su Lu. I was the guest for the grand final. Why? Because the guest was also snatched away by Su Lu. And that PR crisis, your company handled it. Aren't you afraid of ruining her future? Xianxia shrugged. I think it's necessary to terminate the partnership with you. But you can't deny that the company spent a lot of resources on her. They arranged a lot of work for her. Star Art is also making money, isn't it? Just like what your old leader said, you're happy, I'm happy, everyone is happy. No one owes anyone anything. The marketing manager's face turned green. The concert was about to start. Changing the song at the last minute was very dangerous. On the other side, the sound engineer, Su Lu, was called out by her assistant. Her manager and assistant looked terrible. They waved at her from outside the soundproof glass. What's wrong? Su Lu said unhappily. Her singing was getting better and better. She wanted to experience that feeling more and hold on to it. But she was interrupted. Her manager opened her mouth. She wanted to say something but didn't. She passed the phone over. In the company's artist group, Xianxia is 2F** King Ruthless. I didn't expect this. The concert is about to start and he's doing this. This was the latest message. It was from a female singer in the company. Su Lu's heart sank. She looked at the chat history. Many artists were tagging her. I heard that Xianxia wants to terminate the licensing agreement and let the company sell his songs. Is it true? I'm outside and don't know the situation. Give me a definite answer. There's such a thing? What did I miss? At Su Lu, what's going on? It's true. Xianxia came to the company today. The news came from the marketing department. My assistant just told me. There's indeed such a thing. Is it because of the concert? Su Yunhan, Qin Baobao, your brother came to the company? Qin Baobao replied concisely, yes. Su Yunhan, Su Lu's vision darkened. Her manager said angrily, what should we do now? The concert is starting tomorrow. Lulu, did you practice all those songs for nothing? It was very troublesome to change songs at the last minute. A concert was not a recording studio. Anyone who had been to a recording studio knew that as long as you didn't sing too badly, you could still produce a heavenly voice. But there was no editing in a concert. It required real skill. In that case, practicing songs was very important. The rhythm and emotions needed to be practiced. A celebrity couldn't just sing well with a microphone. Moreover, Su Lu had learned her lesson from lip-syncing. This time, she didn't dare to do it again. She practiced especially hard, but now, a third of her songs were ruined. Qin Baobao. Su Lu gritted her teeth and rushed out of the recording studio. Lulu, where are you going? Her manager shouted. I'm going to settle scores with her, Su Lu said angrily. How dare Qin Baobao do this? She's challenging the company. She's too irrational. This was someone who disagreed with Qin Baobao. Yeah. It's just a concert. Is it worth it? We'll cancel all her events later. Let's see how she cries. This was someone who enjoyed the show. I think it's quite. Anyway, no one would be happy if this happened to them. This was someone who agreed with Qin Baobao, but it was not appropriate to criticize the company. Very few people agreed with Qin Baobao's actions. The company had its own arrangements. If she made a scene just because she was wronged, would she still want to work in the company in the future? The wind did not blow. Previously, no one had thought that Qin Baobao would do something like this. If she was unhappy with the company, the one who would suffer was still the artist. She was not a veteran artist with deep connections and experience. Why was she so stubborn? In the words of the workplace, do you still want to work? Qin Baobao sat cross-legged on the leather sofa in the office, excitedly scrolling through the company's internal chat channels. She twirled a lollipop in one hand, and the candy ball in her mouth made a sound as it collided with her teeth. Almost everyone in the department's chat group, the artist's chat group, the logistics chat group, and so on were discussing. The atmosphere was thick with gossip. If there was a title for this incident, it would probably be, Qin siblings tear apart Sulu. Well, the comments were more interesting than the incident. Bao Bao, your brother is so capable. This is so satisfying. Li Yanhong was also in the office. After looking at her phone, she said excitedly. Of course my brother is capable. Qin Baobao's tone was a little smug. But this is not good for your reputation. After this incident, even if CEO Huang covers for you and the company won't criticize you publicly, others will definitely leak it and take the opportunity to smear your reputation. Li Yanhong considered the consequences. Don't worry, watch how I perform later. Qin Baobao grinned. Quickly write a contract termination and send it to the marketing department. Let the marketing manager sign it, then send it to the finance department to stamp it. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Li Yanhong went to open the door. She thought that Qin Zhe had returned, but when she opened the door, it turned out to be Su Lu. After being stunned for a moment, she immediately gave her a poker face and mocked, Yo, superstar Su, what are you doing here instead of practicing? Of course, Su Lu would not bicker with a small fry. Without Qin Baobao, she, Li Yanhong, was nothing. She came to settle accounts with Qin Bao. Her eyes fell on Qin Bao, and she immediately raised a bright smile. Bao Bao, this suddenly happened. Don't you think your brother is too impulsive? Sulu's jealousy was very strong, and her sense of crisis was very strong. Since Qin Baobao stood out in the singer program, she had always been deeply hostile to Qin Bao. Her intuition was right. Qin Baobao had been in the industry for 4 months. Her excellent performance in the singer program, as well as her long-term songs that dominated the charts, made her popular all over the country. Then, she released a single that broke the daily, weekly, and monthly sales records, pushing her to the top position. When Sulu was planning to return to the music industry, Qin Baobao appeared out of nowhere. Sulu had no reason not to be hostile to her. Take this concert for example. If Qin Baobao had not been there, this opportunity would have definitely been hers. Of course, the most jealous thing was that she had a fast shooter brother. She was really King lucky. Although envious, jealous, and hateful, Sulu seemed to have never spoken ill of Qin Baobao in front of her. After scheming against her, there was no need to show off in front of others. It was meaningless. Because of the same mentality, Qin Baobao would not show off at this time. Qin Baobao took out the lollipop and finally took a sip. She smiled helplessly. Sister Su, I'm really sorry. My brother is very stubborn and disobedient. Alas, he has been disobedient since he was a child, and his parents spoil him. I really can't do anything about it. Women were really born actors. Sulu frowned helplessly. She seemed to be a gentle elder sister who was annoyed by her brother's naughtiness. Sulu stared at the gorgeous face that she envied. Her heart was full of hatred, but she did not show it on her face. She said softly, Bao Bao, you go and persuade him again. I know that the concert made you unhappy, but this was arranged by the company. Sister Su can't do anything about it. Isn't this reasonable? Of course, she would not come and scold Qin Baobao. It was meaningless. She planned to calm Qin Baobao first. this concert went wrong. The one who suffered the most was not the company, but Sulu. She would push the blame to the company and play the victim. Sulu had already prepared a speech in her mind. She wanted to use emotions to move people. Unexpectedly, Qin Baobao was very straightforward. Qin Baobao said, "Sister Su, don't worry. I will definitely convince him. We will go over now." This little B*TCH was so straightforward. Well, she would settle this matter first and then buy news to smear her. While Huang Yizong was not back yet, she would freeze her for a while. That show-off Huang Yizong took his wife for their honeymoon. It was said that they would be away for a month and would only be back in December. During this time, Vice President Kong had the final say in the company's affairs. Kong Xian and Huang Yizong had different positions, but they were not subordinates. Their fathers were shareholders. This was Kong Xian's competence. It was also Huang Yizong's helplessness after receiving Qin Baobao's call. "I am abroad and can't deal with the company's affairs. If I call them, they can ignore me." Qin Baobao and Sulu rushed to the marketing department and were met with a bunch of surprised gazes. Why are Qin Baobao and Sulu together? Shouldn't they be fighting? They are going to the marketing department. I want to follow them. Quick, tell the colleagues in the marketing department to help us do a live broadcast. The onlookers whispered to each other. Qin Baobao came to the marketing department and walked into the marketing manager's office under the gossipy gazes of the employees. She purposely left the door open. In the office, the marketing manager was still persuading Xianxia. Didn't you go home? You came here secretly to terminate the contract. If someone in the company didn't mention it, I wouldn't have known that you were acting on your own, Qin Baobao said angrily. Xianxia and his sister's eyes met. Years of tacit understanding allowed him to instantly understand what his scheming sister was thinking. I have already decided on this matter. You don't have to persuade me, Xianxia said in a low voice. His tone was like a martial arts novel where the master of a sect passed the position to a weak disciple and then told the elders that he had already decided on this matter. Sulu was angry. She was about to say something when Qin Baobao's agitated and sad voice suddenly sounded. No, I don't agree. The marketing manager was startled. Her voice was so shrill that it sounded like a helpless wife whose husband was about to take home his mistress. Pa! Xianxia slammed the table. Shut up. This time, it was Sulu's turn to be startled. At first, you said that the company's composer didn't have time and I would write songs for you. You said that the company's artists didn't have time and I would be your guest singer. You wanted to release a single and I would write songs for you. You said that the company wanted to sell my songs. Okay, I signed without hesitation. Xianxia changed from a gentle sheep to a furious lion. It took him 2 seconds to prepare. It was obvious that his acting skills were not as pure as his sister's. In the big office, more than 10 employees stared at the manager's office. They saw Xianxia jumping up and down inside and heard his voice. But what did you get? The composer was robbed, the guest singer was robbed, and now even the concert was robbed. You have to be more careful. This stupid company is still thinking about them wholeheartedly. No matter what, I have to sign the agreement today. Qin Baobao said, You can't do this. You can't do this. Xianxia said, I want to do this. Get out of my way. Qin Baobao said, I love the company deeply. Xianxia said, I hate it so much that I go crazy. In the quarrel between the siblings, they exposed the matter without leaving a trace and pointed the contradiction at Sulu. The low-level employees suddenly understood. Oh, so there was such a thing. It turned out that Qin Baobao had always been targeted. This time, Xianxia was angry. Some employees secretly turned on the recording function of their phones. Some typed and broadcasted exclusive news in the group. Xianxia and Qin Baobao quarreled in the marketing department. There were replies, What's the situation? Why did the siblings quarrel? Tell us, tell us. Marketing staff, it turned out that it was Xianxia's own decision to terminate the agreement. He was angry and wanted to stand up for his sister. It turned out that Qin Baobao had always been targeted by Sulu. This incident was the same, so her brother couldn't stand it anymore. But Qin Baobao kept persuading her brother not to be impulsive and not to terminate the agreement. So the two of them quarreled in the marketing department. Onlookers, what? Always targeted? Is it true? You don't say. I heard that Sulu couldn't stand Qin Baobao. Marketing staff, I heard from Qin Zhe that when they were at Singer, Sulu snatched Qin Baobao's lyricist. She had no choice but to ask her brother to write songs. It was the same for the guest singer. And this concert, it was suddenly changed to Sulu. We thought that Qin Baobao was arrogant and offended the leader. But it turned out that it was Sulu who had been causing trouble all along. Onlookers, so that's the case. Wow, there are so many inside stories. Qin Baobao was treated unfairly, but she still tried to persuade her brother. If it were me, I would definitely fall out with her. Fall out with her, fall out with her. At this moment, Sulu looked as if she had eaten a dead fly. Her face was green. If she couldn't tell that the siblings were putting on a show, she would be too stupid. The onlookers didn't know, but she knew in her heart that the conflict between her and Qin Baobao was tacit. So Qin Baobao was putting on an act, but she still pretended to be so magnanimous. There's no need to say any more. I will definitely terminate the agreement. You can tolerate this, but I can't. Qin Zhe roared and then left in a huff. Qin Baobao chased after him. Brother, wait, don't be rash, they left. The marketing manager closed the door and looked at Sulu, whose veins were popping out. He wanted to say something to comfort her, but felt that it was unnecessary. He sighed. Then, I will definitely sign this agreement. Our marketing department was in charge of it. We can't get sued. After the marketing manager said that, Sulu glared at him. Why don't you change to another song to practice? Sulu was so angry that she cried. Practice? The concert is tomorrow. How do you want me to practice? There are so many songs. Her head was shaking. She really wanted to tear these 2B*Gs apart. Back in the office, Qin Bao closed the door and laughed out loud. She threw herself on the sofa and rolled around. So good, so good. Little B*TCH, you dare to fight with me? After enduring for so long, I finally got my revenge. She really thought that I was going to help her. How naive. Sulu wanted to hit her. Then, she looked at her brother with a smile and said proudly, Can I be good? Good, and very capable. Qin Zhe admired his sister's acting skills. In this way, her image was corrected. When people talked about this, they would only say that Sulu suppressed Qin Bao, and then Qin Zhe broke the agreement out of anger. Sulu took the blame and Qin Zhe was the bad guy. Qin Bao was an innocent little girl. Your acting just now wasn't good enough. Your voice was too soft. Why did it make you sound angry? You should have slammed the table and shouted at the same time. Your expression wasn't fierce enough. Qin Bao nitpicked. Forget it, it should have been good. I'll reward you with a lollipop. She took out one from the drawer and gave it to her brother. Qin Zhe threw it back. You should eat this. He sat beside his sister and looked at her seriously licking the lollipop. But it still has an impact on you. The company's higher-ups are definitely unhappy with you. Huang Yizong doesn't have the final say in Star Art. He's only the CEO appointed by the board of directors. You won't have an easy time. Qin Baobao mainly cheated Sulu, but the company's losses were also quite big. His songs made a lot of money. Last time, when they failed with leverage, his sister donated her own money. In less than 2 months, they had more than 2 million in income. How scary. As they were talking, a leader of Star Art came in. The old man was about 1.6 meters tall. He was full of smiles and sighed. How did it end up like this? Miss Qin, think about it again. Didn't we have a good cooperation? You unilaterally broke the agreement. You're also at a loss, right? Qin Baobao immediately agreed. Brother, think about it. She was still biting the lollipop in her mouth. She didn't have time to take it out. Shut up. Qin Zhe narrowed his eyes. Oh. Sister obediently sat on the sofa like a duck. I don't see how it's pleasant. Xianxia said impatiently, don't look for me in the future. My songs have nothing to do with your company anymore. After a pause, he gave the other party a disdainful look. You think I'm short of money? Do you know my nickname? He still had to pretend to be angry and domineering. It was really tiring. Quick shooter? The little old man was stunned. God of stocks. Xianxia was really angry this time. Star Art is such a bully, I can't work with you anymore. Look at what you're saying. This is a normal job transfer in the company. There's no bullying of Qin Bao. How about this? Next month, no, next week, we'll arrange another concert for her. Xianxia sneered in his heart. What AF asterisk king bastard. If I don't get serious, you won't know that Qin Bao has someone above her. When you beat her, why didn't you think that I would fall out with you? Do you think that with the contract, you can bully Qin Bao just because she's inexperienced? In the end, the little old man left unhappily because they couldn't reach an agreement. On the other side, the company's executives had a small meeting. Conference room number 3. It wasn't big and there weren't many people. There were only 6 of them. Other than the CEO and vice CEO, these 6 people were the most powerful leaders. How did it end up like this? This Xianxia really doesn't know what's good for him. It's just a small matter and he came to the company to make a scene. He even wants to terminate the contract? One of the leaders slammed the table. Young man, he's too impulsive. He doesn't even think about what Qin Bao will do in the company in the future. Another leader said unhappily. Qin Bao hasn't become a big shot yet. If she leaves the company, she won't be able to survive in the entertainment industry. What a pity. These songs are well managed. If they continue to operate in the long run, it will be a very objective income. Some classic and immortal songs could feed the singer for a lifetime. CEO Kong didn't handle this matter well. Why did he beat up Qin Bao for no reason? It's meaningless. Yeah, when CEO Huang comes back, the 2 of them will quarrel again. The contract hasn't been terminated yet. There's still room for negotiation. Old Chen went over to persuade them. There were also leaders who disagreed with Kong Xian's approach. At this moment, the little old man came over and pushed open the door of the conference room. Old Chen, have you convinced Xianxia? Communicate with him? Everyone looked at him. The little old man shook his head. It's hopeless. Damn it, several people slammed the table. What did CEO Kong say? He suggested that we put Qin Bao on ice for the time being. CEO Huang won't agree, but he won't be back until December. Then, we'll follow CEO Kang's suggestion and put her on ice for a period of time. The leaders began to discuss. If it's not good, then it's not good. Anyway, once CEO Huang comes back, these things won't be a problem. Qin Bao didn't care at all. But even if CEO Huang is protecting you, you still have a grudge in your heart. Xianxia said, you must have other plans. With Qin Bao's personality, Star Art had made things difficult for her time and again. She could still hold it in. Now that she was done with Su Lu, she should have the intention to leave. I want to go out on my own. Qin Bao twisted her waist and acted coquettishly. Ayaya, have you figured me out? Don't worry, I haven't figured you out. Xianxia said, do you have a detailed plan? No, the contract is a problem. I can't afford the liquidated damages. In the entertainment industry, I don't have many connections either. I only have a few celebrity friends and very few industry insiders. For a celebrity like me who only has fame and no connections, leaving the agency is the end of me. The best choice was to open her own studio. There was no point in jumping ship. Another agency might be even more disgusting than Star Art. At least Star Art had Huang Yizong's protection. If she went to another agency, a woman like Qin Bao would have a lot of guys who wanted to be above her. I can deal with the liquidated damages. I really can't do anything about the entertainment industry. His sister's previous contract was for newcomers. After becoming an A-lister, the contract naturally changed. That's why sister is quite troubled. Wait a little longer. When I have more money, I can spend money to build a deep network. Xianxia said as he patted his chest. Sister didn't dote on you for nothing. Qin Baobao hugged her brother's neck and kissed him on the cheek. Let me give you a stamp. That's a financial stamp. Give me a stamp too. Qin Zhe pointed to his mouth. I'm at the office. Qin Baobao's face was slightly red. She was a little shy. My Qing dynasty is gone, but your tricks haven't changed. Qin Zhe said, my face is already immune to your rewards. Then just a little. Qin Baobao bit her lips and straddled her brother's legs. I'll close my eyes. Qin Zhe was a little scared. Okay. Qin Baobao breathed a sigh of relief. Being stared at by him made her feel awkward. Qin Zhe closed his eyes. Just as his sister was about to give him a stamp, the office door was pushed open. Bao, Li Yanhong saw the scene in the office and was shocked. What did she see? Qin Baobao was straddling her brother's legs and hugging his neck. Qin Baobao, after 0.1 seconds, Qin Zhe finished writing the script. My eyes hurt. There's dust in them. Help me blow it out. Qin Baobao also received her brother's script in 0.1 seconds. Don't move. Sister will help you take a look. The siblings started to act again. I have some eye drops. I'll bring them over. Her skillful acting successfully fooled Li Yanhong and successfully diverted her attention. No need. It's much better. Qin Zhe said. No need to go through so much trouble. Qin Baobao got down from her brother's legs and pinched his waist hard. Her cheeks were slightly red. Li Yanhong put the termination contract on the table. It's done. The contract is here. The excited middle-aged woman started to nag. Not only did she change Baobao's image, but she also took the opportunity to ruin Su Lu's reputation. But the siblings were absent-minded. Neither of them cared about what she said. Sure enough, in the afternoon, the news of Qin Baobao and Xing Yi's discord was written by unscrupulous online media editors. Qin Baobao and Su Lu turn against each other in public. For the sake of a concert, two female stars actually did such a thing in public. Qin Zhe wreaks havoc in Xing Yi. Qin Baobao will be frozen. Fresh news articles were published one after another, and the contradictions were all directed at Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao's Weibo was flooded with a large number of Su Lu's fans. All kinds of shouting and cursing. I didn't expect Qin Baobao to be such a person. She's too arrogant. Just because she has a lot of good songs, she dares to challenge her seniors. Her character is so bad. What a waste of her beauty. For the sake of a concert, she let her brother come to the company to terminate his contract? Haha. This kind of artist should be banned. Then Qin Baobao's fans angrily shouted, bunch of idiots, get lost. You believe this kind of gossip? Haters? Water Army. The two sides were in a heated argument, and the fans were fiercely attacking each other. At that time, Qin Zhe was taking a taxi to his investment company. When he saw the news on the internet, he immediately called his sister. Yes, how can the news spread so quickly, unless someone took the initiative to pay for the news to defame me? Qin Baobao gave her brother an affirmative answer. Needless to say, it's Su Lu who did it. And maybe Kang Shan is behind it. It's the Water Army again. Didn't you say that you're going to start a real name system? Hurry up. Qin Zhe said angrily. Don't worry, I won't fall into the same trap twice. His sister was very confident. What are you going to do? I've already asked Wolf Inside to write the article. She'll help me contact the internet media. I can't use the company's channels. Sister is really capable. Then I'm relieved. Qin Zhe was about to hang up when he suddenly froze. What Wolf Inside? Beep beep beep, his sister hung up. Hey, hung up on me, you troublesome woman. He had to pay a little more attention to his sister's matter. He could afford the liquidated damages, but if he wanted to set up a studio, he would have to rebuild his team if he wanted to prosper. Moreover, in the entertainment industry, networking was very important. You had to have channels to get jobs. In this aspect, Qin Zhe was completely clueless. He remembered that Sister Pei had set up a management company before, but it failed. He would ask about the situation another day. Bao's investment was no longer what it used to be. The last time he pulled in 300 million, it was all investments from celebrities. The people in the entertainment industry were indeed very rich. These were also connections, but their friendship wasn't deep, so he couldn't count on them for the time being. The number of employees in the company had increased to 30, and there was also a beautiful front desk. She was a coquettish young lady. Every time Xianxia came to work, she would coquettishly say, "Good morning, CEO Qin." When Xianxia got off work, she said coyly, "Goodbye, CEO Qin." Regarding the position of the front desk, Xianxia specifically told Suyu that he must recruit beautiful and capable girls, preferably with more than 2 years of work experience. He remembered that he had read a certain urban novel called 3 Things Between Me and the Front Desk Girl. He read it slightly. Later, he couldn't find it. The front desk of the company was a 7 out of 10 goddess outside. Unfortunately, in Xianxia's eyes, 7 out of 10 was just a passing grade. Xianxia had 8 out of 10. Suyu gave her a salary of 7,000 a month, which was already very high. The work was also easy. In addition to entertaining customers, it was to help CEO Qin and CEO Su order takeout. Xianxia didn't dare to let Suyu order anymore. Every time he ordered Hunan cuisine, he was almost upgraded from an ambitious youth to a youth with hemorrhoids. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the stock market closed. Xianxia began to pay attention to his sister's Weibo. On the internet, the fans of both sides were fiercely fighting. "You attack my idol's Weibo? Well, let's team up and attack your forum. You attack the forum? Let's attack Tieba." Sulu's fans had the support of the internet water army and the endorsement of the news content. What they said was reasonable and well-founded. On the other hand, Qin Baobao's fans had a lot of empty words and could only curse. However, the direction of public opinion on the internet quickly changed. Qin Baobao also began to buy news and began to fight back. There was an article that was written very frequently. Behind the falling out between Qin Baobao and Su Lu, is it the distortion of human nature or the decline of morality? Such a high-powered title had a magic power that made people unable to help but click on it. Why did Qin Baobao and Su Lu repeatedly fall out? Why did Xianxia cause trouble in Star Art? Is the termination of the contract true or false? What secrets are hidden behind the concert? Behind all this, is it the arrogance of the newcomers or the suppression of the seniors? Is it the distortion of human nature or the decline of morality? The article also revealed, according to an anonymous employee of Star Art, the concert at Shanyu Stadium originally belonged to Qin Baobao. Later, for some unknown reason, it was changed to Su Lu, Qin Baobao's younger brother. After Xianxia found out, he went to Star Art and made a big fuss. According to him, baby Qin has been receiving unfair treatment since the start of I Am a Singer. He directly accused Su Lu of suppressing newcomers, including this concert. It was also Su Lu who secretly made things difficult for him. At the end of the article, there was also a video. The video was secretly shot with a phone. In a certain office, Qin Baobao and Xianxia were arguing, but what did you get? The composer was stolen, the guest was stolen, and now the concert was stolen. You have to be more careful. With this lousy company, you're still thinking for them wholeheartedly. No matter what, I have to come into contact with the agreement today. You can't do this, you can't do this. I want to do this, get out of my way. I love the company deeply. I hate it to the point of madness. Not long after, various articles exposing Su Lu's dark secrets appeared on the internet and were pushed and spread through the app. Qin Baobao's fans' morale soared and they turned from defense to offense. Where's the haters? Continue to scold, please continue to perform. A thief crying thief. It's obviously Su Lu who is suppressing Qin Baobao. I didn't expect Su Lu to be such a person. She's the one with a bad character. She used to lip sync, and now she's bullying my goddess. The younger brother is so good, the younger brother is so tall. It's so satisfying. Give me a stack of younger brothers like this. Su Lu's fans, MDZZ. Idiots. They're all paid posters, disgusting. Xianxia browsed the news for a while and sent a message to his sister, not bad, a beautiful counterattack. That's right, I used to be a newbie and didn't know the tricks of the entertainment industry. Now I'm a veteran, how can I continue to be tricked by Sulu? I've long been on guard against this move of hers. Qin Baobao sent an emoji of laughing with arms akimbo. She had always been a person who couldn't stand compliments. Once you praised her, she would become arrogant. Veteran, quickly take me flying. Qinze clicked his tongue and said, the article was well written. The paid posters you bought were very good. The title was fresh and refined, breaking away from the shackles of the shock party. It's a clear stream in the editor's circle. You mean the article with the video? Qin Baobao chuckled, that was written by Wang Zijin. I laughed for a long time. It was so interesting. A series of snickering emojis. It was actually written by Wang Zijin? The writing was sophisticated, and the killing intent was hidden. The dark was restrained, and the dark was flawless. But it was Sister Ziwei who had sex. I spent a lot of money. I paid for it myself. Qin Baobao said with grievance, my heart hurts. I'm poor, not as rich as you. I had no choice but to deduct it from your wife's account. Why did my wife's account have to be used to help you solve this problem? Qinze sent an emoji of 3 feet of anger. Qin Baobao, if you don't give your wife's account to me, will it rot? Qinze, I'll give you an emoji. Understand it yourself. Qinze, epsilon equals 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 Qin Baobao? I don't understand. This is awkward. My sister was born with a coquettish buff. In fact, her heart was very pure. She had never experienced love before. She didn't visit forums or Tiba. Her knowledge and experience in that area were even worse than JK, who had shaken his bed in high school. Thinking of this, Qinze's brain twitched. He sent a message to Wang Zijin, Sister Ziwei, I'll give you an emoji. Understand it yourself. Qinze, epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals. A few minutes later, Wang Zijin replied, wow, Sister Ziwei really understood. This emoji was very in line with Wang Zijin's character. By the way, try Suyu's reaction again to see if she understood. Qinze, Suyu, are you there? Suyu, what's the matter? I'll come to your office to talk. Qinze, no, I'll send you an emoji. You understand it yourself. Qinze, epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals. There was a long silence over there. Suyu replied, oh, greater than over equal to V. Oh, Qinze, he couldn't bear to look at it. Qinze suddenly had a bold idea. Why don't he try to see if Sister Pei understood it? The next second, he rejected the idea. Whether it was Suyu or Wang Zijin, although they didn't have a thorough understanding of his sister, they knew more or less the depth. Nan Manpei was too deep, and he couldn't grasp that degree for the time being. It was better not to court death. In a certain online media company, Wang Zijin's heart skipped a beat when she saw the instant understanding emoticon on her phone screen. What did he mean by sending this emoticon, a hint? How could there be such a blatant hint? It didn't fit his lazy and cowardly personality. But why did he send this emoticon? A normal man wouldn't send something like this to a normal woman. Wang Zijin panicked. Are you serious? Delete. Are you serious? Delete. Are you at home or at the hotel? Delete. She held her phone and didn't know how to reply. Just then, her phone rang. It was an unknown number. The caller ID showed that it was from Beijing. Wang Zijin changed her phone number after she came to Shanghai. She only told Zhang Ling her number. Her friends and family in Beijing probably didn't know her number. But Zhang Ling might have leaked it. Hello, who is this? Wang Zijin picked up the phone. It's me, Missy. It's your loyal follower. A man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Oh, it's Go Dai? No. Then it's Qin Shou? Could it be Jit Songliang? Wang Zijin's face turned serious. I'm not playing anymore. Sister Ziwei, your mouth is so sarcastic. The man said gloomily. Zhao Taizhu, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm at work. Wang Zijin said in a huff. Zhao Taizhu's original name was Zhao Biao. She was Wang Zijin's childhood playmate. When Wang Zijin was very young, before her grandfather retired and her father took up a post outside, she lived with her grandparents in the military district. It was what the outside world called the big courtyard. There were many children in the military district, and Zhao Biao was one of them. There were many children, so there were many hills. 3 or 4 children formed a small group to play marbles and fight with each other with wooden swords. Today, they bullied you, but tomorrow, you came back for revenge. The children's jianghu could be said to be a bloody mess. Wang Zijin, this kind of young lady, was the kind of person who would be teased and bullied by the king of the children when she had nothing better to do. The first child who lifted Wang Zijin's skirt was called Zhao Biao. He had a strong personality and was the devil incarnate in the military district. In Zhao Biao's eyes, all the girls in the military district were part of his harem. He didn't only lift Wang Zijin's skirt. He even lifted the skirts of several girls. But he had kicked an iron plate. Wang Zijin didn't cry like the other girls. She was very calm. But the next day, while Zhao Biao was playing with his friends, she stuffed the fat girl that she had prepared in advance into Zhao Biao's school bag. Then, she ran home, took off her clothes in her room, and cried for her grandfather. He accused Zhao Biao of his evil deeds. Her grandfather lifted his granddaughter's skirt and saw his granddaughter's little butt. He exploded on the spot. He took a Red Star 54 and went to Zhao Biao's house. Poor Zhao Biao's father. He was beaten up by the old general for no reason. He cried for his parents and begged for mercy. Then, Zhao Biao was miserable. That night, Zhao Biao's screams lasted until midnight. Those who heard it were sad and those who heard it cried. At that time, Wang Zijin was 9 years old. She was in the 3rd grade of primary school. Since then, Zhao Biao was willing to be Wang Zijin's lackey and became the queen's loyal subordinate. After that, Wang Zijin started her great career of ruling the military district. Wang Zijin learned how to kill with a borrowed knife and bully with numbers without a teacher. First, she had the advantage of numbers and swallowed up the scattered soldiers. Then, she used the borrowed knife to kill with a borrowed knife. She used all kinds of methods to frame people and hold on to their weaknesses. She frequently wrote reports and borrowed the hands of their parents to teach a lesson to those who were difficult to deal with. Zhang Ling's brother, Zhang Mingqing, was captured by Wang Zijin during this process. He and Zhao Biao were known as the second Tiger General. The old general of the Wang family admired his granddaughter's black-bellied and scheming. He secretly taught her to suppress others with power and tempt them with benefits. It was the art of using virtue to convince people. His smart granddaughter opened a new chapter in her great career of ruling the country. She successfully integrated the 18 warlords of the military district before she was in primary school and successfully ruled the country. If Wang Zijin's childhood were to be written into a book, it would be called How to Become a Female Bad Guy or The Black-Bellied Lady's Coquettish Style. At that time, the group of children who were more rebellious were all taught a lesson by Wang Zijin. She had all their weaknesses in her hands. Later, many of the children left the courtyard one by one following their father's transfer. However, Wang Zijin left a psychological shadow in their hearts. Many years later, they still couldn't help but scold her for being black-hearted. During Wang Zijin's era, Zhang Ling was still a little girl with 2 lines of snot running down her nose. Even after many years, she still didn't have the courage to challenge Wang Zijin. I'm in Shanghai on business. Sister Ziwei, come out for a meal. I'll be very grateful. Zhao Biao was 30 years old this year. He had a family and a career long ago. He was currently working in the government. Over the years, they met less often, but they still kept in touch. The henchmen who followed Sister Ziwei in the past were still very loyal. The memories of their childhood, whether it was nightmares or beautiful dreams, were still fresh in their minds. If it's possible, ask your little lover to come too. I really want to see what kind of hero he is to be able to subdue Sister Ziwei and get rid of a big threat for us. I know that Zhang Mingqing has no chance. He liked you since he was young. Back then, he was secretly competing with me. TSK. Actually, the outcome was already decided. How can a henchman marry the boss? It's not realistic. I'm not free. Wang Zijin curled her lips. Let's meet again when I'm back in Beijing. My life is very peaceful now. I don't want to interact with a bunch of second-generation heirs like you. Wang Zijin's life now was like a famous song, I haven't been a boss for many years. Forget it then. I'm meeting a guy in private equity tonight. I want to do some shady business with him. If you agree to have a meal with me, I'll turn him down. Let's meet tomorrow. Zhao Biao said disappointedly. You want to get involved in the stock market? We are also ordinary people. We can't lack money. We have to live. But it's not convenient for me to do such things in public. Wang Zijin's heart skipped a beat. Then let's have a meal together. Tonight. I can talk to you. Zhao Biao, what do you mean? Wang Zijin smiled. Turn down the guy in private equity. I'll introduce you to someone who might do it. After a moment of silence, Zhao Biao asked for a sky-high price. Okay then. But I want a bigger share. No less than 50%. Zhao Taizhu, are you too arrogant? Or am I, Wang Zijin, too weak to do anything? Wang Zijin sneered. I'm taking a big risk. How can I not take a bigger share? Sister Ziwei, you don't have to do this. This is a matter of principle. I won't back down. Zhao Taizhu said firmly. This was the main reason why he had come to Shanghai. Okay. Then don't blame me for not giving you face. Does your sister-in-law know about your affairs outside? There's one in 4th Ring Road and another in 2nd Ring Road. That charming sister of yours is asking for a divorce. She's dead set on being your lover. Does your sister-in-law know about this? If she doesn't know, I'll talk to her later. Zhao Taizhu said everything. Fortunately, Wang Zijin was well versed in the art of carrots and carrots. She said earnestly, Taizhu, don't do too many PY deals. It's not safe. Work hard and serve the country and the people. Listen to me. If you cooperate with him, the risk you have to take is very small. If you give him a tip at a critical moment, you'll have a lot of money. Then ask him to bring the quarterly report. Otherwise, I'll be worried. Wait for my news. I'll call him and ask for his opinion. If he agrees, we'll sit down and talk. If he's not willing, then you can continue with your work. There's no need to eat. It's over. My sister Ziwei is really being taught a lesson. I'm going to write in my diary and send it to my friends in the circle. You don't want to live anymore? Try it. Dinner was booked at a local restaurant in Jia Province in Suhui. Wang Zijin made the reservation and sent the address to Xianxia. Xianxia took a taxi here after work. Wang Zijin had already told him about it. Xianxia was a little hesitant at first, but Wang Zijin said, it's not a big deal. Don't think too much. My friend knows what he's doing. He won't cross the line. At most, he'll make a little money. Xianxia thought, the business is getting bigger and bigger, so there must be someone above. This was an inevitable trend. As long as he controlled it, there would be no problem. He agreed to today's dinner. I didn't expect that the first dirty PY deal in my life was facilitated by Sister Ziwei. Led by the waiter, he came to a big private room. There was a big table big enough for 10 people. Wang Zijin and a strange man sat there. Including him, there were 3 people in total. The moment Xianxia entered the door, he immediately felt Zhao Tieju's dignified gaze. It was the gaze of a big shot sizing up a rookie. On the internet, it was the group leader sizing up a little rookie. These arrogant, disdainful, and aggressive gazes made Xianxia recall the first time he had entered a chat group. The big shots had all sent him disdainful expressions. You're Xianxia? You don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. Other than being a little more handsome than me and having a better figure, you don't have much charm. A short-haired man in a casual suit snorted. The first time he entered the group, the bosses also used the same arrogant tone to say, newcomer, quickly dress up as a girl. Hello. Xianxia nodded at the boss, but the boss ignored him. Zhao Biao, nicknamed Taizhu, my childhood friend. Wang Zijin considerately warmed up the atmosphere for Qin Zhe and kicked Zhao Taizhu under the table. Zhao Biao took a mouthful of food. I've heard about you. You're good at writing songs. You're a fast shooter, right? I've heard that you're good at trading stocks, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Oh right, you also have a beautiful sister. He was a little handsome and energetic. He had a sharp look between his brows. This was honed in the military. Unfortunately, this guy's heart was not in the military. He liked the outside world. In the end, he went into politics through his family's connections. The first time she heard of Qin Zhe's name was in September. After she came back from a trip to Shanghai, Qin Zhe's big name spread in a small circle in Beijing. Zhao Taizhu did a simple check on Qin Zhe's background. King's man, that was how her friends teased Qin Zhe back then. Wang Zijin was the king of the children in the courtyard, so there was nothing wrong with it. He was the king's man. Actually, strictly speaking, we are love rivals. I was Zijin's boyfriend when she was in elementary school. Now, I'm not. I didn't catch up and was eliminated. But I'm still working hard to be Zijin's boyfriend. Zhao Biao looked at the young man in front of him provocatively. Wang Zijin didn't explain. She gazed at Qin Zhe with her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to see how he would respond to this matter. Qin Zhe asked curiously, do you know a guy called Zhang Mingqing? Yes, he's my childhood friend. Then can you eliminate Zhang Mingqing first? Why? Am I not handsome? Not as competitive as that guy? Zhao Taizhu was unconvinced. Alright, stop messing around. Wang Zijin sighed. Sometimes the little pervert was stupid, but sometimes he was very smart. Zhao Taizhu was still acting. I'm not messing around. How am I not as good as this guy? Is it because I'm not good at Two-Finger Diana, or is it because I'm not as good at talking as him? Wang Zijin rolled her eyes at his glib tongue. Because of your name. Qin Zhe held back his laughter. Zhao Taizhu, in Sister Ziwei's heart, this name alone is enough to send you to the 18th level of hell. Wang Zijin was a female hipster. Although she was a bit two-faced, for a female hipster, it didn't matter if your name wasn't Long Out Yin. If your name didn't have Shi, Mo, Yi, Bai, and so on, she could make do with it. But if your name was Taizhu, that wouldn't do. Even if you looked like Long Out Yin, we could only meet in the next life. He suddenly remembered that according to his mother, if he was named Qin Hao or Xianxia Fan, in Sister Ziwei's heart, wouldn't he be sent to the death prison? After all, Sister Ziwei had already graduated from the team of network veterans. The word Hao was no longer high and mighty. Instead, it was easy to associate it with teddy bear. Zhao Taizhu, who grew up together, also understood, but he was still unconvinced. My name is Zhao Biao. Qin Zhe thought to himself, Zhao Biao and Fat Tiger have the same meaning. Zhao Taizhu looked at Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin was too embarrassed to be too direct, so she said tactfully, your name is actually okay. It gives you a sense of security. Is she saying that I'm like the azure dragon on the left and the white tiger on the right? Is that what she means? Zhao Taizhu understood, painfully understood. According to the rumors about the two of them in a certain circle, they were in the same boat, and he was the outsider. She said that she would cooperate with him, but as soon as her little lover came, her elbow turned to his side. Qin Zhe chatted with Zhao Taizhu. Since he was Sister Ziwei's childhood friend, he must be either the son of an official or a rich man. He understood that Sister Ziwei was introducing him to people. With more friends, he could walk a wider path and go further. Compared to insider information, he was more interested in making friends with rich men. He didn't need insider information to make money. He had the system, and he was proud of it. Cheating was better than cheating, just like how permed hair couldn't beat tattooed hair. If not for the tense situation, he could still dominate the officialdom. If there were immortal cultivators in the world, he could still dominate the immortal realm. Unfortunately, he couldn't become a demon after the founding of the country, and he couldn't ascend after the founding of the republic. Halfway through the meal and several bottles of wine, Qin Zhe got up to go to the toilet. As soon as he left, Zhao Taizhu stopped smiling and said seriously, do you really plan to have an indescribable relationship with him? What's indescribable about a proper relationship? Wang Zijin finished and sighed. We haven't even started yet. What do you mean? You two haven't reached the stage yet? Zhao Taizhu was stunned. Wang Zijin's face was full of resentment. She muttered to herself, far from it. There's a jealous lover at home, and there's a flirtatious bitch outside. Both of them are very troublesome. The one at home is nothing to worry about, and he's not a real threat. But the teddy outside is a bit dangerous, and it's quite good-looking. Also, that Nan Man Pei needs to be on guard at all times. Zhao Taizhu listened to her muttering and was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why does my sister Ziwei's love life sound so bumpy? Wait, what do you like about him? He's quite handsome, but if you, Wang Zijin, like handsome guys, you can't even pick them with both hands and legs. If it's not because of his looks, then it's because of his temperament? Please, he has no temperament at all. Can he make money? Does my sister Ziwei lack money? Write songs? Unorthodox methods are not attractive at all. Not to mention Zhang Mingqing, even I can't take this lying down. Why? Why? Zhao Taizhu slammed the table. It's just a feeling. Wang Zijin said softly. What? What did you say? Zhao Taizhu was in disbelief. When I'm with him, I feel very relaxed and happy. I don't know why, but there's always a natural sense of closeness. Wang Zijin said blankly, I'm also very confused. What do I like about him? Why do I like him? I can't explain it, but I just like him. Maybe it's because we were born together. Isn't this the legendary saying, do you need a reason to like someone? Okay, let's not talk about this topic for now. Later, I'm going to test him. I'll help you check him out. How are you going to test him? Wang Zijin frowned. Let's skip this topic again. Zijin. Taizhu was glared at by Wang Zijin, so he changed his words. Sister Ziwei, don't you feel that this guy is acting a little cold? I've already extended my strong legs to him, but he's not excited at all. Maybe it's because you're paving the way for him too obviously. You're clearly telling him that your sister is feeding you. Open your mouth. A man's self-esteem is hurt. Now that he said it, it seemed to be true. Xianxia wasn't excited at all. He's just a little calmer. In this kind of situation, there's absolutely no such thing as his self-esteem being trampled on. Based on his understanding of Xianxia, with his lazy and sometimes cheap personality, he wasn't a straight man. Xianxia came back from the toilet. Zhao Taizhu pondered for a moment and said, Xianxia, this time I'm planning to find someone to work with to earn some extra money. If it weren't for Zijin's recommendation, I definitely wouldn't have chosen you. Let's not talk about some things that will die in the light of day. You know the business. Secondly, I can be the person above you. If you run into any trouble with the government, I'll solve it for you. As long as you follow me, I'll take a bite of meat, and you'll take a bite of soup. As a reward, I want 10% of your profits. It's not much. If it were someone else, I wouldn't even want to cry and beg for money. After saying that, Zhao Taizhu looked at him like a big boss looking at a newbie. The meaning of his words was very clear, kid, follow the big boss. The big boss is giving you a chance to suck up to him because of Wang Zijin. He gave himself full marks for this wave of ridicule. Zhao Taizhu looked forward to seeing Xianxia holding back his anger and forcing a smile. It would be even better if he fell out with him. Look, Sister Ziwei, this is the man you chose. Speaking of which, Comrade Taizhu and Zhang Mingqing were both capable henchmen who knelt down for Sister Ziwei. They opened up new territories for Sister Ziwei, and they were both men who once wanted to be kings. Who wouldn't like such a fierce girl? He remembered that when he graduated from primary school, Zhao Taizhu made a scene at home and threatened his father to go to the Wang family to propose marriage. If he didn't, he would kill himself and let the Zhao family have no descendants. Zhao Taizhu showed that if he didn't marry Wang Zijin, he would kill himself. But his father, who was born in the military, raised his hand and slapped him left and right, scolding him as he hit him. Is this the reason you lifted her skirt? So many years had passed, and his childhood ambition of marrying no one but Wang Zijin had long been annihilated by time. This feeling could be regarded as a memory, but it was already lost at that time. Comrade Tieju's feelings were quite complicated. He wanted to slap this kid to death, but he also hoped that he was a good man. This way, he could barely be worthy of his sister Ziwei. Qinzhe smiled very sincerely. Thank you, Brother Taiju. Brother Taiju, please take care of me in the future. Zhao Taiju was speechless. He felt like he had been slapped in the face. Epsilon, Qinzhe had self-esteem, but he didn't have arrogance. He was used to going through the back door. His father helped him get into the Kaide because his grades were at the bottom. During every final exam, his father also slapped a stack of important content on his desk. It could be said that his father was worried sick for his good-for-nothing son. Therefore, when Wang Zijin opened the back door for him, he didn't feel the slightest bit of disgust and quickly got in. This was the first time Wang Zijin opened the back door for someone. There was a poem that described it very well. The flower path has never been swept by the guest, but the door is now open for the gentleman. Take out the quarterly report for me to see. Since I promised Zijin, I don't care about your company's current profit situation. If it's a little worse, then it's a little worse. Anyway, just listen to my instructions in the future. Kid, if it weren't for Zijin's face, you wouldn't have the chance to get it, Zhao Taiju said. Qinzhe took out a document from his bag. There's no quarterly report. My private equity company has been established for less than a month. This is the summary I asked someone to compile. It's the profit for the past half a month. What? Half a month, what are you doing? A new company, a private equity company that has only been established for half a month. Are you sure you're not a general without an army? How much capital do you have? Even if I take the risk and give you a bunch of PY transactions, how long do you need to accumulate capital to take off? The bull market will be long over by then. Zhao Taiju felt that he had been tricked. He turned his head to look at Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin nodded and confirmed Qinzhe's words. Let's drink, let's drink. Zhao Taiju sighed and didn't take the report for half a month. Mountains and rivers were still feelings. He would just treat it as doing Zijin a favor. Fine, this trip to Shanghai was a waste. Qinzhe felt awkward. Although he didn't refuse to be a freeloader, this brother was not giving him any face. Wasn't this forcing him to be a freeloader? He was about to take back the report when Wang Zijin took it and handed it to Zhao Taiju. Take a look. If you don't look, how can he act cool? Qinzhe, it was just a company that had been established for half a month. What was there to look at? There was nothing to see in the report. At most, it would earn a few million. No, a few 100,000 at most. He had checked Qinzhe's background. His family was very ordinary and he could freeload off his sister. The company's total assets were only 2 to 3 million. To be able to earn a few 100,000 in half a month was already not bad. Young master. Zhao was too lazy to even look at such a small company. But since his childhood friend had said so, Zhao Taiju couldn't refuse. He looked at the report and his gaze froze. There were more than 10 projects on the report, and the profits were clearly written. Zhao Taiju naturally wouldn't look at them one by one. He just glanced at the total funds and profits. What did he see? About 500 million in total funds. Half-month profit rate, 63.8%. Half a month, profits of more than 300 million. Zhao Taiju was stunned for a while. After a long while, he looked at Qinzhe. You already have someone above you? No, you are the first person above me. And it's because of Sister Ziwei. Qinzhe shook his head. I don't believe it. The report is fake. Zhao Tieju's expression was serious. Wang Zijin took it and looked at it. In half a month, you only earned this much money? Qinzhe said embarrassedly, it's mainly because I have a lot of things to do recently. I will work hard next month. Wang Zijin said unhappily, the performance has dropped so much. Bastard, treat it seriously. Qinzhe was embarrassed again. I will try to triple next month. Zhao Taiju? What were they talking about? He didn't understand at all. They seemed so powerful. Were they sure they weren't bragging? Was this the latest way to act cool? Do you know the popular goal of making 100 million yuan recently? Wang Zijin smiled with satisfaction when she saw the effect. Well, it's all over the circle. This kid is really good at bragging. Zhao Taizhu nodded. He still admired the guy who could create a trending phrase on the internet. I'm not bragging. He had 4 million in capital and 10 times the leverage. He earned 100 million in a month, Wang Zijin said with a smile. It was rare for Zhao Taizhu to feel a sense of helplessness. Is this the man that Wang Zijin likes? He didn't know why, but in his heart, there was always the goddess of his first love, a crush. She would bring her boyfriend to the poor loser of the past, smile and say, "How have you been these few years?" "Oh, this is my boyfriend, 30 years of river flow." Usually, the role of the goddess boyfriend was played by him, young Master Zhao. Zhao Taizhu thought sourly. Although Long Outyen is convinced, I, Zhao Ritian, am not. A sharp light flashed in Zhao Taizhu's eyes. It's good for a man to be able to earn money. But the thing that can give a woman a sense of security is still developed muscles. He gestured to his biceps. Qinze could guess what he was thinking. So you want to fight him one-on-one? Wang Zijin looked at her childhood friend. After so many years, Zhao Taizhu hadn't changed at all. Although he had been trained in the system to be shrewd enough to hide a dagger behind a smile, as well as the hypocrisy of speaking human language when meeting people and ghosts when meeting ghosts. But when he saw the queen that he used to work for, Zhao Taizhu became the fat tiger of the past, who liked to solve things with his fists. Qinze finally felt the malice from the rich dog. Just like Zhang Ling, but the former made him feel disgusted. Zhao Taizhu's displeasure was written all over his face. You stole my primary school girlfriend, so I'm going to give you some trouble. Wang Zijin thought. Taizhu, this idiot, begged me to bring Qinze for a meal just to show his power. Qinze smiled. Brother, I agree. Muscles give a woman a sense of security. Muscles give a woman a sense of happiness. He raised his wine glass. Let me toast to you, brother. Zhao Taizhu didn't raise his glass and looked at him calmly. At this moment, the wine cup suddenly cracked and a spiderweb-like crack appeared on it. Zhao Taizhu was stunned. Wang Zijin was stunned. Qinze's face was expressionless. He placed the cracked glass to the side and filled a porcelain teacup with wine. When he raised the cup, there was another crack and the porcelain teacup cracked. This time, Zhao Taizhu saw it clearly. The teacup didn't crack because of the quality. He clearly saw Qinze's hand holding the teacup suddenly exerting force. His fingers tightened and veins popped out. Then, the teacup cracked. Vibrating essence, Qinze sighed. Looks like we can't drink this wine. Brother Zhao, let's have a few rounds. Zhao Taizhu stood up abruptly, picked up the wine glass, and drank it. He said seriously, a man should be all-powerful at the table. Brother Zhao, you were just joking. He thought about it and drank 3 more glasses. It wasn't safe. That's right. Qinze smiled. He was indeed the king's man. He couldn't afford to offend him. Wang Zijin, the meal lasted until 7:30 p.m. Qinze and Wang Zijin hailed a taxi by the roadside. He was a big shot with a net worth of over 100 million yuan. After attending a social event, he actually took a taxi. This made Qinze want to buy a car. As for buying a car, his sister said that she would buy a good car for him as a birthday present. In the end, she only accompanied him to watch the fireworks that day. At that time, Qinze was tight on money and couldn't afford to buy a car. Now it was different. He could buy a lot of luxury cars, Ferrari, Bugatti, Lamborghini, Porsche. He could buy whatever he wanted. But he felt that it was too ostentatious to drive a luxury car, and it wasn't cost-effective for him. It was better to put a few million yuan in the stock market. His personal idea was to buy a car worth 100 or 200,000 yuan. He wouldn't go to the entrance of the university to sell drinks. Why would he buy such a good one? He wasn't familiar with cars. If he bought a vehicle, he would be too lazy to go out himself. His sister had experience, but if Qin Bao went to buy it, she would definitely drag him along. This matter could be handed over to Suyu, and the secretary would do it. No problem. Sorry, Zhao Biao's character is like this. He's actually quite loyal. Wang Zijin said. Qinze nodded. Better than Zhang Ling. Speaking of that girl, Wang Zijin's face fell. He hadn't been a big brother for many years, and His Majesty was not as good as before. When he returned to the capital, he must teach her a lesson. A's, my friend, maybe, in the future, won't be too kind. Wang Zijin silently added in her heart, if I become your girlfriend. If the two of them really went to that point, the Wang family's attitude was obvious. They definitely wouldn't like this son-in-law. And most of her friends would also silently criticize him. A toad eating a swan's meat. If it was a friend, then it would be fine. Zhao Taizhu, for example, was unhappy. He didn't have the qualifications to break up a couple, but he was afraid that Qinze would be unhappy. Although this man was a little salted fish, he still had self-esteem. Was he really going to fall out with the Wang family? Since ancient times, marriage would be very difficult if the social status was not the same. The most famous example was the cowboy who married the weaver girl who came down to earth. They only had one day a year to do what they wanted to do. Wang Zijin's question was very vague. Qinze shouldn't have understood, but at this time, he didn't know why, but he understood. Maybe his EQ was successful. He whispered, don't be afraid, I will strive to make money in the future and be the man above you. Wang Zijin blushed and whispered, so, the expression you sent in the afternoon, was it serious? Qinze was stunned. The expression he sent in the afternoon was purely on a whim. He wanted to see if other women besides his sister could understand it. Thinking about it, it was indeed rude to the beauty. No, I was playing with Qin Baobao. She didn't understand. I think Sister Ziwei must be smarter than her. I also sent Suyu. Probably the amount of recharge was not much, and his EQ was lacking. I also sent Suyu, Wang Zijin, MMP. Don't send random expressions in the future. Those who don't know will think that you and Suyu have some secret relationship. Wang Zijin said faintly. Oh. Sister Ziwei and his sister didn't seem to like Suyu. His sister didn't mind, but Sister Ziwei didn't like Suyu. Was it because women were jealous of each other? Sister Ziwei was generous and straightforward. She gave people a comfortable feeling. She shouldn't be jealous of each other, even though Suyu was beautiful. I don't understand. I really don't know what's going on. Ding. Qinze waited for a while, but there was no response. He asked, System, what's up? System? Oh, I'm sorry, I misheard. It's a message from me. Qinze reacted and changed the message ringtone. Every time he received a message, he would mistake it as a mission from the system. System, you're trying to make my presence known. Well done. The system was so scared that it didn't dare to show up for a few days. It didn't dare to issue missions because it was afraid that a big shot from the system world would come. You can continue to hide. I'll let you know when I'm sure there's no big shot. Qinze opened the message and saw that it was from Zhao Taizhu. They had already exchanged phone numbers at the dining table. When Qinze asked for his phone number in the tone of a big boss, Zhao Taizhu turned into a little newbie. He bowed his head to the big boss while reading out his phone number. The message said, Qinze, have you practiced martial arts before? I used to be in the military and have seen people like you who have a few strong moves. Although people weren't allowed to become spirits after the founding of the country, Chinese martial arts were real. It wasn't that mysterious. It was just the use of strength and speed, coupled with years of hard work. The military also had a set of special fighting skills. For example, the special forces should have no problem beating up 4 or 5 adults. I've practiced. Qinze replied. What was that move just now? Zhao Taizhu asked. Qinze thought for a while and replied, 23 years of Qilin arm. His original intention was to make a joke. The fame of Qilin arm was something that all veterans had heard of. However, he had forgotten that he and Zhao Taizhu were not from the same world. How could young Master Zhao be proficient in internet memes? While the keyboard warriors were busy conquering the major forums, young Master Zhao was also conquering the bed of one goddess after another. They were from completely different worlds. Iron Pillar believed him and asked, do you have a gang? Qinze's brain twitched. Yes, I learned from the Exploding Heavens faction. Exploding Heaven's faction? Young Master Zhao didn't understand. Yes, there aren't many of them, but all of them are elites. Impressive, impressive. At this time, Zhao Taizhu was in a pure black BMW sedan, dialing the phone of an old comrade in the army. This comrade in arms was very powerful. Henan was from the Shaolin Temple. When he was a child, he had learned martial arts for a few years. He could split bricks with his hands and smash tiles with his brain. Fortunately, the call went through and she was not in training. Hey, old ma, I met a martial arts expert. A martial arts master? Breaking a rock with his chest or bending a steel bar with his throat? You're just messing around. This friend of mine is too powerful. With one hand, he could break a thick glass. What kind of concept is that? With that grip strength, if he shook hands with me, he could break my palm in minutes. Impossible. The comrade in arms didn't believe him and said in a firm tone. There were such videos on the internet. An ordinary person could easily break an egg. But if it was a palm grip, even if you used all your strength, the egg would still be intact. Of course, they didn't know that Xianxia had cheated. The second set of elementary school gymnastics gifted to him by the system was beginning to show results. If he couldn't even break a cup, how could he be a man comparable to Teddy? I can swear that this is absolutely true. I just had dinner with him and even provoked him. He broke 2 cups on the spot for me to see. The comrade in arms was silent for a moment. If that's the case, then congratulations. No, you're mistaken. I didn't accept him as a bodyguard. No, you're mistaken too. I just want to congratulate you for escaping a disaster. If what you said is true, he can slap you to the wall. Young Master Zhao's life as a stallion is over. Zhao Taizhu laughed. That won't happen. Oh right, he said he's from the Exploding Heavens faction. Have you heard of it? Exploding Heavens faction? The comrade in arms thought, which idiot would dare to come up with such a brainless name? Isn't he afraid of being beaten up? Maybe it's some folk sect. I've never heard of it. He hung up the phone. Zhao Biao asked the driver, is there a club nearby? The driver was a local and sighed. The checks have been strict recently. The world is tough. Zhao Biao laughed. No cost. No loans. We bring our own equipment for production. The driver said, Brother Zhao's political awareness is high. Where are we going now? Find a bar. I want to go to the bar. Xianxia and Wang Zijin returned to the neighborhood and took the elevator upstairs. Before entering, Wang Zijin suddenly said, Aze, my leg hurts. I might have sprained it somewhere. Can you carry me? They were already at the door, and he still wanted to carry her home? Based on his understanding of his sister, she must be sitting on the sofa, waiting for them to come home unhappily. Based on his understanding of Wang Zijin, this was definitely not a simple matter of carrying me home. Xianxia charged himself with an intelligence card of 250, then rejected Miss Wang's request and decisively took out the key to open the door. In the living room, his sister sat upright and looked at her black-hearted maggot and the wolf who had broken into her house. Both of them returned home. Xianxia was glad that he was quick-witted. If he carried Wang Zijin home, his sister's face would not be expressionless. It would be as dark as the bottom of a pot. There was once when Qin Baobao asked Xianxia to carry her home in the car. He was too young at the time and thought his sister was just being coquettish. Now Wang Zijin had her revenge. His sister's tricks were as deep as the sea. The little cutie trembled with fear. The air conditioner was on in the living room and it was very warm. Yo, you're going on a date, Qin Baobao said sarcastically. She seemed to have just taken a shower and washed herself clean. She was wearing a loose t-shirt that reached her thighs. She should be wearing a plump bra inside, but with the t-shirt covering it, it made people feel that she was wearing nothing below. Originally, Xianxia had a chance to see if his sister was wearing a plump bra. But the moment her brother and best friend came in, Qin Baobao changed from her posture to a lady's sitting posture with her legs together. Yeah, I had a lot of fun. By the way, Baobao, have you eaten dinner? If you haven't, order takeout. We didn't bring you any. Wang Zijin smiled. If it were 2 months ago, Qin Baobao would definitely have denied it with a red face if she teased her like this. Qin Baobao did not throw a tantrum. She hugged the pillow and watched TV. Qinzhe told her that he was meeting friends and discussing business. Of course, he did not tell his sister that it was a deal. However, there was still a strange atmosphere in the air. Qinzhe saw the murderous intent between the two sisters when they looked at each other. He felt that he was done for. He did not know when it started, but the quarrels between the two of them became more and more frequent, and their schemes became more and more cunning. She remembered that when Sister Ziwei first came, she was watching from the side while her sister was fooling around with her. Now that the tables had turned. Sigh, this did not seem to be something to be happy about. This damn brother complex, he's jealous even when eating a meal. Wang Zijin thought to herself. This wolf in the house is already known to everyone. The pressure is huge. Qin Baobao thought. Qinzhe pretended as if nothing had happened. He pressed the remote control and randomly chose a period drama. Have you heard? Little Ling said that Empress Gao is going to be reinstated. Don't talk nonsense. What if Li Guiran hears it? She is just a noble. If the Empress is really reinstated, you and I will have to change the limelight. How can we care about her? I heard that Li Guiran has some bargaining chips in her hands. Unfortunately, it was a palace drama. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes and said with a smile, the food in that restaurant is quite delicious. Let's find a chance to go there next time. She emphasized the words find a chance. Qin Baobao immediately looked at her brother pitifully. Her soft eyes hid her grievances. Shamefully cute. Qinzhe said, it's just a business deal. Let's eat another day. Let's go together. Wang Zijin, stupid teammate. The elder sister cast a provocative look at Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin knew that normal methods would not work against this damn brother complex. She had to come up with a killer move. Sister Ziwei, are we going next week? Qinzhe asked. Wang Zijin was expressionless. Don't call me Sister Ziwei. The Wang Zijin from back then is already dead. Now, I am called Nayukalu Zijin. Qinzhe. The next day, Qinzhe came to the company, and the glass door opened automatically. The girl at the front desk stood up, with a big chest, and smiled sweetly, hello, Boss Qin. During this time, the girl at the front desk showed off in her circle of friends every day, saying that she worked in a new company and the boss was Qinzhe. Then she posted the photos of Qinzhe secretly taken. Immediately, there were little sisters who liked it and replied sourly, I envy the boss who touches the little fresh meat up close. Is your company still recruiting? I can do anything, quick, get me an autographed photo. She has become a popular person in her circle of friends. In the past, if it is a photo of other little fresh meat, the male comrades in the circle of friends must be jealous of a few words, but Qinzhe is different. He has a beautiful sister. The male comrades have asked her to help them get Qin Baobao's autographed photo. The girl at the front desk refused one by one. She was just bragging. So far, her communication with Qinzhe is limited to, good morning, Boss Qin, goodbye, Boss Qin, what would Boss Qin like to eat today? Qinzhe stared at the stock in the office, and sometimes went to the staff office to guide the traders. The traders held a small notebook and carefully recorded every word of the stock god. Under the company's strong performance results, the employees worshipped Qinzhe as a god. If the opinions and insights of the stock god were written in secret books and spread out, it would definitely set off a bloody storm in the underworld, just like the Nine manual in the past. At noon, Suyu came in with a delicate takeout meal in her hand and swayed her small waist to have lunch with the president. The two sat opposite each other, you eat chopsticks, I eat chopsticks. During the meal, Qinzhe said, I found a friend to join, and he took 5% of the shares. There is no agreement, just a verbal promise. His identity is not convenient to go through the formal procedures. The shares are not real shares, only dividends are enjoyed. Suyu's chopsticks paused and raised her beautiful and refined face, don't play too much. No, I have a sense of propriety. Qinzhe laughed. Suyu nodded and lowered her head to eat. At this moment, she scratched her head. It was unknown whether it was intentional, but a strand of hair hung down and hung above the food. Xianxia tucked her hair behind her ear. You're very similar to Qin Baobao. You like this kind of messy hairstyle. Sister Ziwei isn't like this. She wears her hair in a ponytail when eating. She doesn't have this kind of trouble. Although a woman deliberately keeps this long hair, it will look very charming and moving, especially a woman like Suyu, but it is also very troublesome. When eating, she has to keep the hair behind her ears. Xianxia, what are your arrangements for the evening? Suyu suddenly asked. Yeah, I'm watching a movie with Xianxia said. Suyu said oh and was a little disappointed. What happened? Nothing. She glanced at Xianxia's cigarette on the table and said on a whim, I want a cigarette after dinner too. Xianxia pushed the lighter to her. If his sister wants to smoke, Xianxia will let her know what it means to have a butt blooming. But Suyu wants to smoke, Xianxia thinks it's fun. She bit the cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. Cough. After living for 27 years, she tried smoking for the first time. What Suyu experienced was not a cigarette after dinner, but a violent cough and a sore throat. Women should not try men's things. Xianxia pushed the teacup in front of her, took off the cigarette and put it out in the crystal ashtray. Suyu, I have something to ask you. Xianxia saw her slow down and her face was no longer red. He put forward his plan to buy a car. Buying a car is the same as buying clothes. You need to test it yourself. Suyu finished and suddenly found that the tea she drank was Xianxia's. She immediately raised her eyebrows. Did you do it on purpose? Xianxia took a sip of the teacup and said, it's even. You can buy it without worry. I don't care about the model, brand, and don't be too expensive. I just want to find a means of transportation. He thought about it and added, don't want that kind of car. The space is better to be comfortable and spacious. He always felt that sports cars were not cost-effective except for showing off, especially the co-driver's seat. The space was too small and his legs were sore. Moreover, if one day he had a whim, he would like to shake it. I don't have a partner now, but it doesn't mean that I won't have one in the future. The sports car was not up to the task at all. At most, it would take a bite. Oh, I'll help you look at it another day. Suyu generally did not refuse his request. If she refused, Xianxia would slap the table and put on a sour face, and she would be obedient. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Xianxia left immediately. He was always like this. He generally did not stay in the company for long. The working hours were the opening and closing time of the stock market. Usually at this time, the company was only left with Suyu to guard for him. She watched the employees for him. She studied the market for him. She reviewed his performance for him. In the empty office, there was only the sound of her flipping through the documents. Then she worked silently until she got off work and returned to her lonely nest. Today was a little different. Today was her birthday. She wanted to ask if he had time. If he had time, they could go out for a meal and simply celebrate. It didn't need to be so grand. In the name of the company's benefits to the employees, she was already very happy. But he had to watch a movie with his sisters. He didn't have time to accompany a passerby. The sisters were graceful, the sisters were attractive, and the sisters were charming. Maybe they would shamelessly shake their buttocks at you. Suyu remembered a very heart-wrenching joke on the internet. The general meaning was that you were eating instant noodles at home, watching the computer and chatting with the goddess. The goddess occasionally replied to you with a few words, and you felt very warm. But you didn't know that at this time, the goddess might be kissing or having sex with her boyfriend. The boyfriend was conserving his energy. The goddess grabbed the phone and replied to you with a smile and went to take a shower. Forget it, don't think about him. It was getting dark. Suyu stood by the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the traffic coming and going outside. They all had a clear purpose and couldn't wait to go home with their families. She was really envious. Hey, Nan Man, do you have time tonight? I don't have time. Pei Nan Man answered without hesitation. Hey, are you a fake best friend? Today is my birthday. I really don't have time. My shameless ex-husband is here again. I'm going to teach him a lesson. Nan Man Pei's voice was full of annoyance. Remember not to kill him. Bye. Boring. Let's go home and eat chicken. Her phone rang again. It was her father, Su Tong. Since she left Julie, her relationship with her father had become much colder. But her father would occasionally call to ask about her daughter's situation. Su bragged to her father that her life was so comfortable with this god. She made hundreds of millions a month. Was he afraid? Dad. Are you off work? Su Tong's voice was very kind. I'll be off work soon. Come home for dinner tonight. Today is your birthday. I always remember. Without warning, Suyu's eyes turned red. Like a prodigal son wandering outside, she received a letter from her mother from afar. Suyu's heart had drifted outside for so many years. Suddenly, she heard her father's words. Her father said that he always remembered her birthday. Yes. She choked. Yangpu, a villa area. This villa area had been completed for more than 20 years. Just looking at the outer wall, one could clearly feel the traces of time. But the security system was very well done, and the property management was first-class modern. Suyu's luxury Ferrari stopped at the gate of the community. The window was lowered. The guard glanced at her and let her go. Her face was a success. Of course, the guard knew the eldest daughter of the Su family. The Su family lived in the king of this community, a villa by the artificial lake. Not to mention her identity, just her beautiful face alone was enough to make the guards unable to forget her. Perhaps knowing that the eldest daughter was going home, the iron gate of the Su family was open, and the villa was brightly lit. Suyu parked the car in the garage, carried her bag, and walked into the villa expressionlessly. Suyu always felt that she was Snow White, and there was a vicious queen living in her home. In fairy tales, she always wanted to feed her a poisonous apple when her father was not there. Now the tables have turned. The man behind me is called the God of Stocks. I don't need to rely on the Su family for a long time. In the bedroom on the second floor, Suha was talking to his mother. His father, Su Tong, was waiting for his daughter in the living room downstairs. The nanny was busy preparing a sumptuous dinner in the kitchen. That wretched girl is really something. She went out to set up her own company and made a name for herself, Suha's mother said. Suha's mother was a woman who still had the charm of the past. She took good care of herself. Decades of living as a rich wife had made her lose the temperament of a pretty girl from a humble family. However, in her bones, she still could not get rid of the short-sightedness and narrow-mindedness of a commoner. She had bad taste, but she was able to pick Su Tong, who had great potential, out of many suitors. She was willing to be his mistress and even gave birth to a son. Xianxia suspected that old man Su was gifted in some way, but he could not find out the truth for the time being. However, she had good taste, but she was narrow-minded and could only see what was in front of her. She was deeply hostile to her stepdaughter. She just got lucky, Suhao said in a jealous tone. With such a mother, how good could Suhao's taste be when he was influenced by her? Since he was young, his mother had told Suhao that the wretched girl would steal his family property in the future. That wretched girl was his enemy in his previous life. That wretched girl, she's still better than you. Suhao's mother poked her son hard with her finger and said in an exasperated tone, "How old are you? You're not promising at all. Your father worked hard to pave the way for you, but what about you? You can't even run an investment company well. 2 years ago, you didn't make any achievements at the headquarters. Your father asked you to go to the branch company to expand, but you're still the same. The board of directors doesn't approve of you being the president. Your father can't help you even if he wants to. When he retires to the second line, will you still have a say in the company? The company invested so much money to amass profits, but you didn't make any achievements. A few days ago at the shareholders' meeting, many shareholders wanted to withdraw their investment." Suhao looked embarrassed. "Last night, I heard from your father that the wretched girl's company's performance was excellent. In just half a month, the profit was 60%. The wretched girl was so proud of herself." Your father said happily, "Oh, my daughter is so promising." It's heartbreaking to hear. But if you can hitch a ride with her and do well in your business, your father will be able to speak up for you on the board of directors. Mom, if you get Dad to invite her back for the birthday. Suhao's eyes lit up. Then, he shook his head and said, will Dad agree? Your dad thought that I wanted to reconcile with her and was overjoyed. I didn't tell him about this. A cunning look flashed across Mother Su's eyes. Watch my performance later. At this moment, Su Tong's laughter could be heard. You're back. Let's go downstairs for dinner. The mother and son went downstairs and saw Su Tong and Su Yu sitting at a long, solid wooden table in the spacious and bright hall. Mother Su smiled kindly and gently. Is it so difficult to come home? If it wasn't your birthday today, I don't know when I would be able to see you again. Yes, you're beautiful again. Su Yu also smiled. Sister-in-law hasn't come back yet? Although it was indeed wrong for Big Brother to stir up trouble outside, how long would he be sulking like this? Doesn't Big Brother know to bring sister-in-law back? Su Hao's wife went back to her mother's house in a fit of pique because of his affair with his secretary. She also took away their 2-year-old daughter. Speaking of this matter, Su Tong was angry and said angrily, if your brother was half as sensible as you, I wouldn't have to worry about him. Mother Su's face stiffened. The wretched girl had really grown up. She was no longer the little girl who was bullied by her in the past. The family of 4 sat down and began to enjoy the carefully prepared dinner. Su Yu and Mother Su drank red wine, while Su Tong and his son drank Maotai. It was rare for the family of 4 to get together, and Mother Su did not mock them, which made Su Tong very pleased. Unknowingly, they drank half a bottle of Maotai, and Father Su's face was red. Dad, don't drink so much. Your fatty liver is still there. Su Yu said. Su Tong pressed his hand. Today is my daughter's birthday. I'm happy. Su Yu's delicate face finally showed a smile. What she yearned for the most was fatherly and maternal love. It was a terrible feeling to be invisible when someone took her to heart. Mother Su suddenly said, You recently opened an investment company with a friend. Is the performance very good? Su Yu frowned and suddenly became alert. It's okay. She said. Honey, I told you. Yu has been clever since she was a child. You don't have to worry about her. But our Hauer is stupid. Alas. Mother Su sighed. Su Yu thought, oh, it's rare that my stepmother has self-awareness. It's okay. I just hitched a ride with Xianxia. Su Yu said. Su Tong's face was unnatural. That boy was a fine horse, and he had run away from him that day. I'm very comforted to see you grow up and have a bright future. It's not right for your birth mother. Mother Su played the family card whenever she felt uncomfortable. But your brother is a good-for-nothing. In the future, you need to take care of him. Su Yu was silent. Mother Su said again, I heard from your father that your company has just been established. You must be short of funds, right? Your brother wants to invest. Do you think it's okay? Su Tong frowned. Why are you talking about this? Today is Yuer's birthday. Let's not talk about this. Mother Su looked sad. Honey, although Hauer is a good-for-nothing, he is my son after all. He is the only male in the Su family. If he can't take over your position in the future, how will he behave in the company? Many people will laugh at him behind his back. Her words hit old Su's sore spot. Su Tong looked at his daughter. Su Yu hated this woman from the bottom of her heart, but today was her father's birthday. She didn't want to fall out with this woman. She said lightly, our company will launch a new project before the end of the month. You can come over and buy some. I won't charge you a management fee. Su Hao opened his mouth to speak, but his mother glared at him. Mother Su said, what I mean is, invest. Auntie, I don't have the final say on this. In fact, our Baoza company is not short of startup funds. It's not worthwhile to invest. Su Yu said. You still won't help your brother. Did I do something wrong and offend you? Mother Su looked sad. This woman was still so good at acting. Su Yu sneered. How much do you want to invest? How many shares do you want? Mother Su's eyes flashed with joy. This money has to go through the account of profits. It's an investment for the company. You don't know, but Howard didn't do well in several investments. Some of the funds are stuck. If you can't take out more, you can invest 100 million and take 50% of the shares. What do you think? Suyu laughed. 100 million yuan for 50% of the shares, was she dreaming? Baozi now has assets of 500 million yuan. Auntie, you want half of the shares for 100 million yuan. She smiled and said, or I'll give you all the shares. I'll work for you. What do you think? Mother Su was very good at negotiating. She deliberately raised her request and bargained. I don't understand. How much do you think is appropriate? How is your brother after all? You have to help him. In this way, Suyu fell into her trap. Now they were not discussing whether she could invest, but how much was appropriate. Suyu sneered. I don't have a single cent of shares. Mother Su was stunned and felt sad. I told you. I told you that she was still angry about what happened back then. She blamed me for forcing her mother away. I'm a shameless mistress. As Mother Su spoke, she began to cry. Su Hao comforted her and did not forget to glare at Suyu. Su Tong's face was livid. These words were hurtful. He was the one who divorced and brought back the woman outside. Su Tong said in a deep voice, don't mention the past. Help your brother. Invest 100 million yuan in Zhu Li and 20% of the shares. As for Qin Zhe, give me his number. I'll talk to him. This was an order given as a father. Suyu was stunned and looked at her father. Her voice was a little hollow. Dad, today is my birthday. Can we not talk about this? Su Tong's face was sullen and he did not speak. Suyu said sadly, Dad, do you think I should agree? Your company has just started. Why don't you accept the investment? In order to get investment, I went around begging people. Su Tong said. Unconsciously, the family of three united. All of a sudden, the pressure was on Suyu's side. In the brightly lit hall and the fragrant dinner, the original warm and harmonious atmosphere suddenly disappeared without a trace. In a trance, the memory of the fairy tale was overturned in her heart and flashed by. Her mother left decisively. Her stepmother's disgusted eyes, her illegitimate son's insults, and her father's favoritism and indifference. Suyu suddenly understood that it was not that she was not good enough. It was not that she was not good enough. Since the day her parents divorced, her family had been broken. For so many years, she had moved from China to the United States and returned from the United States in disappointment. She had been looking for illusory family affection. Whether it was the father or the mother, they all had new families. They had wives, husbands, and other children. Only she was redundant. It was not that they did not love her. It was just that the care they could give her was so little that she could not feel a trace of warmth. Suyu took a deep breath and said in a calm tone, Auntie, your son is really a good-for-nothing. With such a big company behind him, it was ruined by him. Why should I agree to invest and let him tell me what to do and let him ruin my company? I tell you, in your dreams. What do you mean by this? Is this your attitude? Do you still want to go back to this home? Suyu's mother was furious and glared at her fiercely. Suyu glanced at her father, who was already furious. She said, I'm not happy with this meal. Don't call me back if there's nothing. She was really unhappy. She was disappointed. After Suyu finished speaking, she got up, picked up the bag on the sofa, and left without looking back. Behind her, there was the loud sound of Su Tong slamming the table and her stepmother scolding. The Ferrari sped out of the villa, out of the community, and stopped on the side of the road. Suyu leaned over the steering wheel and sobbed. She returned to her apartment. It was already 8:30 in the evening. Suyu's heart was empty. Today was her birthday, a ridiculous birthday. Ding. The elevator arrived and slowly opened. Suyu walked out of the car and took out the key from her bag. At this time, she stopped and saw a guy squatting at the door smoking. Damn it, do you have a boyfriend? Did you just come back from a party? The guy exhaled a puff of smoke and said gloomily, I squatted at your door for 2 hours. Qinze was depressed. Of course, he knew that today was Su Teddy's birthday. As a boss, he had to be considerate to his employees and let them feel the warmth of home during their stay in the company. Suyu asked him if he had time in the evening. He pretended to be stupid, mainly to give her a surprise. Life without surprises is no different from salted fish. Isn't that how novels and TV dramas play? Give a woman a surprise and she will be moved. Give Suyu a surprise and she will work diligently. But reality always has a little way out from novels. He bought a 12-inch strawberry cake in a hurry and wanted to surprise Suyu. As a result, she was not at home at all. Open the door, you little bitch, why don't you open the door? I'm embarrassed. Xianxia knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. He wanted to call and ask where she was, but wouldn't it be a waste of the surprise? So he waited at the door. Standing and waiting, sitting and waiting, squatting and waiting, smoking one cigarette after another. From 6:30 in the evening, he stayed up until 8:30. What a collapse of life. So don't always think about surprising people. They may not follow your script. Where the hell are you? My legs are almost broken. Xianxia pinched out the cigarette and stood up shakily. Suyu blinked and looked at him, then her eyes fell on the big cake at his feet. She pursed her lips, a little surprised and a little aggrieved. Didn't you watch a movie with my sister? Today is your birthday, I always remember. Didn't I want to surprise you? Who knew you wouldn't go home after work? Xianxia was depressed. I've always remembered it. Suyu's heart, somewhere, was touched a little. I'm going home. Suyu whispered. She took out the key to open the door. The corridor was brightly lit, but she couldn't insert the key into the keyhole. After several attempts, her hands trembled, and then her shoulders trembled. Xianxia gently pressed her shoulder, his eyes soft. Cry, women cry, crying is not a crime. Suyu cried out, leaning her head on his shoulder, crying and choking. Today is my birthday, they want me to give them shares. They must not be sincere, it's too much. Needless to guess, they referred to his family. Logically speaking, other people's family matters had nothing to do with Xianxia, but he still felt angry. This favoritism had gone to the other side of the ocean. Xianxia took out a tissue and gave it to her. Suyu was sad and didn't answer. Please pick it up, I beg you. I don't care about your tears, but please don't wipe your snot on my clothes. Xianxia felt very tired. He recalled the fear of his sister wiping her nose. He had also passed a tissue to his sister, but she had never taken it. She had shamelessly said, "Sister is a little fairy, I won't have a runny nose." She had then grabbed his clothes to wipe her nose. Suyu cried until she was out of breath, as if she wanted to vent out all the grievances she had suffered for the past 10 years. Xianxia had no choice but to take the key and open the door. He half hugged and half supported her into the house. Xianxia opened the cake and lit the candles. Before inserting the candles, he hesitated and asked curiously, I don't know if you have a nominal age or a full-fledged one. The nominal age should be 28. If you are a full-fledged one, your month is small, 26. Suyu's eyes were red. Hearing this, she wiped her nose. She looked at the 4 candles of 28 and 26 and only felt that they were dazzling and suffocating. I'll do it myself. She moved the table, pursed her thin lips, thought for a while, threw away the 8 and 6, leaving 2 22 candles, inserted them in the cake, and smiled sweetly, that's all right. Xianxia, MDZZ make a wish. Xianxia took out a lighter and lit the candles. Women love to deceive themselves and get used to it. Having said that, his sister hated birthdays more and more, because after her birthday, she would be 25 years old. Although in a big city, a 25-year-old girl is still very young, but after all, she is one step closer to her goal of 30 years old. His sister often said that women, after 18 years old, can't mention their age. Before I make a wish, I want to take a picture. Suyu picked up the mobile phone and took a picture with Xianxia. Then she closed her eyes and made a wish that no one knew in the voice of Xianxia singing the birthday song. Suyu licked the cream cake, looked at him, and said carefully, is there no birthday gift? Xianxia, who was also licking the cream cake, was stunned. I bought a cake to celebrate with you. What else do you want? There is no birthday gift. Do you want an iron bar? Cake is a standard for birthdays. Isn't a gift? Suyu felt wronged. I haven't received a gift for many years. The kitten's timid eyes moved Xianxia. I thought about buying a whip, a rope, or a dog chain, but I can't find that kind of store for a while. Xianxia was distressed. Suyu's tender body trembled and looked at him in fear. Why do you want to give me those things? I'm not a pervert. But you are a masochist. If you say this, the boat of friendship will definitely capsize. Xianxia thought for a moment. Then I will make up for your birthday gift. He asked Suyu for the key to the Ferrari, said to wait for him, and hurried out. Suyu sat alone in the living room, feeling very nervous. Will he come back with a whip? Tie her up in the living room, put a collar around her neck, and laugh while whipping. The more Suyu thought about it, the more scared she became. Her legs trembled, and she curled up on the sofa, thinking, should I open the door later? Should I call the police? Or open the door? It's okay to whip a few times. For a moment, she filled in the end names and pictures in her brain. Mama, I'm so scared. Can you come down and help me? At this time, Xianxia sent a message. When Suyu ran downstairs, she saw the Ferrari parked in the open space downstairs, with a bouquet of red roses beside the car. The guy was squatting, melting the bottom of the white candles with a lighter, and then standing them up. Suyu came over doubtfully and stood behind him, slim and graceful. I wanted to learn from those pretentious big shots on the internet, but after buying things, I found that it takes a lot of time to arrange this thing. I guess you were asleep, and I didn't arrange it well. Xianxia said. In fact, it would be much simpler to set off fireworks. Fireworks are a sharp weapon to get girls, and they are always successful. But fireworks are not allowed in Shanghai, and even the government is not used to such a pretentious way of confession. Suyu's eyes flashed with a little joy. How can I help? You put the roses in the shape of a heart. I drew the shape, and you put it according to it. Oh. Suyu trotted over, holding the roses, and began to help arrange her birthday gift. She always felt weird. Is it when men and women confess on the internet, they also arrange it together? Half an hour later, they finally set it up, during which they dealt with a group of business that came to check the situation, and promised to tidy things up afterwards. Xianxia's lighter broke halfway. He pulled up a candle and continued to light it. The night was dark, the wind was cold, and the candles were swaying in the wind, shining with a star-like halo. The heart-shaped roses surrounded the words Happy Birthday. Suyu's dark and bright eyes were facing the dancing candlelight. She turned her head and saw Xianxia sweating in the winter. The night wind lifted her hair and blurred her eyes. At this moment, she fell in love with someone. Tears came out, and she smelled the sour smell of love. This is the best birthday gift I have ever received. Suyu cried. Xianxia smiled and then gave her a smile and touched the dog's head. They stood in the cold wind and watched the candles burning. In mid-November, the night was already very cold. Xianxia was fine, and his physique was strong, but Suyu couldn't stand it, and her body trembled a little. Go back, I'll clean it up. Xianxia said that he should take off his coat at this time, and then accompany his sister to watch the meteor shower, candlelight. But Xianxia felt that if he didn't go home, his sister's call would come, and it was hard to guarantee that Su Teddy would not do something at this time. Suyu nodded reluctantly, and while Xianxia turned to pull out the candles, she took out her mobile phone and clicked it. After cleaning up the candles and flowers, it was 9:45 in the evening, and Xianxia was going to leave. He and his sister said that he was working overtime in the company. What kind of shift did he have to work until 10 o'clock in the evening? He must go back, or his suspicious sisters will think that he was drinking wine or something. I'll send you. Suyu said. She looked at Xianxia's eyes, and there was reluctance. Forget it, I'll take a taxi myself. Suyu's mood at this time was like the blooming of fireworks, particularly lonely. She suddenly remembered the joke she had seen on the internet, saying that the goddess invited him to repair the computer at home, but he couldn't fix it. Then the goddess said, let's take a break and do something else. He felt that his skills were insulted and said, it's okay, I must fix it. Suyu's computer was not broken. Seeing that Xianxia was about to leave, she had to summon up her courage and shouted, Xianxia, don't you do something? Xianxia thought about it and replied, "There's still a long way to go, let's go to River Crab first." Suyu went upstairs alone and returned to her happy nest. She found the diary that she hadn't written for a long time and wrote, "Today is my birthday, he gave me an unforgettable night, my mood is a little agitated, I like it. Just a few words, it's over, too many words can't outline a happy mood." Suyu closed the diary and still felt unsatisfied. If she didn't vent her agitated emotions, it would be easy for her to lose sleep at night. So she lit up the mobile phone screen, clicked into the group, and uploaded the photos of the birthday cake, as well as the rose heart shape and the fluttering candlelight. Both pictures have Xianxia's figure, Xianxia holding his chin and smiling. Anyway, Suyu thought so. Xianxia leaned over to pull out the candles and considerately took over the work. Caption, happy. A few minutes later. Wang Zijin, haha. Qin Bao Bao, ha 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 ha. Nan Man Pei didn't speak. At this moment, she was already teaching her annoying ex-husband a lesson. In the taxi, Xianxia stared at the mobile phone screen and felt that he was petrified inch by inch from the inside out. His heart was cold. He seemed to hear the system prompt in his ears, ding. Wang Zijin's favorability plummeted by 50%. Qin Baobao's aggro bar was full, and there were 30 minutes to arrive at the battlefield. System, save me, I won't say you're low anymore. System, please. System, the system lost contact. Sigma, degree winky face. November 15th, Wednesday, sunny day. Today's condition was terrible. I didn't see Sister Ziwei when I woke up in the morning. I finished my morning exercise alone. I brought them breakfast, but they didn't eat it. I'm so tired. I don't know how to explain. November 16th, Thursday, sunny day. I still ran alone, ate breakfast alone, and ate dinner alone. Today, Sulu was criticized on the internet. Because of a mistake in the second half of the concert, my sister seemed to have hired a water army to slander her. What a scheming girl. In short, the negative news was overwhelming. I took the opportunity to strike up a conversation with my sister. I praised her, but she ignored me. She looked at me as if she was looking at a salted fish. November 17th, Friday, cloudy day. She hasn't talked to me for 3 days. Not only does my sister look at me like a salted fish, but Sister Ziwei also looks at me like a salted fish. I don't know if I can get their affection back. On the 3rd day of the cold, I miss my sister's facial cleanser. I plan to buy a washboard and kneel until they forgive me. My sister abused me thousands of times, but I treat her like my first love. November 18th, Saturday, rainy day. In the end, I didn't buy a washboard. I don't want to lose face. Today, the company made a lot of money. Teddy Sue invited me to dinner. In her dreams. I hate her to death. My sisters. I'm going to cry if I talk too much. I asked Sister Man for help, but she sent me a hee-hee. What does that mean? Waiting online. November 19th, Sunday, rainy day. Today, in the living room, I overheard my sisters whispering in the room. They seem to be buying a house. Do they mean to move out? Do they mean to leave me behind? System, save me. System, give me an idea. My system is low. I might be a fake protagonist. Oh, I can't write the system in my diary. My sister will peek. I'll tear this page and rewrite it. RIP November 20th, Monday, cloudy day. There seems to be some problems with my sister's first film. It's called Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach. It's said that some investors suddenly withdrew their investment. This made the crew very anxious. They were looking for investors everywhere. The filming was seriously affected. I plan to invest in their crew. I'll keep this a secret for now. I'll let Teddy Sue do it. I'll give my sister a surprise. She's the easiest to coax. If Teddy Sue causes trouble again, I swear I'll *CK her to death. Today, Songjiang Film Park. Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach Film Crew. Pa pa pa, the sound of gunshots was endless. In a narrow alley filled with the atmosphere of the Republic of China in the 20th century, the protagonist and his good friend were in a gunfight with the enemy forces. You shot me, I shot you, small pistols were making sounds. The director sat on the pulley and focused on filming the scene. Crack. The director shouted, second male lead, that's not how you shoot a gun. You have to have the right posture, your right hand has to be clenched tightly, and your speed has to be fast. Your muzzle is slanted. Gunshots rang out again. After 3 gunfights, the director was finally satisfied. He clapped his hands and said, all right, let's go to the next location. The male lead was called Gu Jingyu, an A-list movie star in the country. He was 34 years old and had a handsome face. He had acted in many excellent movies and won the Best Actor award in 2015, which pushed him to the peak of his acting career. In the past 2 years, there had been some quietness. This was probably the law of decline after the peak of prosperity. Gu Jingyu said, Director, will the sponsor come today? As the male lead, he was also very concerned about the funding of the crew. The other members of the film crew also looked over. If they couldn't raise funds, the film would be cut in all kinds of ways because of the lack of money, and it would become a shoddy flop. I've already contacted them. They will come to inspect the crew at noon. If there are no problems, we can sign the contract on the spot. The director was full of confidence. In the past few days, the director had been working hard to raise funds. As an excellent director, he had to face all kinds of problems, such as the sudden withdrawal of funds, famous brands acting like big shots, and so on. The director had seen the investor. She was very beautiful. If she were to work in the entertainment industry, she would definitely be a big star. The crew members were very happy. That's great. Our script is top-notch, and so are the actors. The sponsor will definitely be satisfied. Director, you have to treat the sponsor well. The extras were also very happy. Director, we have the funds. Let's add chicken drumsticks for lunch. The director turned his head and scolded, get lost. We'll add chicken drumsticks when you die. At most, we'll add a poached egg for lunch. A group of people carried the props and rushed to the next location. Qin Baobao, her manager, Li Yanhong, and 2 new assistants followed the crew. When celebrities were filming, their managers usually didn't stay on the set. At most, they would come a few times. However, Li Yanhong looked after Qin Baobao like she was looking after her own daughter. She followed her around all the time. Baobao, how's your memorization of the lines? Li Yanhong asked. I've memorized them. Qin Baobao nodded. There was no doubt about the memory of a top student. Moreover, the character of Yun Yan only appeared for 15 minutes. She didn't have too many lines, so memorizing the lines wasn't difficult. What she needed to figure out was the soul of the character. A prostitute should have the charm of a mature woman, and a little licentious in her actions. Her brain was trembling. Acting was so difficult. The plot unfolded like this. The male lead couldn't wait to show off in front of people at a gathering of big shots. He arrogantly said, everyone here is trash. His strength attracted hatred, and he offended a big shot. The big shot then sent his underlings to kill him. That's why it felt good to show off for a while, but the whole family, the male lead raised his small pistol and fought back. However, because he was outnumbered, he escaped to the legendary Yihong brothel. He broke into the boudoir of a popular girl called Yun Yan, played by Qin Baobao. At this time, Qin Baobao was bathing naked in a bathtub. Oh, of course, it was the stuntman. The male lead broke in, pointed a gun at the girl's head and said, don't make a sound if you don't want to die. Then, the male lead's face changed. Hearing movement outside the door, he didn't say anything and went into Yun Yan's bathtub. For this kind of plot, there must be flower petals in the bathtub. 2 fierce-looking guys pushed the door open. They looked around and found that there was only a girl bathing in the room. There were no suspicious people. Just as they were about to search, the male lead's halo activated. Yun Yan screamed. The 2 underlings were afraid that things would get out of hand. After all, those who could open Yihong brothel had big shots backing them. They quickly left, and the male lead escaped. After this part of the plot ended, the crew and Gu Jingyu's assistant came forward, handed him a towel, and helped him out of the bathtub. The cameramen scattered and discussed the scenes they had shot. The female stuntman stood up and said, "Thank you for your hard work, teachers." But no one paid attention to her, and no one looked at her body. In this line of work, they were already used to it. The director said, "Let's take a 10-minute break and start the second part of the plot." The correct way to shoot a movie was not to follow the script step by step. Some scenes were shot in advance and edited in post-production. If they followed the script, Qin Baobao didn't have to come today. She would come again in 3 days, a week, and 10 days. She had to do it again at the end. "Miss Qin, how are the preparations? Are there any problems with the lines?" The director smiled. Qin Baobao was an A-lister after all. She was famous and would be respected wherever she went. Qin Baobao smiled and said, "Director, there are no problems with the lines." The second part of the plot began. Ever since Yun Yan saved the male lead, the two became friends. Every time the male lead was hurt or lonely, he would come to Yihong brothel to take care of Yun Yan's business. After a while, the two became close friends. The second part of the plot was the first time they had a friendly exchange and a show of gratitude. The male lead sat in his room, drinking wine. The light shone on his chiseled face, and he looked a little cold. He was the kind of mature and handsome man that could make young girls scream and rich women weak in the knees. Qin Baobao changed into a costume from the Republic of China. It was a sky blue cheongsam embroidered with lotus flowers. The cheongsam was one of the most beautiful women's costumes in modern times. It was known as the national treasure and women's national costume. It could perfectly accentuate a woman's graceful figure, and it was completely different from the current uniforms. As soon as she appeared, she blinded the eyes of all the men present. Her figure was King domineering. "Director, we can start now." The assistant director whispered to the director, who was in a daze. At first, the director wanted Su Lu to play the role of Yun Yan. She was a mature woman in her 30s with good looks, a good figure, and a good foundation in acting. She was only a guest star, so her pay was not high. However, Su Lu had snatched the concert away, so she gave the small role that she didn't like to baby Qin. At that time, Qin Baobao was the only artiste in star art who had the same fame and schedule. The moment Qin Baobao put on the cheongsam, the director realized that it was an unexpected surprise. Under the cheongsam was a hot figure, a gorgeous face, and a pair of seductive eyes. He felt that he had another sole role in this movie. Qin Baobao was the template of a flirtatious slut. If there was a suitable role in the future, he would definitely look for her. The crew set up the set and covered the windows with a sunshade to create a dark atmosphere. The lights in the room were dim. With a paw sound, the plot began. The main character sat at the round table and drank. This little hooligan was very domineering and had a cold face. In fact, this was Gu Jingyu's signature expression. He could use this expression to complete a movie. It was this characteristic that made him successful and defeated him. It was also this paralyzed face that caused him to be criticized in recent years. Qin Baobao held a brocade handkerchief in her hand. She walked over and sat opposite the main character. She rested her chin on one hand and said, "Hey, little brother, you're especially lonely today. Tonight, cut." The director stopped her and said, "Miss Qin, don't be so stiff. Let's do it again. The second time, action. Hey, little brother, you're especially lonely today. Tonight, once again," the director shouted, "Teacher Qin, your eyes are too guarded. You're acting as a prostitute now. You're used to seeing the fickleness of human nature. You're an experienced driver who can use all kinds of positions. Therefore, your eyes must be charming and seductive, not full of caution. The third time, action. Hey, little brother, you're especially lonely today. Tonight, the director was stopped again. He crossed his arms and opened his mouth as if he was about to scold her. Finally, he sighed. "Take a 5-minute break." "Director, isn't it a waste of time to film such a small scene for so long?" Gu Jingyu was also impatient. "Give me the script. I'll change it. If it doesn't work, we'll just cut it out." The director immediately comforted him. An A-list big shot, the male lead, was not a small character. No matter which drama it was, the director had to coax him. Qin Baobao glanced at him but did not say anything. The director really wanted to film an actor's self-cultivation on Qin Baobao. He thought for a moment and changed his wording. Miss Qin, do you have a boyfriend? Qin Baobao was taken aback. For some reason, she felt guilty. Oh, I'm being presumptuous. Have you ever liked someone? The director asked. Qin Baobao was wearing a cheongsam. She crossed her legs in a seductive posture. Suddenly, a face that she had been particularly disgusted with recently popped up in her mind. I understand that you've never acted before. How about this? When you're saying your lines, you can imagine that the person sitting opposite you is someone you like. Try and see if that's better, the director said. In the circle of actors, the ability to imagine was very important. After all, the script was dead. The actors had to figure out the best way to figure out the character by themselves. Qin Baobao nodded. I'll try. Again, action. With the director's command, the clapper played. Qin Baobao took a deep breath and adjusted her state of mind. She repeated in her heart, someone I like, someone I like. Then, Qin Zai's face popped up in her mind. Oh, it's him again. I hate him so much. I don't want to talk to him recently. Someone I like, Qin Zai's face popped up again. Get lost again. Then, it popped up again. Forget it. It seems that the only man I'm close to is my brother. I'll just treat him as my boyfriend. Qin Baobao walked gracefully and sat opposite the male lead. Her mind was filled with thoughts of her own black-hearted maggot. As if she had been hypnotized, she suddenly dropped her guard and awkwardness. She rested her chin on her hand and stared at him with a smile. Hey, little brother, you're particularly lonely today. How about I spend a good night with you tonight? If it was really her brother sitting opposite her, he would definitely be excited and pretentious. Go away, go away, go away. Qin Baobao felt that it was interesting and smiled sweetly. Gu Jingyu looked at her in a daze. Cut. The director said excitedly, perfect. It was not over yet. Qin Baobao's scenes lasted for 15 minutes. They were the first meeting. The bed scene, the bed scene, the bed scene, and the suicide by jumping into a river. She played the role of such a sorrowful woman in the play. Of course, after the bed scene, the male lead had to find the courage and determination to fight again. Unfortunately, in the end, the male lead fell in love with the woman of a rich businessman. He married the fair, rich, and beautiful woman and reached the peak of life. Next was the kissing scene. Qin Baobao sat on the chair and did not move. She ate a bag of peeled pecans. To be a qualified sister, she had to be able to beat the mistress and the wolf in the house. First, she had to nourish her brain. The stuntman was in position. Guo Jingyu glanced at Qin Baobao, who was acting as a bystander, and suddenly said, Director, I don't want a stuntman. I know. You don't like stuntmen when you're filming. The director said, it's best if you don't use a stuntman. Gu Jingyu pointed at Qin Baobao and said, I told her not to use a stuntman. If she uses a stuntman, I don't feel it. I can't act it. At first, it sounded shameless, but the crew, including the director, did not think there was anything wrong with it. They turned to look at Qin Baobao. If she uses a stuntman, I don't feel it. I can't act it, there was nothing wrong with it at all. Actors always had to focus on filming, and the director also had to focus on filming. In front of filming, everything was useless. Some actors suffered from depression in order to play a role. There were also some who were trapped in the role and could not extricate themselves, so they became monks. As for the kissing scene and the bed scene, these were not worth mentioning. Which actress had not kissed someone in the movie? Kissing was nothing. Even car sex was not a problem. The most awesome thing was sex on the horse. Miss Qin, then, you should do it yourself, the director said. Director, I don't do kissing scenes, Qin Baobao said with a smile. Guo Jingyu said angrily, don't we actors do it for the sake of filming? If we don't do this or that, what kind of actors are we? Qin Baobao was too lazy to argue with him. At this time, it was time for her agent to make a strong appearance. Li Yanhong said, our Baobao is a singer. The director gestured for everyone to stop talking and listen to him. Miss Jean, everything can be discussed. Director, before we came, we talked about it. Bao Bao does not know how to act in bed or kissing scenes. You said that we can find a stunt double. That's what we agreed on. Li Yanhong did not give in. The director was embarrassed and turned to look at the male lead. Guo Jingyu shrugged. Anyway, I don't feel it, so I can't act it out. He sat there and took the tea from his assistant. He took a sip and was calm. Qin Baobao frowned and said in a low voice, "This person is too annoying. I used to think that he was a good person when I watched his dramas." Li Yanhong also lowered her voice. "Not bad, my ass. This guy is famous for being a drama tyrant. The celebrities who have worked with him all say that he is very domineering. He changes the script without permission and removes other people's scenes for no reason. Last year, there was a rumor on the internet that during a martial arts scene, he beat a newcomer with a stick and broke a few sticks. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. A female artist revealed on a variety show that he forced a kissing scene to be filmed 3 times. Wow, he's even more shameless than Xianxia." Qin Baobao was shocked. This kind of thing happens a lot. The film industry is more chaotic than the music industry. Hey, Bao Bao, you've been talking bad about your brother these days. Did you two quarrel? Don't mention him. It's annoying. Seeing that both sides were in a deadlock, the director felt a little awkward. If he was a famous director, he would have slapped her. Who cares if she was Qin Baobao or Guo Jingyu? But he was not. On the contrary, the few dramas he had filmed in the past few years were criticized by the internet. He still wanted to use this drama to make a good comeback. He had to choose the lesser of two evils. The guest actress was of course not as important as the male lead. The director tried his best to persuade her. Miss Jean, although we have a verbal agreement, there's no need to be so calculative. It's just a kissing scene. It's normal. Qin Baobao looked around and suddenly, her eyes lit up when she saw a guy squeezing in from outside the set. Her face was filled with surprise, but she quickly hid it and kept a straight face. Xianxia walked into the set and said to the staff that he was here to visit. If it was an ordinary cat or dog, the staff would not let people in, but Xianxia's face was a little famous. Everyone knew that he was the younger brother of Qin Bao. He successfully entered the set with his face. He came at the right time. The crew was not filming. Xianxia glanced around and found his sister wearing a cheongsam. He was amazed. Wow, is this a cheongsam? Is this my sister's cheongsam? It's great, I want to buy 10 pieces. It has to be said that Qin Baobao, who wore a cheongsam, had a coquettish charm. Qin Baobao's face was stiff, and her tone was cold. What are you doing here? I came to see the little sister. Xianxia showed a flattering smile. The little sister is working outside to make money. It's very hard. Do you want me to massage your shoulders? Xianxia came as a financier. With such a grand identity, the director should lead the actors to warmly welcome him. But in order to surprise his sister, he did not let Suyu call the crew. On the way, Suyu went to the toilet. Go to hell. Qin Baobao snorted. She would not be coaxed by a few words. The little red guy hid it from her to celebrate Su Teddy's birthday, and also made a rose of love. Did he want to annoy her to death? Qin Baobao almost dropped her mobile phone at that time. She grabbed Wang Zijin's collar and said fiercely, I said it, this white lotus flower demon is evil. At first glance, it is not easy to get along with. Wang Zijin was also angry, and her small face was serious. It's time to teach the little red guy a lesson. So there was a week-long Cold War. I bought you a lollipop. Xianxia took out his sister's favorite lollipop. Qin Baobao took it and licked it blankly, giving her brother a little face. Have you forgiven me? No, get lost. Qin Baobao wanted to pinch the waist of the black-hearted maggot, but her hand suddenly paused halfway. It wasn't because she had to consider her image, but because she suddenly realized that she had agreed to fight a Cold War and ignore him. Why was she arguing with him again for no reason? Qin Baobao had said get lost, I don't want to talk to you, and you're annoying countless times in her life. But it seemed that as long as her brother apologized and gave in, she would quickly lose her stance. She had never won against her younger brother before. At this time, the director was about to explode. As soon as Xianxia appeared, Qin Baobao only had eyes for her younger brother. She forgot about the crew and the director. The director listened to the siblings bickering, but he couldn't get a word in edgewise. His expression was terrible. "Director, this is my younger brother, Xianxia." Qin Baobao finally remembered the business. The director nodded at Xianxia and said with a smile, "Mr. Qin, help me persuade your sister. She's so stubborn, it's not easy for us to film." Xianxia turned his head and looked at his sister's perfect side profile and sparkling earlobes. He wondered, what's wrong? Qin Baobao rolled her eyes at him. "It's a bad thing. It's useless to tell you. I'm too lazy to say more." The director said, "Miss Qin, we had a verbal agreement before." "That's true, but everything has to be done for the sake of filming. If we can't film well because you don't want to film the kissing scene, then that's too much. Besides, there are too many artists who want to enter the film and television industry. Look at those little fresh meat who debuted as a singer. They've all changed their career to film and television. If you seize this opportunity, you'll have more opportunities in the future." Xianxia frowned and didn't say anything. The assistant director came over and persuaded, "What's wrong with filming a kissing scene? It's a normal thing. Why do you have to be so pretentious?" The executive director also came over. He was a middle-aged man with big shoulders and a thick waist. He said angrily, "What are you doing? It's just a kissing scene. Do you have to be so pretentious? Everyone is waiting here. Director, do you still want to film this scene? If you don't, we'll change to a clapper." Change the plot. When the director said this, he was also angry. He said, "No matter what, this scene has to be filmed. The sooner we deal with it, the sooner we can get it done. Miss Qin, you have a contract. If this stalemate spreads, it won't be good for your reputation in the industry." Now, not only was the moral pressure on Qin Baobao's shoulders, but there was also the addition of a contract. Li Yanhong said angrily, "Director, it's you who changed your mind. We agreed to use a stunt double for the kissing and bed scenes. Otherwise, we wouldn't have taken this job." The director's voice was a few decibels higher. He was furious. "Is it fine to use a stunt double for the bed scenes? It's just a kissing scene. Do you have to be so pretentious? If you don't accept kissing and bed scenes, why are you filming this movie?" "Director, after listening to this for so long, I can only hear one problem." Xianxia, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. His gaze swept across the faces of the director, assistant director, and executive director. "Why can't we use a stunt double? Why must my sister do it herself?" Qin Baobao tugged at his arm. She knew her brother too well. She could tell from his eyes that he was angry. She was actually quite happy. She felt that she had a man to support her. At the same time, she was also afraid that he would argue with the production team. "It's fine. It's fine as long as it's a stalemate," his sister whispered in Xianxia's ear. Xianxia scratched his earlobe as the orchid fragrance wafted into his ears. He was not like Qin Baobao, who would go limp after biting his ear. "I didn't say that I don't want to act. Sister, you know the rules. In the end, either the production team and I negotiate a breakup, or that guy gives in and agrees to use a stunt double," Qin Baobao said in a low voice. "Look at you. Instead of singing, you came to film a movie. Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru?" Xianxia said helplessly. "I followed the schedule. It's not my fault." Qin Baobao frowned and pouted. She acted like a little girl in front of her brother. "I thought that before Huang Yitsong came back, the company would definitely freeze me. Then I had to hurry up and make money. Our family, we haven't bought a house yet. Also, I had communicated with the director at the beginning that I would use a stunt double for the kissing and bed scenes. But the male lead insisted that I do the kissing scene in person." Understood. It was a male star who wanted to take advantage of his sister. He was obviously bullying his sister because she was a guest star. He was bullying her because she was inexperienced. What a reckless guy. "I'm the only one who can kiss my sister. Director, I think you should communicate with the male lead about this. He can hold on to a woman and kiss her. But isn't a stunt double a person? Isn't that the purpose of a stunt double? Also, although it's only a verbal agreement, you promise to use a stunt double. You can't just turn around and go back on your word. Xianxia looked at the director and said in a sincere tone, "Listen to me." Listen to you? The director, assistant director, and executive director looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. They also felt a little disdainful. This young man was really interesting. He was just a little famous in the music industry, but he was blindly confident. So what if he was good at writing songs? So what if he was popular in the eyes of singers? What did it have to do with them? They weren't in the same field. Director, are we still going to film? Who is this person? An outsider is telling the crew what to do. What is he doing? What right does he have to speak? Guo said loudly. Actually, he recognized Xianxia. He was just saying that on purpose. Of course, of course. The director had a different attitude towards the male lead. Let's see how you're going to film without money, Xianxia muttered. What did you say? Qin Baobao thought he was talking to her. Qin Baobao, are you going to film or not? If you don't, we'll terminate the contract. The director's patience ran out and he directly turned hostile. With the director's shout, more than 10 people present looked over. Qin Baobao had such a strong temperament, but her pretty face was red. Director, President Su from the financial side is here. The staff outside let a tall and cold beauty in. He was still holding the business card given to him by Suyu. The people in the room turned their heads and focused their attention on the beautiful woman. The director took the lead and smiled. Oh, President Su, you're finally here. I've been waiting for a long time. Most of our crew and equipment are here. The director's face was relaxed. He had already shown the script to President Su. In fact, the ease of this investment made him feel incredible. First, through the introduction of friends in the circle, then the director and President Su met. After President Su read the script, he said that he was very optimistic about the play and promised to invest. But he needed to come to the set to see it in person. President Su, let's find a place to eat first and talk about the details. The director said. Talk about the details? Suyu was stunned. She withdrew her gaze from Xianxia in the distance and looked at the director. She laughed and said, President Qin has been here for half a day, and you haven't talked about the details yet? She actually disagreed with Xianxia's investment in the film. It was not that the investment was bad. Suyu was jealous when she saw Xianxia trying to please her sister. The director's face stiffened, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. The assistant director and executive director's heart jumped. The director forced a smile and said, You, who is President Qin? Suyu pointed to Xianxia, my boss. He has the final say in this investment. The air suddenly became quiet. Click. Everyone heard the sound and turned their heads. They saw the flame jump up and lit the cigarette butt. President Qin's arrogant face reflected the fire. The atmosphere on the set was terrifyingly quiet. Everyone couldn't help but think of the conflict just now. Qin Baobao's grievance, Guo Jingyu's excessive request, and the director's carrot and stick words. Oh right, Guo Jingyu just said, what right does he have to tell me what to do? The assistant director's eyes widened, and his face was blank. The executive director swallowed his saliva. The crew members were speechless. The director's body swayed, and he felt as if the heavens were going to kill him. In order to prepare for this movie, he had spent a year and a half. However, the road to success was strewn with setbacks. The investor withdrew their investment at the critical moment, leaving him in an extremely awkward situation. Then, a second investor quickly filled his position. Who knew? No, I have to save him. The director turned around, and a flattering smile appeared on his face. He ran to Xianxia like a lackey. Boss Qin. Boss Qin, you're visiting incognito. Look at this mess. If you'd explained the situation earlier, it was so awkward that the director couldn't continue. The crew members couldn't bear to see this scene, and they felt sorry for the director. Boss Qin was very calm, and his posture as he sat on the stool couldn't help but reveal a sense of firmness. While exhaling smoke, He didn't forget to throw a flirtatious look at the beautiful sister. Sure enough, it was better to show off in front of the sister. This way, I can see more clearly and more carefully. Boss Jean smiled meaningfully. Don't you think so, director? Oh right, what's your surname? My surname is Sue. Boss Jean nodded, turned to the sister, and said softly, don't film anymore. What kind of rubbish role is this? Just focus on singing. With his temper, he would only invest if he saw ghosts. His original intention was to appear in the crew as a savior, to blind the sister and show off a little. Who would have thought that he would see the sister being bullied? Qin Baobao whispered, but I don't have any jobs recently. What else can I do besides film? Qin Zhe thought for a while, and just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard a ding from the system. Host, your desires have been detected. There are currently 2 missions for you to consider. The system actually asked for my opinion when giving out missions. Mission 1, slap the director in the face and leave with your teddy and sister. Mission 2, act as the male lead in the movie and increase investment in the movie. Qin Zhe was stunned. The first task was to ask for my understanding. After all, my sister was bullied and I was angry. What's with the second mission? I'm not interested in acting. You are not interested in acting, but you are interested in, alright, that's enough. Qin Zhe hurriedly interrupted. In the future, he would not dwell on such things. He would always be slapped in the face by the system. I choose the second mission. Mission generated. Success will reward 400 points. Failure will deduct the same amount. Director Sue, I won't pretend that nothing happened. Now, I'll give you 2 options. Qin Zhe put out the cigarette and threw it into the paper cup. The first option is for us to leave right now. We won't be filming the movie anymore. You can choose another character and find another investor. However, I reckon that you won't be able to get any investors in a short period of time. If that's the case, other than reducing your budget and making a lousy show, you can only stop filming. The longer it drags on, the more likely the other investors will withdraw their investment. The director nodded. That made sense. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such an awkward situation. What's the second option? Qin Zhe sneered and pointed at Guojingyu. Get him out of here. I'll be the male lead. Wow, Ace was so domineering. Qin Baobao looked at him. The crew was in an uproar. Kick out the male lead? How could that be possible? The male lead was one of the selling points. Countless Guojingyu's fans were looking forward to the release of the movie. It was too risky to change the male lead. Guojingyu sneered. Director, there are so many people jumping up and down for a little money. He didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. In this movie, other than him, the female lead was a B-lister and the second male lead was a C-lister. In other words, he was the boss of this movie. Without him, the crew couldn't handle it. Boss Jean patted the director's shoulder. It's up to you whether to wait for a lousy show or for the other investors to withdraw their investment. I heard from Boss Sue that Director Sue has been preparing for a long time. I don't think he wants to mess it up. Although I'm not a regular artist, I'm a little famous. With my sister, the female lead, and the second male lead, the lineup isn't bad. The director was in a dilemma. But the other investors, you're in charge of this. If it doesn't work, get them out. Qin Zhe looked like a domineering CEO. If you need money, just ask Boss Sue. In China, a movie with hundreds of millions of investment was considered large-scale. The most expensive part of a movie was the actors and special effects. But Bloody Battle in Shanghai Beach wasn't that expensive. The special effects budget was almost negligible. Tens of millions of yuan was nothing to Qin Zhe. Li Yanhong saw Qin Baobao staring at her brother. Her eyes were blurred and she waved her hand in front of her face. Baobao, Baobao? What's the matter? Qin Baobao blushed. Remember to add more scenes for yourself when the deal is done, Li Yanhong whispered. The director's brain was working at high speed, weighing the pros and cons. Although it was very hurtful to change the protagonist at the last minute, there were many such examples. It wasn't unacceptable. Now the money was the key. Without money, the movie couldn't be made. All the efforts would be wasted. If the budget was reduced and the quality was greatly reduced, then it would ruin his reputation and be detrimental to his career. At present, the movie was halfway through. It would take at most 2 or 3 days to reshoot the scenes of the male lead. The director gritted his teeth. Okay, we'll do as Boss Jean says. There was another burst of discussion in the crew. Guo Jingyu couldn't believe it and widened his eyes. Director? Director Su waved his hand. Guo Jingyu said angrily, okay, we have a contract. Your crew breached the contract. I'll let the studio's people deal with the compensation. He left angrily with his 3 assistants. Xianxia glanced at his sister's hot body in a cheongsam. We may not be able to shoot today. Let's go back first. I'll let Suyu talk here. In terms of breadth of knowledge, Suyu beat him. Xianxia was very relieved to leave things to Suyu. At most, he would call the employees of the legal department. The company has been established for a month, and the framework has been set up. The director personally sent the sister and brother out of the set with an attentive attitude. Don't send us off, Xianxia put his arm in front of his sister. Qin Bao was just about to take her brother's arm when she suddenly heard Su Teddy's voice from behind. Xianxia, do you want to have dinner together tonight? His sister's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Another day, I'll go home and read the script. Xianxia raised the script given by the director. Then I'll say it. Suyu smiled happily. Speaking of which, Suyu was quite clingy these days. She ran to his office when she had nothing to do. It was not enough to have lunch together, and she also wanted to have dinner together. Although Xianxia had 0 experience in love, at least he was not a fool. He had a bold idea. When Xianxia handed his arm to his sister again, his sister scolded, "No, get out." The vinegar jar was overturned again. Xianxia sat in his sister's nanny car. Li Yanhong also wanted to come in, but Xianxia sent her away. Sister Li, you sit in the front. I have something to talk to her about. Li Yanhong had to go with the driver. Sister, do you want a lollipop? No, get out. Baby Qin crossed her arms and turned her face to the side, crossing her legs. Don't go too far. I just spent a birthday with Suyu. Do you have to ignore me for a week? Xianxia was not happy. His sister turned her face sideways out of the window and snorted. I apologize, I was wrong, forgive me. Xianxia read the lines. He said similar words to his sister and Wang Zijin. His sister ignored him. I'll roll on the ground and beg for forgiveness. Xianxia made a big move. His sister stretched out her slender white finger and pointed at her feet. Roll on the ground. After you roll, I'll consider whether to forgive you or not. Hey, if he didn't teach her a lesson, she wouldn't know what it means to be a younger brother. Xianxia poked his sister's waist with his fingers like a sword. Roll on the ground, right? Every time he poked, his sister screamed and rolled on the spacious seat. Her hands, which were actually very suitable for playing the piano, pushed her brother in vain. He bullied his sister for nearly 5 minutes, and his sister's screams lasted for 5 minutes. During this time, Li Yanhong called them a few times from the co-driver's seat. Especially because of the partition, she couldn't see the scene here. She only heard the movement. Xianxia said, "It's okay, Sister Su, we're just playing." Baby Qin was crying and laughing at the same time, begging for help. Li Yanhong was helpless. She was used to it. Many times when they got along, the style was not right. At this time, his sister was lying on the chair like a dead dog. Her hair was messy, her chest was heaving, and she was gasping for breath. She sniffled, curled herself up in the spacious seat, and then hugged her chest in an aggrieved and hurt posture. You only know how to bully me. She choked on her sobs and began to cry. Originally, it was a fake cry, but when she saw that her brother didn't come over to coax her, she really cried. Xianxia took a few tissues and helped her wipe her tears. You want me to bully others? Then I'll fight you. Qin Baobao's nasal voice was thick. Xianxia didn't speak. He carefully wiped her tears and pushed away the hair covering her cheeks. Qin Baobao's charming face was about to cry. Her eyes were wet, and there was a touch of grievance and tenderness. She sniffled and said, "What's going on between you and Suyu?" You like her, don't you?" Qinze said in a low voice. Sister Xian should be the one asking that question. Qin Baobao's tears suddenly gushed out. She raised her foot and kicked him. His sister's kick was so powerful that even Qinze could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. If that kick had been a few centimeters lower, Qinze felt that he could have typed GG for the rest of his life. Thus, he still had to thank his sister for her kindness. They were silent all the way home. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon when they reached home. The minivan was parked at the entrance of the neighborhood. Qinze said softly, "Let's go home." Qin Baobao silently put on her mask, glasses, and large-brimmed hat. When she got out of the car, Qinze held her hand. He could clearly feel that she was stiff for a moment, then softened and obediently let him hold her hand as they walked into the neighborhood. The system, which was supposed to be a lazy fish, sighed in his mind for the first time. "Why bother, host? I feel so conflicted for you. You humans' emotions are so complicated." Qinze was silent for a moment, then sighed and agreed. He said, "Why did your tone change?" "I upgraded and expanded my functions. I added some emotional colors to make my voice more lively." The system changed into a happy tone. "Your upgrade only increased your computing power and added emotional colors." Qinze sighed. "May I know which manufacturer you are from? I want a refund." The system threatened, "Don't look down on the system. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Qinze was speechless. He turned his head and looked at his sister who was holding her hand. He could not see her face clearly, but he was sure that she was expressionless. Her eyes were red and she had been sobbing all the way. Sometimes, he would think, why bother? Why bother? Why bother? Since I'm so tired, I should just let go. I should beat my stubborn heart into ashes and happily throw myself into the arms of Miss Jean. Isn't that better? But he could not let go of the past. The shooting was set for Friday, which was 3 days later. In order to play the role better and not mess up this investment, he used the system to cheat and redeem the advanced acting mastery. Acting was not omnipotent. Qinze needed to figure out the role himself. For the past 3 days, he was reading the script while leading his own stock trading team. Regarding the sudden change of lead actor, the crew simply released a notice saying that Guo Jingyu had other arrangements. Behind the scenes, the crew spent a lot of money to hype up the scandal. In the past few days, the news on the internet was overwhelming. Guo Jingyu offended the investors. Guo Jingyu took advantage of a female star on the set and was kicked out by the investors. Shocking, the leading actor is Qinze. All kinds of news were flying around, but Guo Jingyu was unusually calm. He only posted on Weibo to clarify that he had another job and did not take advantage of the female star. Naturally, he hated it to death in his heart, but he definitely wouldn't post on Weibo to condemn it, because that would be equivalent to helping the production crew gain fame. Think about it, an A-lister fighting with a production crew, how big would the news be? Wouldn't the exposure be too high? He was an industry insider and knew the ropes. In this day and age, people would do anything for the sake of exposure. It was not uncommon to see people slandering themselves. Songjiang Film and Television Park. Qinze and his sister arrived in a car. The crew had been waiting for them for a long time. The director left the crew and came up to them. "Mr. Qin, how did the script go?" "There's no problem with the lines. We can start now." Qinze's gaze swept across the set. Speaking of which, the female lead had not appeared yet. She only appeared in the second half of the movie. The first half was the story of the male lead's struggle. Before the female lead appeared, the male lead's emotional world only had one woman, Yun Yan. According to the script Qinze read, the male leads were his childhood friends. They were 2 poor boys living in the slums. They had nothing to do all day and were always stealing. Later, they accidentally saved a gang leader who was being hunted by his enemies. They were recognized by the gang leader and hugged his thigh. Then, the male lead started his career. Qinze completed the first few scenes well. The main thing was that it was not too difficult. Guo Jingyu managed to act it out with a zombie face. However, the next scene was a small climax. The gang leaders gathered and argued. Cut. The director shouted and ran to Xianxia. Mr. Qin, from now on, you have to be more flamboyant and arrogant. Especially when you're smashing bowls. The more disobedient you are, the better. The director explained a few details in detail. Xianxia said, there's no problem. I've tried this scene many times. I love such a pretentious scene. The assistant director came up and whispered, Director, can he do it? This is a test of his acting skills. If he can't do it, we can do it again. I think he won't do it well after 1 or 2 tries. Pay attention to his posture and expression. If there's anything lacking, help me point it out. A layman acting as the male lead. Does he have nothing better to do? The assistant director muttered. He's the sponsor. If he has money, he's the boss. Why does he have so much nonsense to say? The director criticized and sighed. If he can be half as good as Guo, I'll be satisfied. The scene started and the gang leaders started arguing. Because the male lead's boss's table manners were ugly, a few experienced seniors criticized him one after another. At this time, according to the script, Xianxia, as the male lead, had to stand up and shout, charging and breaking through the lines for the big boss. Xianxia stepped forward. He gently smashed his cup to the ground, attracting the attention of all the elders present. But, he didn't blush with anger. After smashing the bowl and cup, he lowered his head and played with his fingernails. His expression was casual, and there was a bit of a ruffian air about him. The assistant director said anxiously, I don't think he can do it. He's neither arrogant nor rash. At this time, he should be scolding someone. The director frowned and was about to shout cut when Xianxia finally spoke. He still lowered his head and played with his nails in a carefree manner. He sneered and said, if the territory is stolen, then take it back. You all only know how to curse. Are you a gangster? I'm not targeting a senior. I'm saying that everyone here is trash. He raised his face and smiled disdainfully. I'm Xianxia. If you're a brother, then come and chop me. By the way, the male lead's alias in the underworld, Xianxia. The director's eyes lit up. Perfect, perfect. That disdainful tone, that arrogant expression, and the fearless spirit of a newborn calf made people want to hit him. This was the attitude that the male lead should have at this moment. That's the feeling, that's the feeling. The director ran over and said excitedly, Chairman Qin, you just brought this character to life. You're much better than Guo. Keep it up. You must keep it up. In this market where little fresh meats with no acting skills were everywhere, the occasional movie or TV series with good acting would generally become popular. Even if the box office sales weren't good, the reviews would be good. Li Yanhong noticed that Qin Baobao's eyes were blurred again. Baobao? Baobao? Oh, your acting is not bad. Qin Baobao put on a disdainful expression. Then, she blushed. The plot finally reached the first meeting between the male lead and Yunyan. The male lead made a fool and someone really came to chop him up that night. Then, he escaped into the brightly lit Yihong brothel. This part of the scene had to be shot at night. It was getting dark. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the red lights of the Yihong brothel were hung high. The director called dozens of extras to act as prostitutes and prostitutes. Here, the male lead met Yunyan and was saved by her. Here, they used a stunt double. The director skipped a few scenes and asked Xianxia to change his clothes. He went straight to the scene of the first time they thanked each other. From the looks of it, if the actor was in good condition, the director wanted to finish the story between the male lead and Yunyan. The male lead played by Xianxia sat at a round table covered with a red cloth and drank. His face was cold and his arrogance was gone. He became gloomy and introverted. Qin Baobao appeared in a cheongsam. She walked gracefully and rested her chin on her hand. Oh, pfft, she just said one word and her sister laughed. Although she imagined Xianxia sitting opposite her, when he actually sat opposite her, Qin Baobao felt different. She felt that her brother was so familiar. It was funny to see him act like a domineering CEO. Be careful. You have to be professional even if you're a guest star. Xianxia lectured his sister seriously. His sister glared at him and raised her slender arm to hit him. The cheongsam sleeves were like short sleeves. Fortunately, there was air conditioning. Otherwise, it wouldn't have held up. The second time passed. "Oh, little brother, you're especially lonely today. How about I spend the night with you?" Xianxia grabbed his sister's hand and pulled her up from the table. He put one hand on her waist and the other on her wrist. He smiled wickedly. "Tonight, I'll show you my real skills." Their eyes met and their faces were very close. His warm breath blew on Qin Baobao's face. On the side, two cameramen were watching. Then, baby Qin's face turned red, and a layer of intoxicating crimson appeared on her face. "Stop, stop, stop." The director stopped them and said in distress, "Miss Qin, why are you blushing? You're playing a prostitute and you're experienced. I don't expect you to laugh like a barbell, but at least don't blush." I'm not used to it." Qin Baobao was tongue-tied. "What's there to be uncomfortable about? He's your brother. Why are you blushing?" The director was puzzled. Qin Baobao, it was such a simple scene, but it took 6 takes. His sister was finally thick-skinned. His sister entered a certain state. She raised Qin's chin with her finger and said seductively, "Who's afraid of who?" Next was the kissing scene. Qin's heart was pounding and his breathing was heavy. He thought to himself, "Don't be nervous. I'm sacrificing myself for an artist. Everything is for the movie. It's not what I want." No. At the same time, he could feel his sister's body tensing up through the arm around her waist. Just then, there was a loud shout. Cut. It interrupted the atmosphere between the siblings and poured a basin of cold water. The director clapped his hands excitedly and said, "Good, good. I feel that every scene is a classic. Perfect." Xianxia had the urge to make the director spiral into the sky with a fuel consumption move. The director didn't notice and waved to the stunt double. "Miss Qin, take a break first. The stunt double will come on." "No stunt double. No stunt double." The two of them said in unison. The stunt double had just taken a step when she paused, feeling wronged. "Don't want a double?" The director was stunned. "What's going on? You were still arguing about the double before, and now you're telling me that you don't want a double? Are you playing with me? You must be playing with me. No, are you testing me? Are you trying to see if I'm obedient? Do you have any resentment?" "Of course I'm obedient. I can't wait to suck up to you." The director said seriously, "Let's use a double. Miss Qin is not a professional after all. It's better to use a double." "Isn't a double supposed to deal with this kind of situation?" Qin Baobao stared at him with sharp eyes, full of murderous intent, and said clearly, "No double. No, use a double, use a double." The director insisted. Another murderous gaze fell on him. Xianxia said, "No, get lost." The director was so tired. The double who took the second step shrank back, feeling wronged. Xianxia had kissed his sister 3 times before. Once after drinking, once for a sneak attack, and once for a trick kiss, but he seemed to have been rejected by her. This was the 4th time. He didn't feel nervous. Instead, his sister was very nervous. Filming a kissing scene in front of so many people, his sister's heart was beating wildly. "I'm a little nervous," Qin Baobao said in a low voice, feeling wronged. "It's okay. With a heart dedicated to art, you'll feel much better." Xianxia comforted. He gave his sister a few minutes to adjust. He reached out and grabbed her small waist, pulling her into his arms. The other hand lifted Qin Baobao's sharp chin. Their eyes met. His sister's eyes were full of charm. A faint blush appeared on her porcelain-white delicate face, and her eyelashes trembled. 2 cameramen rushed over. One took pictures of Xianxia's face, and the other of Qin Baobao's face. Xianxia hugged his sister and slowly approached her small, bright-colored lips. Qin Baobao suddenly laughed. "You're hugging me too hard, and you say you're not nervous." As soon as she said that, they took pictures for nothing. The 2 cameramen were helpless. "Don't be nervous. Don't be shy. You have to focus and be serious. I'll give you a few minutes to adjust your mentality." The director gave them a few more minutes to make adjustments. There were too many people, so Xianxia couldn't hug his sister's waist anymore. After this shoot, don't shoot anymore. Just sing in peace, okay? Xianxia said. Acting is quite interesting. Qin Baobao blinked her eyes. It doesn't matter if you're just a cameo, but with your fame, you're still the second female lead. The role is important and you'll have a lot of scenes. It's inevitable that you'll have to film some romantic scenes, so there'll be a lot of kissing scenes and bed scenes, Xianxia said with a frown. Qin Baobao's eyes sparkled as she smiled. What's wrong? You don't want me to do a kissing scene? Xianxia nodded and admitted, no. If you dare to film a kissing scene, I'll beat you to death. The smile on Qin Baobao's face deepened. She subconsciously reached out to hug his neck. Suddenly, she paused and patted his shoulder with both hands. How about big sister act in a kissing scene? Xianxia pulled a long face. No. Qin Baobao smiled brightly and acted up again. How about big sister act in a kissing scene? No. He really liked hearing that. He continued to court death. How about big sister act in a kissing scene? But this time, Xianxia didn't play by the rules. He said loudly, okay, director, I'll use a stunt double. Qin Baobao doesn't need one. His annoyed sister kicked him. His sister glared at the director. No stunt double, shoot again. This time, it didn't go well. Xianxia was about to kiss her when Qin Baobao seemed to have thought of something. When the movie is released, our parents will see it, see their son and daughter acting in bed and kissing scenes. A basin of cold water was poured over Xianxia's head. His legs were inexplicably cold. He was done for. One had to know that the Qin family had always been proud of their family's integrity. At least, that was what Old Master Qin thought. It was very likely that Old Master Qin would kill his children in the name of righteousness. Qin Baobao had an idea. At this time, the stunt double's function will be revealed. We can say that it was the stunt double who did it and we didn't do anything. So this was the correct way to use a stunt double. Elder sister is still the smartest. I've lost. Xianxia put his arm around his sister's waist and pulled her hard. She fell into his arms. Wait. His sister was nervous again. Women's skin was never as thick as men's. When there was no one around, Qin Baobao was all kinds of bold. But when there were many people around, she wouldn't dare to seduce her brother even if she had 10 guts. Why are you talking so much nonsense? I've been taking off my pants for a long time. You're still talking nonsense with me. Xianxia said and kissed his sister's lips. Their conversation was so low that only they could hear each other. The cameraman immediately followed and recorded this scene with strict professionalism. This was the taste. This was the taste of Master Abe. Bah, this was the taste of his sister's little mouth. Such a fragrant breath was incredible. Paired with the moist touch, it made people want to taste it again and again. First of all, it was the elastic outer skin. It had the elasticity of QQ candy, the fragrance of rose dew, and the sweetness of mother's warm milk. It was inexplicably touching. Secondly, the stuffing inside was also very delicious. When the tip of your tongue swept across it, it would shy away. But you must not give up tasting it because of this, because it would gradually yield under your continuous efforts. The so-called delicious food was to let people enjoy it to their heart's content. Xianxia felt that in this kissing scene, his kiss had reached a new level and deepened. On the set, the siblings were immersed in the kissing scene and competing with their tongue skills. Unknowingly, Qin Baobao's hands hooked around Xianxia's neck. Xianxia picked up his sister and went straight to the carved bed. The cameraman followed behind and shot with a strict attitude. The director put down his hand that was shouting cut. Xianxia put the target on the bed, jumped on them, and then lifted the quilt to cover them. The moment the quilt covered them, the director shouted excitedly, cut. Don't lift the quilt. Under the quilt, his sister grabbed Xianxia's hand. What's wrong? Xianxia was stunned. It's so hot under the quilt. No. Qin Baobao was about to cry. My mouth is burning. What's wrong? Is it swollen? This is embarrassing. It's all your fault. Qin Baobao pinched his waist and cried. Qin Zhe made up his mind and lowered his head. Perhaps because of the quilt, Qin Baobao was very open. She hugged his neck and responded fiercely. At this moment, Qin Zhe had a thought in his mind. I also want to be a star and shoot a kissing scene with my sister. At this moment, Qin Baobao had a thought in her mind. I want to have more kissing scenes. Let the little red guy do it. Don't lift the quilt yet. This time, Qin Baobao felt stuffy and wanted to lift the quilt, but Qin Zhe stopped her. Qin Baobao suddenly understood and said anxiously, damn pervert. There are so many people on the set. Qin Zhe found joy in the bitterness. After saying that, his angry sister pinched his waist. Don't keep thinking about my waist. Qin Zhe grimaced. Later, Qin Baobao couldn't stand it anymore. The quilt was too stuffy, and she was panting. She lifted the quilt, and 4 cameras were aimed at them. The director stood by the bed and clapped his hands. Wonderful, continue under the quilt. It's not over the line, and the content is enriched. This is a good addition, a good addition. Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao got down from the bed. The sister's face was slightly red, and she was tidying up her messy hair. The director looked at her slightly swollen lips and said flatteringly, I really didn't expect, Miss Qin and Mr. Qin to show such deep professionalism on their first shoot. The kiss was passionate and unpretentious. There was no awkwardness at all. They overcame their psychological barriers very well. This kissing scene is really the highlight. The director gave a thumbs up. Professional. Qin Zhe, Qin Baobao, the director bragged about the siblings' awkwardness. The crew members applauded. Fortunately, this was a movie, and the kiss was too realistic. Everyone would only applaud and say, Teacher, you have good acting skills. Next was the bed scene. No, the bed scene was already over. Nowadays, TV dramas and movies were very strict. Pressing down on the bed and kissing was almost the limit. At most, the actress would show her back or something. In the next scene, Qin Zhe and the stunt double were lying on the bed. The stunt double's snow-white shoulders were covered with a quilt, but in fact, she was wrapped in clothes. Qin Zhe was shirtless, and he was sitting on the bed and smoking. The stunt double's fingers stroked Qin Zhe's well-defined abdominal muscles. Her eyes were shining as the two started to talk. Qin Baobao gritted her teeth in anger. Usually, if a woman dared to take advantage of her brother like this, Qin Baobao would teach her a lesson. Now, she could only watch. Baobao was furious. In Qin Baobao's scenes, there were 3 kissing scenes, 2 bed scenes, and a diving scene in the Huangpu River. Except for the last scene, she finished all the other scenes. Qin Zhe filmed 3 kissing scenes with his sister and 2 bed scenes with the stunt double. His sister's legs were weak from the kissing. If it weren't for Qin Zhe holding her waist, she would have fallen to the ground. The stunt double was also aroused and her eyes became more and more charming. Unfortunately, they were on set. Although the stunt double wanted to, she couldn't really have a deep conversation with Qin Zhe. His perfect body, sexy abs, and the muscles on the side of his waist were all trained. This was the legendary electric motor or piledriver. It was a famous tool among men. At the same time, the stunt double felt a faint murderous aura. She didn't know if it was an illusion. Qin Zhe gradually got into the good mood. Under the director's pleas, he stayed and continued acting. Qin Baobao left after finishing the role of Yun Yin. She didn't even wait for Qin Zhe. The director patted his chest and promised to send Boss Qin home after filming. Qin Baobao was wearing a mask and a pair of calfskin boots. She walked very fast. Baobao, you're not waiting for your brother? Li Yanhong followed her closely. Slow down, slow down. My mouth. I'm not waiting. He will come back. Qin Baobao strode forward. My mouth is swollen from the kissing. I don't have the face to stay on set. The two got into the nanny van. The van backed out of the parking space. After getting enough space, they rushed out like a wild horse. Qin Baobao took off her mask and curled up in the seat. She was tall and had a pair of long legs. Even though the seat was wide, it couldn't accommodate her. It was a bit tiring to curl up like this. Qin Baobao stared at the night view outside the window. Sometimes she was in a daze, sometimes she was giggling, sometimes she was frowning, and sometimes she was happy. Li Yanhong took out a bottle of mineral water from the small fridge and glanced at her swollen lips. Drink some water. It will reduce the swelling. Qin Baobao took it with a red face and took a sip. Why did he kiss her so fiercely? It wasn't like he hadn't kissed her lips before. Bao Bao, tell your brother to add more scenes for you. Li Yanhong said. No, no need. It's not good to always do kissing scenes. Qin Baobao's cold fingers touched her lips. Kissing scene? Does the extra scene have to be a kissing scene? Li Yanhong was speechless. Are you really addicted to kissing your brother? Don't talk nonsense, Qin Baobao scolded guiltily. Li Yanhong didn't notice it. Instead, she discussed it with great interest. Your brother is really handsome. Just now on the set, I heard many girls praise your brother's good figure. I really want to shoot a kissing scene with him. If I were 20 years younger, I would definitely pursue him. Qin Baobao sneered in her heart. If you were 20 years old, I wouldn't need you. Get out of here. Why are there always so many cabbages thinking about my peg? I'm so tired. By the way, how does it feel to do a kissing scene with your brother? Is it exciting? It's okay. Not only did she eat chicken, but her heart was about to explode. It's strange. You don't do kissing scenes with strangers. Why do you kiss with your brother? Li Yanhong said. Brother. I'm more familiar with him. Qin Baobao was so guilty that she felt like she was going to be squeezed out of her skin. Under normal circumstances, there should be no psychological burden to do a kissing scene with strangers. Oh, you're so annoying. Qin Baobao shrank into the corner. She had nowhere to retreat and was angry. Okay. I won't talk about it. Li Yanhong thought of something and said, go back and tell your brother to be more careful. Don't let anything leak out. For example, baby Qin's lips were swollen during her first kissing scene, and the kiss was with her brother's news. Qin Baobao was stunned. If this kind of thing was exposed, the audience wouldn't care, but it would be hard to explain to her parents. Her father would take out a huge feather duster to beat her brother again. Back home, Wang Zijin ate dinner alone. It was the leftovers from last night. Although she could order takeout, it was filled with gutter oil and all kinds of dirty food. Wang Zijin never ate takeout. When there were no leftovers and she had something to do at night, Wang Zijin would rather wait for Qin Zhe to come back and cook for her. She was a young lady who didn't do household chores. Even if she wanted to cook, she couldn't do it. On the day of Qin Zhe's birthday for Suyu, he said to his sisters that he would not come back to cook overtime. Qin Baobao proposed to order takeout. Wang Zijin was not happy. Qin Baobao planned to eat the noodles. Qin Baobao's noodles were difficult to eat. The noodles were half-cooked, and the vegetables were tasteless. Wang Zijin ate Qin Bao's noodles in tears. She felt like she was poisoned. Qin Baobao, have you eaten? Wang Zijin asked. I ate a box lunch in the crew. Qin Baobao said. Wang Zijin stared at Qin Baobao. Hey, why is your mouth swollen? Qin Baobao has always been a girl who can lie. Her face didn't change. The box lunch in the crew is too spicy. You know, I can't eat spicy food. Although this was a good opportunity to attack the wolf in the house, Qin Baobao was thin-skinned. Because of her sister's identity, she couldn't say something like A's kissed my mouth swollen. If it was Suyu, she would make trouble. Oh, it's all because of Qin Zhe, that dead ghost. He hugged me and kissed me fiercely. He didn't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. Oh. Wang Zijin rubbed her white oval face and continued to eat. This bloody battle of Shanghai Beach was prepared for more than a year. The shooting started a month ago. The director thought that the shooting would be finished in 2 months. Who would have thought that the shooting would be finished by the end of the month? All this was attributed to Qin Zhe's extraordinary energy and pure acting skills. At one point, the director suspected that this guy graduated from a film and television school. Qin Zhe just didn't have time to waste on the crew. His company was making a lot of money every day and it was too late to make money. The key was that his sister didn't have many scenes. Without the kissing scene, everything was dull. Although he and the female lead had a kiss scene in the heavy rain. Oh yes, in that scene, the female lead refused the stunt double for the first time and personally had a passionate scene with Xianxia. He didn't know why, but he always felt that his little mouth wasn't as sweet as his sister's. Xianxia didn't dare to let his sister know about this. Anyway, he didn't lose anything. On this day, Qin Baobao came to work at Star Art. As usual, she practiced dance in the morning and sweated. After washing up, she curled up on the sofa and ate snacks to replenish her strength. In the afternoon, she practiced for 2 hours. Basic skills couldn't be lost. His sister's life was monotonous and simple. During the day, she danced and practiced singing. At night, she went home and flirted with her brother. She didn't take any jobs for half a month. When Li Yanhong walked in, Qin Baobao was lying sideways on the sofa. Her legs and pencil pants were extremely seductive. She had taken off her short red windbreaker and was only wearing a thin black knitted top. There was a thin gap between the bottom of the knitted top and the pencil pants, revealing her white and tender belly. Qin Baobao hurriedly pulled her sweater and said angrily, "Sisterly, remember to knock." "Baobao, I asked the leaders. They said they didn't take any jobs and told people to continue waiting." Li Yanhong's face was full of worry. Compared to her manager's annoyance, the person involved was very relaxed. She didn't care and continued to eat her snacks. Li Yanhong was helpless. Only she had the confidence. If other artists were banned by the company and didn't have the ability to stand on their own, it would be like the end of the world and they would be in a constant state of panic. She, on the other hand, was happier without a job. She practiced dance, sang, and ate snacks all day. When it was time to get off work, she couldn't wait to go home. The reason was that he had a capable younger brother. "By the way, has the money for my movie arrived?" "It arrived yesterday. I even gave you an extra $2 million. Your brother gave it to me." Li Yanhong revealed a smile. "This is your pocket money." "Baobao, you're so lucky." "That's great. I have something to do." Qin Baobao pulled out a tissue to wipe her hands. She then took out the contract termination agreement that she had prepared a long time ago. "Sisterly, I'm going to terminate my contract with Star Art. Thank you for taking care of me for so long." Terminate your contract?" A bolt of lightning struck Li Yanhong's head. She was dumbfounded and her mind went blank. Why? Why is this happening? Li Yanhong became emotional. "President Huang will be back soon. He has been taking care of you. When he comes back, your job will be back on track. Don't be impulsive. Baobao, I beg you." She said the last 3 words in a pleading tone. The middle-aged woman was about to cry. Her face was filled with fear and anxiety. She had been in the industry for 7 to 8 years and had failed for 7 to 8 years. She had always persevered and believed that one day she would succeed. Qin Baobao's appearance was like a ray of light that illuminated her dark career path. When she became Qin Baobao's manager, she was still a newly debuted artist. She could only say that her potential was not bad. After appearing on a variety show, she soared into the sky and was unstoppable. She became a hot new star. In the manager circle, everyone said that Li Yanhong was lucky to have picked up a piece of gold. Moreover, it was 24K gold. "Don't tell me your brother wants to take you away?" Li Yanhong thought of a possibility. "No, I want to open my own studio and develop on my own." "But sisterly, you're from Star Art. I can't take you away." Qin Baobao shook her head. "Don't be impulsive. Do you know how many artists have left their companies because of a moment of impulse? In the end, they realized that they couldn't get any jobs. Their fame dropped and they disappeared into the crowd. I don't care. I still have my brother. His money is in my hands. In this life, he's mine." Qin Baobao took the termination agreement and strode out of the office. As for the termination of the contract, Qin Baobao had already thought about it. In the past, she could still endure it, but after the concert incident, she understood that it was better to be independent than to rely on someone else. A few minutes later, she knocked on the door of the Vice President Kong Shan's office. Kong Shan was in the office doing his thing. When he heard the knock on the door, he didn't panic at all. He first asked Su Lu, who was under the table, to come out. He tidied up his clothes and said loudly, "Come in." Qin Baobao pushed the door open and came in. She was surprised to find that Su Lu was also in the office. Her face was suspiciously red, but she didn't care. She was too lazy to care. "President Kong, this is my termination agreement. Please take a look." Qin Baobao threw the agreement on the table. Su Lu was stunned. She almost couldn't control the joy on her face. Kong Shan was in a suit and black gold-rimmed glasses. A sharp light flashed through the lenses. He said in a deep voice, "Qin Baobao, the company will not agree to terminate your contract." Su Lu naturally wanted Qin Baobao to leave, but Kong Shan didn't. His original intention was not to force Qin Baobao to leave. Everything he did, he only had one purpose, to let Qin Bao know the power of his iron rod. He didn't expect Qin Baobao to be so unyielding. He didn't even have time to draw his sword, and she had already flipped the table. "This won't do. I'm determined to grind an iron rod into a needle. I just started to perform, and you're already flipping the table? Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Although you're an A-lister, you've only been famous for a short time. You can't play at all if you leave the studio. Moreover, the company spent a lot of effort to cultivate you. Now that you're famous, you want to terminate the contract? Have you thought about it? This will have a great negative impact on your reputation." Kong Shan was like a high school teacher, earnestly teaching a naughty student. Su Lu stared at him. "Damn, so this is what you're thinking. I've eaten your lollipops for so many years in vain. Crazy guy." After all, Su Lu had been around for so many years. Seeing Kong Shan's attitude, how could she not understand his thoughts? "Thank you for your concern, President Kong." Qin Baobao smiled. She placed her hands on the desk and looked down at Kong Shan condescendingly. "Then treat it as a breach of contract. I will compensate Star Art for the breach of contract." Kong Shan narrowed his eyes. "Which family would be willing to pay for you?" "You don't have to worry about that, President Kong. I'll get my lawyer to come over and deal with it another day. If you want to sue, I'll accompany you to the end." Qin Baobao smiled sweetly and said, "See you again." Before she made this decision, Qin Baobao consulted with a lawyer. After the lawyer looked over the contract, he said that there was no problem. As long as she could pay the penalty, she could regain her freedom. Even if Star Art sued her, she wouldn't be afraid. Qin Baobao walked in her high heels, her hips swaying gracefully, and her chestnut-colored curly hair swaying in the wind. She left. Su Lu angrily slammed the desk. She gritted her teeth and said, "Kong Shan, do you have feelings for her?" Kong Shan ignored her and took out a cigar from the cigar box. He lit it with a lighter and the strong smell of the cigar spread throughout the office. "I understand now. No wonder you've been helping me to make things difficult for Qin Baobao. I was too naive. I thought you were doing it for me, hee hee." Su Lu sneered. "Kong Shan, you're a scumbag. I've slept with you for so many years in vain." This was a common trick in the entertainment industry. First, suppress and polish the edges. When the female or male artist was at their wits' end, then jump out and give them a sweet date. She herself was a victim. No, calling her a victim was too pretentious. Su Lu also benefited a lot. "Don't talk like a whiny wife." Kong Shan exhaled smoke. "I do have feelings for Qin Baobao. Who doesn't have feelings for such a beautiful woman? But what right do you have to call me a scumbag? We're just taking what we need. Don't think I don't know that you have a few godfathers outside. Otherwise, how could you make tens of millions in the stock market?" Su Lu was speechless. At this time, Kong Shan's phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and frowned. It was Huang Yitsong, that show-off. The whole company knew about the discord between the CEO and CEO of Xianxia Entertainment. Under normal circumstances, Huang Yitsong would never call Kong Shan and vice versa. "Yo, CEO Huang. Why are you calling me today? Aren't you on your honeymoon in Australia?" Kong Shan put on a fake smile. "Honeymoon my ass. I've only been gone for half a month. Are you trying to turn the world upside down? You bastard. Huang Yitsong scolded. Surnamed Huang, watch your words. Kong Shan said loudly. *CK off. I haven't even been on the show for 3 episodes and you want me to take a meal? I'll deal with you for forcing Qin Baobao away when I come back. I'll ask the board of directors to remove you. Qin Baobao had just called Huang Yitsong and said that she was very grateful for CEO Huang's care. But she was leaving and they would still be friends. Kong Shan hung up. He couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Of course, it was impossible to remove him. He wouldn't remove his position as CEO just because a celebrity left. Qin Baobao didn't have that kind of power. But if Huang Yitsong didn't let it go, he would be in trouble. Sulu frowned. How do you plan to deal with it? At most, I'll write a reflection. But Qin Baobao. Kong Shan snorted. She wants to leave? It's not that easy. Arrange for the legal department to sue her. Also, release an explanation on the official platform. Just say that Qin Baobao unilaterally terminated her contract. You know what to do. Qin Baobao returned to her office. She packed her things and left. She put some personal belongings in her backpack. Of course, she didn't forget her favorite snacks. Li Yanhong stood at the side and watched. Her heart was about to break. She's really leaving? Yes. Sister Li, what do you plan to do from now on? Li Yanhong wanted to say something, but she stopped. Qin Baobao looked at her and smiled. If Sister Li doesn't want to stay here, why don't you come with me? Li Yanhong's expression was very conflicted. After struggling for a while, she gritted her teeth and said, okay, I'll resign today. Qin Baobao carried her backpack and waved at her. I'll go home first. The news that Qin Baobao wanted to terminate her contract with Star Art spread quickly in the company and caused a huge commotion. The whole company was shocked. There weren't many A-listers in Star Art. It would be strange if they weren't shocked when one suddenly left. The higher-ups of Star Art held a short meeting about this. This Qin Baobao doesn't know when to stop. Too arrogant, too arrogant. I told you, it was easy for her to climb to the A-listers. She's so arrogant that she almost forgot her surname. She didn't think about it. If the company didn't help her, would she be able to sit in the A-listers in such a short time? She's so ungrateful. Do you know which company poached her? It doesn't seem like other companies poached her. She wanted to set up her own company. Humph, a calf isn't afraid of a tiger. She's a newcomer with no connections and no experience. What right does she have to set up her own company? Exactly. Let's wait and see her make a fool of herself. What fool? She's just like that. Let her sink. Star Art's employees were also discussing this matter. That's impossible. Qin Baobao really wants to terminate her contract? I also think it's impossible. But this was revealed by Sulu's manager. Also, someone saw Li Yanhong going to resign. What is she going to do? She just suffered a little and she's going to quit? Then we're going to suffer every day. How are we going to live? You're wrong. How can you compare to her? She's a superstar. If she doesn't want to stay here, there are plenty of places for her to stay. Maybe some company poached her. The penalty for breaching the contract isn't small. It's not poaching. Otherwise, why would Li Yanhong resign? Have you ever heard of a company poaching someone and even their manager? Could it be, she wants to set up her own company? She's crazy. She's only been in the industry for half a year. How could she have the capital to set up her own company? At night, Qin Baobao's contract termination with Star Art was already on the news. In the age of information explosion, anything that happened to a celebrity would be exposed immediately. The netizens were discussing the truth of the matter. Some even went to Qin Baobao's Weibo to ask about the situation. So fast? I thought you'd wait at least until next year. At home, the 3 of them were eating when Qin Zhe brought up the matter. I'm not happy. I quit. Qin Baobao spat out a chicken bone and squinted her eyes happily. It's delicious. It's all yours. It's all yours. Wang Zijin was annoyed. I'm sick of eating chicken stewed with mushrooms. That's why I said you're a bad woman who likes the new and hates the old. A's, you should see her true colors. Qin Baobao took the opportunity to slander her best friend. Are you going to start a studio next? Qin Zhe asked. No, you'll have to support me. Qin Baobao stared at him with her bright eyes. I'll take care of you. Qin Zhe nodded. A's is the best. A's, eat. Qin Baobao beamed and put some food into Qin Zhe's bowl. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. The next day, at 10 in the morning, Xingyi Entertainment's official platform made an announcement. The original text was as follows: regarding the recent rumor that artist Qin Baobao had terminated her contract with Xingyi Entertainment, we hereby announce, on November 28, 2017, Qin Baobao unilaterally issued a lawyer's letter of termination to our company. Currently, our company has filed a lawsuit with the Shanghai People's Court. Before the outcome of the lawsuit is announced, our company's contract with Qin Baobao is still valid until December 30, 2020. Qin Baobao signed the contract on June 19, 2017. Under the premise that she has no singing or acting experience, our company diligently trained and arranged for her to participate in the variety show I Am a Singer and actively sought out external work for her. Our company's training of Qin Baobao and wholeheartedly planning and arranging for her career is obvious to all in the industry. However, when everyone worked together and gradually achieved results, Qin Baobao proposed to terminate the contract without any prior communication or negotiation. This caused our company to be deeply disappointed and surprised. Our company took the risk of the market to train a newcomer and invested a lot of effort, manpower, and resources in the process. When we were about to see results, a third party coveted the fruits of others' labor and tempted them with high profits. The artist's will was not strong enough and she disregarded the spirit of the contract and forcefully terminated the contract. The company deeply regrets. The long announcement stirred up a huge wave on the internet. When Qin Baobao saw the announcement, she was so angry at home that she almost stomped her feet. This dirty water was poured, she had to take all the blame. What third party interfered, what exploitation of others' labor, what artist's will was not strong enough and was tempted by benefits. These were all untrue things. It was clearly Xingyi who first shelved her and suppressed her. Today happened to be the weekend, so there were a lot of people who had nothing better to do. After a short period of shock, the people had different reactions. But Star Art's announcement was too subjective, implying that Qin Baobao was ungrateful, a third party was shamelessly taking advantage of her, and Star Art was the victim. This Qin Baobao is really shameless. Star Art put in so much effort to cultivate her, but now that she's famous, she's burning the bridge. Qin Baobao, your character won't make you famous again. Qin Baobao's image has collapsed. I really think she's low, swaying just because of some money. What an ungrateful person. Qin Baobao, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I'm disappointed. Qin Baobao with her level, she wants to run away before she even knows how to walk. How long has it been since she debuted? Her popularity still has a lot of room for improvement. Now that this happened, her image is gone. I really like Qin Baobao's songs, but I didn't expect her character to be so bad. I suggest she be banned. I support Star Art's lawsuit. Under Qin Baobao's Weibo, countless fans at her. Her fans were very anxious. Baobao, why did you suddenly cancel the contract? Is there a reason? Say something, the internet is defaming you. Is there really a third party poaching you? Don't do anything stupid, your career is on the rise, your image is very important. Baobao, say something, give a response. What's the big deal? I just want a divorce. If I can't live anymore, then I won't. At home, the TV was on. Qin Zhe's sister and Sister Wang were sitting on his left and right. The three of them were looking down at their phones, reading the comments online. Qin Baobao rubbed her temples and said helplessly, another war of words, another paid water army. Sigh, I just want to be a quiet beauty. She placed her head on her brother's chest, burrowing in and out, pretending to be weak and pitiful. A's, I feel so wronged. I want to be hugged and lifted up high. Ever since they filmed the kissing scene, his sister had become even more clingy and would act coquettishly from time to time. Sibling intimacy plus 200% Wang Zijin had already endured for a long time. Not only did her flirtatious best friend not restrain herself, she even went from bad to worse. She couldn't take it anymore. She first glared fiercely at Xianxia, telling him to stop hugging her sister's waist. Then, she sneered, such a useless sister. You should just hand her over to the country. Xianxia said, all right, hand it over to the country. Qin Baobao raised her head and punched him with her little fists. What did you say? What did you say? Every time he spoke, he would throw a punch. Xianxia was easily swayed by the wind. He held his sister's little fists. I'm just kidding. You're so cute. You can't bear to hand her over to the country. Qin Baobao raised the corner of her mouth and cast a provocative look at Wang Zijin. She leaned against her brother and sighed. Li Yanhong's side has been settled. I deliberately left it until the end to talk to her about the termination of the contract. I was afraid that she would hesitate at the last moment. This woman is indecisive and has no courage. If I don't push her, she won't know how to make up her mind. Xianxia muttered, I also want to f***ck her. Qin Baobao didn't hear him clearly and continued, she has been in the industry for so many years. With her help in the studio, it's better than sister managing it alone. Today, sister will look for the address and contact the internet water army. Qin Baobao went back to her room to change her clothes. Only Xianxia and Wang Zijin were left in the living room. After coaxing his sister, he still had to coax Sister Ziwei. It was tiring just thinking about it. Sister Ziwei, you're right. Qin Baobao should be handed over to the country. He moved closer to Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin's beautiful oval face had a dignified smile. She said, I'll give you 4 words. Okay. Wang Zijin smiled sweetly and gathered qi at the tip of her tongue. Wu En go. The little sister of the Wang family didn't look at salted fish anymore. She twisted her slender waist and charged into the room. A moment later, there were banging sounds in the room. Wang Zijin, you dare to sneak attack me? Qin Baobao, let's have a showdown today. This Baobao likes to attack self-righteous people. I've learned a new breast-grabbing dragon claw. It's specially made to deal with you. Wang, you're so scheming. Watch me break you, Xianxia. Xianxia lit a cigarette and thought about life in the smoke. I really want to go in and play with my sisters. My sisters are so cute and playable. Greater than over equal to slash, no, now isn't the time to think about this. I'm still too weak. The most important thing now is to toughen up in front of my sisters. If a man can't be tough, how can there be a harmonious family? I must toughen up. Other people's protagonists all have the aura of a bastard. The girls are willing to throw themselves at them and live in harmony. I'm the only one who's lowly, being sandwiched in front of my 2 sisters. It's all the lowly system's fault. Host, I won't take the blame for this. The system came back to life. Why did you come out? Aren't you afraid of being found by the system? The system loves to attack lowly systems. Xianxia tried to scare it. It's mainly because the system detected a strong desire in the host's heart. No, I don't want to go in and play with my sisters. System, please let me go. Xianxia was shocked. If he went in, he would be beaten to death by his sisters. The system was silent for a moment and sighed, I finally understand why I would randomly bind to you in the vast sea of people. There's no need to hurt each other. Xianxia sighed. What mission? Ding. Please become a big shot in the domestic entertainment industry within 2 years. If you succeed, you will be rewarded with 5,000 points. If you fail, you will be deducted the same amount. After the system's official notification, it said happily, Host, you've finally triggered the main mission. Sure enough, only the matters of your sisters can make you slightly more attentive. Become a big shot in the entertainment industry within 2 years, Host. Remember to help me keep an eye out for any people who are going to cause trouble. If there is, it must be the system. The system said, I'll leave first. Xianxia finished his cigarette and called Nan Manpei, saying that he had something to discuss. Nan Manpei said concisely, come to my house. He knocked on his sister's door, and the fighting inside stopped. His sister panted, what? No, I just wanted to tell you that I have something to do outside. Order takeout for lunch, or cook noodles. Xianxia took a taxi to Nan Manpei's house. He wanted to drive himself, but after thinking about it, his sister might need a car in the afternoon. Boss Qin's net worth was a few $100 million, and he had to take a taxi when he went out. Su Taidi was very busy recently, and did not have time to help him look for a car. Xianxia only hoped that he could get a new car before the new year. When he arrived at Nan Manpei's neighborhood, Li Donglai stood at the guard post, looking forward to it. Qinggu. Li Donglai handed him a cigarette, and the master and disciple stood at the guard post, smoking and chatting. Xianxia asked about his recent studies. Thanks to Xianxia's 2 months of teaching, Li Donglai had solidified his foundation. Li Donglai had also turned over a new leaf and was willing to work hard on his studies. His grades had steadily improved from the last place to the upper middle of the class. With this momentum, it would not be a problem to compete with Fudan University next year. Qingge came at the right time. Auntie is cooking. Li Donglai gloated. Damn, I forgot about this. Xianxia's face stiffened, and he took out his phone to call Nan Manpei. Sister Man, I have something to do, I'll come back in the afternoon. From Sister Pei to Sister Man, Xianxia had endured for half a year. Then you don't have to come. Nan Manpei's tone was cold. I'll put aside my work, I'll be there soon. Xianxia sadly hung up the phone, recalling the fear of spicy food. Li Donglai laughed. Every time Pei Ziki and I look at each other speechlessly, we can only cry and feel unbalanced. Drag your sister's words. Qinggu, fortunately, you came today. Li Donglai's expression was serious, and he whispered, my uncle is at home, Pei Ziki, and I can't control him, and we feel unhappy. You came at the right time, you can support us. Sister Man's husband? Xianxia's expression was strange. They divorced long ago, Ziki and I can't stand him pestering Auntie. Li Donglai curled his lips. Then he must meet him, who could control a strong woman like Sister Man. Oh no, she still couldn't control him, and they divorced. They smoked another cigarette and walked into the villa at the right time. They came to Sister Man's exquisitely decorated house. In the living room, Pei Ziki was watching TV with her arms around her knees, wearing a pair of small white socks. When she heard the sound, she turned her head, and a trace of joy flashed through her bright eyes. Xianxia didn't look at her. When he stepped into the living room, he saw the man sitting at the dining table and reading the newspaper at first glance. He was a very handsome man with an elegant temperament. If he wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses, he would definitely be a high-quality cultural person. However, he was tall and had a dignified temperament, giving people a feeling that he was hiding his sharpness. Xianxia's loftiness was pretended, but his loftiness was natural. In the age of 30 to 35, Xianxia had only seen his uncle who could surpass him in terms of appearance. After all, when his uncle was young, he was a well-known handsome man, and when he was middle-aged, he even charmed countless young girls and mistresses. However, in terms of temperament, it was the difference between a salted fish and a fled dragon. Salted fish was not a good metaphor, and it was a bit self-deprecating. It should be the difference between a mantis shrimp and a fled dragon. The man felt something, and his gaze moved from the newspaper, carefully sizing up Xianxia, and nodded slightly at him. Nan Manpei walked out of the kitchen with 2 plates of dishes, and said with a smile, "You're here? Just in time, Sister Pei made a big meal today, you're in luck." Xianxia swallowed his saliva, and his nose itched from the spicy smell, and he wanted to sneeze. Pei Ziki's eyes turned, and she said in a very excited and sweet tone, "Uncle, come and eat." The air suddenly became quiet. Li Donglai's eyes widened. For the first time, he wanted to give a thumbs up to this girl. Is there such a thing? Why didn't I think of it? Women are the most vicious, and so are girls. Chao Bing's eyebrows twitched. He looked at Xianxia carefully again. The young man in front of him always gave him a very strange feeling. It was not that he was handsome, but he did not think that Nan Man would be interested in him just because he was handsome. The fact that this young man could enter this villa and sit at this table was enough to explain the problem. But it was still not enough to make him feel strange. Yes, temperament. His temperament was very strange. At first glance, he looked ordinary, like a passerby. At second glance, he would find something different. His ordinary temperament was very calm. Regardless of whether it was Nan Man or him, the young man's face remained calm and indifferent. He didn't believe that someone who could enter this villa didn't know about Nan Man's family background. Hiding his chi in his chest, not moving, not panicking, not showing off. This young man seemed to have something to rely on. Nan Man Pei's hand paused. Her expression didn't change. She smiled faintly. Let's eat. The atmosphere at the table was very quiet. Of course, not everyone believed in the old rule of not talking when eating. Only the old stubborn like the old man liked this old rule. The atmosphere at the table was a little awkward. Li Donglai and Pei Ziki lowered their heads and ate. Occasionally, they would take a bite of the food and swallow it. Then, they would desperately eat to drive away the painful spiciness in their tongues. The brother and sister looked at Xianxia and then looked at their ex-uncle. They were disappointed that they didn't fight. Xianxia observed some details of Sister Man's ex-husband. He ate elegantly and took a few chopsticks for every dish. It was very evenly distributed. It could be seen that he had slight OCD. He was definitely a Virgo. In addition, there were bruises at the corner of his mouth and face. He must have been beaten not long ago. Man, who is this young man? Introduce him. Chao Bing swallowed the food in his mouth and finally broke the silence. Man, Xianxia felt goosebumps all over his body. He's my uncle. Pei Ziki suddenly interrupted. Chao Bing glared at her and she obediently shrank back. He's my uncle. Li Donglai forced himself to say. Chao Bing turned to look at Xianxia with sharp eyes. Nan Man Pei did not say anything. He was happy to watch the show. Xianxia, Qin is in Qin Shi Huang, but you don't have to transfer money to me. Xianxia joked. Unfortunately, it was awkward. No one at the table laughed. Chao Bing nodded. Chao Bing. Xianxia didn't feel too much hostility from him. That's right, he wasn't an adolescent boy. His emotions were all exposed. Ex-husband, Xianxia said suddenly. The atmosphere at the dining table became quiet again. Nan Man Pei looked at him with a smile. Pei Ziki and Li Donglai were full of admiration. The veins on Chao Bing's forehead throbbed. Nan Man Pei seemed to think that the tension wasn't strong enough. She personally served Xianxia a bowl of pork trotter soup and smiled gently. I know you don't like spicy food. The pork trotter was specially stewed for you. Xianxia took it and thanked Sister Man. He took a sip and tasted the bitterness of life. The pork trotter was stewed and the taste was strong, but it didn't seem to get rid of the fishy smell. Sizzle. Chao Bing smiled. I want to try the pork trotter stewed by Man. He filled a bowl for himself, took a sip and praised, it's delicious. He drank it in one gulp. Xianxia was stunned. What the *CK, true love? Nan Man Pei stared at him with a pair of charming eyes, shining with anticipation. Is it delicious? Xianxia said against his will, it's delicious. Sister Man showed a little girl's happy smile. Her acting skills were amazing. After dinner, Chao Bing put on the windbreaker hanging on the hanger and said softly, I have something to do. Man, I'll come to see you another day. He looked at Xianxia deeply and turned to leave. Xianxia looked at his back. Different from his elegant temperament, his back was strong and vigorous. He either trained in the gym or practiced martial arts. Nan Man Pei put down the bowl and chopsticks and said lightly, Donglai, Ziki, clean up the dishes. Don't quarrel. She looked at Xianxia again. Let's talk in my study. Nan Man Pei's study. It was the first time he came in. It had warm elm floors and white paint. There was no antique shelf that the nouveau riche loved, no bookshelf for scholars to show off their knowledge. There wasn't even a computer. There was an expensive sandalwood desk, a few bonsai plants, and a coffee table with a tea tray. Nan Man Pei elegantly boiled the tea, her eyes focused. She smiled and said, I'll use you as a shield. Xianxia smiled bitterly. It doesn't matter if I'm a shield, but I'm afraid I'll be shot into a sieve afterwards. Sister Man said domineeringly, I'm not that unstylish. I'm really annoyed by him. If he dares to trouble you afterwards, just call me. As long as he doesn't kill anyone, I can handle it. Xianxia couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, your ex-husband seems to love you. Why did he divorce you? Nan Manpei's face was in a trance and she didn't answer. A 30-year-old woman, without the naivety of a girl, was intellectual and mature. Her aura was strong. Nan Manpei was more suitable than Suyu. Because Suyu was cold and arrogant, her aura was not as strong as Nan Manpei. What did your ex-husband do? Nan Manpei sighed and said, in the words of the underworld, he was my father's disciple. In fact, he was my father's apprentice. He was adopted by my father since childhood and helped him do things. If he didn't help me, the industry left by the old man would have collapsed. Xianxia imagined a melodramatic love story between a senior brother and junior sister. Do you kill and set fire? What era are we in now? It's not that bad. Pei Nanman joked, occasionally, we'll just throw a few gunny sacks into the Huangpu River. Xianxia smiled. Nan Manpei blinked her bright eyes. Are you not afraid? Xianxia proudly said, it's not that I look down on your ex-husband. Even if he knows the 18 dragon palms, as long as I don't use guns, I can beat 10 people with one hand. My second set of radio gymnastics for primary school students was not in vain. After a pause, he boldly said, Sister Man, you too, can do it with one hand. He wanted to say that he could do it with an iron rod, but he didn't want to make such a joke. After all, he had a favor to ask. Nan Manpei said softly, you're so confident. She really felt the confidence in Xianxia's tone. When she first met the young man in front of her, she was only amazed by his skills. Other than that, there was nothing good about him. His appearance was good, but his temperament was not good. However, in just half a year, she witnessed Xianxia's transformation. The changes were always refreshing, so Nan Manpei always had a sense of curiosity and expectation about Xianxia. Tell me, what do you need my help with? Sister Man, you already know my limits. Xianxia laughed dryly. There's a small matter I want to discuss with you. You don't come to the Three Treasures Palace for no reason. With your character, if you don't want my help, you won't take the initiative to be my shield. Nan Manpei said in a slightly reproachful tone. I remember Sister Man mentioned before that you have a half-dead entertainment company. I want to ask, is it still alive now? Xianxia told her the purpose of this visit. Opening a studio was definitely not as good as opening a company. The difference was like heaven and earth. Although Nan Manpei's company was not doing well, it had the necessary equipment and channels, which could save him a lot of complicated steps. Moreover, with Bao's company, if there was another entertainment company, he and Nan Manpei would be more entangled and tied together. The best way to win over a target was to tie him to the same boat. This principle was taught to him by his scheming sister Ziwei. Sister Ziwei played this trick very well in the past. It's still half dead. There are more than a dozen beautiful female artists in the company. It's just burning money. I want to buy a share. Nan Manpei was stunned and frowned. Are you serious or just for fun? I'm serious. For your sister? The tea was ready. Nan Manpei skillfully poured a cup for him. It seems that Sister Man also cares about the hot news. Xianxia picked up the teacup and blew on it. He didn't drink it and put down the teacup. She's my wife. I can't watch her being bullied. My wife? Nan Manpei was stunned. My sister is not married. She's the wife of the Qin family. Let's talk about business. Xianxia changed the topic. I really want to buy a share. The bull market can't last long. The entertainment industry is different. There are stupid and rich fans everywhere. A little fresh meat with no acting skills dares to bid 100 million yuan. I can't miss such a promising industry. Nan Manpei was indeed changed the topic. He was too lazy to remind him that it should be the daughter of the Qin family, not the wife. The wife referred to a married woman. Do you have the confidence to run it well? Money is easy to make, but not everyone can make it. Nan Manpei said, and your investment company is just on the right track. Can you spare some energy? The investment company is managed by Suyu. She's very capable. Xianxia said confidently. As for how to rise in the entertainment industry, my power is beyond your imagination. Nan Manpei shook his head. He was really sad for Suyu to meet such a hands-off boss. The company's shares are all in my hands. How do you want to buy a share? I'll pay 200 million yuan for 60% of the shares, but let me repay it in installments. I know 200 million yuan is not enough. If it's not enough, I'll buy it as technology. Anyway, your company is half dead. It's just burning money. I'll help you turn losses into profits. You'll earn anyway. Nan Manpei was speechless for a long time. Do you know how much money I invested in this company? If it were someone else who boasted in front of me, I would have sunk him into the Huangpu River. Sunk into the Huangpu River was Nan Manpei's catchphrase. Nan Manpei drank tea and was silent. She sat in a very ladylike posture, but when she thought about things, she naturally exuded a strong and fierce aura, which made people feel a little depressed. The minimum repayment per month is 20 million yuan, no less, she said. Indeed, the performance of the entertainment company was very poor. It was tasteless, but it was a pity to abandon it. Xianxia was able to make her sister famous. Pei Nanman recognized his ability. Moreover, there was an A-list star like Qin Baobao joining, which was the talent the company needed most. Good. Xianxia took out his mobile phone and called Suyu. Suyu, help me prepare a contract, the sooner the better. Suyu complained on the other end of the phone, today is a rest day, I don't want to work. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up, you are not an ordinary employee. You have a pivotal place in my heart, very important. I can't live without you. Xianxia said. Well, what contract do you need? I'll find the template. Suyu's voice was happy. Nan Manpei. Suyu rushed to Nan Manpei's house at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and delivered the printed contract. Suyu naturally sat next to Xianxia, her soft body close to him. The small details made Nan Manpei raise her eyebrows. Not long after, Nan Manpei's people sent the official seal of the entertainment company. Xianxia looked at it. The name of the company, Tianfeng Film and Television Company, Limited. Xianxia got the stamped contract, but he didn't sign it. He agreed to talk about the details another day and left in a hurry. Suyu didn't go with him. She hadn't seen Nan Manpei for a long time. She wanted to stay and talk with her best friend. Well, I wanted to take a ride with Suyu, but now I have to take a taxi home. In the car, Xianxia took a few photos of the contract with his mobile phone, wrote a long article, and posted it on Weibo. The comments online were in a frenzy. Everyone was saying things like, I didn't expect Qin Bao to be this kind of person, I'm so disappointed, ungrateful, let down Star Arts Cultivation. Her image has collapsed, get out of the entertainment industry, onlookers are here to watch, etc. There were 3 types of comments. The first type were fans who changed their ways, the second type were professional haters, and the third type was obvious, onlookers. Qin Baobao's fans couldn't handle it and struggled to hold on. While competing with the haters in terms of vocabulary, they at Qin Baobao, wanting her to come out and clarify. She should at least say something. The fans raised their swords and went into battle to kill the enemy, but the star, as the backbone, shrunk her balls. Shrunk her milk. Qin Baobao just contacted the Water Army in the afternoon. The editor was probably still writing a rebuttal article. The earliest they could start the counterattack would be at night. Bao, come out and say something. Did you suffer in Star Art? Star Art has already attacked you, and you're not saying anything? Don't tell me you're also in Japan. The haters are so powerful, the public opinion is in their favor. How many water armies are there? Qin Baobao, say something. F***ck, I helped you scold for so long. The emperor is not worried, but the eunuch is. Don't tell me she was really tempted and abandoned her old company to gain some fame? Haters, Qin Baobao, get out. Qin Baobao is ungrateful and has a bad character. She should be banned. She has no contract spirit and no professional ethics. Star Art Entertainment is also unlucky. They worked so hard to make a newcomer famous, but they turned around and got tricked. Qin Baobao must be severely punished. If every artist does this, the market will be in chaos. Sympathy. Wang Zijin curled up into a ball on the sofa. Her light white jeans wrapped around her thighs and indescribable parts. She was exquisite and her 10 toes were fighting in boredom. She scrolled through the comments online and frowned. Star Art really had a lot of problems. She didn't know if Qin Baobao had any connections. Did the Shanghai Radio, Film and Television Bureau's leader call in vain? Do you still want to stay in the entertainment industry? No matter how powerful I am, I won't be bullied by any Tom, Dick or Harry. Although Wang Zijin has recently been very displeased with her coquettish best friend who frequently shook her butt at her younger brother, only I can bully my best friend. If outsiders dare to jump up and down, I have to let them know how to write the word death. She opened the address book and dialed the number her father had left for her. She didn't know that although Huang Yizong had always been protecting Qin Bao, he didn't reveal to anyone that there was someone above Qin Bao. Old Huang was able to get to the position of CEO at such a young age. It was impossible for him to get there just by having sex with women. At home 20 kilometers away. It was the weekend. Grandpa Xing did not go to school today. He slammed the table angrily in the study. Mother Qin came in with a plate of sliced apples. She was puzzled. Why are you so angry? Grandpa Xing pointed at the computer screen and said angrily, our daughter is in trouble. Again. Look, look, look. Grandpa Xing doted on his daughter the most. His daughter was his little sweetheart. His daughter was his personal little jacket. She was not like his son, who was a gift from topping up his phone. Grandpa Xing was very upset when he saw his daughter become the target of public criticism online. She terminated her contract with Star Art? Qin Ma glanced at it and complained, this child, she didn't even tell us. The point isn't the termination of the contract. The point is that she was scolded. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Bao Bao, the penalty for breach of contract is not 3 million. Didn't she say a while ago that her contract was upgraded? How much will she have to pay? The husband and wife focused on different things. Grandpa Xing said loudly, money is a small matter. A's company has plenty of money. Qinze was listless. He took a picture of the company's monthly income report and sent it to Grandpa Xing. He pretended to be considerate and said, Dad, you should quit your job at the University of Finance and Economics. Take Mom out to have some fun and retire in peace. Grandpa Xing looked at the income report and started to doubt his life. He remembered the bitterness of being overtaken by his son and the fear of losing his position as the head of the family. He once again doubted his education policy. Qinze was proud and elated. His father had controlled him for so many years. It was time for him to be the master. The head of the family is mine. Mom is mine. Sister is mine. A's money belongs to A's. What does it have to do with her? Qin Ma didn't agree with her husband's view. We're a family. What are you talking about? Grandpa Xing was unhappy. They're both adults. They'll have their own family sooner or later. It's better to be clear about their finances. Qin Ma was unusually insistent. Hey, our daughter and son have a good relationship. As a father, I taught them well. Grandpa Xing's only comfort was that his son and daughter were very harmonious and affectionate. Qin Ma was even more upset. She didn't know which side her son and daughter were leaning towards. What did Ace say? He didn't cheer for my sister on Weibo? Qin Ma asked. Let me see. Grandpa Xing opened Qinze's Weibo. He saw that 5 minutes ago, Qinze posted a total of 4 Weibo posts. With one glance, Grandpa Xing started to doubt his life again. Qin Ma came over to take a look. Her eyes widened in shock. In just 5 minutes, Weibo was bustling. Most of the people who followed Qinze saw his latest Weibo post. Regarding Qin Baobao's termination of her contract with Star Art Entertainment, first of all, I want to clarify that a third party does exist. Qin Baobao will soon terminate her contract with Star Art and change to another company. However, it's not like what Star Art said. The third parties taking the fruits of labor is not valid. Why is that? Because this company is called Tianfeng Film Company, Limited. Qin Baobao didn't join this company as an artist. She joined as a major shareholder. So the question is, if she opened a company, would she still need to work for others at Star Art? That doesn't make sense. Qin Baobao, sign this contract and this company will be yours. Lastly, I don't agree with Star Art's statement. Let me ask everyone a question. Why did Qin Baobao become so popular so quickly? They were all excellent songs, right? Starting from the program I Am a Singer, to the sales of her singles that broke all the major records. Who was the one who wrote all of her songs? Is it Star Art? No, it's just me. Then please tell me, how did you painstakingly cultivate her? Since Qin Baobao's debut, what has Star Art done? If it's just marketing and packaging, then it's obvious that any company can do it easily. How much money has Qin Baobao earned for Star Art? Now that she wants to go solo, she doesn't need Star Art's blessings or anything, but she should at least have some dignity. Doesn't she feel embarrassed to smear Qin Baobao's reputation? Remember, the person who made Qin Baobao famous is me. Get lost. Star Art Entertainment Company, Limited. Xianxia intermittently posted 4 Weibo posts before he finally finished writing this paragraph. Every Weibo post was accompanied by the same picture of the share transfer contract. Following that, the netizen statuses were, in Xianxia's own words, I instantly blew up the whole place. Now it was lively. From Star Art tearing apart Qin Baobao, it became Xianxia tearing apart Star Art. F***ck, that makes sense. I have no words to refute it. It really does make sense. Qin Baobao is so popular because her brother wrote songs. My brother is the best. There's nothing wrong with that. That's right, that's right. It looks like Star Art didn't do much for Qin Baobao. With so many good songs, anyone can become famous. Qin Baobao's popularity has nothing to do with Star Art. Xianxia 666. Is this Tianfeng Entertainment Company, Ltd real or fake? I just checked online. This company does exist, but it's not very famous. I've never heard of it before. But I can't confirm if the contract is real or fake. The contract is real. There's an official seal on it. If it's fake and exposed on Weibo, Xianxia will have to take legal responsibility. Oh my god, Qin Baobao started her own company? No. Based on the current situation, Xianxia invested in Tianfeng Entertainment Company, Ltd, and gave it to sister. Look at the picture, there's no signature on the contract. Wow, give me a bunch of younger brothers like this. The country owes me a brother. Star Art is so disgusting. They're playing the blame game. What did they do for Qin Baobao? Even if the deal doesn't work out, Qin Baobao still made a lot of money for Star Art. There's still a penalty for breaching the contract. This company is evil. I won't watch the movies they invest in or listen to the concerts of their artists. I'll boycott Star Art. Boycott Star Art +1. Boycott Star Art +2. The internet trolls continued to defame Qin Baobao, but the fans started to fight back and started a war of words. Moreover, the onlookers also started to change their minds. The netizens also started to defame Qin Baobao. Whenever a third party tried to poach someone, Qin Baobao would be ungrateful. Star Art played the victim and said that the artists they worked so hard to nurture were not poached. They also accused Qin Baobao of being ungrateful. But, after Xianxia posted on Weibo, the claims of a third-party poaching were no longer valid. Starting your own company and being poached were two different things. It was like quitting your job and starting your own business, it was a natural thing to do. As a result, the situation turned around and Star Art became unforgiving as they attacked and defamed their artists. Xianxia's Weibo caught Star Art off guard. They were defaming Qin Baobao and claiming that a third party was involved. This was something that couldn't be explained clearly. Even if Qin Baobao said that she wasn't involved, who would believe her? After all, everyone had a mouth and could say whatever they wanted. But, Star Art didn't expect to deal with an entertainment company directly. You say a third party is involved, fine, I'll start my own company. Let's just ask you if you're afraid. Star Art's PR department started to fight back. They claimed that some people were maliciously spreading rumors and tarnishing the company's image. The netizens continued, how did they tarnish your reputation? Hurry up and use legal weapons. We're watching. Don't just talk without doing anything. Shameless. Boycott star art. There were also internet trolls hired by Qin Baobao. There was no need to write any articles. The task of the internet trolls was very easy now. They just had to lead star art. Xianxia had just returned home. When he received a call from his sister, "My precious son, where are you?" It was his sister's excited voice. Qin Baobao inherited Qin Ma's tricks and occasionally liked to tease Xianxia with "my precious son." In the past, the Qin couple used a stick and a carrot. After the old man beat up his son, Qin Ma would clean up. Qin Ma would coax little Xianxia, "My precious son, mommy will kiss you. Don't cry, don't cry." Qin Baobao watched from the side for a long time and understood her mother's tricks. "I just arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood." Xianxia scolded, "Son my ass. Qin Baobao, don't always think about taking advantage of me. Aren't you the one who has been taking advantage of me?" Qin Baobao's voice was full of joy. Woo woo woo, Xianxia walked home briskly. Thinking of his sister's admiring eyes, he felt a strong sense of accomplishment. "I said that I would be the man behind my sister and protect her. Now I finally did it. Now I am the man behind my sister. I don't know when I became the man above Sister Ziwei. Sister Ziwei was born in a rich family. It was a bit tricky to be above her. I'll take it one step at a time." He took out the key to open the door. His sister was practicing yoga in the living room. She was lying on the yoga mat in a very flexible posture. Her legs were open, her waist was straight, and her hands were on the ground. There was a yoga teaching video on the TV. Qin Baobao occasionally practiced yoga. Xianxia thought it was good. The biggest advantage of yoga was to train the body's flexibility. This was not important at all. What was important was that it could unlock a lot of super difficult postures. A woman who practiced yoga would be popular wherever she went. Just like a man with a collar lined with gold, he would be favored wherever he went. Wang Zijin sat in a dignified and elegant posture of a mature woman with a book on her knees. Her beloved brother came home. Qin Baobao climbed up happily. She jumped up and hooked her legs around his waist. She generously gave him a hug and said in a soft voice, "My little sweetheart is finally back." Mwah. The sister's eyes were soft and charming. She didn't care about the third wheel and forced herself to be intimate with her brother. When she saw Weibo, she was coming out of a real estate agency with Li Yanhong. It was Li Yanhong who screamed in surprise and said, "Bao Bao, Bao Bao, look at Weibo." She opened the worrisome Weibo and saw Xianxia's 4 long posts. At that time, she was standing on the bustling street. Her eyes were blurred. She was hit by the emotion called moved. Her happiness was overwhelming like a tide. No matter what you did. It doesn't matter if you are condemned by thousands of people. There will always be someone standing behind you, silently supporting you. Although he was a cowardly and salty-salted fish, he would occasionally play the role of a domineering CEO, just like now. Qin Baobao squatted by the street and cried a little. It had a nice fragrance, soft and bouncy texture. Even if he ate his sister's grapes now, Sister Xian probably wouldn't notice. But Xianxia couldn't be such a bastard. He was very upright. The upright man didn't move for a few minutes. Then, he dragged his sister's ass and threw her on the sofa. Let go, let go. I can't breathe. Only those who were good at swimming could survive. What the ancients said made sense. A's, you're so good to sister. Sister can't wait to repay you with her body. Qin Baobao's legs around Xianxia's waist were so tight that Xianxia couldn't break them apart. Wang Zijin could no longer remain indifferent to this scene. Wang Zijin coughed. A's, sister will make noodles for you tonight. You don't have to cook. Qin Baobao smiled charmingly. Wang Zijin coughed twice. A's, sister will reward you with a kiss. A loud kiss was heard. Wang Zijin coughed 3 times. A's is the best. Qin Baobao pouted and acted cute. If she put a pair of cat ears on her, she would definitely look like a sexy cat girl from anime. Wang Zijin stopped coughing and kicked Qin Baobao. Stop it. Can't you act like a sister? What? Qin Baobao blinked her innocent eyes and said innocently, "It's none of your business when I'm being intimate with my brother." Wang Zijin threw the book on the coffee table and said angrily, "I'm going back to my room, MMP." Qinzhe looked at the book on the coffee table. The title was How to Defeat a Flirtatious Mistress. The title of the book was terrifying. Why was Sister Ziwei reading this book? Who was she trying to defeat? Mistress? Sister Ziwei, did she see something? Qin Baobao looked at Wang Zijin's back and smiled. Stop it, stop it. Qinzhe covered his sister's beautiful face with his palm and pushed her away. He slapped her butt and said in a bad mood, "You only know how to fool around all day long. Do you dare to serve me in bed?" Qin Baobao spat. Disgusting. Do you dare to let sister serve you in bed? This topic is too sad. Let's skip it. Humph. Qin Baobao let go of her long legs and her face lit up again. Where's the contract? Is what it said on Weibo true? Qinzhe took out the contract and showed it to her. This is much better than your studio. Everything is ready-made. There are professionals and your own channels. Although it's not as good as Star Art, as long as you manage it well, you can work behind the scenes even if you don't want to show your face. It's time to work harder. Qin Baobao muttered. What? Qinzhe didn't hear it clearly. His sister looked away from the contract and turned her head. She looked at Qinzhe's handsome side profile and was absent-minded. A's, she said softly. When her brother looked over, she said softly, "How long has it been? You opened an investment company and an entertainment company. Sister should be happy. Sister's little bumpkin is promising and capable. How good is that? But the more outstanding you are, the more I'm afraid." She didn't say what she was afraid of. She forced a smile and her naturally seductive face was a little sad. Look, all the songs I sang were written by you. I also need you to pay for the house. Now, I still need you to buy shares for me. I'm getting more and more useless as I grow up. You used to follow behind me. You didn't know how to do your homework, so you came to me to help you. If sister held your arm and walked around the school, you would be so proud. Sister was so proud of that time. Little bumpkin listened to me and couldn't do anything without me. Sister was full of a sense of superiority. A's, in the future, do you think sister is no longer a little fairy? Wang Zijin is so good. She's the daughter of a rich family. No matter how far you go, she can keep up with you and take care of your career. But sister can't. Sister has nothing, only you. Qin Baobao's eyes turned red. Qinzhe was stunned. So, I've been pressuring sister? Am I leveling up too fast? Sister, you're already very strong. But my situation is a little different. I'm a hack. But he knew that his sister was sad and worried about not only being crushed by his brother. He understood. Just like himself in the past, he often thought that his sister was so outstanding and beautiful. She was the school belle in junior high and high school. But before he knew it, she was already in university. University was a corrupt place. Men and women couldn't hold back their restless hearts. What if one day, his sister and a man secretly called each other and sent sweet messages? What should he do? He had been anxious and conflicted for so many years. Even if he was now the man behind his sister, he still didn't dare to pursue the truth. Everyone only had one home. If it was broken, it couldn't be repaired. Home was one thing, identity was another. No one dared to break this window paper. For so many years, his sister must have thought the same. So when she knew that he had a girlfriend, she sabotaged it. With deep malice. Innocent years can't be bullied, youth is absurd, I won't let you down. These were the lyrics that Qinzhe sang to his sister. But it seemed that they had never let each other down. Based on Qinzhe's style, when faced with his sister's little confession, he should pretend that he didn't understand and then pretend to look at the scenery around him. But recently, he had earned a lot of money and was confident that he could beat the old master. He was arrogant. At this moment, looking at his sister's pitiful and sad appearance, Qinzhe's heart ached. His brain twitched and he blurted out, then, can you come and serve me tonight? His words didn't make sense, but Qin Baobao understood. Qinzhe looked at her and saw that her beautiful face was flushed red and charming. After a long time, Qin Baobao looked back. If they were filming a movie, there should be lyrical music at this moment. But the music stopped abruptly. Wang Zijin opened the door. His sister's answer was an ellipsis. What? Are you guys playing a game of staring? Wang Zijin asked blankly. In the living room, the brother and sister looked at each other and stared at each other. Qin Baobao finally mustered up her courage, but it was like a punctured balloon. Instead of deflating, it exploded. Her sister shouted, "I'm not doing it." Scram. The biggest mistake in this life was to invite a wolf into the house. A single slip leads to everlasting regret. When I look back, my brother is not mine anymore. I regret it. That night, Qinze really got to eat his sister's noodles. His sister's noodles were guided by her younger brother and taught her every step. She couldn't just go straight to the point. There had to be foreplay. First, the water had to be boiled. Before the foreplay, there had to be a lot of preparation work, such as cutting scallions, meat, etc. Under her younger brother's careful guidance, Qin Baobao experienced the most carefree first time in her life. The process of eating noodles couldn't be rushed. If it was too rushed, it would burn the tongue. First, she had to push aside the clumps of vegetables. At this time, she couldn't directly stick out her tongue. She had to use her lips to test the temperature. After feeling the warm and moist breath, she could take a sip. Then, she closed her eyes and used the tip of her tongue to feel the beauty of the soup. Eating noodles was different from eating rice. The latter was chewing while the former was sucking. Qinze picked up some noodles and slurped it into his mouth. He praised, "Sister's noodles are really delicious." Wang Zijin also changed her opinion of her best friend's cooking. She gave a thumbs up and said, "Baobao's noodles are really delicious." Qin Baobao squinted her eyes. She had an expression of enjoyment and satisfaction. This meal of noodles was worth it. Before going to bed at night, Qinze remembered what he said in the living room. He waited with a heart full of anticipation and apprehension. Unfortunately, his sister didn't come to sleep with him. Qinze didn't know whether his sister was shy or couldn't leave for some other reason. He had a lot of things to say to his sister. He wanted to chat with her under the quilt and teach her how to run a company and write a business plan. Forget it, he would talk about it in the future. On the third day of Qinze tearing star art apart, the popularity of the internet didn't decrease at all. Star art was scolded like a dog. Tiba, forums, Weibo were all clamoring. If you went to watch a movie and saw a lot of comments, "Boycott star art" or "Star art get out," then the movie was either made by an artist under Star Art or funded by Star Art. Qinze knew that more than half of the people here were paid by his sister to stir up trouble. Wang Zijin's online media company was also helping out. Qinze was both gratified and helpless that his sisters were so scheming. Actually, he was looking forward to the naive and sweet girls. The naive and sweet girls were delicate and easy to coax. After saying a few touching words, they would cry and say, "You're electricity, you're light, you're the only legend, I only love you." But he didn't have that kind of luck. His sister seemed easy to coax, but she was actually a jealous person. Sister Ziwei looked gentle and generous, but she was actually cunning and scheming. Siyu seems to be the easiest to control, but she is a masochist inside. She likes that tone, but it doesn't mean that she is silly and sweet. She is the best at causing trouble. There was no need to talk about elder sister man. She was not fated to be a naive girl. Chen Qingyuan was a naive and sweet girl, at least from what I could see, but girls younger than me couldn't fall in love at all. Suyu was also naive and sweet, but she was his cousin. Qinze felt very tired. The only girl who met Qinze's taste and had the potential to be naive and sweet was Xianxia. "This is Xianxia's engagement invitation, next Friday." The sister wearing sunglasses and a big brimmed hat smiled and said thank you to the courier. She opened the package and put the invitation in front of Qinze. The courier's mental activity, psycho, wearing sunglasses and a hat at home. The recipient was Qinze. Xianxia was very thoughtful. It was too ostentatious to write Qin Baobao. In comparison, Qinze's reputation was much smaller and less eye-catching. Next Friday, today was Monday, and there were still 2 weeks left. Xianxia looked at the engagement invitation, a little disappointed, a little helpless, and a little free and easy. He had 2 girlfriends in his life. His deskmate in junior high school was a nominal boyfriend and girlfriend, but he had never held hands. He had held hands with the little cabbage in college. He didn't like her. At most, he had a little affection for her. He had been struggling with the question, was he in love? Xianxia was the girl he wanted to pursue. She was his sister's best friend and had a boyfriend before she met him. It was nothing to have a boyfriend. Which pretty girl didn't have a few boyfriends these days? But his sister didn't agree. She didn't want anything unspeakable to happen between her brother and her best friend. In the past, he always had a fluke mentality. Having a boyfriend didn't mean anything as long as they weren't married. There would always be a chance. But reality was not a novel. Pretty sister, if you didn't pursue someone, someone else would. No one would wait forever. In fact, he didn't feel too sad or too reluctant. He just felt a little emotional. There were always a few girls in a man's life that he liked. Xianxia invited us to go together. I'm thinking, should we give 1 or 2 red packets? The sister said in distress. When we were married, Wang Zijing turned pale with fright. You too? Save the words, Qin Baobao said in a panic. You're so stupid. Why don't you just split a red packet into 2? Xianxia was speechless. Good idea. Qin Baobao beamed. We'll go to Tianfang Entertainment in the afternoon. As the big boss, it's time for you to go to work, Xianxia said. The day before yesterday, he and Qin Baobao went to Nan Man Pei's house again to finalize the transfer of shares. At this time, Star Art Entertainment was in a passive situation. Vice President Kong was angry in the office. How could it not be approved? Are the people in your department useless? You can't even do such a small thing. Kong Shan slammed the table. The manager of the logistics department stood in front of the table with a bitter face. We've already cut it according to the requirements of the SARFT, but it still didn't pass. The reason this time is metaphorical politics. Cut it according to their requirements again. Kong Shan rubbed his temples and sighed. Wait a minute, this is the 3rd or 4th time. The 5th time, Vice President Kong, the manager of the logistics department whispered. A period drama that Star Art invested in was blocked by the Shanghai Radio, Film and Television Bureau. Every time, they would use various reasons to reject it. The first time was because the actress exposed her cleavage, so the logistics department cut off everything below the actress's neck. The second time was that they randomly tampered with historical figures and didn't pass. The last time was related to sensitive politics. What sensitive politics? It was just a palace drama. Star Art had invested a lot of money into it. They couldn't die before they even started. Kong Shan pondered for a moment and stood up from his chair. He put his hands in his pockets and paced around the antique shelf. Finally, he looked up at the ceiling. Is someone messing with us? The logistics department lowered their heads in silence. This wasn't a question that a logistics manager like him could answer. His rank wasn't high enough. Who did I offend? Kong Shan was also thinking, but he couldn't figure it out. He didn't seem to have offended anyone recently. Go out and do your work. Kong Shan waved his hand. At this time, the door opened again and a staff member from the logistics department came in. Vice President Kong, Manager Qian. The staff member placed a document on the table. The 3D animation that we invested in didn't pass the censors. Kong Shan frowned. What's wrong with your logistics department? Do you still want to work? What's going on this time? The staff member felt wronged. The SARFT said that there was too much content that wasn't suitable for children, so they rejected it. F***ck, Kong Shan felt blood rush up his throat. If the people from the SARFT were here, he would spit out 3 liters of blood on the spot and splatter it all over their faces. When I was filming a period drama, you guys said that I tampered with history. After all, you guys don't know what it means to make history. When you guys said that cleavage shouldn't be exposed, we also agreed. If there's cleavage, it's not popular anymore. I'll change everything. But when I was filming a hot-blooded animation, you guys said that it wasn't suitable for children. His chest hurt so much that he couldn't breathe. 10 a.m. A passenger plane from Sydney International Airport landed at Pudong Airport. 10 minutes later, Huang Yitsong brought his little wife out of the airport and got into the CEO's car. Huang Yitsong was 32 years old and his little wife was 22 years old. She hadn't even graduated from university. Before they got married, they could only be considered acquaintances. They weren't very close. Huang Yitsong was an experienced driver. He was a womanizer and had already gotten over relationships. Therefore, when he saw that his parents wanted to introduce him to a petite little girl, he quickly agreed. Although the little girl's cultivation was still shallow and her kung fu wasn't perfect, she could still be trained. It was better for a woman to be flirtatious in his hands than to be flirtatious in the hands of others. His little wife sat in the back seat and snuggled in CEO Huang's arms. She was looking at her phone when she suddenly exclaimed, "Hubby, look at Weibo. They're all scolding star art." "I know." Huang Yitsong was also looking at his phone. "Look at Xianxia. He's so awesome. He even started a company to support his sister." His little wife was envious. "Is my 15 centimeters not awesome?" Huang Yitsong was unconvinced. "It has size but not hardness. What's the use? If I didn't save you, your kidneys would have been eaten by a kangaroo." This dainty little wife of his had too much personality. Young people were full of energy. But the old driver was exhausted. He stepped on the accelerator but the engine couldn't. Back then, it had 6 cylinders. Now, it was only left with 1 cylinder. "What's going on in the company recently?" Huang Yitsong didn't want to continue talking about the sad topic. He asked his assistant cum driver, "I already know about Qin Bao Bao. Tell me something I don't know." The assistant smiled and said, "The whole world knows about Qin Bao Bao's incident. If you don't want to hear about it, I won't say it. However, the company is indeed in a passive position. If our reputation is ruined, the aftereffects will last for a long time." Although this was the era of fast food, one had to earn money fast, live fast, and even have sex with men faster. People were good at forgetting and accepting new things, but forgetting did not mean that they had lost their memories. Some celebrities' scandals followed them for a lifetime. There were too many male and female celebrities on Monday night, and it had not recovered for a few years. "Before I came to pick you up, I heard about this in the company." The assistant looked ahead and said, "Our company has a period drama and a 3D animation that are stuck." The Radio, Film and Television Bureau did not investigate and called back several times. "It seems that things are not looking good. Mr. Huang, the company is waiting for you to take charge." The assistant glanced at the rearview mirror and saw a sinister smile on Mr. Huang's face. Huang Yitsong said, "Take charge my ass. I will not take the blame for Kongshan." His wife said coquettishly, "What are you saying? The company is facing a public relations crisis, and the drama that we invested in is stuck. It's time for you to come out and solve the problem. Even if you can't solve it, you can leave a good impression in front of the board of directors." Although she did not graduate from university, she came from a good family. Her parents were big businessmen, and she was not a naive woman. "There's no hurry. Before I take over the mess, there's something I need to deal with." Huang Yitsong said, "The company invested 120 million in a period drama. The cast is good, and it's the second period drama we invested in this year. But in terms of cost, a 3D animation is higher than a period drama, and it uses the most advanced production technology. The whole animation was made by burning money. We originally planned to release it before New Year's Day, but it seems that there's no hope now." His wife looked at him. "What do you want?" Huang Yitsong did not answer. He opened his contact list and dialed. "Old man, I'm back. Help me to hold a shareholders meeting." After hanging up, Huang Yitsong hugged his wife's shoulder. "Wife, you go home first. I have to go to the company to perform. When I get home tonight, I will continue to perform with you. You want to take down Kongshan?" His wife understood. "Are you confident?" "Your husband, I have never missed a shot. Don't worry." His wife sighed, "It's just that they're too scattered. Mr. Huang sighed bitterly. I have a little wife who rides me every day. When a veteran meets a new armor, the spearhead is no longer sharp, but the whetstone is brand new. It was really a tragedy for an old couple and a young wife. In the future, they would not be able to have fun even if they wanted to. Paying the state grain would drain the old driver's body. It was Xianxia who had good taste. Xianxia kept saying, "Big sister is the king, there is no market for Lolas, and you are still young, how can you talk about love? He is my good teacher and helpful friend." In the middle of conference room number 1, there was a solid wooden conference table with a bonsai in the middle. As the president appointed by the board of directors, Huang Yitsong was responsible for hosting this meeting. According to the saying of Hong Kong films in the 1980s, CEO Huang was the person in charge. The shareholders sat at the table, all dressed in suits to attend this important meeting. Dear shareholders, let me briefly explain the reason for this shareholders meeting. Huang Yitsong went straight to the point. I propose to remove Kang Xian from his position as vice president and all of his duties in Star Art. The shareholders whispered to each other. Most of the shareholders present only had the right to vote and not to make decisions. However, the appointment and removal of important positions needed to be decided by the shareholders meeting. Huang Yitsong said loudly, "First of all, I have a few opinions on the matter that has caused a stir on the internet. During Kang Xian's tenure, he abused his power and had many unspoken rules with his female artists. Not long ago, for no reason, he shelved Qin Baobao, which led to a storm of public opinion. It seriously damaged the internal order of the company and caused irreparable damage to the company's image. I propose to remove him from all of his duties." CEO Huang, but I don't think anyone in the company said that the reason why Qin Baobao was shelved was because she did not obey the control and instigated her brother to cancel the song license with Star Art. This caused a huge loss. The person who spoke was in his 50s. He was a major shareholder of Star Art and Kang Xian's father. Huang Yitsong smiled. Everyone must have heard about this matter. Why did Qin Baobao fall out with our company? Vice President Kang, please explain the concert. Why did you change people at the last minute? Now the company is also saying that Vice President Kang wanted to use the unspoken rules with Qin Baobao and deliberately suppress him. Vice President Kang's actions disrupted the company's order and had a negative impact on the company's positive development. Taking a step back, the concert's effect was very bad. After the event, the audience was scolding. I have to doubt Vice President Kang's ability. The shareholders nodded slightly. Second, the company invested heavily in a TV series in the second half of the year. It was a 3D animation movie with a total investment of 300 million. However, when it was about to be released, it was blocked by the Radio, Film and Television Bureau several times and did not pass the review. For the shareholders here, the loss is difficult to estimate. Vice President Kang has to take the blame for this. Kang Xian sneered. CEO Huang, this can only be considered as improper management. I am indeed responsible, but the one who is more responsible is you, the CEO. You have to take the blame for this. Huang Yitsong walked over and patted him on the shoulder. He looked around at the shareholders. As for me, I happen to have a good personal relationship with Bao Bao. Before the meeting, I gave her a call. After all, the more friends you have, the more options you have. Fortunately, it was this call that allowed me to get a piece of news. Huang Yitsong patted Kang Xian on the shoulder. Do you know that you are in trouble? Qin Baobao has someone above her. She has a relationship with the leader of the Radio, Film and Television Bureau. If you play like this, who else will they mess with if not you? If you want to die, go ahead. Don't drag the shareholders down with you. Kang Xian's eyes widened. He said in shock, "Impossible, this is impossible. What evidence do you have?" Why didn't he know that Qin Baobao had someone above her? In the past 6 months, there was no sign of it at all. Wasn't the person behind her brother? When did someone above her? Kang Xian was in a mess. The shareholders frowned. If this was the case, then Star Arts film would be stuck in the Radio, Film and Television Bureau forever. It was equivalent to Star Arts' financial source being stuck. That would be a heavy loss. I will take responsibility for what I said. I will personally deal with this matter later and let the film pass the review as soon as possible. Huang Yizong said. Shareholders, please vote on my proposal. Not long after, an announcement was made on the company's internal channel. The shareholders' meeting has decided that on December 2, 2017, Kang Xian will be removed from his position as Star Arts Deputy General Manager and all related duties. The whole company was shocked. Kang Xian left the company that day and saw Huang Yizong leaning against his Mercedes-Benz in the underground parking lot, smoking. Do you want one? Huang Yizong tossed him a cigarette. Kang Xian took it and lit it. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. You planned this for a long time. He glanced at Huang Yizong. It's impossible that you don't know about Qin Baobao's relationship with the Radio and Television Bureau. If he still couldn't figure it out, then his IQ should really be recharged. Huang Yizong exhaled the smoke in his lungs and said, What do you think? Do you really think I want to sleep with her? Even if I do, I won't use your method. If I like her, then I will pursue her. If the soft approach doesn't work, then I will use the hard approach. You don't even dare to go to jail and you still have the face to say you love her? Kang Xian was stunned. He gritted his teeth and said, You are indeed tricking me. Huang Yizong said, I'm just kidding. That's why I said that if you want to go far, you have to go straight. If you do too many crooked ways, you will be done for. Aren't you doing crooked ways? Kang Xian sneered. If you didn't use crooked ways, how could there be today's show? No matter where you are in the future, you have to understand a principle. Do more and fight less. Don't just look at the shortcuts and ignore the more distant but more stable path. This is a piece of advice. Huang Yizong stamped out the cigarette and patted him on the shoulder. Let's go. At this moment, Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao, the siblings, were heading to Tianfeng Film and Television. Qin Baobao held her brother's arm and just as they walked into the company, they suddenly heard a uniform and crisp voice. Welcome, Chairman Qin. Looking around, there were 2 rows of tall and beautiful women standing on both sides of the door. Their long white legs blinded Qin Zhe's eyes. The beauties had coquettish smiles on their faces. They straightened their backs and tried their best to make their breasts protrude. The bolder ones even threw a few flirtatious glances at Qin Zhe. How were they welcoming the chairman? They were clearly saying, Welcome, sir. Qin Zhe thought excitedly. Damn, Sister Man must be running Yihong brothel. Sister Man, this old woman, hid it too well. A bunch of flirtatious cheese, Qin Baobao thought angrily. Following that, a few fat middle-aged uncles came forward. One of them shook hands with Qin Zhe enthusiastically. Chairman Qin, I am Tianfeng's general manager, Zhang Fu. He then shook hands with Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao ignored him and gave him a cold look. General Manager Zhang didn't know that just this welcoming scene alone had already left a bad impression on him in the heart of the big boss. General Manager Zhang introduced Qin Zhe to the various department managers of the company. There were 7 or 8 people scattered around. The higher-ups of Tianfeng had been waiting for Chairman Qin's arrival for many days. When they received the call today, they immediately arranged a simple welcoming ceremony. Those girls were all artists under Tianfeng, or rather, models. As for why a film and television company had so many models, it was a sad story. The first thing the 2 Chairman Qins did after entering the company was to hold a meeting with the higher-ups. During the meeting, Boss Qin pointed out that the company must implement the concept of sustainable development. Boss Qin emphasized serving the real economy, preventing and controlling financial risks, deepening the company's reform, promoting a virtuous cycle and healthy development. All the leaders, including General Manager Zhang Fu, took notes seriously and responded to Boss Qin's call. Next, General Manager Zhang Fu gave a speech, reporting on the company's achievements and contributions to society in the past 2 years. Boss Qin acknowledged and was satisfied with General Manager Zhang Fu's work. When the men were in the meeting, Qin Baobao sat beside her brother like an obedient wife, playing with her phone out of boredom. The leader stole glances at her from time to time, seriously disrupting the harmony and stability of the meeting. Boss Qin criticized this during the meeting. Through this meeting, Qin Zhe had a thorough understanding of Tianfeng entertainment. When the company was first established, Nan Man Pei invested a lot of money and made 3 movies in the same year, spending money to poach 2 big stars. After the movies were released, the box office was a flop. The highest score of the 3 movies was 5.6 and the lowest was 3.7. It was a tragedy. As for how to make a good movie, the director would say, "Money. Give me enough money, and I can make a good movie." The screenwriter would say, "Time, give me enough time to think, and I can write a good script." The little fresh meat would say, "No matter how much money you give, I can complete the entire process with awkward acting skills." In short, before the market test, no one dared to say that their movie would survive. Those who dared to say so were definitely cheats. Just like the shocking big shot from next door. Unfortunately, the intelligence of the people in that world had been hacked by the system, so they couldn't see the cheats. If anyone dared to say in front of Xianxia, "I will definitely be popular," fire 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 fire, Xianxia would take his low-level system and run away. A low-level system couldn't fight a cheat head-on. The way of the king was to develop wretchedly. In the second year, the stars they had painstakingly poached had their contracts terminated. Tianfeng Entertainment went from high spirits to disheartened. Nan Man Pei's investment was a complete flop. Now, the company only had 3 C-list celebrities. 2 of them were actors and 1 of them was a singer. The acting could only get supporting roles, while the singing could only do commercials, targeting small second- and third-tier cities. In addition, the company also hired a group of models to expand their income. There were about 30 female models. Not to mention how beautiful they were, they definitely had long legs. This group of models would accept any job. Online store model, bra show model, print model, comic convention cosplay model. She used to work part-time as a car model. Unfortunately, she was now a river crab. She didn't know how to act, so she could only rely on taking jobs to make a living. Tianfeng Film and Television's profits were more or less balanced, with occasional losses. That was why Nan Man Pei said, "It's tasteless, but it's a pity to throw it away." Then, how do you think we can reverse the company's current situation? During the meeting, Boss Qin was not ashamed to ask for the opinions of his subordinates. "President Qin, with our company's current standards, we can give up on the idea of investing in the film and television industry. Miss Qin is not a professional actress. I think we can start with songs." After all, these are the strengths of the 2 Boss Qins, the marketing manager said. Xianxia nodded and asked General Manager Zhang Fu, "What do you think?" Zhang Fu said, "Judging from the current situation, commercial performances are not suitable. Miss Qin, what you need to do now is to make a name for yourself in the entertainment industry. You need to tell your fans and the outside world that you've already established yourself. You can release an album or hold a concert." After a pause, he said, "Albums take more time, but since Boss Qin is here, it shouldn't be a problem." "Why isn't it a problem with me around? If you want to say something, say it boldly. I'll definitely beat you to death. Whether it's an album or a concert, I'll discuss it with Boss Qin." End of meeting. The executives packed up their small notebooks and left in a single file. Xianxia accompanied his sister to her exclusive office. The entire floor belonged to Tianfeng Film and Television. It was even grander than Baoza Investment Company. Qin Baobao would work here in the future. She was now the major shareholder of Tianfeng Film and Television. As for Xianxia, he would be the man behind his sister. However, his sister was new here, and there were many things she had to explore on her own. During this time, he had to travel between Tianfeng and Baoza. Xianxia leaned on the sofa and sighed. "Actually, it's a mess. If we can't bring it back to life, 200 million will be wasted." Qin Baobao sat on her brother's lap and gently massaged his temples. "If it doesn't work out, we'll just lay people off." Xianxia slapped his sister's perky butt and said unhappily, "If that's the case, why didn't I let you set up your own studio?" His sister shook her butt in protest. She said, "Now, all resources will be on my level. I'll be the company's main source of income. In the future, we'll sign artists and slowly nurture a team. I'm quite familiar with this." Qin Baobao sighed. "It's just a matter of funds. It's not easy for this lousy company to break even. My little treasury has been completely lost to Star Art. You've just started and 200 million is already a huge loss. Without sufficient funds, it'll be difficult for the company to develop. Xianxia muttered, I'm fine here. I get tens of millions every day. It'll be better in 10 days or half a month. If you need money, you can find Suyu. Oh right, give her some shares. After all, she also has shares in Baoza. Baoza Investment could continue to provide funds for Tianfeng. Whether it was Nan Manpei, Qin Baobao, or himself, both companies had shares. Qin Baobao beamed with joy. A's, you're such a torturous soy milk machine. I like you the most. Soy milk machine? Although the color of the liquid produced was the same, the nutrition was incomparable. Xianxia said, wait, I remember. Where's my money? Where's my money? It's a few million in cash. It'll be enough for Tianfeng to support for a while. Qin Baobao said bashfully, I paid a part of it to Star Art. Spent a part of it. Seeing her brother's disdainful expression, she blushed and pressed her butt hard. Aya, I'll pay you back in the future. Wait for me to earn some money. Don't explain. So all my money has become your private stash, right? How are you going to compensate me? Qin Baobao rolled her eyes and smiled slyly. I'll compensate you with a cute sister. Can I have sex? Qin Baobao was stunned. It's not scary. Sister is so cute. How can I be scary? What's the use of having you? Qin Baobao bit her lip and said weakly, then do you want to eat the rouge on sister's lips? As she spoke, her pretty face was dyed with a moving blush. She was charming and seductive. Xianxia moved his lips. Just as he was about to say yes, his heart suddenly trembled. Wait, this scene was so familiar. It was full of déjà vu. He remembered. It was also in sister's office. They almost kissed that time. Suddenly, the door opened and Li Yanhong walked in. If he said yes at this time, he would definitely be done for. Where's your agent? Why don't I see her? Xianxia asked. Qin Baobao was disappointed. She has something to do at home. She said that she has to take 2 hours off. She should be here soon. Qin Baobao had an epiphany. She probably also remembered the awkwardness back then. She immediately jumped down from Xianxia's lap. Suddenly, the door opened. Li Yanhong walked in from outside and looked around. Bao, the office is very stylish. It's really not bad. The siblings looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Sister and brother kissed behind closed doors. If they met once, they could find an excuse to avoid it. How could they explain the second time? Which family's sister sat on her brother's lap every day? If this was at home, Xianxia would have bought a plane ticket. Why aren't you talking? Li Yanhong was confused. Be happy. It's a new beginning, a new life. Qin Baobao thought, why are we not happy? Don't you know? Li Yanhong was absent from the meeting, so she didn't have a thorough understanding of Tianfeng Entertainment and didn't know the company's next step. Qin Baobao explained everything to her in detail. Xianxia sat on the sofa, smoking silently. Li Yanhong muttered, as for the album, you just released one a while ago, so you can't release it too frequently. If the album doesn't sell as well as the previous one, there will definitely be black-hearted media outlets reporting that your popularity has dropped and that you're no longer at your peak. I suggest that you hold a concert to make up for the regret of the previous one. After all, she had been in the industry for at least 10 years, so she had good judgment. Qin Baobao felt that it made sense and turned to look at her brother. Xianxia nodded. Let's do that. Sisterly, inform everyone. The sooner the better. Li Yanhong walked to the door, but Xianxia suddenly stopped her and said seriously, there's something I need to remind you. Remember to knock before you enter the office. Qin Baobao might not care about this, but I don't want to see you enter without knocking the next time I come here. Li Yanhong felt wronged. Yes, President Qin. Did I offend him in some way? The siblings were left in the office again. Qin Baobao stole a glance at her brother and blushed shyly. Hey, A's, do you still want to eat the rouge on your sister's lips? Xianxia looked at his sister's flirtatious expression and said seriously, "Sister, your kissing scene is still not good enough. There's still room for improvement. I can sacrifice myself and be your test subject." With that, the awkward atmosphere in the office dissipated. Qin Baobao's eyes lit up. Yes, it's all for the sake of acting. Then she climbed onto her brother's lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, and licked her scarlet lips. What a cute sister. She stood up straight. Xianxia wrapped his arms around her waist, ready to teach her how to kiss. Suddenly, he said, "I have a small stove, but I've never ridden it." The siblings were shocked and scared half to death. Damn the ringtone, it was soft. They looked for their phones at the same time. In the end, they found that it was Xianxia's phone that was ringing. The caller ID said, "Old driver." Qin Baobao blinked her bright eyes and looked at him blankly. "It's Huang Yitsong." Xianxia explained and answered the phone. "Hello, Mr. Huang, what's the matter?" "Brother, I'm back." Huang Yitsong laughed heartily. "Oh, how's your kidney?" His waist was lucky, but he was seriously injured. Sigh, it's a long story. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. "Let's go out and have some fun someday. I need you to lead the way." Xianxia wasn't just talking. He really wanted to go. He couldn't have sex with his sisters, so he could only go outside to find some. Sooner or later, his penis would harden, and that wouldn't be a problem. Although the matter with Star Art made both parties unhappy, it didn't affect their relationship. "Let's talk about it in the future. You don't know, but my little wife is always pestering me. That bothersome little vixen. Even the landlord doesn't have any food left." Huang Yitsong's tone was bitter. "Brother, take care of your body. There's still a long way to go." Xianxia was enraptured. "Don't be a coward, don't you think so?" The sister who was eavesdropping was dumbfounded. I know. Huang Yitsong laughed. The two chatted for a long time before they finally got to the point. "I have something to tell you. Kong Shan has been fired by the company. This Kong Shan caused trouble when I wasn't around. I'm also at fault for this. Help me apologize to Bao Bao." "It's a small matter," Xianxia said. "Then I have a presumptuous request. The company has a period drama and 3D animation movie that has been blocked by the SARFT. Brother, can you be magnanimous?" Xianxia was at a loss at first, then he realized that Star Arts movie had been blocked by the SARFT. His family didn't have any connections with the SARFT. Needless to say, it must have been Miss Zijin who was causing trouble. "Brother, what are you saying? My family isn't familiar with the SARFT. Is there a problem with your movie?" "How can that be? It's just a palace drama. They said that they tampered with historical figures, but the background is a fictitious history. It doesn't match with real history. There's also the 3D animation. It's a hot-blooded fighting genre. The SARFT said that it has violent tendencies and is not suitable for children. I can't spend more than 100 million to film Xiangyang and Baldy Valiant. They didn't even pass the interrogation. Then I'll help you ask about the situation. But I have a request." "Just say it." "My sister is going to have a concert soon. I want to invite Su Yunhan to be a guest." "No problem, it's a small matter." After hanging up, Qin Baobao said angrily, "Huang Yitsong, this person, he really called at the right time. Annoying. A's, do you still want to eat the rouge on your sister's lips?" "Eat my ass. I keep feeling that there's a mysterious force from the east causing trouble. No matter how many times we do it, there's always a sudden situation that interrupts us." Xianxia was depressed. Qin Baobao kicked him with her white and tender foot. She hugged her knees and sulked. "One Su Yunhan isn't enough. How about Huang Yuding? He can also invite him to your concert and increase the popularity of your concert. In that case, we can raise the ticket price a little." Xianxia pushed his sister. "I'm talking to you. Why are you suddenly angry again?" Qin Baobao hugged her knees and turned her head to the side. Her posture clearly said, "Hurry up and coax me. Hurry up and coax me." Xianxia pinched his sister's cheeks and pulled them to both sides. Her pretty face was kneaded into various shapes, soft and tender to the touch. Qin Baobao glared at him angrily at first. She wanted to get rid of her brother's evil hands and escape to the other end of the sofa, but he grabbed her foot and pulled her back. He continued to ravage his sister's face. His sister, who was being ravaged, couldn't help but laugh out loud. She angrily punched him and said sullenly, "You don't spoil me at all." Xianxia said angrily, "Touch your 3060 conscience. I didn't treat you well. My wife's money has been taken away by you." Qin Baobao puffed out her chest and said coquettishly, "Oh, where's my conscience? A's, please help me find it." She was acting like a hooligan again. In the afternoon, Xianxia contacted Huang Yuding's agent and talked to him about the concert. Unexpectedly, the agent readily agreed. Then he asked expectantly and nervously when the song Miss Qin promised would be released. *CK, I totally forgot about this. These days, he was busy with the investment company. When he had some free time, he had to look after his two sisters at home. Brother Ah Bin hung up happily. This time, another big boss called. It was Su Yunhan's agent, Bai Jia. "Hey, Sister Bai." Qin Baobao answered the phone. "Baobao, when and where is your concert?" "The exact time hasn't been set yet. It should be next week in Shanghai. I'm already looking for a venue." "Bai Jia, okay, remember to let me know when the time is. Yunhan will be free until the middle of the month." In Zhang Fu's general manager's office, several executives gathered for a meeting. "This concert must be done well. Whether our company can be revived or not depends on President Qin's operation. Yeah, he's the fastest singer in the music industry. With President Qin around, we might be able to produce a few A-list singers. The company's current work revolves around Qin Baobao. Have you found a venue for the concert?" "Xianxia Stadium. It's big and has a lot of experience." "Okay, set the concert for next Tuesday. Hurry up and promote it." Just then, Zhang Fu's phone rang. He glanced at it and quickly picked it up. "President Qin?" "Yes, what is it?" "2 guests? Isn't this too extravagant? How much can we earn this way? Raise the ticket price?" Okay, I'll do as you say." Zhang Fu hung up and sighed. The others asked, "What's wrong?" Zhang Fu said helplessly, "We need 2 guests for the concert. They're both B-list celebrities. Huang Yuding is almost an A-list celebrity. Isn't the cost too high? It's not easy. We'll be famous, but we won't make much money." Zhang Fu waved his hand. President Qin said to do as he said. Zhang Fu's phone rang again. He picked it up, and his eyes widened. 50,000? The other managers were confused. "What 50,000? Zhang Fu gulped. Huang Yuding and Su Yunhan's appearance fee is only 50,000. To these 2 future singers, 50,000 renminbi was just a symbolic sum of money. It was purely a show of friendship. Was this the extent of CEO Qin's connections in the entertainment industry? Was this the influence of the fastest shooter in the music industry? It was terrifying. The higher-ups of Tianfeng Entertainment suddenly felt their blood boiling. It was just like when they passed by a massage parlor with pink lights and saw a girl with heavy makeup showing her long legs and saying, "Big brother, come and play." They were especially excited. Stirred, they used to think that they were salted fish. A salted fish's dream was to be the saltiest fish, but they were still salted fish. But now, they were about to make a comeback. No, they were about to turn into dragons. A salted fish was not a fish in a pond, but a dragon in a storm. CEO Qin was really a dragon among men. Only by following him would they have hope of becoming dragons. When people were excited, their efficiency would increase. Before they got off work, the venue and time were all set. The concert would be held on December 12, 10 days later. That night, the news came. Qin Baobao's first concert in Shanghai. See you at Shanghai Xianxia Stadium. December 12, Qin Baobao's grand opening concert. Luxurious lineup. Who are the special guests for Qin Baobao's concert? Huang Yuding and Su Yunhan may appear. Shock. Qin Baobao's concert has a mysterious guest. Shock again. Qin Baobao's concert will feature a new song. All kinds of news and inquiries flooded the internet. Under Tianfeng Entertainment's heavy promotion, the effect was gratifying. The netizens were looking forward to this concert. Qin Baobao's concert is finally here. I can't miss the goddess's first concert. We can't miss the goddess's first concert. Waiting for the tickets. I heard that Huang Yuting and Su Yunhan will also appear? That's what the internet says, but the editor of the entertainment consultancy is famous for having no integrity. You can't believe it. Why don't we just ask? Some netizens went to Huang Yuting and Su Yunhan's Weibo to inquire. Not long after, the two also posted on Weibo. Huang Yuting, December 12, Xinyu Gymnasium, do you want to meet? Qin Baobao Su Yunhan, December 12, Xinyu Gymnasium. Do you want to meet? Qin Baobao. The netizens understood and were very excited. The fans of the two expressed that they would definitely attend the concert. 3 great singers. I'm so excited. I can hear Su Yunhan's live version of Unable to Fall in Love, and I can also hear the compilation of all of Qin Baobao's songs. I'm so excited. I like the atmosphere of a concert. The 3 of them are all capable. They should have no problem performing live. Unlike Sulu, who has made so many mistakes and still has the nerve to hold a concert. Sulu is low. Sulu, even if you snatched Qin Baobao's concert, you're still not as good as her. Sulu at this moment, Sulu was lying in her luxurious home, wearing home clothes and a face mask. Although it was a rare break for a celebrity, she was not happy at all. After Kang Xian left, the thigh she had been relying on at Star Art was gone. Although Star Art did not freeze her and made things difficult for her, she also lost a lot of privileges. In the past, she had the priority to choose all the resources. Now, she could only fight for what she wanted, and it might not even be granted. There was a notification on Weibo. She opened it and took a look. Netizens, Sulu is low, Sulu is low +1, Sulu is low +2, Sulu is low +3, Sulu. Inexplicably, I was shot without doing anything. Somehow, I got kicked out of the formation. Damn it, she's gone, but she's still haunting me. Qin Baobao, you little b****, eat my godly sword, lightning controlling true spell. Sulu cursed in her heart. The discussions online quickly covered up the voices that were scolding her. The netizens turned to the identity of the mystery guest. Who could the mystery guest be? Qin Baobao doesn't know many people in the entertainment industry, right? Could it be a heavenly king? God sprinkles wisdom on earth. The one upstairs is holding an umbrella. If it's a heavenly king, just say it directly. The effect is better. If you hide it, it's not good for publicity. If it's not a heavenly king, then who could it be? It's so mysterious. I really can't guess. Tell me who it is. If I can't figure it out, I won't be able to sleep tonight. I'm a Virgo. I'm more interested in Qin Baobao's new song. New song +1 inch. The next day, famous singer Li Rongxin posted on Weibo, I'm waiting for the concert tickets. You must save one for me. Qin Baobao. Famous singer Hong Jingyao posted on Weibo, I'll definitely support you. Qin Baobao. Popular actor Zhang Jinyun in the film industry, I happen to be free that day. Let's team up to watch the concert. Who else? Qin Baobao. B-list actors Xianxia in the film industry, team up, team up. On this day, more than 10 celebrities in the entertainment industry posted on Weibo, saying that they would like to support Qin Baobao. In fact, they were all called by Qin Zhe one by one. These people had all bought his company's products. So far, the profit had been 120%. It was a big profit. Qin Zhe's Baoza investment company could already use more than 1 billion yuan. When it was bad, it could be a few million yuan a day. When it was good, it could be tens of millions a day. But occasionally, it would fail and lose a few million yuan. Speaking of which, the system's hack was too low. If it were a real hack, Qin Zhe would definitely be a super big shot who only cared about relationships and not money. The celebrities had to give face to the money tree, so they agreed one after another. This promotion was very successful. Countless netizens were dumbfounded. Why did it suddenly become like this? This was just a concert. Qin Baobao was not a heavenly queen, nor was she an international A-lister. Why were there so many celebrities supporting her? The netizens were shocked and shocked. The onlookers did not understand but felt that it was awesome. Xianxia had finally gotten over his addiction of being a shock maniac. After a few days of bombardment of inquiries, browsers, video apps, mobile games, entertainment news. All kinds of channels pushed the news. In order to promote her concert, Qin Baobao specially filmed a video. In the video, she pouted and acted cute to attract fans. The next day, Qin Baobao's concert tickets were pre-sold online. In just a week, all the tickets were sold out. Many fans found it difficult to get a ticket. The first-class tickets in the hands of scalpers were priced at 50,000 yuan per ticket. In addition to the high price of the concert tickets, the company was also promoting them. That was why the price was raised. These days, Xianxia accompanied his sister to practice a new song at Tianfeng recording studio. His sister looked radiant. Every day, she would hold her brother's arm to go to work and get off work. She wished that Xianxia would never go to Baoza Investment Company. On the eve of the concert, Xianxia and Miss Zijin were cooking in the kitchen. Wang Zijin was in charge of washing the vegetables, and Xianxia was in charge of cooking. These days, he rarely had time to watch movies with Sister Ziwei. She must be lonely and empty. Xianxia said, Sister Ziwei, the vegetables are not washed properly. Wang Zijin said, oh, I'm sorry. Xianxia said, little fool, why would I blame you? Wang Zijin shuddered and said, are you crazy? Xianxia laughed. Sorry, I'm used to it. Wang Zijin narrowed her eyes. What do you mean by used to it? Of course, Xianxia couldn't say that he and his sister were doing crosstalk in the office all day. He said, the company is preparing to make a movie soon. Qin Baobao and I experienced it. The catchphrase of the male lead in the movie is little fool. Xianxia was a master at lying. Even the scheming girl Wang Zijin couldn't tell. At this moment, Xianxia's cell phone rang. A cheerful child's voice saying, I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. It was old Master Shen. Xianxia answered. Dad. Old Master Shen said, Baobao's concert starts tomorrow? Yes. Are the tickets sold out? No, those that should be sold have been sold. There are still some tickets to raise the price. That's good. Prepare 2 tickets for me and your mom. We want to go to the concert too. Xianxia was stunned. His parents wanted to go to the concert too, he was doomed. Xianxia promised that he would get the tickets. His tone was as sincere as a son. No, he was a son. After hanging up the phone, he looked depressed. Uncle and Auntie are coming to the concert? Wang Zijin said happily, that's a good thing. Why do you look so sad? I'll go out and talk to Qin Baobao. Xianxia waved his hand and left her alone in the kitchen to wash the vegetables. His sister, who had never been self-conscious about doing housework, was practicing yoga on the yoga mat in the living room. This time, her posture was even better. She stood on one leg and hugged the other leg with both hands, forming a golden chicken in a split. Qin Baobao was wearing a tight-fitting yoga suit with a loose collar. Her breasts were hidden in her chest, and her sharp edge was hidden. His sister had unlocked a new posture, but he was still a salted fish. His salted fish brother said in a deep voice, Dad and Mom want to go to your concert. Qin Baobao put down her long legs and stood up. For a moment, she did not react. Oh, then let them come. Wait, his sister's expression changed. She looked back at her brother, who nodded. I think there's a problem with the new song. We have to change it. But the concert is tomorrow. How can we change it? Even if we practice all night, it won't help. His sister was anxious. Why don't we ban the new song? Xianxia rubbed his temples. No, we'll be scolded by the audience. We have to continue bragging even if we die. Qin Baobao said faintly, you asked for it. You have to be mentally prepared to bear the consequences. Get lost. You want me to bear it again? Then what do you think we should do? Xianxia was silent for a few seconds. Don't use the MV. Although our parents have good hearts, they're old. His sister disagreed and pouted. But I feel that the effect will be greatly reduced if we don't use the MV. Xianxia thought for a moment. Then let's not hold hands or hug when we sing. Let's forget the step of you kissing my face at the end. That's the only way. Perhaps it was because of his guilty conscience, but when he thought about singing a love song with his sister on the stage with his parents sitting below the stage, his legs trembled. He always felt that in the next second, his father's large magic weapon would whip over and break his legs. In order to make it even more emotional, they even used 3 days to create a music video. When the time came, the two of them would sing and the video would be played on the big screen behind them. The man would definitely be silent and the woman would cry. The next afternoon. The sky had just turned dark. Outside Xianxia Stadium, there was a sea of people, and cars were parked on several streets. Inside the stadium, the stalls selling light sticks were crowded with people. There were even ticket scalpers who came to join in the fun. A nanny van slowly drove over and parked in the parking space where the staff had removed the no parking sign. Popular singer Li Rongxing got out of the nanny van and entered the venue surrounded by bodyguards. Li Rongxing is here. Ah, Li Rongxing, I love you. The surrounding fans screamed and rushed forward in a frenzy. The staff and bodyguards quickly separated the crazy fans. Li Rongxing walked and waved to the fans. The media reporters took pictures like crazy. Another nanny van drove over and the popular young actor Zhang Jinyun entered the venue. The fans were even more enthusiastic. Countless female fans were crazy and desperately wanted to break through the defense line formed by the staff and bodyguards. They wanted to touch their idol and scream, "Zhang Jinyun, I love you." In terms of popularity, singers were generally not as popular as movie stars, unless they were female singers like Qin Baobao who had produced many excellent works and was extremely good-looking. After that, it was Qian Shishir, Hong Jingyao, Chu Yuyu. One by one, celebrities from the music and film industry entered the venue. The atmosphere outside the venue had exploded before the concert started. The media personnel kept taking pictures. Some people had already written a script on their mobile phones. The concert is full of celebrities and the atmosphere is hot. Could the mystery guest be one of them? The mystery guest is about to be unveiled. The venue was brightly lit and the stage was spacious and bright. The concert finally began in the anticipation of countless audience members. Qin Ma and Old Master Shen also followed the crowd to their seats. Their seats were more precious than the first-class seats. They were separated from the rest of the guests and were surrounded by celebrities. 2 uncles and aunts were inserted among so many celebrities, which was particularly abrupt. Qin Ma and Old Master Shen had mixed feelings. They didn't want their daughter to enter the entertainment industry because they thought it was too chaotic. They didn't want their daughter to be involved in the entertainment industry. Moreover, the Qin family was rich and didn't lack money. They didn't envy the celebrities who made a lot of money every day. Now, watching their daughter walk step by step to the top, they felt uneasy, especially their son. In the blink of an eye, their son had opened an entertainment company. The old couple's outlook on life and values were reversed. They almost doubted whether Xianxia was their son. The listless young man suddenly flew to the sky and stood side by side with the son. Especially Old Master Shen. The night he saw the Weibo post, he sighed and said to Qin Ma, "I want to go to Dad's grave and burn some incense." Qin Ma asked, "Why?" Old Master Shen said heartbreakingly, "I'm an unfilial son. I buried his grandson for so many years. I have to go and apologize." When he said this, Old Master Shen's eyes were wet. He was so sad that he couldn't control himself. Qin Ma didn't know how to comfort such a sad thing. She just said, "Wash up and go to sleep." "Why isn't Ace here?" "He led us to the venue and left." Qin Ma looked around. "Maybe he's busy behind the scenes. The concert is organized by his company." Old Master Shen said. Next to them, a girl's eyes lit up. She was happy. "Oh, Uncle and Auntie, are you Xianxia's parents?" Qin Ma and Old Master Shen looked at her. Yes, she was a very beautiful girl. She was dressed fashionably. She had an oval face, big eyes, and a sweet smile. Although she also had an oval face, she was much less beautiful than Bao Bao's best friend Wang Zijin. But she was indeed a very outstanding girl. You are? Qin Ma blinked. My name is Galing. I'm a friend of Bao Bao and Qinzai. I'm here today to support them. The girl reached out and shook hands with the two elders. Auntie, you're so beautiful. You've taken good care of yourself. Galing didn't forget to flatter Qin Ma. Qin Ma was also a beauty when she was young. Although she couldn't compare with her brother's looks, she was able to make old Master Shen fall in love with her at first sight. He even rode a Phoenix brand luxury bicycle to send her to and from work, rain or shine. Galing was the Taiwanese actress who wanted to steal Qinzai's first blood. After a period of silent observation, she became more and more certain that Qinzai was a luxurious limousine. She just had to work harder, and she would be able to ride him. You see, not only was she good at writing songs, but she also opened an investment company. She also bought Qinzai's company's products. The profits were very good. Now, she even opened an entertainment company. She was on the verge of becoming a big shot in the entertainment industry. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. Another beautiful woman reached out to them from the back seat. She was a very famous female singer in the mainland. She was the kind that even old Master Qin Ma knew. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. Another celebrity greeted them. This time, it was a male. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. It was still a handsome male celebrity. In an instant, the celebrities around them took turns shaking hands with Qin Ma's grandfather. They were familiar with each other. Qin Ma was flattered. She had only heard about these celebrities from the aunties in the neighborhood when they were talking about TV dramas. In comparison, old Master Shen was very calm. After all, he was a university professor. He was neither servile nor overbearing. However, he was still a little shocked. Long live the emperor. Are these people all here to support my daughter? Old man, you should go to Dad's grave and burn some incense, Qin Ma said faintly. Old Master Shen thought for a moment and sighed. Okay. The music started. The lights in the hall dimmed and turned from bright to dark. In the darkness, countless light sticks danced like twinkling stars in the night. A moment later, a beam of light shone down and illuminated the tall and graceful figure on the stage. She was pure and enchanting, cold and gorgeous. Qin Bao Bao was wearing a long white dress. She reflected the light and seemed to be plated with a layer of halo. Even if she did nothing and just stood there, she was a beautiful scenery. The atmosphere in the hall was ignited at this moment. Shouting. Screaming. Light sticks were waved and undulated like the sea. The ethereal music floated, followed by Qin Bao Bao's magnetic and pleasant voice. Every time I wander, I'm strong in loneliness. Every time I'm hurt, I don't shed tears. The moment she opened her mouth, the cheers sounded again. Invisible Wings was the opening song. It was like the first time she appeared on the stage of a celebrity show. She amazed the audience with this song. Qin Bao Bao had a flash in the corner of her eyes. Under the light, they shone just like tears. Her die-hard fans and those who had been following her since the show suddenly had an indescribable emotion at this moment. It was as if they had returned to the stage of a celebrity show. When they heard this song for the first time, they were amazed by this newcomer's voice and appearance. Who would have thought that this newcomer would reach the top in just half a year? This concert opened with Invisible Wings and paid tribute to the past. There was still an empty seat beside Qin Ma. This seat didn't belong to any celebrity, it belonged to Wang Zijin. On such an important occasion, as her best friend who shared a bed with Qin Bao Bao every day, Wang Zijin certainly wouldn't attend. She was just accidentally stabbed and bled profusely. She had just gone to the toilet to change her sanitary pad. Now she was bending over and quickly returning to the scene. Zijin, come, come. Qin Ma happily waved at Wang Zijin and held her little hand in her palm. I looked left and right but didn't see you. Auntie thought you weren't coming. Zijin's oval face was slightly pale because of excessive blood loss. She leaned close to Qin Ma's ear and said loudly, Auntie, my stomach doesn't feel well. I went to the toilet. Qin Ma liked Wang Zijin very much, as if she was her second daughter. His own daughter had been spoiled rotten, throwing tantrums at the drop of a hat. In front of her younger brother, she was even looking for trouble. Wang Zijin was different. She knew how to coax the elders and would go along with whatever you said. Qin Ma said Bao Bao was immature and it was time for her to find a boyfriend. Wang Zijin agreed. Yes, yes, yes. Marry her off as soon as possible. Auntie will be at ease and everyone will be at ease. Qin Ma said Ace was immature and always gave in to Bao Bao, causing her to have a lot of bad habits. In the face of Qin Ma's words, Wang Zijin still agreed. Yes, yes, yes. The elder sister didn't act like an elder sister, and the younger brother didn't act like a younger brother. They both deserved to be beaten. In short, Qin Ma liked Wang Zijin very much. If she could be her daughter-in-law, then there wouldn't be such a conflict between mother and daughter-in-law. Suddenly, Qin Ma had an idea. Bao Bao didn't want to find a boyfriend, but her son could find a girlfriend. Why didn't he think of this in the past? Oh, he used to think that with his son's character, he wouldn't be able to find a girlfriend in a short time. On the other hand, his beautiful and smart daughter would have plenty of suitors. If it weren't for the noise, Qin Ma and Wang Zijin would have had an in-depth conversation. The first song was Fairy Tale. The second song was Legend, the third song was The Most Familiar Stranger, and the fourth song was Blue and White Porcelain. The concert proceeded in an orderly manner. It's so satisfying. These are all my favorite songs. The atmosphere of a concert is really different from listening to music with headphones at home. Concerts and MVs are the two best music listening experiences. I like all of Qin Bao Bao's songs. Her voice is really nice and her singing is on point. I can't hear any flaws. It's much better than Sulu. Although the ticket price is much higher, it's not a loss. It's more than not a loss. It's a huge profit. Look to the left in front. That row is full of celebrities. The fifth song was Huang Yuting's appearance. The first guest had arrived. He was singing a famous work. A walk-on song didn't need lyrics or a song title, so it was skipped. Huang Yuting, I love you. Huang Yuting. Huang Yuting. Although it was a walk-on song, the audience still gave him face. They weren't stingy with their applause and cheers. The glow sticks didn't have the dazzling effect of shifting stars. Waves of cheers came one after another. In the special guest seat, Qin Ma leaned over to Wang Zijin's ear. Zijin, are you the mystery guest? Wang Zijin was stunned. What did you say? Are you the mystery guest? Wang Zijin's biggest weakness was her tone deafness. Every time her friends asked her to karaoke, Miss Zijin would put on a disdainful expression that said, I'm not interested in karaoke at all. There was no such thing as a perfect person. Last time, Qin Bao Bao had coaxed her into singing Blue and White Porcelain. Wang Zijin still remembered the expression on Qin Zai's face. Sob, 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 Qin Ma, Zijin's singing must be very good. Are you the mystery guest? Auntie, don't poke at my sore spot. Do you believe that I'll give you the side-eye? Wang Zijin smiled and pretended that she didn't hear anything amidst the deafening cheers. After Huang Yuting left the stage, Qin Bao Bao sang a few more songs. Soon after, soft and soothing music floated in the air as the band played. The stage darkened. When it lit up again, Su Yunhan appeared on the stage. This time, it was definitely not a walk-on song. It was a rare masterpiece, Can't Fall in Love. The song title and lyrics were all complete. Below the stage, the audience cheered like a tidal wave and waved their glow sticks. Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan, I love you. I like your song, Can't Fall in Love the most. My heart is in love, my tears are dry. This deep love, it's hard to give up. Su Yunhan's voice floated in the air. This song was definitely Su Yunhan's most successful and classic work since her debut. Songwriter, Qin Zai, when he gave out this song, Qin Zai was still very young and didn't have the title of the fastest shooter. He didn't think too much and gave out this song that he felt was not bad. However, his sister, who had higher standards, almost cried out at that time. Her original intention was to let Qin Zai give her a not bad song. In her sister's heart, not bad meant that as long as it wasn't a flop, it would be fine. As it turned out, this song gave Su Yunhan's career a new lease of life and ushered in a second spring. Since then, Qin Zai was very vigilant and rarely gave out songs. However, a song in exchange for Su Yunhan's sincere friendship. It was hard to say who would lose and who would gain from this transaction. How can I love you? Tonight, you should understand. Fate is hard. Love is hard. After Su Yunhan finished singing, the audience burst into thunderous applause. The audience was high. Su Yunhan was very satisfied with such an effect. She waved to the audience and left the stage. The venue fell into darkness again. Every time she finished singing, there would be a few minutes of darkness for Qin Baobao to change into her costume or for the staff to set up the stage. Of course, this would have to be edited out when the time came. The videos online wouldn't have this. The lights came on and the rhythmic sound of a piano played. This is exaggerated. I like this song the most. Someone immediately recognized it. If I remember correctly, this is Qin Baobao's last song, right? Where's the mystery guest? That's true. After exaggerated, Qin Baobao's song was already finished. The new song should be used to end the show. Then where's the mystery guest? Has the mystery guest been forgotten? It could also be a rumor online. There's actually no mystery guest. Bullshit. Tianfeng Film's official platform said that there's a mystery guest. Who's the mystery guest? Could it be that he's going to appear in the last song? I know. It must be Qin Zhe. If I'm not mistaken, Qin Baobao's new song was written by him. Then the mystery guest must be him. Are you kidding me? Qin Zhe isn't a professional singer. He can't perform in a concert. That's right. During Popstar, he was just singing a few times at the side. During the Golden Melody Awards, although he also sang opera too, the most exciting part of that song was his dolphin voice. It's unknown how good his singing is and whether he can sing it in a large-scale concert. If he's not a professional singer, it'll be very difficult for him to hold his own in a concert. Qin Ma said disappointedly, Zijin, so you're not the mystery guest. As soon as she said that, the lights came on. On the stage, a tall figure stood there. He was wearing a leather jacket, leather pants, and sexy leather boots. His hair was combed neatly with hair oil. He had a shiny laser on his face and even put on makeup. In short, he looked extremely coquettish. Such a Qin Zhe seemed to have never appeared before. Wang Zijin's eyes sparkled. Guling licked her lips with a look of infatuation. The audience was stunned for a moment and couldn't recognize him quickly. They had always thought that the mystery guest was a big shot in the entertainment industry, a singer in the music industry, someone who everyone could recognize at a glance. When the light shone on Qin Zhe's face, the audience felt that he looked familiar. Then, they were stunned for a few seconds. This person, not to mention the audience, even Qin Ma and Old Master Shen almost didn't recognize him. Damn, is this our son? Is this my salted fish? My salted fish can't be so elegant. We might have seen a fake son. We must have sat in the wrong position during the concert. The couple tacitly shifted their butts and changed their posture. When they looked up again, the coquettish young man on the stage was still their son. They shifted their butts again and looked again. It was still their son. Wang Zijin asked, Uncle, Auntie, are the seats uncomfortable? Old Master Shen smiled with relief. From the looks of it, Ace is a bit like his uncle. They're both as charming and eye-catching. Qin Ma smiled. Nephews take after their uncles. The familiar accompaniment sounded in his ears. Qin Zhe stood on the stage with the cameras and lights pointed at him. Fiery gazes were fixed on him. Since he was a child, he had only seen such a glorious moment with one hand. He still got a low-level system. I have to thank the low-level system. Without it, I would be a salted fish. There were no highlights in the first 23 years of Qin Zhe's life. The biggest highlight was that he was Qin Baobao's younger brother. Having such an outstanding sister made him even more mediocre. When relatives and friends gathered, Qin Zhe heard the most words, first place in the exam? Amazing, my treasure. Won an award for ballet? Amazing, my treasure. Little Qin Zhe's inner thoughts, no, it's my treasure. Old Master Shen said, if you're half as smart as Bao Bao, I'll wake up laughing in my dreams. Qin Ma said, baby son, Mom will always love you. If you can get into Fudan University, Mom will love you even more. Relatives said, look, your sister got into Fudan University. What about you? Dad opened the back door for you to get in. Friends said, what the F***, CK, Qin Bao Bao is your sister? You picked her up, right? No, you're a free gift. Without comparison, there would be no harm. His parents might want to motivate him to work hard and make him follow his sister's example. But it was useless. Qinzai's little heart became indestructible after repeated blows. He didn't become a person like his sister. He became the man behind his sister. Mediocre, ordinary, difficult to achieve great things, these labels had been attached to him for so many years. It was time for him to turn over a new leaf. He wanted to turn over a new leaf in front of countless audiences. His sister couldn't bring out the charm of the song Exaggerated. How could he shout out the unwillingness in his heart without the experience of being in the dust? It was time to show his real skills. It's Qinzai. It turns out to be him. I should have known. Qinzai is not a professional singer. Can he sing in the concert? If he goes out of tune, he will lose his integrity. Is he going to sing Exaggerated? Can he? Don't tarnish my favorite song. The audience whispered and found it hard to accept. Qinzai's popularity came from the two titles of Fast Shooter and Stock God. As for singing, except for his dolphin voice, hundreds of thousands of viewers were stunned when he said, "What do I need this iron rod for?" during the live show. By the way, this sentence quickly became popular on the internet. Netizens often ridiculed him, "What do I need this iron rod for? Cut it off." Qinzai closed his eyes and felt the accompaniment gradually coming to an end. In his mind, the past years kept surging. When he was a child, his biggest wish was to become a promising child in his father's eyes and surpass his sister. When he was a teenager, his biggest wish was to catch up with his sister's footsteps instead of simply being a green leaf in the background. When he was a teenager, he only hoped that his sister would marry later. Don't look down on me because I'm poor. You must wait for me. Maybe I'll turn over a new leaf. I won't be a salted fish for the rest of my life. When the accompaniment ended, Qinzai held the microphone. If someone asks me, I'll tell them. But no one comes. I'm looking forward to it. I have something to say. I can't get the support. It's a pity that no one asks me. No one pays attention to me. I've been mediocre for 23 years. How can a mediocre person get everyone's attention? He took a step forward and looked at the dense audience. Bitterness and unwillingness came out of his throat. My mood is like the lid of a bottle waiting to be opened. But my mouth is growing moss. The quieter in the crowd, the more indifferent I become. I want to make an accident. Like suddenly singing everywhere, like opening up a platform on all sides. The audience was stunned. This song seemed to be completely different. The emotions contained in the song were completely different from any version they had heard before. They felt that the song was endowed with soul. Qinzai's voice. You think I'm exaggerating? I'm exaggerating because I'm scared. Will words that sound like wood or stone get any attention? Actually, I'm afraid that I'll be forgotten, so I'll play it up. How can I be graceful? Does the world still praise silence? How can there be a topic if it's not explosive enough? Let me praise you and make you a great entertainer. When the voice reached this point, it was no longer roaring or howling, but rather low and gloomy, just like the dejected heart of a minor character. The audience couldn't help but fall silent. There was no applause or cheering. They just listened quietly, listening to the singing of a nobody. It was the alma mater ball when I was 18. You're just standing there like a minion. At that time, I tearfully swore, everyone. You must see me. Even in his dreams, he wanted to be the focus of everyone's eyes. He hoped that one day, he would be able to perform in front of all the teachers and students at the school's New Year's Day performance. Then, he would receive the praise and attention of the teachers and students, and receive love letters secretly sent to him by girls. Unfortunately, that dazzling person will never be me. There are too many ordinary paths in the world. Which house do you live in? I've suffered too much neglect in love and work. My self-esteem has been damaged. Paying attention can cure hunger. The old man's heart trembled violently. Looking at his son on the stage, who was the center of attention, he couldn't help but feel sad. He remembered how he had complained about his son for not living up to his expectations all these years. He would take out a large Dharma artifact to teach his son a lesson. He felt that if he didn't beat his son, he wouldn't grow up to be anything. His son had to be strict in order to spread his wings and soar. Otherwise, he would be very delicate when he grew up. But he seemed to have neglected his son's feelings. Compared to his daughter, who he praised endlessly, he paid too little attention to his son. The audience felt sad. They couldn't help but recall the bitter history of struggle, or the present when they were still in a lowly state, not valued by their leaders, not favored by their goddess. Life was so difficult. It was really a song that sang the soul. Xianxia strode to the edge of the stage. His voice suddenly exploded. You think I'm exaggerating? Exaggerating because I'm scared. Will words that sound like wood or stone get noticed? Actually, I'm afraid that I'll be forgotten. How can I be graceful? Does the world still praise silence? If it's not explosive enough, how can there be a topic for me to praise? Become a great entertainer. On the stage, Xianxia's gaze swept across the audience and looked at the special guest seats. Looking at his father's serious face, he suddenly felt like there was a fishbone stuck in his throat. The father and son's eyes met in midair. You call me exaggerating. I'm not afraid of a few boos. If I'm there to stifle the scene. Have you seen the performance? Is it hysterical enough? Let's shower the flowers with tears. I only want to surprise you. I only want to surprise you. I only want to surprise you. At this moment, the old man understood. Qin Ma glanced at her husband beside her and saw tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. She was speechless, thinking, oh, the old man also has such a pretentious time. As a mother who played the role of the good guy, she naturally didn't understand the old man's realization. What a painful realization. I ignored my son's feelings. My way of educating him was indeed wrong. Dad, your son is unfilial. This year, I'll burn more incense for you. I don't seem to exist in the past. Even the blue veins appear when you're stressed. Do I know if words exist now? Gaze at me, don't just look at the sky. I must give you a cup of tea. You can also drink to your heart's content. Don't forget that there's someone here, for you, the sound of the sand. The loud singing voice resounded in every corner of the huge venue. The light shone on the person on the stage, wearing leather clothes and pants. The laser powder at the corner of his eyes shone brightly. He bent over slightly, hissing and snarling. There were no exaggerated movements, only heart-wrenching screams. He sang until his voice was hoarse, until he went crazy. The depression that had been in his heart for 20 years was released in one breath. The singing voice disappeared, and the accompaniment disappeared. After a few seconds of silence, the venue exploded. Deafening screams followed closely, and the light sticks danced wildly. The fanatical atmosphere and the huge sound waves rushed into the night sky. Outside the venue, the reporters and staff all looked and listened. Has it gone crazy inside? It's coming to the outside. It doesn't feel like a sound. It feels like a tide, no, a tsunami. Isn't it too enthusiastic? Who's singing inside? Quick, write it down, shock. The concert audience can't help themselves. What's going on? At this time, the cheers in the venue were endless for a long time, and the voice of someone shouting Xianxia's name could be vaguely heard. Xianxia, Xianxia. 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 1, 2, 10, thousands of voices gathered together and turned into one word, Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia ignited the whole venue again. Backstage, Qin Bao looked at this scene, proud and happy, and looked at the figure on the stage in a daze. Beside her, Li Yanhong glanced at her and couldn't help but recall the scene when the bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach was shooting. She wondered, Bao Bao's eyesight is not good recently? She's lost for a moment. I'll urge her to see an ophthalmologist someday. Qin Bao Bao, who should see an ophthalmologist, whispered, my brother is the best. The lights dimmed and the stage became dark. In the dark, Wang Zijin and Qin Ma talked loudly. Wang Zijin said, "A sang so well." Qin Ma said, "Really? I think it's okay, but it's too noisy." Wang Zijin said, "That's the way to bring out the feeling of the song." Qin Ma said, "I'm old, I can't understand the music of you young people." Wang Zijin said, "How can that be? Look at uncle, his eyes are full of tears." Old Master Lin was speechless. "This girl, what are you talking about? Do you think I don't care about my reputation?" After a few minutes of continuous excitement, the enthusiasm of the audience decreased slightly and they turned to talk about the last song. The finale, exaggerated, was so amazing. What song would the last one be? Qin Zhe sang so well. I wonder who is the real star between Qin Bao and Qin Zhe. In Qin Baobao's words, my brother is the best. There's nothing wrong with that. It's the last song. This concert is so exciting. I don't want it to end. The last song is a new one. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. Qin Ma curiously leaned over to Wang Zijin and whispered, "Zijin, what's the next song?" Wang Zijin said, "I don't know." Qin Ma asked, "You don't know?" Wang Zijin said, "They didn't tell me. They were so secretive. I only know that they sang a duet." Qin Ma laughed and said, "Oh, it's a duet. I remember that they sang a duet when I was young. I think it was called Yellow River Chorus. It's been so many years. I still miss it." "Old man, don't you think so?" Mrs. Qin was so happy that she stood up straight. Before Old Master Lin could answer, the stage lit up. It wasn't the lights, but the huge electronic screen behind the stage. The whole venue was dark. There was only the big screen playing the video, and it felt like a movie theater. It was an MV that the siblings had carefully filmed. End of chapter 284. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.